The snap of Thanos caused Yu Shen to lose everything, leaving his heart in despair. By chance, he acquired the power to alter his destiny. Upon returning to the past to thwart Thanos, he believed he could lead a tranquil life, only to discover that his extraordinary journey was just beginning. Chapter 1. Sacrifice to change the future. In 2023, Tokyo, a bustling metropolis teeming with life and economic prosperity, stands as the epicenter of pop culture in Asia and beyond, a paradise for fashion, design, tourism, and shopping. Every inch of Tokyo, every street corner, is imbued with stories and vitality, each nook a coveted destination for travelers from around the globe. However, these splendid memories, fleeting like a meteor streaking across the night sky, have given way to a somber reality. Today, Tokyo, when compared to other international metropolises like New York, Paris, and London, has transformed into a silent dead city, a desolate graveyard. The former vibrancy and hustle have vanished, leaving behind only pain and reminiscence. Tokyo, the entirety of Japan has descended into chaos since 2018, when the eternal titan known as Thanos wielded the Infinity Gauntlet, turning half of all life in the universe to dust. Resource-scarce Japan has suffered unprecedented devastation that, in an instant, 70% of public officials were lost, plunging the nation into rapid disarray. Although the efforts of the Avengers later restored a semblance of order, the chaos and destruction on a global scale were far too extensive for even their heroic endeavors to mend. In this tumultuous era, the power vacuum has ushered in a golden age for Japan's underworld. Unseen since 1946, that ambitious gangs have risen, establishing their own factions. As if overnight, Japan has entered a new warring states period. In this climate, Tokyo is no longer the domain of established syndicates like the Yamaguchi-gumi or the Sumiyo-shikai. Amidst the surging tide of gang power, a mysterious superhuman emerged, akin to a flash of lightning against the night sky, sweeping away all traditional gang influences and unifying Tokyo under a new order known as the Yada Group. This superhuman, wielding her extraordinary abilities, crafted a legend. Over 4 years, the Yada Group surged across Japan like a tempest, nearly obliterating all rival gangs. The name Yada Group has become synonymous with supremacy in Japan, with their headquarters nestled within the historic Sensoji Temple in Asakusa. Sensoji, also known as Asakusa Kannon Temple, is located in the Taito ward of Tokyo. It is the oldest temple in the city, embodying the Edo style and serving as a popular recreational site for the public. With a history spanning from ancient times through the medieval and modern eras, it houses a wealth of significant archaeological artifacts, representing Japan's most treasured cultural heritage. As the night deepens, the illuminated Sensoji Temple transforms into a goddess of the night, adorned in brilliant stars. Under the glow of modern civilization, every brick and tile of the temple radiates a charm woven from the threads of history and modernity. In this moment, the cacophony of tourists has vanished, replaced by an atmosphere of tense solemnity. Dozens of gang members, clad in impeccably tailored black suits and wielding firearms, glide through the temple like specters in the night, vigilantly surveying this ancient and sacred ground. In the temple's shadowy depths, a woman dressed in a pristine white kimono adorned with cherry blossom patterns kneels gracefully on a soft cushion. Before her lies a complex chessboard, surrounded by hundreds of flickering candles, the sole source of light in the shrine. Yet, this woman seems to possess the ability to devour light. The flames around her appear dim in her presence, enveloping the already dim shrine in an eerie ambience. She is Oda Nobunaga, the formidable founder of the Yadagarasa organization, endowed with supernatural powers. Once, she was the experimental subject 007 in the Japanese government's clandestine Sisnu human modification project. Thanks to the aid of Thanos, she regained her freedom and ruthlessly exterminated all surviving researchers and guards in the secret base, leading her fellow experimental subjects to escape. From that moment on, leveraging her immense strength and the camaraderie of her fellow combatants, she unified Japan in a single sweep and crowned herself the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven, becoming the indisputable queen of this land. Oda Nobunaga, with fingers as slender and graceful as the fresh green shoots of spring, delicately lifts a chess piece and places it on the board. Her interest has never truly resided in the contest of chess itself, but rather in the supreme ecstasy of controlling the game and dictating all. In her eyes, every being is merely a pawn on her chessboard, their joys and sorrows, their ant-like fates, manipulated by her seemingly delicate yet resolute fingers. Outside the shrine, a pawn, filled with trepidation and unease, awaits her summons, anticipating the command that will determine its fate. Saratobi Jiro, in a state of disquiet, anxiously awaits Oda Nobunaga's summons outside the shrine. As the contemporary leader of the Koga ninjas, he harbors a profound fear of her power. Sarutobi vividly recalls how, 5 years ago, this woman single-handedly stormed the Japanese imperial palace, mercilessly slaying the newly appointed emperor, the three great guardian families, and even his own stern father and formidable brother. That cataclysmic battle reduced the imperial palace to rubble. Had he not recognized the gravity of the situation, he too might have met a fate as grim as those who perished. Thus, whenever possible, Sarutobi would evade her presence. But tonight, he cannot, for he has finally discovered the calamity that could bring about Oda Nobunaga's swift retribution. Since Japan entered the new Warring States era, various gangs have relished a rare period of joyful times. However, the emergence of two enigmatic figures heralded the end of this blissful era. One of them, clad in the garb of a ronin, meticulously targeted gang members, leaving behind a trail of blood and corpses. The world knows not of his appearance or words, and for reasons unknown, he vanished beyond Japan's borders. The other, who referred to himself as the Calamity, challenged the strongest among the Yakuza, many of whom were the pillars of the major gangs. Thanks to the clandestine support of the Calamity, the Yatagarasu group swiftly conquered Japan in just 4 years. Oda Nobunaga initially intended to bring the Calamity under his command, however, after sweeping away the formidable warriors of the 4 regions, Kyushu and Hokkaido. The Calamity turned his sights on the Yatagarasu group based in Honshu, leading to the near annihilation of its elite fighters. Oda Nobunaga made numerous attempts to ensnare the Calamity in an elaborate trap, yet each effort culminated in failure, resulting in significant losses. Thus, the conflict between the Yatagarasu group and the Calamity evolved into a fierce struggle for survival. Enter came the command. Yes, upon being summoned, Sarutobi Jiro glided forward to Oda Nobunaga, and with a thud, knelt down, burying his forehead deeply into the frigid floor, resembling a small beast awaiting judgment. Fearful of inciting trouble to that moment, his emotions mirrored those of a frog ensnared by a venomous serpent, each breath cautious and faint as he quietly swallowed, his voice low and slightly trembling. As he reported, "Master, I have located the whereabouts of the Calamity. He is concealed within the Tokyo sky tree." With a sharp crack, the piece in Oda Nobunaga's hand shattered into fine dust, his previously joyous demeanor swiftly engulfed by fury. Her voice, as frigid as the biting northern winds in winter, cut through the air. Is the information truly accurate? Sarutobi Jiro felt an unprecedented weight pressing upon him without a moment's hesitation. He resolutely replied, "Absolutely accurate." "Excellent. You shall depart with your men. I will join you shortly." "Yes." Sarutobi Jiro's voice rang out, resolute and unwavering, as he retreated on his knees from the shrine, an act meant to convey his respect. Soon, the sounds of voices and automobile engines resonated outside the shrine. The Yatagarasu group mobilized every available resource. With the exception of those who must remain at the headquarters in Asakusa, all others embarked on their journey to the Tokyo sky tree, exuding an aura of lethal intent and unyielding spirit. Seeing her subordinates act with such swiftness, Oda Nobunaga rose, gently waving her sleeve. Instantly, all the candle flames within the shrine extinguished, and her figure vanished into the profound, impenetrable darkness of the shrine, as though transformed into a gust of wind, venturing into the unknown. Tokyo Skytree, soaring majestically at 634 meters in the heart of Tokyo, stands not only as Japan's tallest structure, but also as the highest broadcasting tower in the world, in the realm of Japanese architecture. It reigns supreme, commanding respect from all directions and becoming an essential sight for every traveler who sets foot in Tokyo. In the past, as night descended, the Skytree would illuminate its brilliant lights, resembling a proud giant standing tall over the land of Tokyo, casting its dazzling glow to brighten every corner and warm the hearts of those who lingered in awe. However, in the present day, due to energy shortages, the Skytree has been forced to extinguish all its lights, its silhouette now appearing hazy and enigmatic under the dim moonlight, merely a dark outline quietly narrating tales of its former splendor and today's silence. Tonight, the Skytree does not remain shrouded in its usual darkness. Rather, it emanates a mesmerizing azure luminescence. Within the radiant top-floor hall, a figure stands before the floor-to-ceiling windows, hands casually tucked into pockets, gazing expressionlessly into the distant shadows. Behind him lies an astonishing contraption, a massive circular disc, solemnly positioned atop an intricate magical array. 4 branches, resembling bolts of lightning, converge inward on the disc, where a thumb-sized shard of deep blue gemstone spins in midair. radiating captivating brilliance. Ahem! A sweet yet painful sensation spreads from deep within his throat, causing him to clutch his mouth tightly. The handkerchief quickly becomes stained with crimson, each drop a testament to his waning life force. Yet he indifferently tucks it away, as if it were merely a trivial interlude. He slowly raises his wrist, observing the passage of time, and a subtle smile unexpectedly graces his pale visage. He eagerly anticipates the moment when the hands of the clock align, at which point the wheel of fate shall turn for this moment. He is silently prepared for a full 4 years. The individual known as Yu Shen conceals a story within that name. Originating from an inconspicuous small county in the vast northeastern lands, his academic performance, while not outstanding, was sufficient to secure his place among peers, ultimately leading him to join the ranks of those who migrate to the bustling north. In pursuit of opportunity, in that thriving yet indifferent city, his life seemed to be fixed on a singular trajectory, monotonously repeating the cycle from home to work and back again, occasionally disrupted by his mother's biweekly marriage proposals over the phone, which introduced a slight ripple into his otherwise mundane existence. In moments of boredom, he would immerse himself in the realm of superheroes. Each grand endeavor of the Avengers sparked immense interest within him, as he fantasized about the stunning beauty of Black Widow or the genuine luxury of Iron Man's lifestyle. That in the embrace of this great Eastern nation, he felt fortunate to lead a peaceful and stable life, free from the worries of malevolent villains. However, all of this was irrevocably altered 5 years ago. For years, Yu Shen has been haunted each night by the same malevolent nightmare. In his dreams, the streets are filled with passers-by who dissolve into the air like ashes, leaving behind a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. He picks up the phone to dial a family member, only to be met with the chilling indifference of a disconnected message. The pervasive fear and loneliness entwine around his soul like a malevolent spirit, suffocating him. He has taken to calling himself Calamity, for he perceives himself as the source of misfortune in this world. That a relentless stream of questions floods his mind. Why is it that he alone remains in solitude, unable to fade from existence as his loved ones have, thus ending the unending torment? Yu Shen once believed that his remaining years would slip away quietly amidst the monotony of meaningless days. However, fate bestowed upon him an unexpected opportunity for redemption in a fleeting moment. Just as Thanos turned the 6 Infinity Stones to dust, a cataclysmic battle unfolded in a distant shadow universe. It is well known that energy, information, and matter are the 3 pillars that construct the fabric of reality. In that far-off shadow universe, 3 resplendent gems exist, embodying these fundamental concepts while possessing an awe-inspiring mystery and power. These gems, akin to the Infinity Stones, are imbued with limitless possibilities and magic. During the war, the 3 Genesis Stones, representing energy, information, and matter, were utterly shattered. Notably, the fragments of the Information Stone, carrying boundless wisdom and secrets, transcended the boundaries of reality and illusion, traversing infinite time and space, ultimately falling into his hands through an astonishing coincidence. After more than a year of exploration and research, Yu Shen finally unveiled the secrets concealed within this fragment of a gem. The Information Stone possesses an almost omnipotent power, capable of governing all matters related to information, the writing of words, the tracing of history, profound insights, prophetic visions of the future, event documentation, reality modification, transformation of forms, transmission of information, and even the deletion and reshaping of thoughts, memories, consciousness, cognition, common knowledge, rules, commands, data, and symbols. More astonishingly, it can manipulate causality and alter probabilities as if it possesses the ability to reweave fate itself. This gem is not merely a repository of knowledge, it is a key that unlocks infinite possibilities. Regrettably, Yu Shen acquired only an incomplete fragment. Though it retains its law-like power, its effectiveness is significantly diminished. This force resembles a sun that has not fully risen. It emits light, yet fails to illuminate the entire sky, unable to manifest its intended brilliance and splendor. Yu Shen, harboring the hope and determination to save his family, activated the mysterious power hidden within the gem at any cost, embarking on a journey to uncover the elusive answers. After enduring countless trials and paying a heavy price, he finally pierced through the veil of uncertainty. 5 years hence, the Avengers would traverse the barriers of time and space, reassembling the 6 Infinity Stones to awaken the half of life that had been seized. However, just as he was on the verge of immersing himself in this hard-won joy, reality, like a cold splash of water, extinguished all his hopes in an instant. For this miracle was limited to those lives reduced to ashes, while the deceased could not be resurrected by such means. Regrettably, Yu Shen's parents had met their physical demise in a traffic accident triggered by the ashes. Thus, to save the family he cherished, he had no choice but to trace back to the past and thwart the source of that calamity. Thanos' actions. Desiring to traverse time and reshape the past, Yu Shen recognized that he was not one of the Avengers, incapable of mastering the intricate technologies and strategies. Moreover, from the glimpses of the foreseen future, seeking the Avengers' assistance seemed futile. Hence, he resolved to confront the challenges alone. Though he possessed only a rudimentary understanding of the enigmatic quantum realm, Yu Shen comprehended that the notion of altering the present by returning to the past was fundamentally flawed. For once one returns to the past, that past becomes the future, and the present one occupied transforms into an immutable past. In this process, any attempts to enact change would not influence the new future. This was an irreversible truth. After much contemplation, Yu Shen ultimately decided to emulate Chao Mengda and engage in the whimsical pursuit of aligning timelines. Given that Pym particles remained an enigma to him and quantum mechanics were beyond his grasp, he resolved to harness the power of the fragments of the Mind Stone, supplemented by the arcane knowledge gleaned from these shards, to forcibly tear through the fabric of time and space, creating a dedicated tunnel. However, the incompleteness of the gem posed a flaw in his plan. To rectify this deficiency, he would need to seek additional energy sources and a vast repository of information. Only the human soul could satisfy both conditions, brimming with abundant energy and encapsulating the entirety of a lifetime's experiences from the knowledge gleaned in the shadow universe. He learned that the human soul is imbued with formidable energy from the moment of its inception, and each soul originates from the boundless sea of souls that be why gathering sufficient soul power, he could compensate for the gem's inadequacies. Although he was oblivious to the existence of a sea of souls in his universe, through his endeavors, he discovered a mysterious energy concealed within the human body, which he termed life energy. This force not only resided within humans, but also had traces in certain animals. Regrettably, he lacked the time to delve deeper into this mystery. After careful calculation, Yu Shen arrived at a staggering conclusion. To fulfill his fundamental needs, a sacrifice of at least 150 million lives was required. Yet from where could such an immense number of lives be procured? After considerable deliberation, he made a fateful decision to designate all of Japan as the object of a sacrifice. The moment he chose was the instant the Hulk snapped his fingers. That precise moment, the population of Japan would miraculously revert to its state in 2018, providing ample material for his grand design. Though this decision was undeniably cruel, he perceived it as the most optimal solution to realize his plan. Everything was justified in his eyes. For the past 3 years, Yu Shen had been like a nocturnal hunter, silently tracking elite warriors from around the globe. Not only did he defeat these formidable opponents, but he also transmuted them into precious philosopher's stones that, in the subsequent year, he utilized these stones to enact peculiar modifications on signal towers throughout Japan. Each tower was endowed with a new purpose, becoming the core of mysterious sacrificial arrays. These arrays resembled an invisible web, quietly absorbing the life energy of all beings within their reach, channeling this energy along hidden pathways to Tokyo's Skytree. Now, Yu Shen's grand scheme had entered its final countdown. The Skytree seemed imbued with life, its surface revealing a labyrinthine network of energy veins akin to blood vessels. These veins incessantly absorbed energy transmitted from all directions, relentlessly converging at the pinnacle of the tower. As the energy amassed, the Skytree began to emanate a profound blue glow, intensifying until the summit reflected a kaleidoscope of colors, shrouded in mystery. At that moment, the entirety of Tokyo was enveloped in this extraordinary radiance, as if the entire city had been submerged in a dreamlike sea of azure stars. "Baka," muttered Sir Tobijiro, his brow furrowed. The anomalous phenomenon above the Skytree resembled a gathering storm cloud, heralding the arrival of chaos, and his unease spread like wild vines, impossible to quell. The car's speed was inadequate. He swiftly contacted the aerial assault unit, his tone urgent. "Engage immediately. There is no room for error." He intended to snuff out the sense of crisis that loomed within him. 8 Apache attack helicopters, akin to predatory raptors in the nocturnal sky, sliced through the darkness, hurtling towards the Skytree with tremendous velocity. These helicopters had been procured by the Yado Group from Japan's Air Self-Defense Force initially. They had intended to secure F-35A stealth fighters, but due to expired keys provided by the Americans, those costly aircraft had become mere scrap. Thus, Sarutobi Jiro had vented his frustrations upon the wretched American devils. The Apaches were armed with 16 Hellfire missiles, each capable of reaching a range of 8 kilometers. These 128 missiles would coalesce into a tempest of destruction, capable of reducing the apex of the Skytree to ashes. The whirring of the helicopter blades echoed like the whispers of death in the still night air, as the pilot, with eyes sharp as a hawk's, firmly locked onto the Skytree's summit, through the fire control radar. The moment he entered range, he would not hesitate to press the launch button, unleashing a lethal strike, as the valiant Apache helicopters courageously ventured into the target zone, merely 10 kilometers away. An unforeseen calamity abruptly struck in that moment. All navigation and communication devices inexplicably ceased to respond, and the piercing sound of the crash alarm resonated within the cockpit like a harbinger of doom. Sarufi Jiro could only helplessly listen through his headset to the terrified cries for help from the Apache pilots, their voices laden with panic and despair. Hastily disembarking, he cast his gaze towards the night sky and beheld a heart-wrenching sight. The armed helicopters, akin to kites severed from their strings, plummeted, helplessly one after another, ultimately transforming into blazing piles of wreckage. That moment, the sky seemed to be tinged with a sorrowful hue of red, while chaos and wails engulfed the ground below. Damn it, those cursed fools, Sarufi Jiro fumed, pounding on the car with rage, his eyes brimming with shock and fury. He was astonished, utterly bewildered by the inexplicable means the adversary had employed to render these 8 precious Apache helicopters into mere scrap metal. The flames of his anger were fueled by the anxiety and helplessness of how to account for such a monumental loss to his superior. His expression darkened, and he dared not send any aircraft into battle. With a voice seething with wrath, he bellowed at his subordinates. "Where are my armored vehicles?" Trembling, his subordinate replied, "Chief, the armored convoy will take another 30 minutes to arrive. Damn it. Give them only 15 minutes. If they are late, let them atone with their lives." "Yes, sir." The subordinate scurried off to contact the armored unit. Sarufi Jiro slammed the car door shut, yet a sense of grim satisfaction washed over him. He was grateful for his meticulous preparations. Not only had he summoned the Apaches, but he had also mobilized dozens of STC-90 main battle tanks, along with a variety of light and heavy weaponry. Even if it meant burying the enemy under a mountain of explosives. Well, it should be feasible, right? Doubts began to creep into his mind. Yu Shen gazed into the distance, where the flames of the Apache wreckage, though diminutive, burned insistently against the backdrop of the night. With a casual wave of his hand, the floor-to-ceiling window transformed into a multi-angle 3D display, revealing the movements of every member of the Yaqui group, their actions laid bare before him. He glanced at his wrist, observing the movement of the hands, noting that only a few minutes remained until the commencement of the plan. He couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, tinged with a sense of resignation and regret. If only it could be intact, how splendid that would be, sparing me the need to engage in a life-and-death struggle with that woman. As he spoke, his fingers deftly glided across the screen, and several enigmatic symbols emerged with his touch, seemingly unlocking some clandestine secret and seamlessly integrating into the display. The reason for Yu Shen's lamentation lies in his reckless utilization of forbidden techniques to complete the fragmented gem, a choice that has propelled his body ever closer to the brink of collapse. The incomplete power looms above him like a malevolent sword, perpetually subjecting him to escalating risks and pressures. Each invocation of the forbidden arts feels akin to a bargain with death. Every transgression further consumes the flame of his life, thrusting him deeper into despair. He often finds himself lost in reverie, envisioning a scenario where the gem remains whole and unblemished, endowing him with the ability to render his existence and actions imperceptible to all, thereby ensuring that no one could intrude upon his world or disrupt his meticulously laid plans. The armored division of the Yagakomi finally surged forth, akin to arrows loose from a bow, arriving at the battlefield ahead of schedule. Without a moment's respite, they launched into action, weaving towards the sky tower from all directions. However, mere moments after their advance commenced, the ground erupted, and a dozen towering stone giants emerged, reminiscent of ancient mythological guardians, announcing their presence in a manner both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Before the tanks at the forefront could react, a colossal stone foot mercilessly crushed one into mere scrap. This marked the activation of the defensive enchantments initiated by Yu Shen moments prior. These stone giants possessed disproportionately long arms, resembling upright gibbons, their tough hides and immense strength rendering them nearly impervious to even the fiercest artillery. They swung their enormous fists with the fury of provoked monarchs, each strike infused with devastating force. reducing any adversaries in their path to mere dust. The members of the Yagakomi were painfully aware of the futility of their overwhelming firepower against these monstrosities, which seemed to brush off their assaults as if merely caressed by feathers. Even more astonishing was the abhorrent regenerative capability these creatures exhibited. After great effort, they succeeded in severing an arm from one stone giant, yet before the thrill of victory could settle in, the dismembered limb crawled back to its origin as though possessed of life, and in an instant, the stone giant resumed its destructive antics as if nothing had transpired. The members of the Yagakomi found themselves enveloped in an unprecedented despair, their tanks reduced to heaps of scrap metal. They resembled panicked monkeys, fleeing in all directions as they were pursued by the stone giants. The scene was both merciless and grotesquely amusing. The magic arts of the Shadow Universe are indeed formidable. They can even self-repair upon damage, Yu Shen remarked casually as he reclined in a chair, savoring the spectacle of the stone giants continuing their chaotic performance, patiently awaiting the arrival of his final adversary. Sarutobi Jiro felt that his demise was imminent. Not only had he inexplicably lost his entire Apache fleet, but the armored division he had pinned high hopes upon was also reduced to rubble by the sudden emergence of the stone giants. Observing his subordinates scurrying in disarray, driven to madness by the stone behemoths, Sarutobi Jiro drew his katana and charged forth like a rabid dog. He had resigned himself to his fate. He would rather meet a swift end at the hands of the stone giants than suffer the torment of failure at the hands of Oda Nobunaga, the colossal. Stone fist loomed ever larger before him, resembling a merciless mountain rising in his path. Sarutobi Sasuke gripped his katana tightly, channeling all his strength into a singular moment, his body taut like a drawn bow, and struck fiercely. Yet, the air was left with only a sharp blade of wind as he fell awkwardly, a cloud of dust swirling around him, akin to a startled wild dog in disarray. In that fleeting moment of confusion and panic, Sarutobi Sasuke sprang back to his feet, only to behold a sight that filled him with dread. Oda Nobunaga floated in the air, while the once menacing stone giants, under her incredible power, became mere puppets severed from their strings, unable to pose any threat. However, within Sarutobi Sasuke's heart, there was no flicker of joy at having escaped peril. Instead, despair enveloped him. For at that moment, when Oda Nobunaga's gaze swept over him, her cold eyes, as deep as an abyss, sliced through his soul like a sharp blade, instilling in him an unprecedented chill. There was not a trace of warmth or emotional fluctuation in her gaze, as if all life appeared insignificant in her eyes. In that instant, Sarutobi Sasuke found himself stripped of even the courage to end his own life, left only with an overwhelming sense of fear. Yu Shen gradually rose, his gaze fixed on the screen where Oda Nobunaga donned a dark green gown, her beauty radiant like the most brilliant stars in the night sky. Her figure was graceful and enchanting, emanating a soft yet mysterious glow. She floated effortlessly in the air, arms outstretched, resembling a conductor wielding an invisible baton. With her movements, the stone giants slowly ascended, only to be reduced to mere scattered debris under her formidable power. Yu Shen smiled to himself, murmuring, "Indeed impressive. I hope you enjoy the ensuing game." With that, he infused more characters into the screen. After vanquishing the stone giants, Oda Nobunaga, relying on her immense abilities, dismantled all the traps set by Yu Shen, advancing unimpeded to the base of the sky tree. Yet, her followers had dwindled to but a FEWS. She gazed upon the sky tree, now transformed into a pillar of light. An alarm rang within her. She sensed that it concealed the prelude to a devastating storm, and the calamity must not be allowed to continue. Baka, a glint of determination flashed in Oda Nobunaga's eyes as she resolved to uproot the towering edifice entirely, thus eliminating any future threat. Just as she prepared to strike, a tall, slender man clad in a black trench coat, his hair streaked with gray, seemingly materialized from thin air, standing silently before her. Oda Nobunaga recognized him. While he was the source of her endless troubles, the one who had been orchestrating chaos from the shadows, she scrutinized this self-proclaimed calamity, and apart from his somewhat pallid complexion, he left her with the impression of an ordinary individual, unremarkable in appearance, stature, and demeanor, indistinguishable from the common passerby. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly mundane figure who possessed the extraordinary ability to hover in the air and stand against her, a power far beyond that of an ordinary person. The mighty tiger unleashes its full strength when pursuing a rabbit. Oda Nobunaga, undeterred, danced his fingers like ethereal sprites, tracing enchanting arcs in the air, swiftly confining Yu Shen within an elliptical sphere of translucent light. Almost immediately, Oda Nobunaga's hands, radiant as if adorned with constellations, clapped together with a resounding crack. In that instant, the space within the elliptical sphere appeared to be torn by an unseen force, manifesting visible distortions and collapses, while Yu Shen, amidst the crumbling space, was obliterated into nothingness. Oda Nobunaga smirked in disdain, a flicker of triumph crossing her eyes. But this feeling was fleeting, for Yu Shen's figure seemed to reconstruct from the void, re-emerging before her once more. While Yu Shen stood leisurely, hands casually tucked into his pockets, effortlessly articulating words laced with unmistakable mockery. "You Japanese woman, your temper is quite foul." The smile gracing his lips resembled a derisive stroke, vividly illustrating his scorn for Oda Nobunaga. "Baka, jibber-jabber, stop that nonsense, I can't understand you." Yu Shen nonchalantly dug at his ear with his pinky, his face a mask of disdain and disgust. Then, as if by chance, he flicked his pinky, a gesture imbued with mockery. With a sly grin, he mysteriously appeared before Oda Nobunaga, executing the secret technique of the esteemed Master Weian, unerring grasp swiftly and precisely. Oda Nobunaga was utterly unprepared for Yu Shen's sudden assault, which came like a bolt from the blue. Just as Yu Shen's hands, ghostly in their approach, reached for Oda Nobunaga's ample bosom, she let out a heart-wrenching scream, akin to a startled bird, retreating several meters, in a desperate escape, narrowly avoiding the intrusion. This technique, while not particularly harmful, bore a strong insult. Due to past experiences, Oda Nobunaga harbored a profound aversion to physical contact from the opposite sex, and being subjected to such a crude indignity ignited a wildfire of humiliation within her. "I shall kill you," she bellowed in a thunderous rage, transforming into a shooting star that streaked towards Yu Shen, her words punctuated by a clumsy attempt at Chinese. "Haha!" Yu Shen laughed heartily at Oda Nobunaga's beast-like charge. Then, like a gust of wind, he turned and fled. Seeing her quarry attempt to escape, Oda Nobunaga pursued relentlessly, akin to an arrow released from its bow. She unleashed a series of earth-shattering techniques upon Yu Shen, yet each time she fell just short. Meanwhile, Yu Shen retaliated with exceedingly vulgar tactics, more an act of lewd opportunism than a true counterattack. At this point, Oda Nobunaga had been consumed by a fury ignited by repeated humiliations. A singular, unwavering thought filled her mind: to tear this despicable scoundrel to pieces. Thus, the two engaged in a tense and exhilarating chase, like two bolts of lightning weaving and swirling around the Tokyo skytree. The scene breathtakingly intense, despite the apparent fervor of the battle. Oda Nobunaga was merely assaulting phantoms meticulously crafted by Yu Shen's magical techniques, while his true self remained atop the sky tower. Yu Shen's audacious display was not entirely of his own volition. The shards of gemstones had already been affixed to the machinery, signifying that his most potent trump card was rendered unusable. However, to safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, he had retained a few philosopher's stones, albeit these ephemeral treasures could only be employed in dire emergencies. After numerous calculations, Yu Shen finally devised an optimal strategy to confront Oda Nobunaga under his current circumstances. He first employed projection skills to deflect Nobunaga's formidable techniques, creating an illusion that he effortlessly commanded spatial attacks. Subsequently, he launched an audacious assault on her chest. For Nobunaga was not only a woman, but one of tragic lineage and immense strength. How could such a woman permit a man to brazenly toy with her? As Yu Shen anticipated, this audacious act ignited a firestorm of fury within Nobunaga. Yet this alone was insufficient. Yu Shen intricately wove a bewildering array of confusion on the battlefield, gradually eroding Nobunaga's psyche, inflaming her emotions, and allowing her rage to consume her reason like an inferno. This compelled her to relentlessly pursue Yu Shen's illusions, while the true peril of the sky tower remained obscured from her sight. Yu Shen felt a surge of relief. Though Nobunaga possessed extraordinary power, her thought processes were simplistic, and her approach was direct and British quintessential. Egomaniac. Were it not for this, he would have long since fled with his belongings in hand. Yu Shen inscribed characters with increasing swiftness. He remained wholly concentrated on disrupting Nobunaga's thoughts. Yet, at a critical juncture, an unforeseen discomfort surged within him. A sweetness coated his throat, followed by a series of distressing coughs, as crimson droplets erupted from his mouth, tracing tragic arcs in the air. This momentary lapse caused his fingers to falter, preventing several crucial characters from being inscribed in time. Not good. This is disastrous. Yu Shen's already pale complexion turned ashen, panic coursing through him. In that instant, he unhesitatingly expended all of his philosopher's stones. His right hand shot forth, transcending the boundary of the screen, aiming directly for Oda Nobunaga. The swiftness of his movement resembled that of a famished wolf lunging at a tiger, imbued with a sense of desperate resolve. Outside the sky tower, the momentary failure of interference unleashed a volcanic fury deep within Nobunaga. Her rage shattered the shackles of reason, spiraling into utter chaos. Driven by this fury, she resolved to compress her colossal energy to its zenith, poised to unleash a devastating force capable of reducing all to dust. Just as Nobunaga was about to unleash this cataclysmic power, a colossal azure hand descended like that of a divine being, firmly grasping her within its grasp. Boom! Did a deep and resounding thunderclap shatter the night sky, as Oda Nobunaga unleashed her devastating assault, only to have it stifled within the confines of an immense palm. Rendering its might impotent against the surroundings, as the colossal hand dissipated like mist, it revealed the tattered and partially exposed form of Oda Nobunaga, her complexion pale as parchment, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Clearly, she had suffered a violent backlash, though not fatal. She was utterly drained, unable to maintain her aerial suspension, and slowly descended to the ground, gasping for breath as she endeavored to regain a modicum of strength. Meanwhile, within the Tokyo Skytree, Yu Shen was instantaneously reduced to a mist of blood as Oda Nobunaga erupted. Her power far surpassed his expectations, catching him completely off guard. After exhausting all his Philosopher's Stones and finding himself in a dire predicament, he had no choice but to sacrifice all his flesh and 1/3 of his soul to barely withstand this cataclysmic strike. This unforeseen event nearly propelled Yu Shen into the abyss of tragedy. He gazed down at his ethereal form, which flickered between clarity and obscurity, filled with regret and resignation, muttering, "Damn it, this truly spells my end. Alas, it seems my past self will reap the benefits." He lifted his gaze toward the machine, recognizing that the final moments of the plan were at hand. He whispered to himself, "My past self, you must persevere and strive earnestly." What he once believed could be accomplished by seizing control and returning to the past now appeared futile with his soul irrevocably fragmented. He was left with no choice but to execute Plan B, granting his former self a fresh start. Then let me savor this final moment of joy as the ultimate moment approached. Yu Shen, now devoid of a corporeal form, resolved to take pleasure in witnessing the expressions of despair that would once again engulf those beneath him. He glided through the floor-to-ceiling window, as ethereal as smoke, drifting toward Oda Nobunaga. His gaze landed upon her half-clad figure, and with a slight bow and a hint of playful mockery, he remarked, "A pleasure to meet you, Miss X07. My previous actions were indeed somewhat impolite for that. I sincerely apologize. However, I must admit, your beauty is truly breathtaking, particularly your alluring bosom." "Ah, I nearly forgot to introduce myself. My name is Yu Shen." A voice, devoid of any apology and laced with a flippant tone, suddenly resonated in Oda Nobunaga's mind. This chaos, XE007, this was the designation bestowed upon her in that frigid laboratory, a name she loathed with fervor. Covering her bosom with one hand, she struggled to suppress her fury, retorting with venomous disdain, "Yu Shen, you dying wretch, dare you engage in banter with me? Do you not fear that I could scatter your insignificant remnants like smoke, rendering you utterly formless?" Yu Shen's voice flowed like a gentle spring breeze, buoyant and confident, echoing deep within Oda Nobunaga's consciousness. "If I feared you, would I stand so boldly before you? Moreover, your internal injuries remain unhealed. If you truly possess the ability, you would have acted against me long ago." Oda Nobunaga scoffed coldly. "Humph, I wouldn't require much strength to eliminate you in your current state. I am utterly convinced," Yu Shen responded with an air of nonchalance. In the face of such threats, his fearless demeanor only serving to intensify Oda Nobunaga's ire, her teeth grinding audibly in frustration. "Before I am sent to the netherworld. Before you reduce me to a state of utter despair, I have a small request," Yu Shen declared, wearing a mask of sincerity. "What trickery do you intend this time?" Oda Nobunaga hissed through clenched teeth, counting silently in her mind as if awaiting a pivotal moment. "Just a little more." Yu Shen slowly closed his eyes, immersing himself in the final tranquility, and moments later, he opened them, his gaze resolutely fixed on Oda Nobunaga, his voice imbued with anticipation and delight. "Since I am destined to perish by your hand, allow me to perform a grand illusion for you. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, with a soft snap of his fingers, an air of miraculous expectation enveloped the surroundings. Yet, silence prevailed, and no transformation occurred. "Ha ha ha! Your pitiful magic show has concluded. You may now proceed to... Oda Nobunaga's words trailed off. Her impending mockery halted as she stood, slack-jawed, before the astonishing sight. A street, littered with debris and suffused with anguish, suddenly teemed with a crowd of bewildered, terrified souls, stunned into silence. Oda Nobunaga gazed around, her eyes reflecting an incredulous terror. In that moment, an exhilarated yet malevolent voice resonated within the hearts of Oda Nobunaga and every resurrected being throughout Japan, reverberating like thunder in spring, chilling to the bone. Welcome back, everyone, and now perish. Oda Nobunaga whirled around, only to see Yu Shen transformed into a brilliant blue light, streaking across the night sky like a meteor, merging seamlessly with the silhouette of the sky tree. Immediately, a colossal, radiant magic circle began to manifest from the ground, its brilliance so dazzling that it seemed poised to envelop everything within this mysterious and solemn halo. The newly awakened beings, still unaccustomed to the joy of rebirth, were instantaneously disintegrated into countless minuscule particles, drawn into the luminous magic circle and vanishing within its vast light. Simultaneously, streams of blue light converged in the sky, gathering towards the apex of the sky tree, creating a scene of monumental grandeur. Had a satellite happened to pass over Japan at that moment, it would have captured this breathtaking tableau. The entirety of Japan cloaked in an enigmatic blue radiance, with light from every corner seemingly converging upon Tokyo, as if the entire nation bore witness to some mysterious and magnificent ritual. Under the vast and enigmatic magic circle, Oda Nobunaga struggled, her figure appearing insignificantly small amidst the intense radiance, akin to a valiant mantis attempting to shield itself from the oncoming colossal wheel of fate, both pitiable and admirable. Yet, as the overwhelming light surged forth like an unstoppable tide, she ultimately found herself powerless to alter her destiny. In that fleeting moment, after emitting a cry filled with resentment and fury, Oda Nobunaga was transformed into a myriad of particles, consumed by the magic circle. These particles, however, were extraordinarily large and luminous, representing her final rebellion, leaving behind traces of her existence within the blinding brilliance. Yu Shen gazed at the increasingly resplendent machine before him, and, without hesitation, leaped into its depths. That unforeseen calamity had snatched away his chance to reshape his fate, however. This was of little consequence, for he possessed the capacity to bestow formidable power and knowledge regarding the future upon his past self, that he firmly believed that when his former self received this bountiful gift, all his aspirations would surely come to fruition. At this moment, he embraced a heart full of hope, unwavering in his choice. Yu Shen immersed himself into the machine. Shards of gemstones suddenly radiated with a brilliance reminiscent of supernova explosion. Their power rapidly swelled to its zenith, culminating in a deafening roar as it erupted forth. Yet before this formidable energy could disperse into the surroundings, it was devoured by a small black vortex, no larger than a meter square, its surface entwined with ominous black lightning, as if the very air were being torn apart. With the disappearance of the black vortex, all energy dissipated into nothingness, leaving only a field of debris and scattered scraps of metal, silently recounting the events that had just transpired. Weeks later, the United Nations finally detected the anomaly in Japan, that a swift investigative team was assembled to probe the matter. Yet as a month slipped away, the sole spoils of their endeavor were the abandoned remnants and shattered magic circles within the Tokyo Skytree. Faced with such results, the United Nations was compelled to announce to the world a perplexing enigma. The once prosperous nation of Japan had seen its populace vanish without a trace. The news spread like a tempest across the globe. After a series of diplomatic maneuvers, the United Nations reached a decision and issued a momentous announcement that captured worldwide attention. Japan, the erstwhile Eastern island nation, although nominally retaining its seat in the United Nations, would officially be placed under the administration of the United Nations, given its inability to exercise national governance. Furthermore, the announcement sincerely invited all overseas Japanese nationals to return to their homeland and partake in the reconstruction efforts. Japan would fully open its immigration policies, welcoming citizens from all nations to apply for residency, with all associated costs to be borne by Japan's provisional government. The announcement, upon its release, immediately stirred a tremendous uproar across the globe. For the surviving Japanese citizens, this undoubtedly constituted a profound blow, as they sought solace amidst tears and despair. Even the most extreme among them resorted to self-sacrifice and protest, their silhouettes tracing haunting paths before the United Nations headquarters. Yet, In this world, fraught with anxiety and uncertainty following the extinguishing event, who remains with the leisure to attend to the joys and sorrows of this land? The small nations, who have suffered greatly due to the extinguishing event, now glimpse a flicker of hope. They have forged a pathway for the future of their citizens, alleviating the burdens on their governments, and their leaders may awaken from dreams with smiles upon their faces. Thus, Japan, a name loathed by the majority of the Chinese populace, has now become but an empty shell, existing in name only. Chapter 2. The Reset of the Past and Future. As the National Day of 2006 drew near, within the confines of the 3rd High School in Yu Shen, northeast China, the evening study bell had quietly ceased its toll. In the classroom of Class 5, only a few diligent students were occupied with cleaning, while the rest had departed, leaving the space nearly empty. Yu Shen, on the cusp of his 18th birthday, absent-mindedly wiped the blackboard, his heart inexplicably burdened with a sense of melancholy and unease. This day's mood felt as though he had suddenly lost the vigor and enthusiasm of days gone by, casting a shadow of unprecedented solitude over the forthcoming celebration. Yu Shen, we've finished, called a female classmate from behind him. Without turning, Yu Shen replied, "All right, you can go ahead. I'll lock the door." "Okay, soon." The classmates on duty began to leave one by one. Yu Shen deftly erased the remaining chalk marks from the blackboard, then brushed the chalk dust from his hands, producing a series of light, cheerful sounds. He meticulously scanned the classroom once more, ensuring everything was in order before shouldering his backpack, switching off the lights, and locking the door as he set out on his journey home. Typically, he would seize the opportunity to walk home alongside the girl he had secretly admired since middle school, cherishing those fleeting yet precious moments. However, today, due to his duty, he found himself solitary, navigating the dimly lit path alone, where the surrounding stillness seemed to envelop him, deepening his immersion in the solitude. The autumn breeze in northeast China no longer bore the gentle caress of summer, but carried a biting chill that sought to banish all warmth. Yet, for Yu Shen, this coldness seemed unable to penetrate his heart. Naturally untroubled by the chill, and with the distance between home and school being short, he strolled leisurely, knowing it was merely a 10-minute walk. Thus, he maintained a steady pace, neither hurried nor sluggish, as he made his way towards home. Yu Shen often wished the journey home could extend a little longer, particularly on the days when simulated exam results were announced. During such times, he would invariably face his mother's relentless nagging, her reproaches akin to the chilling winds of winter, leaving him feeling desolate. What vexed him further was that the girl he admired consistently outperformed him academically, making her seem like a distant star, radiant yet unattainable. The chasm between them appeared to widen with each passing day, rendering his feelings increasingly nebulous. Sigh. Next year is the college entrance examination. I wonder if I can attend the same school as her, he mused, letting out a heavy sigh, his heart laden with resignation. He possessed a clear understanding of his place in this world, where appearances often dictated first impressions. He was not the type to captivate at first glance. Despite his height giving him a slight edge in a crowd, his features were rather unremarkable, and a bit of extra weight rendered him less than proportionate. Perhaps this was the reason he could only guard his feelings in silence, too timid to express them openly. It's highly likely to be in vain. Unless I attend Lanxiang with her, mastering the mysteries of excavators while she perfects the art of hairstyling. Yu Shen chuckled to himself, a playful glint flashing in his eyes. The melody of Jay Chou's Simple Love involuntarily surfaced in my mind, and I began to hum it softly. For reasons unknown, I felt an unexpected surge of courage. My voice resonated with ease and a sense of freedom, as if the once unattainable dreams had suddenly become within reach. Suddenly, a few blue electric blossoms erupted in the air not far from Yu Shen, a scene so surreal that it compelled him to halt his steps, rubbing his eyes. He initially thought it was merely an optical illusion. Upon closer inspection, the electric flowers appeared almost alive, dancing in the air as if silently beckoning him. Driven by curiosity, Yu Shen leaned closer, extending his finger to touch the flowers that seemed capable of conversing with his soul. Unexpectedly, a black hole abruptly tore open before him, resembling a fissure in the night sky. Before he could utter even a startled gasp, he was engulfed by a torrent of bluish energy that erupted from the black hole, splattering across his face. In an instant, Yu Shen lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground as the dense bluish energy enveloped him tightly. As if possessing a will of its own, he was carried by this energy, slowly floating in the air, his body motionless, allowing the immense force to entwine and wash over him mercilessly. His body became an endless abyss, rapidly absorbing this energy. As the energy continued to flow into him, Yu Shen began to radiate a brilliant light, illuminating the surroundings with an intensity akin to the midday sun. Once he had fully absorbed the essence brimming with boundless energy, the brilliance emanating from him erupted violently, accompanied by a series of explosive crackles, akin to fireworks. The scattered energy pulses surged forth like untamed wild stallions, fiercely colliding with everything in their path. The nearby circuitry could not withstand such a fierce onslaught, short-circuiting and plunging the area into darkness. The extraordinary phenomenon dissipated in an instant, and Yu Shen, like a marionette with cut strings, plummeted to the ground in a chaotic tumble. Although it seemed prolonged, this spectacle unfolded in a mere 2 to 3 seconds. Within the nearby residential buildings, a clamor erupted. At that moment, the intense light outside, combined with the sudden blackout, left the residents both curious and bewildered. A few bold individuals, armed with flashlights, stepped out of their homes, determined to uncover the nature of the bizarre occurrence on the street. Yu Shen lay quietly on the cold ground, his exposed skin occasionally shimmering with a mysterious blue glow, as if concealing secrets unknown to others. Just then, a rectangular portal of light silently opened nearby, and 3 individuals clad in black combat suits and helmets emerged from the portal, their presence adding an air of tension to the tranquil street. The 3 figures, possessing East Asian features, silently observed the deeply unconscious Yu Shen under the moonlight. One among them, evidently the leader of the group, retrieved a black handheld computer from his pocket, the screen prominently displaying Yu Shen's photograph along with some crucial data. He fixated intently on the computer screen before him, then spoke to the other 2 in a calm, assertive tone. This is a routine temporal violation event, with the speed of time branch development and slope remaining stable. Confirm the identity of the time offender. Detain him. Upon receiving the command, a female soldier in the team briskly approached Yu Shen, her left hand gripping a peculiar collar, a powerful device capable of suppressing time. Once affixed, even those with extraordinary abilities would be rendered powerless. In that moment, all strength and pride would be bound by this small collar, vanishing into nothingness. Just as the female soldier was about to place the collar around Yu Shen's neck, he suddenly snapped awake from his stupor, his right hand shooting out like lightning to firmly grasp her wrist. Clearly seasoned in combat, the female soldier reacted with remarkable agility. As her wrist was firmly held, the weapon in her right hand, resembling an electric baton, flickered with energy, and without hesitation, she thrust it towards Yu Shen. In a swift motion, Yu Shen extended his left hand and, like a hawk seizing its prey, grasped the midsection of the baton and swiftly twisted it. Faced with his almost overpowering strength, the female soldier could barely defend herself. Her weapon was swept away as if caught in an invisible storm, instantaneously changing hands. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Shen seized the weapon and with fluid, rapid precision, plunged it forcefully into the female soldier's body. The sequence unfolded with such rapidity that her comrades had no time to react. With a piercing scream, the female soldier was consumed, her body disintegrating like ignited paper. The suddenness of the event, akin to a flash of lightning, left the other 2 soldiers stunned in the aftermath of her demise. At that moment, Yu Shen sprang into action, rising from the ground like a zombie, charging towards the 2 soldiers. Confronted by Yu Shen's formidable presence, the lead soldier hastily activated the advanced device he carried. In an instant, the air, sound, and even the silver moonlight in the area seemed to be frozen. Everything rendered still. He employed this mysterious device to reduce the surrounding time flow to 1/16 of its original speed, allowing only himself and his comrade to move at a normal pace. However, they soon faced a disheartening reality. The fugitive they were pursuing could entirely disregard the device's effects, and the slowed time around him began to miraculously return to normal, like melting snow and the emergence of spring waters, unstoppable. In the face of the soldiers' despairing gazes, Yu Shen thrust the weapon viciously into both of them. After eliminating the 3 would-be assailants, Yu Shen appeared to have exhausted all his strength. Teetering on the brink of collapse, the weapon slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground as a weary, resigned murmur escaped his lips. Damn. I should have held back a bit, or it would have been the end. Unfortunately, there was no time to inquire about who those 3 were. Damn it, now there's nothing left. With that, he succumbed to unconsciousness, his body crashing heavily onto the ground. Before Yu Shen's consciousness sank into the boundless darkness, he seemed to vaguely capture a profound sigh, laden with sorrow. This sound appeared to traverse the thick mist, gently brushing against his ear, infused with an ineffable emotion, reminiscent of a reluctant glance back at the past, yet seemingly imbued with deep concern for the fate of the future. Within the serene confines of the Tianshi mansion at Longhu Mountain in Jiangxi, the night enveloped the landscape like ink, illuminated only by the intermingling of moonlight and starlight in tranquil harmony. Zhang Jiwei, the 65th generation Tianshi, donned in his Taoist robe, stood in the square before the mansion, his gaze penetrating the night, fixated on the horizon. At this moment, the stars of 7 killings, Broken Army, and Greedy Wolf shone with an unusual brilliance, resembling 3 restless eyes casting an ominous glow across the night sky. In the realm of astrology, These three stars are marked as harbingers of misfortune. When they intertwine in a rare configuration, it foretells the impending descent into chaos. However, in this world, despite the ceaseless strife, no spark has yet ignited a world war. Furthermore, while the stars fell into the wild without a trace, this time, it seemed as though a mysterious force was guiding everything towards the north, leaving Zhang Jue perplexed. "I shall consult with Xiao Jin tomorrow," he murmured, slowly stroking his frost-like beard. Meanwhile, in the Xishan area of Beijing, at the Chinese Institute of Natural History, a modest two-story white building, ostensibly an academic institution for the study of nature and history, secretly operated with military backing, specializing in the handling of supernatural phenomena and foreign affairs. Those familiar with it preferred to refer to it as Unit 414. At this moment, in the monitoring room of Unit 414, the plump researcher Wang Dawei was exuberantly shouting while teaming up with his colleagues to raid Naxxramas. Occasionally glancing at the monitoring device for any changes, not particularly worried about being caught by his superiors since he was the sole operator on duty. The raid was proceeding remarkably well, having finally overcome the stubborn boss that had thwarted them for weeks, which greatly boosted Wang Dawei's sense of contribution as the primary healer. His timely healing during critical moments had saved the team from peril, earning him unanimous praise from his teammates, which made him feel rather elated. Just as he was lost in the thrill of the game, a sudden, sharp alarm pierced his eardrum like a bolt from the blue, causing him to spring up from his chair. Without even removing his headphones, he quickly rushed to the monitoring device, his eyes fixated on the fluctuating needle, which had inexplicably breached the limits of energy detection. In that instant, Wang Dawei's heart seemed to skip a beat as a shocking thought flashed through his mind. This immense energy response had only been recorded in the history of national experimental thermonuclear weapons. However, as he remained in a state of shock, the needle on the monitoring device abruptly plummeted as if enchanted, signaling the disappearance of that colossal energy. He disregarded the exclamations in his headphones and frantically checked the monitoring device for any malfunctions. After a thorough inspection, he confirmed that all circuits and connections were functioning properly, undoubtedly validating that the explosive energy had indeed existed moments before. The astonishment within Wang Dawei was unparalleled. He swiftly organized the data and compiled a report on this peculiar phenomenon, urgently submitting it to his superiors. He was now certain that he would no longer have the opportunity to idly pass the time in the near future. The winds and snow of the Himalayas, though biting and fierce, could not disturb the slightest tranquility of the Kamatage. The illustrious Ancient One, a peerless supreme sorcerer, stood quietly at the mountain's peak, her hands clasped behind her back, gazing through layers of snow-capped peaks towards the distant east. As the representative of the Vishanti, she bore the grave responsibility of monitoring various dimensions and safeguarding Earth from external incursions. Yet, at that very moment, she sensed a tremendous energy that shook the heavens and the earth, breaching the barriers of dimension and descending upon the East. The East, an ancient and enigmatic land, has long been a confluence of numerous legends and powers. It conceals many unknown secrets and harbors countless ancient and formidable forces. Under its unique laws, explorers from all dimensions dare not tread lightly. Even the mightiest like the Vishanti can only establish an observation post at the periphery, awaiting permission. Millennia have passed, and that place has remained in a state of tranquility, so serene that all dimensions nearly forgot its terrifying nature. However, this peace has now been shattered, a turn of events that would undoubtedly alert all dimensions. The Ancient One gently withdrew her gaze and effortlessly conjured a portal leading to the sanctum of New York. She resolved to utilize the Eye of Agamotto there to prepare for any potential crisis that may arise. Deep beneath Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters lies a mysterious, technologically advanced blue spherical chamber. Within this unique space, Professor Charles Xavier, with the assistance of Jean Grey, slowly donned the legendary Cerebro, a device designed to amplify mental waves. This was not merely a routine task for him. It was his sacred mission to protect and seek out mutants worldwide, particularly those young mutants standing at the crossroads of their lives. Through this marvelous machine, the professor's consciousness could penetrate through layers of fog, reaching every corner of the world to find those isolated and fearful souls, extending a hand of help, offering them hope and belonging. At the moment he activated the device, the blue chamber disintegrated into an expansive and boundless deep red cosmos. In this universe, the soul projections of humanity shone like countless stars, each point of light a reflection of a life. The joyous laughter, excited cheers, whispered envy, cries of release, sympathetic sighs, sorrowful weeping, furious roars, and contented sighs, 27 complex and varied human emotions surged like a tidal wave, crashing against the consciousness dam of this powerful mutant. Amidst the ocean of sounds, he endeavored to locate the fragile souls of children in need of protection. Just then, one projection erupted in a blinding light. its intensity so overwhelming that it momentarily stilled the deep red cosmos, its colors significantly fading. In tandem, a sharp hum pierced the professor's eardrums, causing a fleeting disorientation and bewilderment within his mind. The professor hastily removed the device from his head, anguish etched upon his features. The incessant buzzing in his ears resembled a swarm of bees, lingering for a considerable duration before gradually subsiding. Once he finally liberated himself from the torment of the intense tinnitus, he became aware of the urgent and fervent call of Qin Galei beside him. "Professor, how are you?" Her voice was laden with concern and unease as she anxiously gazed at him. The professor rubbed his slightly dizzy head, lifted it, and reassured Qin, "Do not worry. I am fine." His tone, though calm, betrayed a hint of the unusual in his slightly pallid complexion. "Professor, what has happened?" Qin Galei inquired with genuine concern. "I witnessed the birth of a powerful alpha mutant, but I do not know where he is." A profound sense of worry and guilt permeated the professor's voice, as if his soul were burdened by an invisible weight. A month later, Yu Shen slowly opened his eyes, immediately sensing something unusual in his nostrils. Instinctively, he reached out and pulled away the discomforting object, discovering it to be two slender oxygen tubes. Just as he pondered his whereabouts, a pair of gentle and warm arms enveloped him, pulling him into a tender embrace. At that moment, the heart-wrenching cries of his mother, Zhui Huiying, echoed in his ears. "You little rascal, you scare me to death." It turned out that Zhui Huiying had been vigilantly watching over her son for an entire month, and upon seeing her son awaken from a month-long coma, she could no longer contain her overwhelming emotions and burst into tears. Initially startled, Yu Shen's eyes suddenly filled with a molten fervor akin to a raging tide, brimming with profound longing and excitement for his mother. This emotional surge was intense and pure, nearly overwhelming him, as tears welled in his eyes, threatening to spill over. He quickly suppressed his emotions, discreetly wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes, and looked at his noticeably thinner mother with a half-teasing, half-exasperated tone, saying, "Mother, if you hold me like this, my neck will snap." Startled, Zhui Huiying hurriedly released Yu Shen, but the moment she saw the playful smile on his face, she understood that he was teasing her. She playfully punched him twice, scolding, "You little rascal." Zhui Huiying, henceforth referred to as Yu Ma, informed her husband, Yu Zhigua, and shortly thereafter, they embarked on the journey for a health examination. During a series of intricate and detailed medical procedures, Yu Zhigua hurried to the hospital, accompanied by Yu Shen's grandparents. Upon discovering that Yu Shen's health was surprisingly robust, the heavy burden that had pressed upon the family's hearts for over a month finally lifted, and smiles, long absent, blossomed on their faces. Miraculously, Yu Shen awoke from a month-long deep coma. Although the doctors found it perplexing for Yu Shen's parents, they were not inclined to delve into the mysteries of medicine. Their only desire was for their beloved son to be safe and sound. Thus, they swiftly concluded all the discharge formalities, and Father Yu resolved to treat Yu Shen to a sumptuous meal today. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Yu Shen's parents began ordering dishes as if attempting to compensate for every meal their son had missed over the past month. The culinary delights arrived one after another, each more tantalizing than the last, captivating the senses and invoking a hearty appetite. Despite Yu Shen's growling stomach, which seemed to protest audibly, he observed that his grandparents had yet to touch their chopsticks. Although he felt a sense of urgency within, he adhered to the familial etiquette instilled in him. When the elders do not begin, the younger ones must wait. Noticing her son's predicament, Yu Ma leaned closer to Yu Shen and whispered, "Just wait a moment. Your sister will be here shortly." "My sister?" Yu Shen was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was about to seek clarification, a petite girl, around 13 or 14 years of age, burst into the private room with great enthusiasm. Clad in a purple and white school uniform, she possessed large, expressive eyes and a petite nose, her forehead glistening with sweat, clearly having rushed from school. "Brother, you're awake," the girl exclaimed, her joy palpable as she clung to Yu Shen like an octopus, shaking him with unrestrained exuberance. "Ah, stop shaking." With some effort, Yu Shen managed to detach the girl from himself, gazing at this familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar figure, rendered momentarily perplexed. Perceiving the confusion in Yu Shen's eyes, the girl waved her small hands in front of him and turned to Yu Ma, saying, "Mom, is my brother silly?" Faced with the frowning girl, whose eyes brimmed with concern, Yu Shen suddenly recalled. Indeed, he had a younger sister named Yu Jingjing, recognized as a prodigious talent in the Yu family. Though only 14, her knowledge rivaled that of any senior high school student, and she often patiently tutored him in his studies. As realization dawned, Yu Shen instinctively tapped her head with his finger, saying, "You're the silly one." In Yu Shen's future memories, Yu Jingjing did not exist. Yet, her sudden appearance in his life caused a collision of memories from two timelines, momentarily short-circuiting his mind. Ouch! Yu Jingjing recoiled slightly from the gentle, yet firm tap, while Yu Shen dismissed the fleeting confusion his eyes once again radiating the fondness he typically held for her. Seeing Yu Shen return to his usual self, she lightly patted her slightly protruding chest and sighed in relief. Thank goodness, I'm already silly enough. I can't afford to be a fool. Looking for a fight? Yu Shen feigned anger, raising his fist in jest. Yu Jingjing quickly dodged behind their grandmother, making funny faces while playfully whining. Grandma, look at my brother. All right. He.S. just joking with you. Their grandmother chuckled, pulling her beloved granddaughter from behind her. Grandma is biased, Yu Jingjing complained, shaking her grandmother's arm in playful defiance. Enough of that. Come and eat, Yuma gently urged, understanding that her daughter was expressing her joy in her own unique way. Obediently, Yu Jingjing sat beside Yu Shen, and the two siblings exchanged playful grimaces. In this warm and delightful atmosphere, the entire family partook in the evening meal. Yet only Yu Shen understood that this dinner marked a new beginning after a pivotal turn in their family's fate. Following dinner, Yu's father decided to escort the two elderly back home, while his sister hurried off to attend evening classes. Yu Shen and his mother stepped together through the familiar, cozy doorway of their home. In his modest room, Yu Shen stretched out his body on the bed, his gaze fixed vacantly on the ceiling, where hung a half-length poster of the basketball deity, Michael Jordan. The eyes of Jordan in the poster radiated a gentle, yet resolute light, as if silently imparting the message to persevere against all odds. Throughout the past month, the physical transformations and Yu Shen's aspirations for the future had become abundantly clear to him upon awakening. He clenched his fist, feeling the robust energy pulsating within him. Overall, the fragments of the information gemstone had endowed him with almost mythical abilities, such as manipulating information, weaving memories, and rewriting perceptions. Furthermore, the fusion with the essence of his future self had granted him a wealth of experiences and knowledge. However, this rapid and shocking metamorphosis left him with an ethereal sense of detachment from reality, as if he stood at the precipice between the tangible and the dreamlike. Filled with both excitement and confusion, slowly, Yu Shen raised his right arm, and with a mere thought, his limb was enveloped by white lightning, crackling and dancing as if alive. Beneath this tempest, his skin manifested patches of azure scales, and his fingers transformed into steel-like appendages, sinewy and sharp as blades. This power was derived from an ancient magical civilization in the Shadow Universe, known as the dragon-slaying sorcery, which bestowed upon its wielder the formidable physique of an ancient dragon and the capacity for utter destruction. He closed his eyes once more, as the sounds of the world seemed to converge at that moment. Upon keenly listening, he could discern the sweet notes of music enjoyed by the girl he had long admired, situated 2 buildings away. He could hear the fierce scuffle between 2 stray cats, 5 kilometers to the north, vying for a female, and even the distant rumble of a construction crew performing excavation work 50 kilometers to the west. Such abilities were indeed remarkably convenient. A smile crept across Yu Shen's lips. As long as he wished, every sound within a 50-kilometer radius would be within his auditory grasp. This formidable strength was a profound gift from his future self to his present self, serving as vital capital for the struggles and endeavors that lay ahead. To describe his future as merely thorn-laden would be an understatement. For the sake of his family and the deep-seated hopes he had forged with his life for his future self, he would bravely embark on this path fraught with bloodshed and flames. He straightened his posture and, addressing the indistinct reflection in the glass window, sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you. In his heart, Yu Shen held deep appreciation for his future self, not only for bestowing upon him extraordinary powers, but also for having, in his moment of vulnerability, summoned the last vestiges of strength to vanquish the unknown adversaries that had emerged. Due to the actions of those 3, the future self has been left in a state of utter despair, failing even to fulfill the wish of casting a final glance at his parents. He has vowed to uncover the forces behind those 3 and seek justice for his future self. Mother, I have returned. Where's my brother? A voice from outside the room belongs to his sister, Yu Jingjing, who has just come back from evening study. He is in his room, Yuma replied. No sooner had Yuma's words left her lips than a gentle knock resonated from Yu Shen's room. Brother, are you asleep? Came Yu Jingjing's inquiry from outside. Upon opening the door, Yu Shen saw Yu Jingjing standing there, her school bag still in hand. Playfully, he ruffled her hair, teasing, the little genius is back. This playful banter was a cherished game between them, as Yu Jingjing excelled academically while Yu Shen struggled. Thus, he often tousled her hair, claiming he was borrowing a bit of her brilliance for himself. Each time her hair was ruffled, Yu Jingjing would squeal in surprise. And this occasion was no exception. Struggling to pry his hand away, she pouted, I told you not to mess with my hair. Though she feigned annoyance, she never shied away, revealing her playful spirit. Yu Shen tossed her backpack onto the bed, inviting his sister into the room, his face adorned with a beaming smile as he gazed at her. Yet, Yu Jingjing felt a sense of unease under his watchful gaze, questioning, Brother, what's wrong? Nothing. I just haven't seen you in a while, Yu Shen replied with a grin. However, Yu Jingjing sensed something peculiar about her brother, and his smile sent a shiver down her spine. In a slightly flustered manner, she said, "Oh, I just came to check on you. I'll head back to study now." With that, she grabbed her backpack and hurried away. "Mother, why does my brother seem so strange?" Once Yu Shen locked the door, he could still hear his sister whispering to their mother. The smile on his face faded, replaced by an unmistakable gravity. Influenced by the profound affection for his family and his fervent quest for superpowers, he had overlooked a crucial matter: the alignment of timelines that deeply troubled his future self. The reality of his sister had silently confirmed that the timeline had indeed been altered. The extent to which this change would ripple through their lives remained uncertain. Yu Shen meticulously compared his future self with his present self, discovering that aside from memories associated with Yu Jingjing, there were scarcely any notable differences. However, this comparison was confined to the life memories he had accumulated over the years, and he was yet unable to verify aspects related to the Avengers, the Infinity Stones, and Thanos. Fortunately, Captain America's heroic deeds were chronicled in Yu Shen's world history textbook, and having watched the American television series inspired by the Howling Commandos, the A-Team, provided him with a measure of reassurance. He could only hope that the discrepancies between now and the future would be minimal. Otherwise, how could his future self find peace in the afterlife? In the dead of night, as every breath within the room sank into slumber, Yu Shen quietly pushed open the window, akin to a nocturnal feline, nimbly leaping down into the darkness. Since ancient times, the vastness of the sky, the brilliance of the stars, and the boundless ocean have perpetually stirred the deepest desires and obsessions within the hearts of humanity with their enigmatic visage. The sensation of flight is undeniably exhilarating. Yu Shen closed his eyes, savoring the night breeze that rushed towards him, a liberating feeling akin to shedding all restraints. Nevertheless, it was time to focus on serious matters. He directed his flight towards his school, aware that the computer in the microcomputer class, overseen by his teacher, had internet access. In Liao County, broadband had only recently become widespread, and his family, with 2 children to support, could hardly afford such luxuries. He opened the window and slipped into the microcomputer classroom, where he accessed the teacher's computer, the login password on the spherical monitor being a mere formality for him. Utilizing this antiquated 586 computer as a conduit, he extended his reach into the core of global intelligence, the SHIELD database. Yu Shen unleashed the power of information, stealthily infiltrating the vast central database of SHIELD like a practiced thief, deftly navigating through labyrinthine firewalls and silently unlocking numerous tightly sealed doors to information, seeking those hidden, crucial secrets within the abyss-like ocean of data. He needed to ascertain whether the fates of core members of the Avengers, Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, Clint Barton, Natasha Romanoff, Steve Rogers, and Thor Odinson, remained unchanged as he recalled. Although the whereabouts of Steve Rogers and Thor Odinson remained elusive, he was fortunate to find that the other heroes seemed unscathed by the peculiar distortions of the timeline, steadfastly adhering to their destined paths. A clear testament to this was Tony Stark, the brilliant playboy, who had already forged the legendary Mark I armor. Bruce Banner, predictably, had transformed into the Hulk, vanishing from the pursuit of the U.S. military. As for Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton, they had long since pledged their allegiance to the one-eyed Nick Fury. There was no need to dwell on the fates of these heroes. The most pressing task at hand was to locate the pivotal artifact, the Tesseract, capable of thwarting Thanos. However, despite his extensive searches and perusal of countless documents, he found little beyond the occasional mention of the Tesseract. Yet, deep within the archives, he stumbled upon a secret project closely related to the Tesseract, Project Pegasus. Gazing at the scan information regarding Project Pegasus displayed on the spherical screen, Yu Shen understood that this endeavor was undoubtedly extraordinary, and the only individual privy to its secrets was likely the One-Eyed Fury. Alas, what was this? The 1995 Kree invasion. As he sifted through a series of perplexing files on Project Pegasus, Yu Shen unexpectedly unearthed a deliberately concealed document. It was an operational report penned by Nick Fury himself when he was but a senior agent. The report meticulously chronicled a covert military operation against extraterrestrial invaders. But what truly captivated him was the era in which it transpired, 1995. In that era, before the egg-headed figure ascended to the position of director of SHIELD, this detail served as a key, unlocking a door within Yu Shen's heart. A figure materialized in his mind, the former director of SHIELD, Alexander Pierce, who perhaps held the secrets of the Tesseract, had now transformed into a council member, a covert high-ranking Hydra operative. The future self of Yu Shen was acutely aware of this old man's hidden depths, and he knew that he would eventually need to play this card. At present, this individual represented the greatest hope for uncovering the Tesseract. Yu Shen meticulously sifted through the intelligence concerning Pierce during his tenure, examining each piece. What was this? A confidential document unearthed by Pierce from the depths of the U.S. Department of Defense ignited Yu Shen's intense curiosity. This document unveiled a staggering secret. In 1988, the Department of Defense first made contact with a group of extraordinarily intelligent mechanical life forms with mysterious transformative abilities, who referred to themselves as the Cybertronians. By 1990, the U.S. military had even engaged in brief cooperation with these visitors from a distant planet. The Cybertronians' objective on Earth was to locate one of their kind named Optimus Prime and a mysterious artifact known as the Allspark. Pierce had ample reasons to believe that the Department of Defense not only discovered traces of the Allspark, but might have concealed its secret near the Hoover Dam. As Yu Shen gazed at the photographs depicting several towering, imposing robots, he began to feel a sense of disquiet, for his future memories contained no such hulking metal entities. To clarify the situation, Yu Shen infiltrated the U.S. Department of Defense's database, searching for any information regarding the Cybertronians, yet found nothing. Thus, he arrived at two conclusions. Either these Cybertronians had departed from Earth, but if the Allspark truly remained here, they would undoubtedly return, or they had never left at all. Lurking in some hidden corner of the Earth, considering their transformed forms resembled vehicles quite closely. However, Yu Shen speculated that these massive iron behemoths would likely have no interest in the Infinity Stones if they did pursue the stones. It would be fortuitous to turn them into his subordinates. Could mere constructs of metal, circuitry, and programming truly stand as his adversaries? What else was there? The Cuban Missile Crisis. Mutants. Goodness, the most severe timeline anomaly had emerged. Yu Shen trembled in astonishment. Mutants, that beleaguered race, stirred tumultuous ripples deep within his memories. In the tapestry of his future recollections, the Dark Phoenix incident of the 1990s resembled a tempest, cleaving the X-Men, who sought harmonious coexistence with humanity, in two. On that fateful night, heroes such as Professor X, Cyclops, Beast, and Mystique fell one after another. Their sacrifices shone like brilliant meteors streaking across the night sky, leaving a heart-wrenching void. Jean Grey, in a bid to quell the rampant Phoenix Force, resolutely embarked upon the path of self-sacrifice, akin to an ancient saint. In the wake of the professor's demise, the once luminary Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters became the eye of the storm. Malevolent shadows descended suddenly, wreaking havoc upon this sanctuary like a tempest, mercilessly obliterating its haven. The youths of the mutants, their eyes brimming with indomitable spirit, constructed the final bastion with their flesh and blood. Though valiant, they ultimately found themselves powerless, and the illustrious Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters was reduced to ashes amidst the flames. As time wore on, mutants gradually became the focal point of societal scrutiny. Manipulated by insidious forces, they were thrust into opposition against the common populace. The embittered Magneto reformed the Hellfire Club, transforming himself into a global menace of unparalleled threat. Henceforth, apart from China and a few third-world nations, almost all developed and developing countries enacted draconian isolation policies against mutants, with some even legislating the deprivation of their human rights. Under this nearly global oppression, news of mutants nearly vanished from 2010 onwards. Yet in Yu Shen's memory, the figures of the X-Men shimmered like lightning, weaving through the shadows of catastrophe and tyranny. They were the harbingers of justice, fearlessly confronting all malevolent forces threatening mutant safety. They were not only warriors against natural disasters, but also an unyielding bulwark against those who persecuted their kin, seeking to rend the world with extreme racism. Despite the formidable challenges mutants faced in this world, through the steadfastness and struggle of the X-Men, most mutants ultimately attained a hard-earned respect and justice. Delving into the depths of S.H.I.E.L.D.S. archives, Yu Shen resembled an archaeologist unearthing the secrets of ancient civilizations, meticulously comparing all mutant files with two memories etched in his mind. It was as if he had parted the clouds to behold the light. He was astonished to discover that from the historical juncture of the Cuban Missile Crisis, the river of mutant fate had diverged. Those two pivotal events, the arrival of the apocalypse and the awakening of the Dark Phoenix, seemed to have been quietly erased by the hands of time, leaving no trace behind. For mutants, this was undeniably a fortunate turn of events. However, for Yu Shen, it was not entirely a blessing. Just as the most perilous arrows are drawn taut at the bowstring's peak, the path ahead concealed countless possibilities, and no one could predict whether these two cataclysmic occurrences would, at an unguarded moment, resurface. Wait, why are there so few reports of mutants in Asia? As Yu Shen perused the dense intelligence, this question struck him with force. He discerned that since records began, particularly before 1980, the traces of mutants on the lands of East Asia and Southeast Asia were as rare as morning stars. Even more perplexing was the fact that among the documented incidents of mutant persecution, nearly 90% of the victims were of Caucasian, black, or brown skin, while those of yellow skin appeared as a rarity, and when present, they predominantly belonged to mixed heritage. This led him to speculate that perhaps, within the populations of East Asia and Southeast Asia, the mysterious substance known as the gene did not exist. But why was this so? Yu Shen pondered in vain. Research indicates that all humans on Earth share a common ancestor. The genes of all are fundamentally the same, with only the singular variants determining group affiliation, all of which can be traced. Yet, the genes appeared as if conjured from thin air, exhibiting an unsettling instability. This phenomenon, which seems to defy the very principles of evolution, resembles a clumsy jest played by a deity upon humanity, evoking both astonishment and bewilderment. Could it be that these beings are not descendants of Earth? At that moment, Yu Shen was unaware that his seemingly absurd speculation had indeed grazed the truth regarding the origins of mutants. His discoveries that night were abundant, revealing many sordid secrets that had long been concealed, which would later serve as valuable leverage for him. Regrettably, the cosmic cube yielded no clues. Left with no choices, Yu Shen erased all traces, shut down his computer, and flew back home. Lying on his bed, he gazed at the poster of Michael Jordan above him, while his mind wandered through a myriad of thoughts. The wheel of fate had veered away from the preordained path etched in his memories, no longer adhering to a predetermined course. Faced with the future, it was evident that solitary endeavors would be insufficient to reach his aspirations. He understood that to navigate this thorn-strewn path with steady resolve, he must devise a strategy and strengthen himself, ready to leap over challenges like Jordan, forging ahead to claim victory in every endeavor. With 2007 fast approaching, time was of the essence. He needed to seek that spark. After a brief nap, Yu Shen emerged from his warm cocoon, freshened up, and savored a sumptuous breakfast before embarking on his journey to school. After all, the coming year was pivotal for countless students, marking the critical juncture of the college entrance examination. Now that his health was restored, his parents were adamant about not allowing him to squander this golden opportunity for academic advancement. Upon entering the classroom, Yu Shen's presence astonished his classmates, who were genuinely delighted to see him triumph over illness after 3 years of camaraderie. However, the curriculum for the senior year was nothing short of grueling. Out of 4 classes in the morning, 3 were dedicated to examinations, a relentless pace that even seasoned students could not help but grumble about. As the noon bell rang, weary students hastily returned home, their sole aim to seize a fleeting moment of respite after lunch. To Yu Shen's delight, he discovered a remarkable leap in his learning capabilities after just one morning. He was able to read effortlessly, absorbing information with remarkable speed. Take, for instance, the English assessment. Words that had previously eluded him now flowed effortlessly onto the page. In his quiet satisfaction, he chose not to pursue a perfect score, opting instead to incrementally raise his grades, laying a solid foundation for the impending college entrance examination. While his English studies sailed smoothly, the formidable mountain of mathematics loomed ominously ahead, proving to be far less accommodating. During the exam, formulas and theorems that had once appeared as cryptic as ancient texts suddenly became clear in his mind, and he grappled with understanding their underlying principles. He realized that despite his extraordinary information processing abilities, the fog of mathematics was still elusive. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. For gaining admission to university was merely a pawn in the game to appease his parents, not the key to his future. The vitality of youth is inexhaustible. Even after a morning of mental exertion, they remained brimming with energy during the afternoon classes, as if the fatigue of the earlier hours had never existed. Yu Shen's gaze is fixed upon the teacher's writing on the board, his pen busily dancing across his notebook. To an observer, he appears utterly engrossed in the lecture. However, in truth, he is merely lost in a daydream. If his desk mate were to compare his notes with the teacher's writing, she would be astonished to discover that his handwriting mirrors the teacher's with uncanny precision. Experience has shown that such extraordinary abilities are remarkably suited for idleness. After the evening study session, Yu Shen went in his sister's classroom to escort her home. Upon seeing her brother unexpectedly appear, Yu Jingjing's eyes sparkled with surprise. Ever since Yu Shen had nurtured a secret infatuation for Shang Shaoling, he had ceased to wait at the classroom door for her to accompany him home as he once did. During that period, although the bond between the siblings remained deep, Yu Jingjing felt a twinge of loneliness and disappointment. This evening, when Yu Shen's figure came into her view, a wave of warmth surged within her, filling her with immense joy and comfort. With a skip in her step, Yu Jingjing approached her brother, her eyes twinkling with playful curiosity as she softly inquired, "Why didn't you wait for me?" Yu Shen effortlessly lifted the heavy backpack from her shoulders and slung it over his own, playfully ruffling her hair as he feigned indifference, saying, "What is there to wait for? Let us go home." "You're messing up my hair again," she complained, quickly trying to fix her tousled locks while playfully pouting. Listening to her little grievances, a gentle smile involuntarily crept across Yu Shen's face as he softly replied, "All right. I won't mess it up anymore. Let us head home together." With that, he took her small hand in his, and they walked home beneath the twinkling starlight. Yu Jingjing tilted her youthful face upward, stealing glances at Yu Shen's profile, her heart swelling with delight. Though she had recently celebrated her 14th birthday, the age gap made her feel particularly isolated within her class. Additionally, her academic performance created an invisible chasm, making it difficult to bridge the gap with her peers. Fortunately, during her elementary and middle school years, her brother Yu Shen's companionship had been like a warm ray of sunshine, illuminating her otherwise monotonous academic life. However, ever since he began to revolve around Shang Xiaoling in high school, she felt deprived of that sunlight, sinking into a shadow of loneliness. Despite her youth, Yu Jingjing's emotional maturity far surpassed her years, even exceeding that of her brother in the past. She had learned to bury her feelings of solitude and disappointment deep within, concealing her vulnerabilities from others. In this moment, all she desired was for her brother to, like today, no longer be solely preoccupied with Shang Xiaoling, but to occasionally spare a little time for her. That alone would bring her immense satisfaction. Yu Shen had long discerned the delicate sentiments nestled within Yu Jingjing's heart. There was no need for words to express them. He had resolved to silently protect their home from the shadows, pouring his future strength into it. For was that not what the future him yearned for? As for Shang Xiaoling, she was merely a tempest of youthful hormones in his tender years. Regardless of where he might venture in the future, their paths were fated never to intersect again. In the early hours of dawn, after ensuring his family was soundly asleep, Yu Shen prepared to embark on an exploration of the Hoover Dam. Flying across the vast expanse of America in the dead of night seemed rather foolish. Thus he meticulously inscribed the unique incantations for a high-level spatial gate upon the white walls of his room. This spatial gate represented a temporal and spatial magic he had mastered, possessing the remarkable ability to traverse vast distances instantaneously. However, to activate this extraordinary portal, he first needed to unlock the precise coordinates of his destination. Yu Shen deftly wielded his pen, swiftly inscribing intricate lines and runes upon the wall. His movements fluid and confident as he infused the forming patterns with his profound magical energy. Once the final line was etched, a dazzling chain pattern composed of dense pentagrams and enigmatic magical script began to illuminate the wall, materializing into a mesmerizing vortex of starlight. Seizing the moment, he subsequently cast another spell within his chamber, establishing a personal spatial anchor. This anchor functioned much like a teleportation point in a game, allowing him to return to this designated location instantaneously, regardless of where he might find himself. Moreover, he could establish multiple such anchors, significantly enhancing his mobility. With preparations complete, he stepped boldly into the spatial gate depicted on the wall. Yu Shen had committed the geographical coordinates of the Hoover Dam to memory the previous night. Though the clues to the cosmic cube remained shrouded in mystery, he was resolute in his pursuit of the so-called source of the spark. His faith in the accuracy of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence was unwavering, akin to a navigator's reliance on the North Star. To remain ignorant of the potential secrets hidden in this location would be tantamount to willingly relinquishing a treasure within reach. The Hoover Dam, straddling the border between Nevada and Arizona, was constructed in 1931 and stands as an immensely significant hydraulic engineering marvel in American history. Upon its completion, it ensured a reliable irrigation water source for 700,000 hectares of arid land in California and Arizona. Currently, this irrigation district generates over $1 billion in agricultural products annually and provides domestic water for 32 million households. The grandeur of Las Vegas, one of the world's major gambling cities, owes much to the Hoover Dam. At this moment, it was around 8 or 9 in the morning in America. Aside from the chirping of birds, the Hoover Dam appeared devoid of human presence, as nature seemed to revel in its tranquility. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, cascading onto the dam's surface and casting a golden glow, enhancing the splendor of this human engineering marvel. On such a serene morning, a swirling starlight curtain abruptly emerged from the towering dam wall, capturing the attention of the surrounding birds, which ceased their chirping, seemingly intrigued by this sudden spectacle. As the starry veil stabilized, a figure gradually stepped forth, the first thing to come into view being a foot clad in Chinese-made Jordan sneakers. Shortly thereafter, a young man dressed simply emerged from the luminous curtain. Yu Shen appeared to enact a silent comedy, inadvertently stepping into the void, his body plummeting headfirst in a linear descent. He had not anticipated that the spatial gate, a form of magical engineering, would possess such inconvenient traits. The portal's capricious nature rendered safety wholly reliant on one's luck. This minor mishap did not pose a significant challenge for Yu Shen. He effortlessly halted his downward trajectory, gradually ascending to the summit of the dam, his gaze wandering as he surveyed his surroundings. In such an expansive area, how was he to locate his target? For a moment, Yu Shen found himself at a loss, yet when his eyes fell upon the two transformers at the base of the dam, inspiration struck him like a flash of lightning. If the fire seed were indeed hidden here, the foolish thief eagle would undoubtedly have explored it. Such research would necessitate energy. And apart from irrigation, Power generation stood as the Hoover Dam's primary function. Yu Shen had no faith that the research facility established by the foolish thief eagle would employ an alternative power system by merely following the current's flow. He would effortlessly uncover its location. With a graceful leap, Yu Shen resembled a live panther as he descended to the dam's base. He casually selected a transformer, placing his hand upon its surface. Closing his eyes, he allowed his abilities to flow in harmony with the pulsating electric current, and soon he sensed an immense surge of electricity coursing through the dam's foundation, directed downwards. Following this powerful current, he stealthily descended. Indeed, he had found it. Through the current, Yu Shen easily located the clandestine research base. With a mere thought, he effortlessly transformed all the cameras that once guarded the base into his eyes, enabling him to glimpse its secrets. With these newfound vantage points, the research facility unfolded before him like a woman stripped of her veils, revealing everything without reservation. How vast it is! Yu Shen marveled. Silently manipulating the angles of the various cameras, he scrutinized the research base. Towering several dozen meters high, it sprawled across an area equivalent to 3 football fields. The interior was judiciously partitioned into distinct zones, each interconnected by a massive tunnel. Among the most striking zones were one housing a colossal robot exceeding 10 meters in height, and another containing a black cube over 10 meters tall. Its surface adorned with enigmatic hieroglyphs. Whether it be the astonishing robot or the cube brimming with the unknown, both were ensnared by an intricate web of instruments and pipelines. Clusters of researchers busied themselves around these devices, their movements orderly and synchronized, akin to a colony of industrious ants. Armed guards, stationed every 10 paces, underscored the base's extraordinary importance and mystery. Fixated on the scene within, Yu Shen furrowed his brow and quietly assessed. The robot must be the Cybertronian mentioned in the files. And the fire seed was likely concealed within that cube. Although the external world remained tranquil, his unique ability probing into the base revealed an energy wavelength emanating from the cube that was distinctly different. Furthermore, the massive iron mass had been silently sending out distress signals. Regrettably, these signals were ruthlessly obstructed by the thick concrete walls, equivalent to 4 football fields, rendering the outside world oblivious to any messages. After meticulously observing every corner of the base through the camera, Yu Shen gently retracted his abilities. Although he possessed unwavering confidence in his powers, he was not the type to recklessly charge into danger in broad daylight. As the ancients wisely advised, caution ensures a vessel's longevity. He planned to return after dinner, when the night would cloak the area, allowing for a significant reduction in potential troubles. Setting the anchor point, Yu Shen made his way home. After a long and tedious day of classes, during the final period of the afternoon, he silently employed his abilities to manipulate the perceptions of his classmates and teachers. Thus, even in his absence during evening study, every student in the class remained convinced that he was diligently seated, fully immersed in his studies, never having strayed an inch. In this manner, he perfected the art of skipping class. Upon returning to school after dinner, Yu Shen stealthily ascended to the rooftop of the teaching building to establish his anchor point for teleportation. Beneath the hazy moonlight, the Hoover Dam loomed like a slumbering giant. Dark and majestic, the water's surface lay tranquil as a mirror, with silvery moonlight dancing upon it like fabric woven by celestial hands. The daytime clamor and busyness had faded away, leaving only this serene ambience. In the shadow of the dam, near the dark recesses by the transformer, a flickering blue flash abruptly sliced through the night, revealing Yu Shen in his blue and white uniform, standing quietly like a messenger from another realm. Once again manipulating the surveillance system as he had during the day, he found the base's security considerably relaxed compared to daylight hours. Time was of the essence, without hesitation. He gracefully ascended the dam, swiftly approaching a tower. This tower, outwardly disguised as an observation room for visitors, concealed a secret elevator leading deep into the base. With sheer force, Yu Shen twisted the door lock, gaining entry to the tower, where he easily located the hidden elevator embedded within the wall. Accessing the elevator required an identity badge, which he obviously lacked, but he had other means. Gently placing his palm upon the control panel of the elevator, his hand emanated a profound blue light reminiscent of the deep sea. Under the glow of this ethereal radiance, the faint crackle of electrical sparks echoed, and the elevator doors, as if enlightened, slowly slid open. Ensuring that all traces of his presence remained concealed from this world, he stepped inside the elevator, pressed the button, and the doors gradually closed, followed by a swift descent into the depths of the base. In the depths of the base's surveillance center, the duty officer, Booker, casually propped his hefty feet upon the control console, savoring a rich, invigorating cup of coffee while his keen gaze remained fixed on the monitors ahead. Though the monotony of the job weighed heavily on him, he dared not let his guard down, for under the piercing gaze of Security Director Reginald Simmons, any hint of laxity would be intolerable, and he was unwilling to invite unnecessary trouble due to a moment's negligence. Beep. The elevator's alert echoed suddenly in Booker's ears. Booker's brow furrowed. a flicker of perplexity crossing his mind. Who, at this hour, could still be utilizing the elevator? His gaze fixated on the surveillance screen displaying the elevator's location, revealing an empty expanse devoid of any presence. Yet, Booker was not the type to underestimate safety due to the absence of visible threats. He swiftly grasped the intercom, his voice imbued with an undeniable gravity. Team 2. Dispatch personnel to Elevator 1 immediately. I need to ascertain what is transpiring there. Team 2 understood the urgency. After placing the intercom down, Booker's eyes remained fixed on several cameras near Elevator 1, his finger hovering ominously above the alarm button, prepared to act at the first sign of trouble. Team 2's guards quickly assembled before Elevator 1, their firearms loaded and safeties disengaged, the air thick with tension reminiscent of the calm before a storm. After a protracted 10 minutes, the elevator finally came to a gradual halt. As the doors glided open, Yu Shen was greeted by the intimidating sight of 4 or 5 dark, menacing assault rifles. Unfazed, he stepped out of the elevator with an air of mock nonchalance, as if strolling through his own garden, effortlessly traversing the tense line of guards poised like arrows ready to be released. Confronted with the vacant elevator, one of the guards signaled, and a team member cautiously entered the elevator. He scrutinized the ceiling and meticulously felt along the 3 walls before relaxing and signaling that all was well. The guard who had gestured affirmed via the intercom. There are no abnormalities within the elevator. Have you checked above the elevator? Booker's voice resonated through the intercom. The signaling guard, somewhat resigned, instructed his subordinate to open the hatch and investigate above. Though reluctant, the subordinate had little choice, with the assistance of another team member acting as a human ladder. He opened the hatch and extended part of his body outside. Shining a flashlight around, he called out, "No one here." The signaling guard relayed to the intercom. "Everything appears normal. It's likely just a malfunction." "Very well. You may stand down." Booker's tone noticeably relaxed from the other end of the intercom. "Let us go." "Gentlemen, the repairmen will take it from here," the signaling guard instructed his team. Having witnessed the spectacle, Yu Shen, in high spirits, proceeded deeper into the base towards the laboratory. He walked leisurely, effortlessly navigating the corridor, evading the gaze of both guards and the incessantly swiveling surveillance cameras, all of which failed to capture even a trace of his presence. Although the evening study session encompassed only 2 classes, it sufficed for him to execute all that he had meticulously planned. Suddenly, the electronic doors of the laboratory slid open with a low, technologically resonant sound, drawing the attention of a pair of eyes that had grown weary from prolonged exposure to the computer screen. Junior researcher Bill, upon seeing his superior Tom Banajak enter, sprang from his chair, both astonished and awed, inquiring, "Mr. Banajak, I thought you were abroad?" This Banajak was, of course, Yu Shen, who had skillfully manipulated Bill's perception, leading him to believe that he was indeed the formidable superior he revered. During the daylight hours, Yu Shen, having thoroughly memorized the key figures within the base through the extensive network of surveillance cameras, deliberately refrained from altering his appearance while riding the elevator, aiming to avoid any subtle discrepancies that might unveil his true identity. In this enclosed facility, even the most casual exchange of glances or the slightest greeting could potentially expose one's true self. After all, with these unfamiliar faces, frequent interactions could inevitably raise suspicions among the personnel. Today, however, with only Bill present in the laboratory, the situation seemed remarkably manageable. Identified as Banajak, Yu Shen addressed Bill, saying, "I have matters to attend to, so I must postpone this. You may resume your work." "Very well," Bill replied, noticing his superior seated at a computer. He pondered for a moment before heading to the coffee machine to brew a cup. Placing the coffee beside Yu Shen, he remarked, "Sir, I made you a cup of coffee." "Thank you," Yu Shen said, taking a sip without casting a glance at Bill. "You're welcome," Bill responded, hesitating slightly before returning to his own workstation. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Had his accent shifted? An inexplicable sense of discomfort began to stir within him, suggesting that something was amiss. Yet, this sensation was ephemeral, dissipating as quickly as it arose. At this moment, Bill appeared to have forgotten the other vibrant presence within the laboratory, exhibiting a complete transformation in demeanor, his previous nonchalance replaced by unwavering focus, as if only he and his computer were engaged in a silent dialogue. A smirk crept across Yu Shen's lips just moments ago. He had employed his abilities to convince Bill that he had just faced a stern reprimand from his superior, compelling him to complete the tasks assigned before dawn to retain his livelihood. Ignoring the pitiable Bill, Yu Shen effortlessly bypassed the computer's login credentials and commenced copying all the data and materials from the base. Among these meticulously safeguarded secrets, he uncovered further revelations about the robots, the records unveiled that as early as 1897, amidst the frigid polar wastelands, explorer Archibald Veitvik stumbled upon an extraterrestrial non-organic life form designated as 1, ingeniously embedding the coordinates of this astonishing discovery within the fragments of his broken glasses. In 1903, A mysterious energy-filled cube was discovered in the Colorado River region, prompting the United States to establish a clandestine agency known as the Seventh Bureau, subsequently constructing the magnificent Hoover Dam at the site to conceal this knowledge from the world. In 1934, Entity 1, encased in ice within the Arctic, was transferred to a research facility beneath the Hoover Dam for continued preservation. Consequently, through reverse engineering of Entity 1, the technological advancement of the United States accelerated at an unprecedented rate. In 1961, an unidentified alien spacecraft crashed on the far side of the moon. Following detection of this impact by NASA, they swiftly initiated the lunar landing program. The Soviet Union, having also detected the collision, soon followed suit, igniting a space arms race between the two superpowers, both driven by a singular objective, to uncover the truth behind the events transpiring on the moon. In the year 1969, the United States triumphantly became the first nation to set foot on the moon. However, aside from the discovery of vast impact craters on the moon's far side and what appeared to be remnants of unidentified objects, no other significant findings were reported. Subsequently, to continue undermining the Soviet Union, the truth of these revelations was meticulously concealed. Intriguingly, the Cuban Missile Crisis, a moment that brought the world to the brink of nuclear war, was actually orchestrated by enigmatic forces manipulating the chessboard from behind the scenes. The rivalry between the United States and the Soviet Union, shrouded in the shadows of the Cold War, was fundamentally a contest for advanced extraterrestrial technology. This raises the tantalizing question: are there hidden secrets behind the monumental events that have altered the course of Earth's history? As these exhilarating thoughts raced through Yu Shen's mind, his hands remained deft and unhurried. The decades of accumulated research achievements in fields such as chips, aerospace, lasers, and communications, which had been clandestinely amassed by the foolish thieves, now lay within his grasp. He felt akin to a cunning fox who had successfully pilfered a hen, unable to conceal the elation that surged within him like a blossoming firework. He could not help but fantasize that if he were to present these invaluable treasures to the nation, future humiliating moments, akin to the 1999 Yugoslav War or the 2001 South China Sea incident, would be averted, allowing the country to retain its dignity. Naturally, such a noble venture, one that could benefit both the nation and its citizens, specifically Yu Shen, required meticulous consideration and careful planning. He chuckled to himself, thinking that such endeavors ought to become a regular pursuit. Engaging in such advantageous activities was undeniably exhilarating, and Yu Shen reveled in his bountiful gains. Just before leaving the laboratory, he planted an information bomb, cleverly embedded within the computer before him. In 30 minutes, this device would autonomously activate, spreading through the facility's network to incapacitate all electronic devices, ultimately obliterating them. While he believed himself to be the absolute master of information capable of erasing all traces, he was aware that he was not the only exceptional individual in the world. If he were to retain possession of the base and it was discovered, the foolish thieves would undoubtedly relocate it, employing more covert methods to bury it deep. Retrieving it afterward would prove exceedingly challenging. Thus, it was far more prudent to obliterate it than to allow it to remain. Having exited the laboratory and made his way to the area housing the Grand Cube, Yu Shen once again concealed all his information from the world. He surreptitiously inscribed a spell to disperse onlookers along the way with chalk, ensuring that he would not be disturbed while tampering with the cube. After using his abilities to clear the area of all researchers, Yu Shen stood before the black cubic matrix, its surface adorned with mysterious symbols and pictographs, and could not help but let out a chuckle. He found amusement in the folly of those researchers who had devoted decades to unraveling the enigma of this object, only to yield the singular result of extracting energy from the cube, thereby transforming electronic devices into entities exhibiting signs of life. Nevertheless, no matter how diligently they endeavored, the machines they ultimately created were devoid of genuine intelligence, merely delighting in the act of shooting, as if their existence were solely for such meaningless merriment. Yu Shen hovered in the air, gracefully circling the Rubik's Cube like a nimble dragonfly. His gaze penetrated the surface adorned with unknown symbols and hieroglyphs, unveiling the secrets concealed within. These cryptic markings were akin to an arcane script for the language of the foolish eagle thieves and the cryptographers, yet for him, the master of deciphering 99% of the universe's civilizations, it posed no challenge. Soon, he discerned that these characters and patterns were not mere linear records, but rather a multidimensional method of documentation. Observing only one face of the cube was far from sufficient. One must interconnect the information from all 6 faces to unravel its mysteries. Unfortunately, the bottom face of the cube was obscured by the base and piping, preventing him from acquiring the complete information. Nevertheless, armed with his extraordinary insight and rigorous deduction, he was able to infer the content. Indeed, one might ponder the myriad treasures of the universe, each capable of recording vast amounts of information. Even a simple manual could attest to its worth. Yet, Who could have anticipated that this particular document was a piece of flattery? Upon comprehending its essence, Yu Shen felt a surge of frustration as he discarded the laudatory phrases. Realizing that the text recounted the tale of a younger brother named Yu Shen, who sought to assist his older brother, the Supreme, in vanquishing the traitorous universe. Though the narrative was so trite it incited his ire, he gleaned a modicum of understanding regarding the history of Cybertron's machine life, as the story also referenced the Allspark, the very essence of the cube's function. The text described the Allspark as a tangible energy entity, the very soul of Cybertron's machine life. Each machine harbored a fragment of the Allspark within, and upon the demise of a Cybertronian, that spark would return to the Allspark, awaiting its next host. Thus, the Allspark served as the final resting place for Cybertron's machine life. To unravel the mysteries contained within the Allspark, Yu Shen ascended to its pinnacle, seated himself cross-legged, and placed his hands upon the surface brimming with unknown power, adjusting the frequency of his own energy, allowing it to gradually permeate the enigmatic Allspark. As his power delved deeper, a wondrous world unfolded before him. The interior of the Allspark comprised countless curved mirrors, folding and intertwining, creating a cosmos both chaotic and orderly. Within this universe, blue and white plasma-like energy flowed gently, resembling the Milky Way in the night sky, resplendent and mysterious. Amidst this cosmic river, trillions of bytes of colossal source code flickered like stars, appearing and disappearing in a dazzling display. They contained boundless information, bestowing upon the Cybertronian machines a singular personality from the moment of their inception. After a thorough exploration and interpretation, he discovered that this information endowed Cybertronian life forms with two astonishing abilities: spatial folding and form transformation. The phenomenon of spatial folding enables the Cybertronian mechanical life forms to effortlessly transcend the volumetric constraints between humanoid and vehicular forms. Their ability to transform allows them to fluidly switch between similar vehicles. Thus, they proudly proclaim themselves as unique beings within the Transformers universe. Upon further investigation, Yu Shen discerned that these enigmatic codes exhibit a striking resemblance to the essence of human souls in aspects such as energy quantification and the cycle of life. Moreover, hidden deep within the matrix of leadership lies an unprecedented metallic element, possessing the extraordinary capability to transmute any substance into metal. Unlike common metallic elements that typically possess 2 or 3 electrons, this unique metallic element displays a capricious electron count, with some possessing merely 2 or 3, while others may boast as many as 5 or 6. This revelation profoundly disrupted Yu Shen's understanding of this world. Clearly, such an element is absent from the periodic table, and the potential of multiple electrons remains a mystery that beckons experimentation. Observing these metallic elements, he expressed his astonishment. Suddenly, a shrill and urgent alarm erupted within the tranquil confines of the base, akin to a thunderclap resounding in Yu Shen's ears. Caught in a reverie of exploration, he had forgotten about the information bomb left on the laboratory computer. In the distance, a resounding explosion reverberated, and in an instant, darkness engulfed the entire base. This was evidently the aftermath of the information bomb obliterating the central computer, plunging the power system into chaotic obscurity. In this critical moment, dim red emergency lights flickered to life, casting an ominous glow over the beleaguered base. This murky crimson hue seemed to herald a grim fate, silently proclaiming the impending doom of Sector 7, where all would inexorably descend into finality. Decades of incident-free security had rendered the Sector 7 base sluggish in its response to emergencies. The guards, typically well-trained, now appeared utterly bewildered, and the researchers, with their advanced intellect yet simplistic physiques, were in a state of panic. As the instigator, Yu Shen gradually retracted the power he had intruded upon from the Matrix, attentively listening to the surrounding tumult. Fire! Fire! Extinguish it! The frantic cries for help echoed relentlessly. The mainframe is destroyed. Each lament tightened the heart. The freezing system has collapsed. It must awaken. Tension and fear rapidly permeated the atmosphere. Quickly, deploy the tanks, activate the self-destruct mechanism. Commands mingled with urgency and helplessness. Damn it, the mechanism is malfunctioning. Despair seeped through the powerless complaints. Hurry, hurry, please, Buddha. Oh God. The pleas grew ever louder amidst the chaos. You foolish insects. An enraged electronic voice erupted in a deafening roar. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the cacophony of explosions and shrieks, each individual within the Sector 7 base appeared remarkably fragile and helpless in the face of this sudden catastrophe. That fellow certainly has a temper, Yu Shen mused, harboring a hint of schadenfreude as he calculated how swiftly the consequences would reach him after the chaos. Watching the firelight at the tunnel's end grow brighter, he slapped the surface of the matrix of leadership and leaped into the abyss. The fire seed, which had rapidly shrunk to the size of a basketball after being struck, was firmly cradled in his arms. Seizing this rare opportunity, Yu Shen decided to conduct an experiment rather than fleeing at once. He crouched down and swiftly inscribed a magical incantation to combat the Yaki group with chalk. As the final stroke was completed, he straightened his posture and forcefully stomped his right foot onto the ground. The enigmatic symbols from another world flared with brilliant radiance, accompanied by a cacophony of sound. As 6 colossal figures, assembled from local metals, pipes, and stones, struggled to rise from the earth, he lifted the fire seed towards the 6 giants, channeling the blue energy imbued with the stamp of obedience into the fire seed, which unleashed a torrent of white lightning that struck the giants. In an instant, the energy thoroughly permeated their forms, completing their metamorphosis into metallic beings. Their original, crude, and short-limbed gorilla-like shapes transformed into more humanoid figures, with rounded heads morphing into sharp-edged squares, and their rudimentary features becoming three-dimensional and exquisite, veiled by a transparent mask that exuded an air of mystery and blue. Their bodies appeared more robust than before, one hand transforming into a 3-fingered claw, while the other morphed into a stout cannon, resembling iron warriors traversing from a future realm, exuding an aura of formidable power. There was no rampage. Yu Shen nodded in satisfaction. The fire seed endowed the newly birthed entities with personality, knowledge, and the foundational understanding of Cybertron, which was precisely the reason why the foolish thief Hawk could never comprehend why he was always bested. Naturally, anyone would be driven to madness upon awakening to find a throng of gelatinous aliens scrutinizing their sleeping posture. As for Yu Shen, he infused the giants with the stamp of obedience alongside that mysterious fire energy. Thus, the newly animated giants instinctively revered him as their supreme sovereign and regarded him as the source of their existence, pledging unwavering loyalty. Protect me and annihilate all foes. Yu Shen commanded the steel giants. At your command, my master, they replied in unison, assuming a defensive stance before him. 6 against 1 should suffice, Yu Shen mused uncertainly. Despite the base being fortified with numerous guards and formidable heavy weaponry, it fundamentally remained a research facility. Under the onslaught of the first assault, these protective forces were effortlessly torn asunder like mere paper. A deafening sonic boom erupted as a sleek, silver-hued, menacing space fighter jet soared at supersonic speed, ready to breach the tunnel in the blink of an eye. The loyal steel giants adhered strictly to Yu Shen's commands. As the space fighter emerged from the tunnel's mouth like a phantom, they did not hesitate to raise their left arms, equipped with massive cannons, unleashing 6 beams as thick as cannonballs, infused with destructive power, upon the approaching craft with astonishing swiftness. In the face of the sudden onslaught of light cannon fire, the space fighter displayed not a hint of panic. With an almost provocative demeanor, it accelerated rather than decelerated, its wings gracefully undulating as if engaged in a deadly yet elegant dance, deftly weaving through the deadly web of light. Each evasion was executed with remarkable precision, showcasing exceptional flying prowess while offering Yu Shen a visual spectacle of grandeur. After evading the searing laser barrage, the fighter's belly opened to reveal its arsenal, and 6 missiles erupted forth like enraged dragons, hurtling toward the 6 colossal figures resembling iron fortresses. No sooner had the missiles been launched than the fighter began a stunning transformation. Its components clicked and whirred, accompanied by the sound of metal scraping against metal, as it morphed into an exceedingly tall mechanical warrior, assuming a humanoid form and harnessing the immense kinetic energy accumulated during flight. It hurled a suddenly manifested meteor hammer with a resounding whoosh. At such a short distance, the 6 newly emerged steel giants could not evade the missile's assault, and the ensuing explosions illuminated every corner of the designated area. The subsequent hammer strike was akin to a bolt of thunder, accurately crashing down upon one of the steel giants, sending it hurtling through the air in an astonishing arc. At that moment, the atmosphere on the battlefield reached a fever pitch, and the formidable combat prowess was vividly displayed. How weak, Yu Shen lamented, witnessing his latest creation being conclusively shattered by a single blow in its inaugural clash. The frustration within him lingered like an oppressive storm cloud, an unprecedented blow to his pride. Yet, fully aware that self-deception bore no fruit, he was compelled to painfully accept the reality that his freshly minted creations lacked even the qualification to fill the gaps in the formidable opponent's defenses. Breaking through a defense no better than a flimsy brick wall, the mechanical warrior lunged with its colossal steel hand, lightning fast, toward Yu Shen, who clutched the allspark. With a resounding crash, the warrior's iron grip struck the ground, sending dust flying. Its highly anthropomorphized visage was etched with frustration and rage, and at that moment, the signal from the allspark had inexplicably vanished from its radar, along with the Earthling's life signs. Damn Earth parasite, you cannot escape. The warrior was seething with fury, enraged that the despised Earthling had somehow absconded with the allspark. In a fit of wrath, it turned and smashed the remaining 5 steel giants into scrap metal, venting its fury before soaring away as a fighter once more. Moments later, it utilized a radar signal device to transmit a message into space. I am Megatron, leader of the Decepticons. The Allspark has been located. Decepticons, assemble at Sector 53. After dispatching this signal, Megatron gazed at the stars. As the leader of the Decepticons, he possessed the composure of a great military strategist and a cunning intuition. The instantaneous disappearance of Yu Shen and the Allspark had alerted him to the fact that, during his 5,000 years of entombment, certain individuals on this planet had undergone an evolution incongruent with its civilization's level. Knowing oneself and one's enemy leads to victory in 100 battles. While Megatron was unfamiliar with the legendary strategist Sun Tzu, he understood that preparations were necessary before his subordinates arrived. At the very moment when Megatron transmitted his signal, a solitary artificial satellite orbiting in geostationary space seemed to be stirred by an overwhelming emotion. It trembled with excitement, nearly breaking free from its orbit. Whispering joyfully in a wondrous rhythm, Megatron has returned. Yu Shen gently patted his clothes, as if to dispel the non-existent dust that lingered. He had returned to this place under the claw of one, utilizing a momentary shift. Skillfully employing his abilities, he shielded the electromagnetic waves emitted by the source of ignition, ensuring that they would not leak into the outside world, and subsequently placed it atop the teaching building. Upon returning to the classroom, he lifted the cognitive suggestion imposed on his classmates, spending the remaining time of evening study in tranquil silence. Later, he accompanied his sister home, waiting until every member of the household had drifted into slumber. Only then did he stow his Sony Walkman into a bag originally designed for a basketball, hoisting it quietly back to the rooftop of the school, clutching the source of ignition as he soared into the depths of the mountains. Upon reaching a nearby mountain summit, he sought a relatively flat area to land. Drawing from his previous attempts, Yu Shen grew bolder, gradually infusing his primal power into the source of ignition. After switching to a more advanced faith seal, he seamlessly integrated information such as language translation and fundamental knowledge of Earth into the depths of the source code. After considerable effort, he isolated metal elements containing more than 5 electrons, enveloping them in a pulsating sphere of white energy. With great caution, Yu Shen cradled the source of ignition and aimed it at the Walkman he had placed on the ground. Under the impetus of informational power, the source of ignition quivered rapidly, and a beam of blue-white energy, as thick as a fist, struck the Walkman perched upon the boulder with precision. Moments later, the Walkman began to tremble violently. With a cacophony of metallic grinding and clashing, the once unassuming device astonishingly transformed into a 6-meter-tall giant robot. This automaton, a colossal embodiment of Yu Shen's original Walkman, was clad in a silver-black exterior, with limbs and torso presenting a robust rectangular form. Striking red stripes adorned its body, creating a vivid visual impact, while the square head bore small protrusions resembling the ear armor of a warrior, and its facial features were a striking imitation of humanity. Exuding a futuristic, sci-fi allure, this newly birthed robot, seemingly forged from rectangular blocks, lowered its head and knelt before Yu Shen, speaking in a deep, resonant voice. Fluent in Mandarin, Master, 1220 salutes you. Rise, commanded Yu Shen. At your command, Master, replied 1220 as it stood up. Yu Shen circled around 1220, vigorously patting its leg armor, then nodded in satisfaction. He instructed, 1220, sit. At your command. Despite its massive weight, 1220 sat with surprising grace, its movements stirring not a speck of dust. When its violet glowing eyes fixed intently on Yu Shen, he inquired, 1220, tell me about yourself. What are your capabilities? With a hint of unreserved pride, 1220 declared, Master, I am the 6th-change transformer, possessing 6 distinct forms: human, portable audio device, terrestrial vehicle, aerial vehicle, aquatic vehicle, and laser cannon. Is it the result of those intricate multi-electronic metallic elements at play? Yu Shen pondered silently. From the video materials acquired from Sector 7, he knew that typically those transformed were limited to human and vehicle forms, yet he had inexplicably managed to create a transformer named Jack with 6 varying forms. This was truly remarkable, igniting an insatiable curiosity within him. Transform, and let me see. Yes. Rising to its feet, 1220 resembled a versatile artisan, sequentially showcasing its multifaceted forms to Yu Shen. Aside from the familiar appearance of the portable audio device, the terrestrial vehicle took on the shape of a rectangular box adorned with wing-like appendages, yet surprisingly lacked tires. In its aerial form, it transformed into an exceedingly flat flying apparatus, more akin to a flying saucer than an aircraft. Underwater, it morphed into an olive-shaped object, its streamlined body enabling it to glide effortlessly beneath the waves. The laser cannon form, at last, bore a semblance to its intended shape, featuring a massive barrel paired with a practical handle, exuding an aura of formidable power. Yu Shen was taken aback by 1220's bizarre forms, beginning to worry that his impulsive actions had led to this peculiar transformation. Awkwardly forcing out a few chuckles, he remarked to 1220, aha, quite interesting, though somewhat unsightly. As long as it can run and fly, that suffices. Feeling somewhat wronged by Yu Shen's comment, 1220 explained helplessly, Master, the Cybertronian vehicle forms are inherently like this. Without scanning the physical vehicles of Earth, I cannot alter my appearance. Oh, I see. That's wonderful. Upon learning that it was not due to his own impulsiveness, and that transformation was indeed possible, Yu Shen felt a surge of relief, grateful that he would not have to traverse the streets in such odd forms. The unappealing Cybertronian shape triggered Yu Shen's obsessive tendencies, compelling him to assertively state to 1220, let us go. I must first change your vehicle appearance. It's too uncomfortable to look at. In Liao County, there was only an old biplane used for crop dusting. He decided to make do with that for now, while keeping an eye out for any other vehicles he might acquire on the streets. With that, he stowed the Allspark into a basketball bag and instructed 1122 to accompany him as they flew towards the airport in Liao County. Note, the magical knowledge Yu Shen possesses from another world includes elemental magic, teleportation, gravity manipulation, special techniques, alchemy, and more. Chapter 4. The Catalyst. When it comes to the reaction speed of the foolish thief hawk, it is undeniably exceptional. Within just a few days, a comprehensive damage assessment report found its way to the desk of the current President of the United States, Little Nash. This report meticulously outlined the extent of the losses, including casualties, destruction of critical infrastructure, and the irretrievable hundreds of confidential documents. Additionally, the report mentioned testimonies from several survivors, who recounted the circumstances surrounding the attack. These details proved crucial in uncovering the truth behind the entire incident. The investigator concluded that the recent assault was evidently meticulously planned and executed, with the assailants possessing an intimate knowledge of the layout and defenses of Sector 7. This suggests the possibility of a more formidable force orchestrating the attack from behind the scenes. President Nash furrowed his brow, recognizing that the downfall of Sector 7 posed a severe threat to national security. He understood the necessity of swift and decisive action to uncover the truth behind the incident and eliminate the puppeteer pulling the strings. Faced with the staggering damage estimate of tens of billions of dollars, Nash felt a wave of headache wash over him. He rubbed his temples and tossed the report onto the table, turning to National Security Advisor Rice, his voice tinged with fatigue and anxiety. Rice, do we have any leads? Rice, with his meticulously combed white hair and a serious demeanor, replied, Mr. President, according to the testimony of the surviving junior researcher, Bill, he encountered Tom Banajak, the technical supervisor of Sector 7, that evening. The issue, however, is that Banajak was aboard a flight to Afghanistan at the time. Investigators conducted a thorough assessment of Bill's mental state and confirmed the credibility of his testimony. This implies that someone or some force impersonated Banajak. Investigators widely believe that a supernatural element was involved in the Sector 7 incident. Remarkably, there exists a woman in this world who can flawlessly mimic another person. Upon hearing this, Nash was taken aback, his voice involuntarily rising as he interrupted Rice. You mean Mystique? Are you suggesting this is related to the X-Men? Rice nodded, speaking with a tone that suggested he had already glimpsed the truth. Yes, I have reason to believe that Mystique was involved in the attack on Sector 7. Given her abilities and past experiences, it is entirely plausible that she could have impersonated Banajak to infiltrate the base for some ulterior motive. We need to investigate further to uncover her motivations and whether she received assistance from other members of the X-Men. Nash stared at the expressionless Rice, torn with conflicting emotions. To be candid, he found it hard to believe that Mystique would have the audacity to commit such an act, as it would not only undermine the X-Men's efforts to establish friendly relations with the United States over the years, but it would also cast mutants back into the role of global adversaries. More critically, he could not conceive of any reasonable motive for Mystique to attack Sector 7. After all, it was Mystique who had previously thwarted Magneto's dreadful assault on the White House, thereby saving his father's life. This act of bravery was one of the reasons he had been inclined to treat mutants with leniency since taking office. Even more contradictory was the fact that Mystique was heralded by the White House as a hero of the mutants. If she were indeed responsible, it would be akin to shooting oneself in the foot. In this moment of uncertainty, Nash's thoughts were shrouded in a fog, with every potential decision seemingly fraught with countless repercussions, making it difficult for him to choose. Rice was fully aware of Nash's concerns. He took a deep breath, his piercing gaze fixed on Nash's eyes, and said, Mr. President, I must remind you that the value of Sector 7 is irreplaceable to us. Our immediate task is to track down that criminal to mitigate our losses. At present, Mystique stands as our sole lead. Whether or not she is the true culprit, we must apprehend her. Faced with the unwavering resolve of Rice, the somewhat helpless Nash found himself compelled to heed the counsel of his subordinates. What shall we do next? Rice promptly stated, First, we need to establish contact with the Sentinels to ascertain their stance. Concurrently, we must diligently track her movements and devise a plan for her capture. Furthermore, we should investigate all individuals knowledgeable about Sector 7 to uncover the informant. This matter involves supernatural forces, We must tread carefully to avoid exacerbating the crisis. Nash listened intently to Rice's suggestions, his eyes shimmering with contemplative light. After a moment, he slowly spoke, his voice low yet resolute. Considering the relationship between the professor and Mystique, we should refrain from contacting the Sentinels for the time being. As for the other matters, let us proceed according to your proposed plan. Understood, Mr. President. After saluting Nash, Rice briskly exited the presidential office. As he closed the door, a subtle smirk played at the corners of his mouth. Alkali Lake, nestled in the northwest of British Columbia, Canada, is not merely a vital water source. It is a breathtaking natural canvas, rich in resources and beauty. Amidst the harmonious interplay of lake and mountain, wildlife strolls through the woods, while schools of fish frolic in the crystalline waters, drawing countless fishing enthusiasts in search of both sport and serenity. Yet, beneath this seemingly tranquil and idyllic land lies a little-known secret. Deep within the Alkali Lake Dam resides a clandestine research facility established by the U.S. military. Here, under the guise of genetic research, heinous human experiments are conducted. Countless mutants silently endure extreme suffering and torment, their screams and wails mercilessly swallowed by the thick walls. The brutality of these experiments rivals that of the infamous Unit 731 during the dark chapters of history, leaving an indelible mark of evil upon this land cherished by nature. It is indeed deeply ironic that the U.S. military seems to possess a peculiar preference for placing unspeakable, blemished secrets on foreign soil. Against this backdrop, Canada, a sovereign nation characterized by its vastness and sparse population, has become a favorite site for the American military. The reason is simple. The relationship between Canada and the United States is akin to that of a backyard to a residence, inseparable. In matters of national defense, Canada has effectively staked all its bets on the United States. Otherwise, how could a mere 60,000 regular troops safeguard such an expansive territory, the second largest in the world? Thus, as the elder of this North American family, it is only reasonable that the United States occasionally conceals certain unsavory items within its younger sibling's home. William Stryker, a name that conceals an unfathomable hatred for mutants, harboring an indescribable loathing for these extraordinary beings deep within his heart. It is precisely this deeply ingrained prejudice that has propelled him to become the sovereign of a clandestine facility dedicated to the brutal experimentation on mutants. Once, William Stryker served as a close aide to the renowned geneticist Bolivar Trask, during which time he was an esteemed military figure. Following Trask's conviction for leaking state secrets to enemy nations, resulting in a life sentence, Stryker appeared to be ensnared in the fallout, dismissed from his military post. However, this was merely a fade. In truth, he inherited Trask's legacy and clandestinely continued to collaborate with the U.S. military, jointly developing a project known as the Weapon Program. Under the guise of this initiative, he established a hidden base, obscured from the public eye, where he perpetuated his research and persecution of mutants. Today, without a doubt, is a day brimming with unexpected revelations for Stryker. Just recently, he received a secret directive from the White House to capture Mystique. This command felt like a serendipitous windfall, igniting a fervor within him. Throughout his life, two mutants have epitomized his aspirations. One is the immortal Wolverine, Logan, and the other is the remarkably gifted Mystique, Raven. Wolverine was once the perfect killing machine meticulously crafted for the military, yet he eluded Stryker's grasp at a crucial moment. Conversely, the reinvigoration of Trask's Sentinel program, aimed at eradicating the existence of mutants, has been the lifelong pursuit of Stryker. Mystique's unique abilities are integral to the success of the Sentinel initiative. In the past, as a publicly lauded hero by the White House, Stryker dared not approach her. However, with the sudden shift in the White House's stance, he now feels liberated to act boldly, shedding his previous reservations. As for the reason behind this dramatic turnaround in the White House's attitude, Stryker holds no interest. His sole concern is seizing this rare opportunity. Accompanied by his loyal bodyguard, a female warrior known as Deathstrike, Stryker descended slowly until he reached the depths of the base. Here, concealed was an unremarkable room. Despite its modest dimensions, the atmosphere within was suffused with an indescribable sense of oppression. The light in the room was pallid and dim, as if each beam struggled to break free from the shackles of darkness. In this somber interplay of light and shadow, a slender chair stood out, upon which a man was bound. His head hung low, draped in an oversized white robe, exuding an aura of profound solitude and helplessness. His hands were firmly restrained, with thin tubes of nutrient solution worming into his veins like parasites, sustaining his very life. A bizarre headpiece reminiscent of an octopus enveloped his head, with a flexible tube extending from it to connect with a nearby machine. This apparatus housed a cylindrical transparent container, seemingly poised to collect something. The entire scene formed a chilling tableau, reminiscent of a passage from a science fiction novel akin to Frankenstein. Stryker instructed Deathstrike to await him outside while he stealthily entered the room. Inside, The individual appeared entirely oblivious to Stryker's arrival, remaining in silent stillness. Strick approached the man with deliberate steps, carefully retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket to gently wipe away the drool that had inadvertently escaped from the corner of the man's mouth, his actions imbued with silent compassion. In a soft, soothing voice, he inquired, "Jason, how do you feel today?" Yet, Jason appeared oblivious, unresponsive, as if his soul had departed from this corporeal vessel. Strick, undeterred by Jason's lack of reaction, knelt down and began to tenderly massage Jason's legs, which had atrophied from prolonged immobility, as if he were watering a seedling longing for rain after a parched drought. As he massaged, he chattered on, "You know, Jason, those self-important individuals in the White House have finally begun to realize that Mystique is merely a charlatan," his voice laced with a hint of mockery, as if sharing a clandestine secret meant only for the two of them. For over half an hour, Strick continued this gentle massage, filling the room with his nurturing care and meticulous attention. "Before long, I will complete the plan. Then you can apologize to your mother." Strick slowly rose from the ground, the prolonged squatting posing a significant challenge for the elderly man in his 60s. His knees trembled slightly, revealing the marks that time had etched upon him. Yet his gaze sparkled with fervent anticipation. As the numbness in his legs began to dissipate, Strick moved behind Jason to activate the machine. With a soft, rhythmic hum emanating from the device, a pale yellow liquid began to flow through the slender tube connected to the nape of Jason's neck, ultimately dripping into the transparent container of the machine. This somewhat viscous liquid was the precious cerebral fluid that constituted the essence of Jason's cognition. As the fluid was drawn away drop by drop, Jason abruptly lifted his head, despite having acclimated to this intense pain. The loss of his cerebral fluid rendered him unable to suppress his bulging eyes and contorted face, his entire body taut like an overstretched rubber band. Finally, when the container was filled with the cerebral fluid, the machine gradually came to a halt, and Jason slumped helplessly into the chair that had long been his companion. At that moment, tears flowed abundantly from his eyes, nose, and mouth, soaking the fabric of his collar. Unlike before, Strick did not produce a handkerchief to wipe him. Instead, he quietly observed from the side, his gaze icy. As he carefully extracted the container from the machine, he addressed Jason. "Thank you, Jason. You have once again atoned for your sins to your mother." No sooner had the words left his lips than he grasped the container tightly and hurriedly exited the room, filled with paternal affection. As Strick's figure vanished beyond the door, Jason summoned every ounce of strength to lift his head. Under the dim yellow light, his face bore a striking resemblance to Strick's, yet it appeared more aged and haggard. Within his dull and murky eyes lay a profound hatred directed at Strick. This hatred was akin to a sharp blade, yearning to pierce through the cold, solid door and strike at Strick's very essence. As Jason helplessly lowered his head, his bloodshot eyes, brimming with hatred, sank once more into the silent shadows. On Roosevelt Island in Washington, the imposing Triskelion building of S.H.I.E.L.D. stood tall, outside the director's office. The Lincoln Memorial and the Washington Monument loomed like two stoic elders, silently watching over this mighty nation. Each time he cast his gaze upon those two edifices, steeped in the profound history of America, a wave of indescribable helplessness washed over Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. This sense of powerlessness stemmed from a complex blend of resignation. On the surface, S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared to be a formidable ally of the United Nations Security Council, endowed with independent investigative, law enforcement, and judicial powers, yet in reality, it was constrained. Ever since the fierce battle with Hydra began, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mission had been to safeguard the world. However, the grim truth was that many global crises were instigated by the very nation that led S.H.I.E.L.D. as a permanent member of the United Nations and its largest benefactor. Despite America's long-standing debts to the UN, funding for S.H.I.E.L.D. had never faltered. This contradictory reality rendered S.H.I.E.L.D. akin to someone sheltered beneath a roof, forced to bow their head. In light of the various incidents precipitated by the United States, S.H.I.E.L.D. often found itself in the awkward and helpless position of having to clean up the mess afterward, unable to truly exercise its authority, placing the agency in an exceptionally delicate position since its inception. Knock, knock. Two brisk and rhythmic knocks shattered the office's silence. Fury pressed the door control button on his desk without turning around, knowing that his ever-composed aide, Maria Hill, stood outside. Maria Hill, a formidable warrior concealing her beauty and sharp intellect beneath a dark combat uniform, sported a neat bob haircut. Her strides were determined and swift, as if each step was precisely measured. She entered Fury's office and handed him the tablet she clutched tightly, her voice grave. "Director, you need to see this." Fury accepted the tablet and activated the screen, allowing the video to play. This meticulously edited footage, lasting just over a minute, captured Yu Shen's journey from the majestic Hoover Dam's periphery into the enigmatic Zone 7 in first-person perspective. Cleverly edited, the video omitted the lengthy waits and irrelevant details, leaving only the most thrilling and pivotal moments, each frame infused with tension, resembling a short, adventurous tale. "Damn it!" Fury exclaimed, his anger erupting like a volcano after watching the video. Long ago, he had learned of a secret military base deep within the Hoover Dam dedicated to researching extraterrestrial civilizations. This knowledge had been a heavy burden on his mind, with worries that these unknown alien artifacts could one day pose an unpredictable crisis for Earth. Yet, he was painfully aware that he lacked the power to intervene in the military's research endeavors. Now, as he had feared, that alien civilization, which should not have been disturbed, had become an unmanageable debacle. Fury, a quintessential American rooted in the soil of the United States, does not regard American exceptionalism as a guiding principle. He firmly believes that should extraterrestrial civilizations descend upon Earth, it is America that will emerge as the planet's savior. However, it is precisely the authoritarian and hegemonic tendencies of the American government and military that evoke his vigilance, compelling him to meticulously conceal the various experiments of S.H.I.E.L.D. In Fury's perspective, he is not merely pursuing the safety and stability of America, but rather the well-being of the entire Earth. Rather than allowing the United States to recklessly lead the planet to the brink of destruction. Despite the tempest of anger surging within him, Fury steadfastly maintains his composure, aware that the priority lies in finding a solution to the dilemma at hand. Where did this originate? He strives to suppress his inner fury and presses Hill for answers. Hill, seemingly oblivious to the piercing gaze emanating from Fury's singular eye, maintains her indifferent demeanor and states, "This was discovered in the public inbox today. It has been neglected for 5 days." Fury refrains from questioning why it was only found now, knowing full well that the individual responsible for the public inbox is the most junior employee in the administrative department. Their decision to not dismiss the email as a prank already demonstrates commendable dedication. "Have we traced the sender's address?" Fury inquired. "The address is registered to the Library of Congress in Washington. We have dispatched an investigative team," Hill responded. The fact that it originates from a public venue left Fury without hope of identifying the sender in the short term. Time waits for no one. Stalling due to the absence of a suspect is not an option. He promptly issued a command. Hill immediately informed the extraterrestrial remote sensing station to enhance surveillance and meticulously track and analyze all signals emanating from Earth into outer space. Additionally, instruct the Resource Information Management Bureau to assemble an elite investigative team on standby. "Understood, sir," Hill replied, standing at attention before swiftly exiting Fury's office. Once Hill departed, Fury's fingers lightly tapped the surface of his desk, a habitual gesture of contemplation. The intelligence gleaned from a brief video is inherently limited. To gain a deeper understanding of the situation, a personal site inspection is imperative. At that moment, a particular individual surfaced in his mind, undoubtedly capable of providing the assistance he requires. He then turned to his frequently used desk, skillfully unveiling a discreet compartment that housed a safe. With practiced ease, he entered the code and selected one of several encrypted phones. Pressing the number 3, he dialed a preset contact, and after a brief pause, a voice emerged from the receiver. "Hello?" Hearing the male voice on the line, Fury allowed a subtle smirk to grace his lips, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. "Dear Mr. Obadiah Stane, can you guess who I am?" Instantly, a low, agitated, and irate voice responded from the other end. That of Nash's security consultant, Rice. "Damn it, Nick Fury, we are even now. What do you want from me?" Unfazed, Fury's voice was laced with a soothing warmth. "Old friend, there's no need to be so irate." He recalled the moment he discovered that Rice was secretly trafficking arms and heroin in Syria, exploiting the power he wielded. Although such matters were of little concern to him, he tightly held this secret, having previously exchanged it for crucial intelligence from Rice. The weather today appeared pleasant. "Would you care for a cup of coffee?" Outside, however, a gloomy haze enveloped the sky, as Fury spoke deceptively with his singular eye wide open. "Stop right there. Justin Hahn." Fury interjected with a name before Rice could hang up. Upon hearing it, silence fell on the other end of the line. Moments later, Rice's voice emerged, tinged with a hint of despair and resignation. "What do you want?" Observing Rice's capitulation, Fury silently smirked and stated, "Tell me about the incident at Hoover Dam." "How do you know?" Rice's voice trembled with unmistakable fear and anxiety. To Rice, Fury's intelligence-gathering prowess was akin to a specter in the night, leaving no room for escape or concealment. Within just a few days, the secrets of Sector 7 had fallen into Fury's grasp, signifying that before him, Rice was as transparent as an open book, with no secrets left to hide. Rice felt that Fury loomed over him like the sword of Damocles, poised to strike and take his life at any moment. Then don't concern yourself with it. Fury relished in Rice's current state of trepidation and uncertainty. He continued. In an hour, meet me at the open parking lot. Remember to bring the items. After ending the call, Fury exited his office and descended to the underground garage. Driving his black Chevrolet out of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. At that moment, a red-tailed hawk, foraging nearby, soared swiftly into the sky, heading in the direction Fury had taken. An hour later, Fury sat quietly in his black Chevrolet, awaiting his contact. Shortly, a silver Cadillac eased into the parking space beside him. Fury opened the passenger door, offering Rice a seat. Where are the items? Rice handed Fury an envelope containing the Sector 7 investigation report. Fury extracted the report, waving the dozen pages in dissatisfaction. Is this all? Yes. This is all we managed to uncover, Rice replied weakly. Fury frowned, dismissing Rice from his thoughts as he concentrated on perusing the document. The descriptions within were thorough. Yet the useful leads were scant. What a waste. Fury internally criticized the military's investigative capabilities. He secured the document and inquired of Rice. Which faction do you suspect is behind this? The War Police, Mystique, Rice answered candidly. Fury widened his single eye in disbelief, regarding Rice as though he were a fool. This reasoning was utterly ludicrous. Transformation was not solely the domain of Mystique Raven Darkholme, as the wizards of the American Magical Council were equally adept in such arts. And even the Impossible Mission Force occasionally donned disguises without issue. However, he realized instantly that this bore an uncanny resemblance to the absurd logic employed when a white family is robbed and the police indiscriminately detain passing black individuals. Operating on the principle of apprehending first and questioning later, and if all else fails, resorting to lethal force, thereby erasing all problems in a puff of smoke. Fury smirked inwardly. The military, in all their foolishness, remained unrepentant, daring to reignite the conflict between ordinary humans and mutants. This was no longer the era of 2 or 3 decades ago when the mere mention of mutants sent shivers down spines. The Avengers had garnered a commendable reputation over the years, and many had begun to understand and empathize with mutants. Such baseless accusations would inevitably lead to catastrophic consequences. Surely, they wouldn't send that imbecile Strucker to handle this matter? Fury predicted with a sense of inevitability. Rice nodded in response. Humph. At least he wasn't entirely devoid of sense. Fury's voice was icy and laced with disdain as he issued a command to Rice that brooked no refusal. Make arrangements. My people are to go to the scene. Rice hesitated slightly at Fury's brusque command, but eventually replied in a subdued tone. Very well. Rice's compliance pleased Fury, who opened the passenger door and said, You may leave now. Rice exited the vehicle. Mr. Rice, Fury called out, leaning forward to catch Rice's attention as he opened his car door. Rice paused, turning back with a puzzled expression. Fury smiled. A word of advice, Mr. Rice. One must not be excessively greedy. As Rice drove away, he was preoccupied with arranging for Fury's team to secretly infiltrate the 7th District base, ensuring that this matter remained undisclosed to anyone, lest he face dire consequences. Fury, rather than hurrying back to S.H.I.E.L.D., remained in his vehicle, lost in thought. The White House's employment of Strucker, though to him a profoundly ill-conceived move, unexpectedly sparked an idea within him. He envisioned a brilliant strategy that could address the current predicament while paving the way for the future. Recalling his days as a senior agent, he remembered a defense plan he had devised specifically for countering invasions by advanced extraterrestrial civilizations, the Avengers Initiative. Over the years, he had been searching for heroes capable of taking on such a monumental task, and the Avengers were undoubtedly among his favored teams. Unfortunately, despite his numerous attempts to recruit them into S.H.I.E.L.D., the professor had consistently rebuffed him with various excuses. Now, if he could seize the opportunity to deal with Strucker while enticing Mystique to join his cause, perhaps he could sway the professor's stubborn resolve. This would enable him to possess elite forces to counter extraterrestrial invasions without revealing his ultimate trump card, coupled with several candidates already in mind. The Avengers Initiative seemed poised to become a reality. Fury retrieved his somewhat worn encrypted phone, his fingertips gliding gently over the cold metallic frame. After a moment of contemplation, he discreetly returned it to the depths of his pocket. Clearly, this was not the opportune moment to contact Charles Francis Xavier. Such an opportunity was rare, and he needed to devise a careful strategy to ensure that the professor owed him a significant favor. For now, he would focus on the 7th District. With that thought, Fury pressed the ignition button, and the vehicle's engine rumbled to life as he slowly departed the open parking lot. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that not far away, a red-tailed hawk, which had been peacefully resting on the hood of a car, suddenly took flight the moment he drove away. In the stillness of the night, Yu Shen was enjoying a deep slumber when he felt something gently nudging him. He opened his drowsy eyes and sat up from his warm cocoon, only to find a female robot awaiting him at the foot of his bed. Standing approximately 2 meters tall, she possessed distinctly feminine features, her exterior adorned with a soft shade of pale green that complemented her exquisite visage and flawless appearance. Her form resembled that of a perfect mannequin emerging from a high-end display window, each detail revealing the meticulous design and craftsmanship involved in her creation. "Siame, what is it?" Yu Shen inquired, stifling a yawn. "Master," Lu Yao has replied. Siame responded. She was also a Cybertronian, created by Yu Shen using the source of fire. To understand this matter, one must go back 5 days. Yu Shen had recently completed the latest updates for Lu Yao, a new designation for 1220, enhancing both its aerial and terrestrial vehicle forms. Exhausted yet exhilarated, he returned home and engaged in conversation with his newly minted subordinate until dawn, nearly sleepless through the night. During this time, Yu Shen gradually gained a preliminary understanding of Lu Yao's personality and capabilities. Lu Yao's initial impression was one of reticent simplicity, responding to inquiries with clarity and brevity, and executing assigned tasks without hesitation. This pragmatic disposition, devoid of complaints, greatly pleased Yu Shen. Lu Yao's essence was that of a portable music player, which inclined its skill development towards realms of infiltration, assassination, and intelligence gathering and analysis, making it a quintessential spy-type transformer. However, this did not imply any deficiency in combat prowess. On the contrary, as a member of the 6 Change Transformers, Lu Yu exhibited remarkable superiority in foundational abilities such as circuit load capacity, pipeline strength, and energy output and utilization efficiency, far surpassing its 2 Change counterparts. Nevertheless, despite Lu Yao's astonishing starting point, as a newly born entity, its strength was still not comparable to that of Megatron. Transformers have 2 pathways to augment their capabilities. One involves self-modification through special materials and cutting-edge technology, a direct yet potentially hazardous approach. The other mimics humanity, enhancing abilities through physical training. Unlike humans who build muscle strength, reaction speed, and bodily coordination through exercise, Cybertronians improve the hardness of their armor, circuit load capacity, pipeline strength, and energy output and utilization efficiency through their training. The dilemma, however, was that Yu Shen lacked the necessary materials and advanced technology, leaving him with seemingly no choice but to allow Lu Yao to strengthen itself through training. But what would such training entail for a Cybertronian? Would it be as impractical as humans lifting weights in a gym? Hence, he resolved to adopt a more direct approach by immersing Lu Yao in real combat. After all, its skill points had already been fully allocated. Only the level remained to be attained. Strapped for cash, low on provisions, and lacking personnel? No. It was more accurate to say he was devoid of resources, yet resolute in his ambition to vanquish Thanos. Yu Shen found himself in a state of utter destitution. With the assistance of Lu Yao, a formidable ally, the opportunity to scour the world presented itself, and concurrently, it would afford Lu Yao the chance to gain experience. However, allowing Lu Yao to traverse the globe alone was somewhat unsettling. Fortunately, Lu Yao proposed that Yu Shen could provide him with a few companions, thereby enhancing the efficacy of teamwork over solitary endeavors. On a sunlit day, Yu Shen, utilizing his modest savings accumulated over the years, ventured to a second-hand market in Liao County. There, he painstakingly unearthed 3 long-forgotten machines. After being infused with life by the seed of fire, these machines transformed into 3 extraordinary transformers, Jia Pao, Mi Huan, and Ci Mei, each possessing distinct personalities and remarkable abilities. Thus, the team of machines was born. Jia Pao is a magnificent male transformer, towering nearly 3 meters in height, endowed with the ability to transform into a humanoid form, electronic communication devices, and rapid-fire cannons. His exterior radiates a scorching red akin to flames. Although somewhat stocky, every inch of his metallic shell exudes an undeniable strength and resilience, reminiscent of a warrior forged through countless trials by fire. He excels in frontline assaults and suppressive fire, with bravery as his second nature. His temperament resembles molten lava trapped within the Earth's core, intense and wild. When provoked, he can unleash a staggering force, engulfing adversaries in an inferno of relentless flames. Mi Huan, a transformer manifesting in a beastly form, is comparable in size to an adult Siberian tiger. He possesses the ability to transform into electronic communication devices, raptors, and felines. His body is cloaked in a profound shade of black, specializing in stealthy tracking, eavesdropping, and infiltration, akin to a specter in the night. Remarkably, he can effortlessly alter his size, ranging from 100 to 300 centimeters, and can disguise himself as any medium to large bird or mammal, excluding humans, to achieve his clandestine objectives. The red-tailed hawk trailing fury is a clever result of Mi Huan's disguise, and his elusive abilities render him adept at concealing his identity and accomplishing missions. Ci Mei, the female transformer, possesses the ability to transform into a humanoid form, electronic communication devices, and a motorcycle. As a logistical support transformer, her expertise in communication and hacking is profound, enabling her to effortlessly infiltrate enemy information networks and provide vital intelligence support for combat. Her character, much like her name, embodies the resilience of a thorny rose, coupled with the gentleness and serenity of a blooming flower. She relishes listening quietly, whether to the conversations of her comrades or the whispers of the night wind, finding an ineffable tranquility in both. Beyond the battlefield, she serves as the warm guardian of the team, illuminating their path with her wisdom and kindness. Once all preparations were complete, Yu Shen, accompanied by Liu Yao, descended upon the land of Washington, D.C., in the United States. He instructed Liu Yao that their first significant mission would be to dispatch a meticulously prepared video file to SHIELD, and then to monitor their every move, keenly observing whether they would react positively to the events transpiring in Sector 7. Once it was confirmed that SHIELD had commenced operations, the ensuing long-term objectives were set forth. Firstly, to endeavor to appropriate American aviation engine technologies, associated materials, chip technology, biotechnology, nanotechnology, and nuclear technology. Secondly, to seek out the Tesseract. Thirdly, to locate Ivan Vanko and acquire the arc reactor technology from him. And fourthly, to uncover leads on the Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes. The intel from Liu Yao had finally returned. What did it convey? Yu Shen's voice was laced with anticipation. Through clandestine tracking, Mi Huan ascertained the movements of SHIELD Director Nick Fury, confirming that investigations into Sector 7 had already commenced, answered CIMA. Upon learning that Fury had begun his work, a heavy stone finally lifted from Yu Shen's heart, and a relieved smile graced his face. Although the progress was a few days later than he had anticipated, it was indeed a development. Yu Shen was never one to act rashly or without consequence. He understood the principle of letting the tiger return to the mountain better than anyone. When he witnessed the moment of the convergence of the One and the source of the fire through the surveillance within Sector 7, a thought abruptly flashed through his mind. What was the true catalyst for the formation of the Avengers? It was precisely the invasion of Earth by the Chitauri. Thus, when the Cybertronians suddenly arrived, did SHIELD possess sufficient strength to repel such invaders? He firmly believed the answer was affirmative. The unparalleled might of the Hulk and the extraordinary intellect of Iron Man would serve as the most robust assurance in this external conflict. Moreover, he had gleaned from classified documents the extent to which the United States had developed secret weaponry through reverse engineering, proving they were far from defenseless. Consequently, he utilized his capabilities to create a video, which he secretly transmitted to SHIELD via Liu Yao, with the singular aim of prompting Nick Fury to begin assembling the Avengers in advance. CIMA continued her report. Mi Huan also discovered that the White House had attributed the destruction of Sector 7 to an individual known as Mystique and had dispatched a certain Strucker to apprehend her. What? Yu Shen was utterly astonished, his expression one of disbelief. How had the situation suddenly turned towards mutants? What was the connection here? Yu Shen regarded the formidable individuals among the mutants as potential allies in the future struggle against Thanos for three reasons: strength, disunity, and marginalization by the world. It is well known that there are primarily two factions among mutants, the pacifist faction led by Professor X and the militant faction led by Magneto. The Professor is one of the most benevolent and powerful mutants, believing that mutants and humans are not enemies, and that the two races can coexist peacefully on Earth. Conversely, Magneto holds the belief that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. If mutants wish to live securely on Earth, they must eradicate humanity, as peaceful coexistence between the two races is utterly impossible. The clash of these ideologies has rendered it difficult for mutants to unite as one entity, complicating their ability to confront the crises that exist in reality. Moreover, amongst the higher-tier powerful mutants, some individuals are prone to hunting those of lower ranks for monetary gain, leading the more righteous powerful mutants to retaliate against these killers. This situation has delighted the politicians who proclaim themselves champions of the free world. As they revel in the discord among mutants, if possible, they would prefer to transform mutants into tools or weapons for their own use, or even expel them from their nations. Consequently, Yu Shen sees an opportunity to gather those persecuted mutants with formidable abilities, hoping to earn their unwavering loyalty. However, the current situation seems to be spiraling out of control. Simi, provide me with the information on that individual. Strick, Yu Shen commanded. Understood, Master. Simi swiftly began to scour the vast network for all information related to the name Strick, meticulously filtering to extract precise details about the individual. Completed, Master. Simi demonstrated remarkable efficiency, quickly unearthing all of Strick's dubious background and projecting it before Yu Shen. Sitting on the bed, Yu Shen scrutinized the gathered data with unwavering focus, absorbing every word in detail. Damn, After reviewing the information, Yu Shen couldn't help but curse, his brow furrowed as thoughts flickered like sparks. Pondering the trajectory of the unfolding events, should I have Lao Lu alert the professor and Magneto? He mused, but soon dismissed the notion. His intuition warned him that wading into these murky waters would yield little benefit at this juncture. Have Lu Yao keep a close watch on S.H.I.E.L. DS stance towards mutants, as long as it does not interfere with the tasks I assign, he resolutely instructed Simei. He felt a twinge of guilt for the trouble brought upon the X-Men, yet reassured himself, they have endured for so many years. This time will be no different. Besides, there's also Egghead. He should be able to handle it, right? Yes, he should, he concluded with unfounded confidence. Although Yu Shen anticipated that his recent destruction in Sector 7 might hasten Fury's initiation of the Avengers Initiative, he did not foresee that it would inadvertently lead Fury to include the X-Men in the plan. However, what caught him completely off guard was that this series of events would eventually sow the seeds of a significant crisis for both the Avengers and the X-Men. Of course, that was a matter for another time, but it was evident that the developments had far surpassed his initial expectations. Fury returned to his office and sat down with a calm demeanor, lightly pressing the communicator on his desk. Hill, is the Resource Management Division prepared? Report, Director. The Resource Management Division is ready. They can depart at any time. Hill replied promptly and clearly. Excellent. Have them stand by in Las Vegas, Fury instructed succinctly. Understood, Director. Hill responded. Hill, where is Barbara at the moment? Fury inquired next. On leave, Director, Hill's voice revealed a natural familiarity. As if she were well acquainted with the whereabouts of the mimicry expert, Barbara Morse. Connect me, Fury commanded without hesitation. Certainly, Director. Hill promptly transferred Fury's call to Barbara. Beep. Hello. Who is this? After a considerable period, the communicator finally relayed the languid and drowsy voice of the mimicry agent, Barbara Morse. It was evident that this S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, designated as Agent 19, was receiving the call with her eyes closed, her tone revealing that she lay upon a soft bed, reluctant to depart from her warm dreams. It's me, Barbara. You have 12 hours to report here. Fury commanded without a hint of leniency for his subordinate. Damn it, Fury. I just completed my last mission a day ago, Barbara exclaimed, instantly alert and filled with indignation. Unfazed, Fury swiftly terminated the communication. Dealing with Strucker's mutant task force required more than just a single mimicry agent. Yet, Clint Barton, Jessica Drew, and others were occupied with their respective missions, while Natasha Romanoff was undercover beside Tony Stark and was unable to move. With a sigh, Fury felt a tinge of helplessness. Despite S.H.I.E.L.D.'s vastness, the number of agents of Barbara's caliber could be counted on one hand. After all, confronting a mutant task force with mere mortals required an abundance of intellect, courage, and strength. Chapter 5, The Immortal Traces of Huaxia. The cool breeze invigorated the atmosphere, and the boundless autumn moon cast its glow. Alas, my yearning for affection felt akin to enduring an eternity. Though I may not possess the elegance of a jade tree or the charm of a gallant figure, I embrace a broad-minded spirit and strong arms. This whimsical ditty, self-mockingly sung by Zhang Weijian, resonated deeply with Yu Shen's current state of mind. Fury had dispatched capable personnel to discreetly assist the Avengers, which allowed Yu Shen to relinquish his worries entirely. With Fury attending to these matters, he resolutely decided to let Lu Yao and the Mecha Corps focus on their endeavors, leaving only the auxiliary, Thorn Rose, to navigate the pressures of study in preparation for the imminent college entrance examination. Time flew swiftly, and before long, the spring festival of 2007 approached. However, for the high school seniors facing the daunting examinations, the festive cheer was utterly out of reach, their spirits dampened by relentless winter break, tutoring, and stern teachers. In stark contrast to those classmates who wished to imprint every morsel of knowledge into their minds, Yu Shen's days appeared particularly lighthearted and joyous. He was surreptitiously utilizing his abilities at his desk to explore the advanced technologies that Lu Yao had procured from the foolish Eagle Nation over the past few months. Despite his limited understanding of the intricate details of these technologies, it did nothing to diminish his good mood. Yet, just as Yu Shen reveled in his inner delight, there came a knock. Knock, knock, knock. The young female teacher from the academic office opened the door to Yu Shen's classroom and called out, Yu Shen, come down to the academic office. Someone is looking for you. All right. Yu Shen closed his book and exited the classroom, following the teacher to the academic office. Upon entering, he observed two men in police uniforms, one tall and robust, the other short and slender, seated across from the academic office director. Officer Zhao, Officer He. This is the Yu Shen you were looking for, the director said with a smile. The moment Yu Shen caught sight of the two officers, he immediately sensed a faint yet distinct electromagnetic wave emanating from the towering Officer Zhao. His heart fluttered slightly, and he blinked rapidly. feigning confusion as if utterly bewildered by the situation before him. The slender officer he noticed Yu Shen's expression, which seemed to oscillate between understanding and confusion. He rose, displaying his police badge while gently saying, "Hello, you. We are from the Liaoxian Public Security Bureau, and we have a few questions we would like to ask you." Yu Shen immediately shifted into the demeanor of an ordinary youth confronted by law enforcement, his voice tinged with a subtle tension. "Sure, officer." Officer, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. At just 23 or 24, it was amusing for him that this 17 or 18-year-old, taller than himself, referred to him as uncle. Nevertheless, he summoned a warm smile, striving to project approachability. "You, please relax. We only wish to ask you a few simple questions. Please have a seat." "Okay." Yu Shen replied obediently, settling into a chair and appearing very compliant. Officer, he retrieved a voice recorder from his pocket, switched it on, and inquired, "You, could you share your experiences from the evening of September 24th? Yu Shen pretended to recall, pondering briefly before responding. "That night, it was my turn for duty, and I was the last to leave. After I left, I headed straight home. When I was near Building 22, a blinding light suddenly flashed, and from that moment on, I remember nothing. Prior to that, did you sense anything unusual or see any suspicious individuals?" Officer, he pressed further. Yu Shen contemplated for a moment. "No." He continued to feign recollection. Officer, he posed several more questions, but Yu Shen remained oblivious to them all. At that moment, Officer Zhao abruptly rose, his towering figure exuding an unusual aura of intimidation as he loomed over Yu Shen, his eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity. Officer Zhao sternly stated, "Do not be afraid. As long as you tell the truth, we will not harm you." Yu Shen recognized the undeniable coercive power in Officer Zhao's gaze. Yet he deemed it insufficient to sway him. He quickly adjusted his expression, feigning intimidation, and timidly replied, "Officer, I assure you, I remember nothing more." Observing Yu Shen's anxious attempts to defend himself, Officer Zhao exchanged a glance with Officer He. Immediately, Officer He smiled and, using a soothing tone, reassured Yu Shen. "Do not worry. We believe you. Since you cannot recall anything further, there is no issue. Thank you for your cooperation. You may return to your classes now." "All right." Yu Shen stood and pretended to walk out, only to turn back, curiously asking, "Officer, may I ask what this is regarding?" "Oh, it's nothing serious. There was an issue with the transformer that day, and we suspect possible sabotage," Officer He explained. "I see," Yu Shen replied sincerely, extending his right hand. Seeing this, Officer He instinctively reached out, and their hands clasped firmly. Yu Shen grinned, shaking Officer He's hand a few times before saying, "Goodbye, officer." Officer He felt a profound sense of embarrassment as he was referred to as uncle by another officer, and he could only muster the strength to bid farewell to Yu Shen with a simple, "Goodbye, you." Upon returning to the classroom and settling into his seat, his deskmate, intrigued, nudged him with an elbow and whispered, "Hey, what did the Academic Affairs Office want?" Yu Shen chose to ignore the question, merely nudging his companion back, who then seemed to forget the inquiry and resumed focus on the lecture. The existence of the enigmatic 414 Bureau truly astonished Yu Shen. He had never imagined that such a legendary department existed within the vast expanse of China. Just moments ago, through a seemingly innocuous handshake, he had surreptitiously glimpsed fragments of Officer He's memories, subtly altering perceptions among the 4 individuals present. From the fragments he uncovered, he learned that the 2 officers were not the guardians of the people clad in uniforms, but rather investigators from the mysterious 414 Bureau. At that moment, he felt as if he had touched the tip of the iceberg of China's secrets, with his heart stirred like a lake struck by a stone, sending ripples across its surface. The officer who introduced himself as Officer Zhao was, in truth, Jiang Wenshan, the deputy head of the investigation section at the 414 Bureau and also the leader of a team. Meanwhile, Officer He's real name was Qian Haiyang. Their visit was, in fact, to probe whether Yu Shen had any involvement with what was termed a third type of event. The phrase echoed in Yu Shen's mind, denoting the 414 Bureau's classification for encounters with supernatural phenomena and extraterrestrial life on Earth. It provided him some solace to know that China's approach to such events was comparatively gentle, far removed from the reckless actions of certain nations that would hastily subject individuals to laboratory examinations. China's procedural approach was relatively humane. It began with observation, followed by simple documentation if the event posed no harm. Should it present a certain level of danger, monitoring would ensue. Only in cases of extreme peril would individuals be invited to a laboratory for in-depth study. It is worth noting that the term invited here was a sincere invitation, devoid of coercion. However, should an individual choose to resist, the circumstances would drastically change. Yu Shen possessed abilities that remained elusive, akin to a ghost hidden within the shadows. During the month he was in a coma, The two members of the 414 Bureau conducted several covert examinations of his body, but were unable to uncover the secrets concealed within him. Their summons of Yu Shen was merely a procedural formality, aimed at conducting a superficial inquiry. Once the questioning concluded, they would lightly mark a symbol on the file, signifying the completion of the investigation. Having willingly presented himself, Yu Shen felt there was no one to blame but himself. He was aware that Jiang Wenshan, as the deputy head, surely held more secrets, and he resolved to seek him out that evening to extract information. As Yu Shen contemplated his plan, outside the school, Jiang Wenshan and Qian Haiyang swiftly changed out of their police uniforms and hats upon exiting the premises. In the driver's seat, Qian Haiyang inquired, "Jiang, how did it go?" With an air of nonchalance, Jiang Wenshan replied, "Everything seems to be just fine." Qian Haiyang held an unwavering conviction in Jiang Wenshan's judgment, for he understood that after a certain mishap, Jiang Wenshan had acquired an extraordinary ability. His eyes could perceive lies, and no one could utter falsehoods under his gaze. Qian Haiyang fastened his seatbelt and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Alas, what a fruitless endeavor." Observing Qian Haiyang's lack of enthusiasm, Jiang Wenshan comprehended the newcomer's yearning to solve a significant case and offered a reassuring smile, saying, "You are still new here and may not fully grasp the situation. In fact, being left with nothing to show for your efforts is already the best outcome. If that energy had truly resulted in casualties, then we would be facing real trouble. Just like the incident in Wuhan in '98, right?" Qian Haiyang inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Jiang Wenshan recalled that case, his expression instantly darkening. It was a case he had handled, featuring a mere 4-year-old girl whose awakened powers had obliterated everyone on the bus, including her mother, leaving a scene of unimaginable carnage. Noticing Jiang Wenshan's mood shift to one of gravity, Qian Haiyang quickly started the vehicle, diverting the conversation. "Team leader, where do you think such immense energy would go?" Jiang Wenshan exhaled deeply, seemingly attempting to dispel the weight of his emotions, and sincerely replied, "Anywhere, as long as it does not harm others." Yes, as long as no one was hurt. In that moment, the regret of Qian Haiyang not cracking a major case seemed to dissipate, for, as Jiang Wenshan had stated, sometimes an inconclusive outcome is indeed the most favorable result. By the way, Jiang Wenshan suddenly appeared to recall something, turning to Qian Haiyang. "Did that lad ask you anything before heading back to the classroom?" "Not at all," Qian Haiyang responded, a look of confusion on his face. Observing Qian Haiyang's bewilderment, Jiang Wenshan furrowed his brow but soon relaxed, his mood lifting as he said, "All right, let us return the clothes first. Afterward, I'll take you to unwind a bit. A good night's sleep, and we'll be heading home for the new year." "Sounds good, brother. I've been waiting for that," Qian Haiyang replied cheerfully, eager to hit the gas and make their way to the Public Security Bureau in Liaoxian. Both Jiang Wenshan and Qian Haiyang were residing at the government guest house in Liaoxian, a small county where everyone knew its location. As night descended, with his parents and sister deep in slumber, Yu Shen quietly pushed open the window of his bedroom. A biting cold wind rushed in, seemingly heralding a night filled with dark currents and hidden dangers. Perhaps that was an exaggeration. Yu Shen navigated the night with practiced ease. Swiftly arriving at the guest house, he meticulously assessed the accommodation conditions throughout the establishment, noting the sparse number of guests, which prompted a satisfied nod. Then, relying on the marker he had discreetly left on Qian Haiyang, he effortlessly located the room occupied by the two men. With a slight application of force, he quietly opened the window and silently slipped inside. With a flick of his right index finger, he cast 2 beams of blue light onto the duo, rendering the already slumbering Jiang Wenshan and Qian Haiyang utterly incapacitated. This made it significantly easier for him to extract the information stored within Jiang Wenshan's memories. To acquire the memories of his target, Yu Shen has 3 methods at his disposal. The first involves forcefully invading the target's mental realm, akin to a digger, extracting the desired memories from the depths of the target's brain. However, this method is ruthlessly cruel, inflicting irreversible damage on the target's psyche, potentially obliterating an entire personality into a void. The second approach entails killing the target and directly interrogating their soul. The third method involves delving into the target's brain while they are unconscious. Although this approach is intricate and labor-intensive, it remains painless and harmless to the target. Given that he harbors no grievances against Jiang Wenshan, Yu Shen naturally refrains from employing the first 2 methods. He approaches Jiang Wenshan's bedside, raising his right hand above the latter's forehead. 5 delicate streams of blue light, resembling serpents, slowly flow from his fingertips, silently penetrating the depths of Jiang Wenshan's mind. Yu Shen is not interested in trivial matters such as the age at which Jiang Wenshan ceased bedwetting. His sole focus is on the man's experiences at the 414 Research Institute. It is well known that the human brain resembles a vast and intricate labyrinth. It not only encodes, stores, and retrieves external information, but also intertwines with human emotions and cognition in a mysterious realm. During this process, Individuals often selectively remember those moments that leave a profound impression, regardless of whether they are joyous or painful. However, when it comes to unpleasant or distressing memories, people tend to instinctively avoid or selectively forget them. In certain circumstances, some memories can be deeply buried, sealed away in the recesses of the brain, untouched by any external force. Yet, when these hidden memories are forcibly awakened, it is akin to opening Pandora's box, unleashing a flood of repressed and taboo recollections that can inflict unpredictable shocks and harm on the mind and thoughts. Yu Shen cautiously manipulates the 5 streams of light to extract valuable fragments from Jiang Wenshan's deep-seated memories. The first image that unfolds before him depicts how Jiang Wenshan stealthily conducted examinations on him. In that scene, a pair of large male hands roams over his body, occasionally making contact with his skin, while various intricate instruments continuously weave in and out of his being, some even penetrating deeply into his flesh. A wave of nausea washes over Yu Shen, and he resolves to ensure that these 2 men face some form of retribution for their cruelty. The 414 Research Institute has been established since the founding of the nation, with Jiang Wenshan laboring in this vast expanse for over a decade, handling thousands of cases. Yet, among these cases, the majority are mere trifles, with truly significant cases being few and far between, easily counted on one hand. It is these scant cases, however, that weigh heavily upon Jiang Wenshan's heart, leaving indelible scars on his psyche. The memories that Jiang Wenshan treasures are, for Yu Shen, predominantly a source of amusement, as the truly valuable information has long been gathered by the relevant authorities for study. An investigator of Jiang Wenshan's caliber could not possibly discern where such information is concealed. Setting aside the trivial matters that are often discussed over tea and meals, which may not even be believed by others, Yu Shen indeed unearthed 2 pieces of case intelligence that made his efforts worthwhile. In 1998, a bus explosion on the Yangtze River Bridge in Wuhan sent shockwaves throughout China. At that time, news outlets reported that this tragedy was triggered by a fuel leak from the bus. However, the truth behind this incident was far more astonishing than what the public was led to believe. It was, in fact, instigated by the sudden awakening of a 4-year-old girl named Lei Ling, who possessed extraordinary abilities. In Jiang Wenshan's memory, the name Lei Ling flashed like a lightning bolt, illuminating a significant page in the history of mutants. She was the first mutant born within the borders of China, with an American father and a Chinese mother. Her ability was to manipulate airflow, classified as a grade B manipulation power. In China, superhumans are categorized into 4 major types: elemental, manipulative, mutated, and composite. Elemental superhumans can conjure fireballs, water orbs, and other elemental forces, bringing nature's power to life. Manipulative superhumans can control flames, currents, mental energies, and objects, harnessing existing elements without the ability to create. Mutated superhumans undergo personal transformations, gaining extraordinary strength and speed, with their bodies serving as their most formidable weapons. Composite superhumans embody a blend of the aforementioned abilities, capable of transformation as well as creation or manipulation of elements, based on the strength of their powers. These superhumans are further divided into 4 grades: A, B, C, and D, with each grade subdivided into upper, middle, and lower tiers, allowing for precise assessment of each individual's capabilities. As mentioned earlier, Lei Ling was classified as grade B, while Jiang Wenshan, a fellow manipulative power wielder, fell into grade D middle. When Lei Ling, the first mutant in China, gracefully entered Yu Shen's line of sight, he became even more convinced of his hypothesis that the Chinese populace bore no such genes. In that moment, he was overwhelmed by an unprecedented intuition that the hand of fate was subtly unveiling a mysterious narrative. A seemingly concealed yet guiding thread was slowly unfolding, whispering to him and leading him toward the pivotal moment that would unravel the enigma of the mutant's origins. This sensation was extraordinarily intense, filling him with both excitement and anxiety, as though he was about to embark on an extraordinary journey of destiny, truth, and self-discovery. Calm down, calm down. Yu Shen quickly took a deep breath to steady his emotions. He compared what he knew about the classification of mutants and realized that this grade B corresponded to a high level. At merely 4 years old, Lei Ling already exhibited capabilities of a high grade, and in his view, she possessed infinite potential to ascend to the even higher alpha level, or perhaps even the most formidable omega level. From Jiang Wenshan's recollections, Yu Shen could sense that the moment Lei Ling was taken away by the relevant authorities was akin to a shooting star streaking across Jiang Wenshan's life, leaving an indelible mark. Despite the relentless passage of time, the haunting gaze filled with terror and helplessness that Lei Ling had upon their first encounter remained etched in his heart, ever fresh and vivid. He felt profound sympathy for the fate of Lei Ling, and for a fleeting moment, he was convinced that if Lei Ling were not a mutant, Jiang Wenshan, a man whose heart was tender yet whose exterior was as unyielding as iron, would have undoubtedly extended a helping hand to shelter the forlorn little girl beneath his wing. May you find a way to soothe this emotion in the days to come. Yu Shen silently prayed for Jiang Wenshan, hoping he could discover a sanctuary amidst the turmoil of the world. Yu Shen ceased to let his thoughts linger on Lei Ling's predicament, redirecting his attention to another case. This time, the focus was on a logistics company named Na Du Tong, which had a branch in Liao County. Na Du Tong was hailed as the largest logistics giant, had it not been for Jiang Wenshan's memories. He could hardly have imagined that such a deeply entrenched and well-known company was, in fact, a government entity established by Huaxia to regulate those with extraordinary abilities. This revelation was undoubtedly an unexpected delight. Ordinarily, given Jiang Wenshan's rank, he would have had no access to the profound secrets of this enigmatic company. However, a serendipitous event shattered this norm. 15 years prior, a small village nestled deep within the Qinling Mountains in Shanxi was unexpectedly besieged by a gigantic monkey, prompting the newly appointed team leader, Jiang Wenshan, to investigate. Little did he know that a group of mysterious individuals had arrived at the village even before him. To accomplish his mission, he was compelled to engage in minor skirmishes with these individuals. Through this unforeseen encounter, Jiang Wenshan was astonished to discover that each of these individuals possessed extraordinary skills, capable of performing feats akin to those described in the fantastical realms of Xianxia novels, mysterious and unfathomable. Faced with formidable adversaries beyond his capacity to confront, Jiang Wenshan could only report the predicament to his superiors, hoping for substantial support. Surprisingly, his superiors recalled him instead. How could Jiang Wenshan accept this? He relentlessly applied pressure with his characteristic tenacity. Ultimately, in a state of exasperation, his superiors disclosed that these enigmatic figures, who even refused to reveal their names, were, in fact, personnel from Na Du Tong. This revelation opened Jiang Wenshan's eyes, making him realize that within Huaxia existed a mysterious realm intertwined with gods, demons, and spirits. Upon grasping this knowledge, Jiang Wenshan adhered to his superior's directives, safeguarding the secret and never disclosing a hint of it to the outside world. After all, such a revelation that could upend traditional materialist worldviews, if carelessly exposed, might incite unnecessary panic and chaos. In the face of the unknown and enigmatic realm of extraordinary beings, maintaining silence perhaps served as the best protection for both himself and the world. In this moment, having obtained such invaluable intelligence, Yu Shen felt an absurd sense of amusement as if fate were playing a jest upon him. He couldn't help but quip. Isn't this just a superhero fanfiction? When did it turn into a Xianxia fanfiction? At the same time, he found himself deeply puzzled. Why were they referred to as extraordinary beings when they were clearly practitioners? Could it be due to some bizarre regulations post-establishment that animals could not attain enlightenment? The timeline has encountered yet another issue. Although the specific designation may not hold significant importance, the accuracy of the timeline is undoubtedly paramount. In Yu Shen's recollections of the future, the company Na Du Tong is but a blank slate, not to mention the realm of extraordinary beings established by a community of cultivators. At this moment, the yearning for the unknown world and the ignorance of the known world surged within him, creating a tumultuous wave of emotions. It felt as though he stood on the edge of an infinite, uncharted ocean, filled with both a profound desire for the unfathomable depths and a sense of confusion and loss regarding the familiar land beneath his feet. Each step forward represented a courageous exploration of the unknown, while every glance back only amplified his bewilderment and entrapment concerning everything he thought he knew. Perhaps they did not truly lack existence. Rather, it was due to his relentless travels abroad that he remained largely uninformed about the domestic situation. He pondered quietly within himself. Regrettably, he only knew a name. With a sense of wistfulness, Yu Shen cautiously retracted the 5 blue information strands from Jiang Wenshan's mind. Now, with an awareness of the realm of extraordinary beings, he felt a complex mix of emotions, yet could not suppress his excitement. Abroad, there were super soldiers, mythical figures, and technologically advanced mutants. Thus, it was only fitting that a great Eastern nation would possess corresponding powers. At last, this company, Na Du Tong, which had concealed itself within the fabric of reality, had finally restored equilibrium to this world. As for why the purple sweet potato essence who snapped his fingers had not been struck down by Sun Wukong, that remained a mystery he needed to further investigate. However, it must be noted that characters such as the Jade Emperor and Guanyin Bodhisattva from ancient Chinese mythology, akin to Thor, who was essentially an extraterrestrial, were concepts he found rather difficult to accept. With a swift leap from the window, Yu Shen hovered in the air, glancing back at the wide-open window, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. The northeast nights were bitterly cold. Even with the warmth of the indoors, leaving the window open all night could be quite intolerable. While it was unlikely to cause death by freezing, a cold was certainly inevitable. Chapter 6. The true network Phantom. Yu Shen was quite pleased with this small act of retribution, disregarding the 2 unfortunate souls destined for their beds. and soared towards the branch office of Na Dotong in Liao County. The branch office was located at the end of a street on the eastern side of Central Cross Street, in a modest two-story building with a courtyard. It was not far from the government guest house, almost within a blink of an eye. As he approached, Yu Shen's keen senses detected no signs of life within the little building. Only a sleeping elder was found in the guardhouse at the entrance to the courtyard. Navigating through the storerooms on the first floor, he found nothing but mountains of packages. Thus, he did not linger on the first floor and proceeded directly to the second. Upon ascending to the second floor, a straight corridor led his gaze to two closed doors at the end, adorned with the inscription conference room. On the left side of the corridor was a row of windows through which the cold moonlight filtered, casting a glow upon the concrete floor. To the right were several rooms bearing nameplates, including the general manager's office, the finance room, and the employee lounge. Without hesitation, he made his way to the general manager's office, effortlessly unlocking the door and stepping inside. The office space was not particularly spacious, yet it was arranged in a remarkably simple and orderly fashion. In the center of the room stood a large office desk, positioned directly facing the entrance. Neatly arranged upon it were a computer and several documents. To the right of the desk were two filing cabinets. He approached and gently pulled open the glass doors of the cabinets, meticulously extracting the documents within and examining them closely. Despite his hopes of uncovering a clue or useful information, he regrettably found nothing of significance after a thorough inspection. Subsequently, he sat in the office chair and began to search through the desk drawers, only to be met with the same empty outcome. Bending forward, Yu Shen powered on the computer. Indeed, the high-end configuration of a corporate computer was remarkable. Within mere seconds, the login interface appeared before him. He effortlessly cracked the login password and began to peruse the contents of the hard drive. Unsurprisingly, his findings were disappointing, aside from a few games. The drive was cluttered with logistics information and charts, which held no value for the deep intelligence he sought. After all, if it were so easily discovered, it would not be buried so deeply. Yu Shen did not allow himself to feel disheartened by the absence of valuable intelligence. He suddenly recognized the rigidity of his own thinking. Naturally, within a logistics company, the content of the documents would be closely related to logistics. Very well then. With this thought, Yu Shen retrieved a brand new, pale green Nokia 93 smartphone from his pocket and deftly tossed it into the air. "Simi-ai," he called. The device instantly transformed mid-air, morphing into a robotic form that landed gracefully on the ground. "Master, what is your command?" it inquired. "Infiltrate the data center of this location and extract the information within." Since acquiring Simi-ai, Yu Shen had resolved never to undertake such hacking endeavors himself again. "Understood, master." Simi-ai extended a slender wire from its right index finger, connecting it to the desktop computer's network interface. Thus, even if discovered, the trace would lead back to this ordinary office. With everything in place, the green eyes of Simi-ai glimmered as lines of code rapidly scrolled and refreshed, marking the commencement of its hacking operation. Initially, Simi-ai's intrusion progressed exceedingly smoothly, but as time passed, the speed of the code scrolling in its eyes intensified, and the machine began to exhibit slight tremors. These unusual signs prompted Yu Shen, who had been leisurely seated in the executive chair, to sense something amiss. He quickly inquired, "Simi-ai, what is happening?" "Master, something is obstructing my intrusion," Simi-ai responded, its tone tinged with urgency. "What is it? A firewall?" Yu Shen leaned forward, perplexed. "No. It is a living entity, actively contesting my control over the network." Simi-ai's words were laced with a strained urgency, revealing the difficulty it faced against this unknown presence. "Living? How is that possible?" Yu Shen was taken aback. Could it be that this company housed an artificial intelligence? He had no time to delve deeper. He swiftly placed his hand upon Simi-ai, for as its master, he must lend it his strength. A blue energy enveloped Simi-ai like gentle ocean waves, providing the support it needed. Empowered by the force of information, the tumultuous codes swirling in the eyes of Simi-ai, akin to a raging storm, are now enveloped by a dazzling blue radiance, transforming the surroundings into a fantastical azure realm. At this moment, within this virtual battlefield constructed of countless zeros and ones, Yu Shen beholds a surreal spectacle. A white-haired girl, her form woven from magnetic lines, is wielding dual axes with astonishing speed, launching a ferocious assault against Simi-ai, who is also composed of magnetic lines. This cartoonish warrior maiden, evidently trained by distinguished masters, brandishes her axes with a fierce vigor, employing an ethereal agility that allows her to slice and chop with an overwhelming ferocity, executing strikes in all directions with an impressive blend of deception and might. As Yu Shen watches the scene reminiscent of a sci-fi blockbuster, his eyes widen in astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief, "Is that Li Kuei battling Transformers? Are we filming a movie?" Amidst his astonishment, the power of information he bestowed upon Simi-ai instantly ignited her latent computational prowess, causing it to surge to more than double its original capacity. Just as even a clay figurine retained some of its earthy essence, Simei, fueled by long-suppressed fury, cast aside all notions of defense. Ignoring the axes swung by the cartoon warrior, she focused solely on her luminous blade, thrusting it fiercely towards her opponent. Caught off guard by Simei's reckless onslaught of the luminous blade, the cartoon warrior was momentarily taken aback. Drawing upon her extensive combat experience, she realized that Simei, once slightly slower in her movements, was now attacking with greater speed than her own axes. Fortunately, wielding two axes, she maintained the momentum of her right-hand strike, while swiftly maneuvering her left axe to intercept the path of the luminous blade. However, Simei had undergone a remarkable enhancement. The force of her luminous blade was astonishing. In an instant, the impact from the luminous blade against the axe sent the cartoon warrior flying. Seizing the opportunity, Simei relentlessly transformed her luminous blade into a laser cannon, firing without a moment's hesitation. This shot was both urgent and precise. The cartoon warrior, caught midair, had no time to evade and could only brace herself with her axe, resulting in her being propelled far away by the force of Simei's blast. Although she remained uninjured, she had irrevocably lost her advantage. While Simei struggled in close combat, her prowess in ranged attacks was unparalleled. The previously slow-firing laser cannon, under Yu Shen's augmentation, now resembled a Gatling gun. Without restraint, she unleashed a barrage of fire upon the cartoon warrior. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted. Simei's earlier predicament had vanished, leaving the cartoon warrior in a state of disarray. Faced with the relentless onslaught, she could only evade left and right. And every attempt to close the distance to Simei was thwarted by the merciless barrage. As the dynamics of the battle shifted, Yu Shen relaxed, confident that soon Simei would triumph over her adversary and penetrate the omnipresent database. However, just as he believed victory was assured, a frustrated, melodious voice pierced the air, exclaiming indignantly, "You've pushed me to this." Cornered with no escape, the cartoon warrior cast aside her axes, crossing her arms to unleash a rapidly expanding magnetic sphere from her center. It is both amusing and perplexing that the shells fired by the thorn rose struck the magnetic sphere, not only failing to destroy it, but rather accelerating its expansion at an alarming rate. This realization struck Yu Shen with dread. He immediately recognized the nature of the entity before him, akin to the information bomb he had once unleashed in District 7, capable of rapidly eroding and obliterating data. The shells projected by Thorn Rose, being information themselves, were inevitably within the sphere's destructive reach. He surmised that although its power appeared limited, it could easily transform this digital realm into an incomprehensible mess of gibberish. Witnessing the perilous stance of the cartoonish girl, Yu Shen did not hesitate for a moment. He decisively turned with Thorn Rose and fled. While he might not fear such a phenomenon, Thorn Rose would undoubtedly be defenseless against it. He bore no profound enmity towards the cartoon girl and saw no reason to engage in a fatal struggle. In a flash, he drew Thorn Rose back to his side and, with a swift kick, shattered the computer case, thereby neutralizing the threat posed by the bomb. "Are you all right?" Yu Shen's voice trembled with a mixture of relief and concern, still haunted by the recent harrowing encounter. "I am fine, Master," Thorn Rose replied, her electronic voice quivering slightly. Despite her efforts to maintain composure, traces of the earlier panic and unease were perceptible in her tone. "That is good to hear, Thorn Rose. Transform." "Yes." Yu Shen stowed the smartphone-shaped Thorn Rose in his pocket and, like a gust of wind, darted through the room, deftly erasing all traces that could reveal their identities. Throughout this process, he scarcely cast a glance at the damaged computer case, hastily departing the scene. At the moment they left, the night deepened, and their figures vanished into the darkness as if they had never existed. Upon returning home, Yu Shen lay on his bed, his mind swirling with admiration for the omnipotent entity that could upload a vibrant, ever-spirited soul into a lifeless virtual realm. He was in awe of how this cartoonish warrior, despite being composed of electromagnetic waves, was fundamentally indistinguishable from a human soul. Yet, he found himself puzzled as to how this cartoon girl could thrive in a world constructed from binary code, navigating it with such ease and vitality. It is essential to understand that every soul has its rightful place of repose. Not merely any corner can serve as a sanctuary for a soul. Generally, when a living body ceases to exist, the soul perishes alongside it. However, under certain fortuitous circumstances, the soul may continue to exist even after the body has succumbed. In such cases, the disembodied soul relentlessly consumes its own energy until depletion leads to its dissolution into nothingness. Consequently, it instinctively draws energy from its surroundings to replenish its losses. The human soul, belonging to the realm of the living, can only absorb the forces of nature. Any misstep in this process could lead to its utter disintegration. In the artificial digital realm, only electricity abounds, a habitat solely conducive to the Cybertronians, whose essence is woven from binary code. For souls like that of the spirited cartoon warrior, cross-dimensional existence is not merely unattainable for Yu Shen, but rather a miraculous phenomenon unheard of. Such an extraordinary talent deserves far more than to merely guard the gates. A profound admiration for this vivacious and charming cartoon warrior swells within Yu Shen. He believes that only under his command can she truly shine with brilliance. The rationale lies in the fact that Ultron awaits in the future, should he manage to recruit this energetic cartoon warrior into his ranks. Supplemented by the seamless collaboration of the Six Yao and the Mechanized Legion, they would undoubtedly possess the capability to seize Ultron before the Avengers could even react. The breathtaking resource integration abilities of Ultron, if redirected towards righteous purposes, would undeniably serve as a tremendous boon for him. Moreover, the extraordinary martial prowess of the cartoon warrior alone is more than sufficient to impart wisdom to the disciples of Six Yao. Her inclusion would not merely be an embellishment, but rather an essential lifeline in times of need. Yu Shen has resolved in his heart that during their next encounter, he must sincerely apologize to her. He is determined, believing that if Liu Bei could visit the thatched cottage thrice, he too could make 30 visits and succeed. Within a secret laboratory of unparalleled connectivity, a girl, her body reduced to only the upper half, lies quietly in a fully sealed life support apparatus. An oxygen mask obscures her features, allowing only a faint glimpse of her serene expression. Beside her stands a tall man with a gaunt face, short-cropped hair, and round glasses. His demeanor is as grim as iron, his eyes filled with worry and tension as he gazes upon the girl. He occasionally turns to scrutinize the fluctuating line on the adjacent monitor, a vital indicator of the girl's life signs. His furrowed brow and pronounced lines of worry seem to narrate the depths of his concerns and anxieties. This man is Gao Lian, the head of the Northeast Division of the organization, and the girl nestled within the life support apparatus is his cherished second daughter, Gao Yu Shen. How is Zhuang? Gao Lian's voice quivers slightly as he inquires of the lab director. Upon learning of his beloved daughter's predicament, he rushed to the facility from the divisional headquarters. Disregarding all else, she is fine, she simply exhausted herself and has entered a state of dormancy, the lab director, clad in a pristine white lab coat, gently reassures him. Attempting to soothe his troubled spirit, hearing that his daughter is not in grave danger, Gao Lian's heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally finds respite. He truly wishes to shield his daughter from such experiences, but he is powerless, without the company's financial backing. Her current condition would have led to her demise long ago. Gradually softening his tone, he asks, what transpired? There was an attack on the company's data center, and Zhuang discovered it. The assailants were formidable, the director explains. What? Gao Lian's face contorts in disbelief. It is critical to understand that the principle of seclusion is an ironclad rule within the realm of the extraordinary. This tenet must be adhered to universally, both domestically and abroad. Thus, only those within the extraordinary circle could possibly know the true nature of the organization. This left Gao Lian somewhat perplexed. He could not fathom who in their circle would be foolish enough to attack the company's database. The value of their organization lay in its extensive information network and formidable connections, while the most critical data resided in various isolated strongholds. If it was someone from their circle, then it must be an outsider. But what kind of idle individual would target a courier company's database? The more he pondered, the more he felt that the situation was shrouded in mystery. He gazed at his slumbering daughter and resolved to wait until she awoke to seek clarity. The foremost priority was to report to the company's board of directors. For an entire day and night, Gao Lian remained by his daughter Zhuang's side, sleepless and vigilant. Since entering this laboratory, he had witnessed his daughter fall into such an extended slumber for the first time. 24 hours prior, he had reported Zhuang's brave defense against external threats to the board of directors of the organization. Out of safety concerns, the chairman, Zhao Fangxiu, decided to temporarily shut down the company's database and official website until a new, more advanced firewall could be established. At the same time, they would pursue the intruder, though that investigation would have to wait until Zhuang regained consciousness. Observing his daughter, who appeared as serene as one in a deep sleep, Gao Lian felt a tumult of emotions within him. He was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Zhuang's courageous actions had profoundly impressed the board, highlighting her invaluable worth and silencing the previous dissenting voices. This was undoubtedly a positive development for the Gao family, which had long been in a vulnerable position, and he should have felt a sense of relief. However, this joy was predicated on the perilous circumstances his daughter had faced. And what father could genuinely feel happiness under such conditions? Every father wishes for their children to live safely and joyfully. And thus Gao Lian's heart was filled with conflict and helplessness. He reflected on the illustrious Gao family, one of the 4 prominent clans in the realm of the extraordinary, firmly established in the Northeast, a force to be reckoned with. Alas, during the war against Japan, they had suffered great losses, and their strength had diminished. Were it not for his father's decisive action in 1993 to join the organization, the Gao family would have likely faded into obscurity. Fortunately, their affiliation with the organization had allowed heir Zhuang to survive the incident, yet her life was no longer solely her own to dictate. Sighing in resignation, Gao Lian could only silently pray for his daughter to avoid such dangers in the future. Dad, what's wrong? A groggy heir Zhuang, awakening, immediately detected her father's heavy sigh through the camera. Although she was immobile, she could communicate with the outside world using modern technology. At that moment, she gently tapped an emoticon on the computer screen, as if conveying her current emotions through this silent symbol. Ding. Just then, the familiar notification sound echoed in the laboratory, signaling that his daughter had awakened. Gao Lian swiftly turned to the computer's microphone, concern evident in his voice as he asked, "I'm fine. How about you?" "I'm doing well." Heir Zhuang's response appeared on the screen, her words seemingly imbued with a light-hearted spirit, accompanied by a vibrant smiley face. Seeing his daughter still able to smile, Gao Lian immediately adopted a stern expression and admonished, "Still smiling? Do you realize how long you've been asleep?" "A full 24 hours. Heir Zhuang was acutely aware that her father was deeply concerned for her, although she navigated the web with apparent ease in her ethereal form. The perils she faced were far too grave to disclose to outsiders. In an effort to reassure her father, she quickly sent a message indicating her trepidation. Observing his daughter, who was playfully acting cute, Gao Lian understood her intentions and refrained from rebuking her further. He then inquired, "Tell me, what has worn you out so?" Faced with her father's genuine concern, Heir Zhuang transformed from a mischievous kitten into a serious little dog, her playful spirit instantly subdued. She earnestly began to type out the events she had encountered onto the computer screen. As the words unfolded line by line, Gao Lian's previously tranquil heart, restored by his daughter's awakening, was suddenly overwhelmed, as if a massive stone had been cast into still waters, stirring up tumultuous waves. He could hardly believe that the formidable adversary which had rendered his seemingly invincible daughter unconscious for an entire day and night was, in fact, an artificial intelligence. "Heir Zhuang, please do not jest with me," Gao Lian exclaimed, utterly astonished. In this age of digital torrents, the power of artificial intelligence had escalated to a level beyond imagination. A single AI attacking a courier company's data center? This scenario is more fantastical than any film could depict. This is not merely artificial intelligence, it borders on artificial incompetence. Feeling utterly bewildered by the stark reality he faced, Gao Lian struggled to conceive how to communicate this situation to the board of directors. It was absurd, utterly preposterous. "Dad, why would I joke with you? Ever since I acquired this capability, I have been roaming the internet. I have encountered all sorts of hackers. The only way that entity could overpower me is if it is either on par with my skills or an artificial intelligence that possesses full autonomy." "Dad, do you think there could be another like your daughter?" The screen displayed Heir Zhuang's confident retort. Seeing her unwavering certainty, Gao Lian temporarily suppressed the absurdity that surged within him and fell into deep contemplation. There must be something amiss, no matter how illogical the situation seemed. One must refrain from hasty conclusions. The unprecedented incident of an autonomous AI assaulting the company's database had become an undeniable reality. Regardless of whether this was a deliberate act or a mere accidental occurrence during practice, the distinction was inconsequential. What truly mattered was identifying the developer of that AI. For then all issues could be resolved. However, the complexity of this realm had surpassed the current capabilities of the company, leaving him with an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Relying solely on the company's resources was evidently insufficient. Did he truly need to seek external assistance? As Gao Lian pondered strategies, a sudden message flashed on the screen. "Dad, that entity is back. I will deal with it." This urgent message from Heir Zhuang struck him like a bolt from the blue, causing his heart to race as his thoughts scattered in the wake of this unexpected news. "Ah, do not go, Heir Zhuang. Come back," Gao Lian called out, realizing that Heir Zhuang was unaware that the company had gone offline. But she had already vanished from sight. "You little rascal, I didn't obliterate you last time. Do you dare come again?" As the robust warrior, Heir Zhuang set his sights on Ci Mei, he erupted in a torrent of curses, seizing his axe with the intent to strike. Ci Mei, perceiving his aggressive advance, swiftly gestured for him to pause. In the preceding days, Yu Shen had tirelessly directed Ci Mei, orchestrating a series of cyber incursions into the once dormant database of Nadu Tong. Their objective was both simple and clear, to lure the cartoonish warrior maiden into forging amiable relations. Now, confronted by this very maiden, he was resolute in preventing Ci Mei from engaging in combat. In this digitized realm, encountering an individual capable of communication without the necessity of text was a rarity. Thus, Heir Zhuang decided to extend a measure of courtesy, brandishing his axe and demanding, "What do you want?" Following Yu Shen's guidance, Ci Mei responded with utmost sincerity. "I apologize for my intrusive actions. Please forgive me." Heir Zhuang was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected apology, utterly perplexed by her intentions, and retorted, "You came here solely to say that?" "Indeed," Mei affirmed with a nod. "Do you take me for a fool? Can one apologize while simultaneously invading?" Zhuang spat in anger. "To meet you. We had no alternative but to resort to this method." "I sincerely apologize," Mei reiterated earnestly. "To see me?" Zhuang scoffed. No good deed goes unpunished. Just a day prior, she had engaged fiercely with this adversary, and now, the sudden shift to such a humble posture indicated that her unseen puppet master held some newfound interest in her. Experienced in such encounters, Zhuang was unfazed. She had no desire to waste further words and issued an ultimatum. "You and your puppet master best leave at once, or I shall cleave you in two." The abrupt hostility caught Mei off guard. She promptly notified Yu Shen, continuing to plead, "Please do not be angry. We harbor no ill intentions." Zhuang paid her no heed, raising her axe defiantly and bellowing, "Get lost." Just then, a voice interjected, "Hold on, beautiful, let us discuss this calmly." The sudden utterance startled Zhuang, as a figure composed of blue magnetic lines materialized beside her adversary, appearing to be male. "Who are you?" Zhuang inquired warily. The newcomer was, of course, Yu Shen, who had rushed over upon receiving Mei's message. Sensing her defensive posture, he quickly donned a smile, attempting to ease the tension. "Fear not, beautiful," he said, gesturing towards Mei. "I am her master." "What do you want?" Zhuang asked, her demeanor still cautious. She sensed a peculiar aura emanating from this unexpected man, one that seemed to occupy a space between her and her opponent. Frankly, she harbored little confidence in her ability to confront both adversaries simultaneously. She needed to devise an escape plan. Her every magnetic line taut and poised to bolt at a moment's notice. Yu Shen, with a resigned gesture of his hands, spoke softly to the hostile Zhuang. "I assure you, beautiful, I harbor no malice. There is no need for such tension." It seemed that Yu Shen sensed the sincerity of Zhuang, as the magnetic tension surrounding their bodies slightly eased. Suddenly, Zhuang pointed in panic at something behind Yu Shen and Mei, exclaiming, "Hey, what is that?" Both Yu Shen and Mei were momentarily taken aback by Zhuang's unexpected gesture, instinctively turning to see what he was referring to. Yu Shen, bewildered, asked, "What? What?" Seizing the moment of distraction, Zhuang executed a nimble turn and dashed away like an arrow released from a bow. When Yu Shen turned back, he found that the cartoonish young warrior had vanished from sight like a fleeting rabbit, leaving no trace of hesitation. Standing there, he felt a flush of embarrassment for having been deceived by such a childish trick. "Master, what should we do?" Mei inquired, noticing Yu Shen's clenched teeth in frustration. Despite his annoyance, Yu Shen remained resolute, declaring to Mei, "If the mountain does not come to me, then I shall go to the mountain. We will surely find that fellow's hiding place." Chapter 7. A fortuitous opportunity. This individual certainly knows how to escape. Yu Shen closely followed Zhuang's trail, weaving through countless electronic realms, leaping from one server to another. In mere seconds, he traversed half the globe. Fortunately, he could detect Zhuang's distinctive electromagnetic frequency, which served as his sole guiding thread in this vast digital expanse. Otherwise, he would have long lost his way in the overwhelming network. At last, this seemingly endless pursuit reached a conclusion. Yu Shen discovered that the figure who had appeared as the cartoonish young warrior had halted her hurried flight. He stood there, surveying his surroundings. Although he could not ascertain his exact location within the country, he could distinctly sense that the network defenses in this area were as formidable as impenetrable walls, exceedingly tight-knit. "This place is akin to Zone 7, Yu Shen mused. While he had confidence that his skills would not trigger any network security alarms, infiltrating a network system governed by digital spirits still required utmost caution. Just as he had previously breached Zone 7, he opted to start with the power system. He traced the wires back along the network lines, following the electrical pathways. Although this process was both time-consuming and labor-intensive, its advantage lay in the ability to remain undetected. After considerable effort, Yu Shen skillfully manipulated the electric currents to seize control of all the cameras in the area, ultimately pinpointing Zhuang's hiding place. As he peered into the laboratory through the surveillance cameras, he was taken aback by the scene within. "Goodness, is that source code?" he thought, staring at the upper half of a female body displayed before him. A renowned science fiction film that he had seen in the future, rivaling The Matrix, flashed through his mind. Without a doubt, this woman was the real-world embodiment of the cartoon young warrior. Is this yet another domain where the Americans conceive ideas and the Chinese bring them to fruition? Yu Shen silently critiqued as he continued to observe the laboratory with caution. To be frank, the laboratory spanned only about 50 square meters. Aside from the transparent glass case resembling a coffin that contained a female body, the majority of the space was occupied by medical equipment. Rather than a laboratory, this resembled a hospital room furnished with more advanced apparatus. In this dimly lit ward, a tall middle-aged man sat sideways before a computer, his lips moving in a subtle rhythm while lines of text danced rapidly across the screen, indicating an exchange of information. The drawback of surveillance cameras is their inability to capture sound or discern details due to resolution limitations. Yu Shen patiently waited, intending to act once the middle-aged man had distanced himself from the computer. As time slowly passed, after several minutes, the man finally rose from his chair and ambled towards the nearby medical equipment. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Shen decisively severed the power connection between the cartoonish girl warrior and the network, gaining control of all the devices within the ward. Remarkably, this was accomplished beneath the very nose of the middle-aged man, who remained oblivious to the unfolding events. However, his ignorance did not imply that no one was aware. Through the camera, Yu Shen witnessed the emergence of a semi-transparent woman from the lifeless form. Although merely a phantasmal image, her features were still discernible. She appeared to be in her 20s, standing over 5 feet tall, with an impeccable figure, full bosom, slender waist, and elongated legs. Her allure was undeniable, with long hair cascading like a transparent waterfall in the air, a heart-shaped face radiating classical beauty, a straight nose, full lips, and an unmistakable air of pride and defiance, coupled with a cool and detached demeanor that irresistibly drew one in. Yu Shen was utterly astonished at this incredible spectacle. His mouth agape as if it could easily accommodate an entire orange. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. His eyes widened in disbelief, his heart racing with a mixture of awe and astonishment. While he remained in stunned silence, he noticed the middle-aged man, who had his back to the translucent beauty, suddenly shudder as if jolted by electricity. Unable to contain his amusement, Yu Shen chuckled, imagining that the woman must have startled the man with an unexpected call. He quickly activated the computer's microphone and speakers, and soon heard their conversation. "Zhuang, why have you emerged? Hurry back." The middle-aged man had turned, astonished and perplexed at the sudden appearance of his daughter. "Dad, there's an intruder. The network is compromised. I had no choice but to manifest," the woman urgently explained, her voice distorted due to her ethereal nature. "Dad?" It dawned on Yu Shen that this middle-aged man was the father of the cartoon girl warrior. The man, maintaining his composure, replied, "Return for now. I will handle this." Without waiting for the middle-aged man to take action, Yu Shen projected his own likeness onto the computer screen, greeting him through the speakers with a light-hearted tone. "Hello." Upon hearing Yu Shen's voice, the middle-aged man jolted and swiftly turned around. Zhuang curiously peeked from behind his father, astonished by the figure of Yu Shen that appeared on the computer screen. Gao Lian scrutinized the plump youth, who was dressed in a simple round-neck autumn shirt and revealed only his upper half on the screen. The young man appeared to be around 17 or 18. With a head of glossy black short hair and a friendly countenance, while not particularly striking, he was certainly not unattractive. "Kid, you have quite the audacity. Do you know where this is?" Gao Lian inquired, his expression stern yet his tone remarkably composed. From the piercing gaze behind the small round glasses, Yu Shen sensed a unique aura of authority that typically accompanies those who are accustomed to holding power. However, he was no Navi youth. He smiled and retorted, "Uncle. What should I call you?" "Gao Lian," the middle-aged man replied succinctly. "Yu Shen," the youth responded with a grin, presenting an air of nonchalance as if the introduction had rendered names trivial. He then turned to the girl, Zhuang, who had been discreetly observing from behind Gao Lian. "Beauty, we've crossed paths a few times, yet you haven't revealed your name." "Gao Yushan," Zhuang replied with candor. "Pleasure to meet you," Yu Shen said, mimicking the ancient customs with a fist salute, before curiously asking, "Beauty, are you experiencing an out-of-body moment?" Zhuang hesitated, about to respond, but her father, Gao Lian, interrupted. "Zhuang, return to your body." "Oh," she complied obediently, instantly returning to her physical form. Seeing his daughter back in her own body, Gao Lian pulled over a chair and sat down with an authoritative demeanor, assuming the role of an elder inquiring of a younger. "Kid, which part of Northeast are you from?" "Haha, I can tell, uncle, since we are both from Northeast." "Let us be straightforward." Yu Shen maintained a relaxed and cheerful tone, undeterred by Gao Lian's interruption and demeanor. A hint of a smile appeared on Gao Lian's serious face as he replied, "All right, kid, let us hear it." "Uncle, before I proceed, I would like to propose a suggestion. It would be best if your subordinates remained idle. Otherwise, it might turn troublesome if they inadvertently harm the lovely Gauda." Yu Shen was unaware of the means by which Gao Lian had notified his subordinates, but at that moment, he found himself under attack from several hackers. "Are you threatening me?" Gao Lian's eyes narrowed, his gaze sharp as a sword. "It is merely advice. I seek only a peaceful environment for our conversation." Yu Shen's words floated lightly, yet they bore a resolute insistence. Yu Shen's counsel proved effective. After a moment's contemplation, Gao Lian pressed a button on his wristwatch, and the hackers ceased their assault, revealing to Yu Shen how commands were dispatched. "Uncle, I apologize for the trouble. With those pesky flies gone, I would like to adopt a strategy of diplomacy following military action. I sincerely wish to pose a few questions to you." hoping for your candid responses. Gao Lian appeared indifferent, casually crossing his legs and responding nonchalantly. Go ahead. Yu Shen proceeded to ask, Uncle, I have always been curious as to why you practitioners refer to yourselves as otherworldly beings. We are otherworldly beings, never mere practitioners, Gao Lian answered expressionlessly. Uncle, your perspective is flawed. Your daughter just performed an extraordinary feat, and you claim that you are not practitioners. Are you jesting with me? Yu Shen questioned. A hint of displeasure in his tone. Faced with Yu Shen's inquiry, Gao Lian revealed a trace of disdain, responding, Have you been indulging in too many web novels? What my daughter exhibited is not a mere soul departure. It is known as the emergence of the Yang spirit, a form of extraordinary power. Infuriated by the condescension, Yu Shen felt an even greater annoyance, yet he found himself perplexed. If soul departure is not a practitioner's technique, but rather an extraordinary ability, then what is this Yang spirit? Have I finally transitioned from a fantasy realm of immortal heroes to one of superheroes? Observing Yu Shen's bewildered expression, Gao Lian, growing impatient, remarked, What is it that you truly desire? Speak plainly and spare me the nonsense. Uncle, I do not wish for much. I merely seek knowledge about your practices. You're extraordinary beings. This is of great importance to me. Please share some fundamental knowledge. Divulge any secrets you are willing to share, and if not, then let it be. Surely, that is acceptable? Yu Shen responded with a hint of resignation while internally grumbling. Honestly, I haven't even begun, and this fellow is already losing his temper. You merely wish to know these things? Gao Lian furrowed his brow, displaying skepticism. Growing weary of the conversation, Yu Shen urged, Uncle, please give me your phone number. I will return the favor in kind. As soon as Gao Lian disclosed his mobile number, the computer screen promptly displayed a message from Air Zhuang. Dad, that fellow Yu Shen has truly left, accompanied by an expressive emoji. Before Gao Lian could respond to Air Zhuang, his phone began to ring. Slowly, he retrieved his phone, noticing a call from an unfamiliar number. After a moment of contemplation, he finally pressed the answer key. Hello? Uncle, I keep my word. You can tell me now, came Yu Shen's voice through the phone. Leaning back in his chair, he patiently awaited Gao Lian's response. Although Gao Lian had not explicitly promised to reveal the secrets of extraordinary beings, Yu Shen was confident that he would make a prudent choice. As anticipated, Gao Lian's voice soon echoed on the other end. Speak, what do you wish to know? Uncle, first enlighten me on the nature of extraordinary beings. Yu Shen posed his most pressing question. My boy, do you understand what innate chi is? Gao Lian countered. What is that? Having already been looked down upon once, Yu Shen refrained from expressing his understanding based on novels. How can I explain this to you? Gao Lian's voice reflected his difficulty. Let me put it this way. Every extraordinary being is capable of controlling and utilizing a type of innate energy, which is referred to as innate chi. Yu Shen's heart stirred at Gao Lian's explanation. Suddenly, he recalled something. Is the life energy he would discover in the future the very innate chi Gao Lian speaks of? If so, why can only extraordinary beings wield it? Or is it that what extraordinary beings manipulate is not that life energy? In essence, you extraordinary beings are born with this innate chi, while ordinary individuals lack it. Is that correct? Yu Shen sought confirmation, deliberately adopting a tone of enlightenment. You still do not grasp it, Gao Lian corrected him. Innate chi is present in everyone. I have it, you have it. The Chinese possess it, foreigners possess it, and even some plants and animals may have it. My daughter was born with the innate ability to sense the primordial energy, making her an extraordinary being of natural endowment. As for myself, I have attained a similar status through diligent cultivation and profound insight, albeit as a product of acquired abilities. Yet, the majority of individuals may never touch upon such a phenomenon throughout their lives. Merely sensing it without the capacity to harness it does not suffice to be deemed extraordinary. Do you grasp this notion? Indeed, the primordial energy bears a striking resemblance to the life force. Perhaps they are one and the same. In his heart, Yu Shen formulated a clearer understanding of this primordial energy. However, by the heavens, is this not the essence of cultivation? This primordial energy, akin to the innate gifts of characters and novels? Truly, art is derived from life, he mused internally, suppressing his thoughts from escaping his lips. Yu Shen then inquired, how does one come to perceive this primordial energy? If you possess the talent, practicing breath control techniques will enable you to sense it. Gao Lian responded succinctly. By the heavens, this is indeed cultivation, breath control, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Yu Shen's mind was rife with incredulous thoughts, though he refrained from voicing them. And how does one practice breath control? I cannot assist you with that. If you wish to learn, you must seek your fortune at places like Wudong, Shaolin, Kunlun, Lingyin, or Qingcheng. Gao Lian's voice on the phone carried a hint of amusement. Damn it, it's either a temple for monks or a shrine for Taoists. You are quite the character. Yu Shen silently gestured a middle finger at Gao Lian. Wait, he suddenly realized, aren't Wudong, Shaolin, Kunlun, and teaching all martial arts sects from the novels? Could it be that the authors of those martial arts tales have cleverly equated internal energy with primordial energy? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of this theory. It turns out it is not a tale of celestial beings, but rather a martial arts fanfiction. How utterly chaotic. Are these not all martial arts sects? Yu Shen posed his inquiry. Indeed, Gao Lian replied without hesitation. So you acknowledge it, do you? This was Yu Shen's internal monologue. He then asked, are the monks and Taoists practicing martial arts in these places also extraordinary beings? Alas, Gao Lian sighed with apparent resignation. Do not bring the narratives of novels into reality. One cannot sense the primordial energy. Even if they are skilled fighters, they do not qualify as extraordinary beings. These sects possess well-established methods and texts for breath control. If you could become their disciple and dedicate a few years, you would be able to learn. At last, Yu Shen comprehended the sentiment of Wei Xiaobao, understanding the frustration of waiting 3 years to practice for 30. After a few years, I might as well be a wilted flower, he thought, feeling a surge of indignation. Fortunately, he had grasped the essence of what it means to be extraordinary. And he resolved not to linger on this issue. He shifted to the next and most crucial question. Where can I hire an extraordinary being? Why would you want to hire one? Gao Lian's tone suddenly grew wary. What else could it be for? Of course, to assist me in combat, and if necessary, eliminate foes, Yu Shen stated matter-of-factly. He continued, rest assured, my intention in hiring an extraordinary being is not to create turmoil domestically. I have certain matters to attend to that necessitate the aid of exceptional talents. I cannot agree to that, Gao Lian immediately replied without a second thought. His refusal did not catch Yu Shen off guard. He attempted to persuade Gao Lian, Uncle, would you consider discussing this face-to-face? I believe you would change your mind then. After a prolonged silence on the other end of the line, Gao Lian's voice finally resonated once more. There is no need for us to meet. Young man, I advise you to refrain from engaging in such unlawful activities. With your intelligence, it would be far wiser to dedicate your talents to the service of the nation. And do not be so impetuous. You are still young, and there is much you do not comprehend. Does he regard me as a mere child? Listening to Gao Lian's admonitions, Yu Shen found himself both amused and irritated. With a cold chuckle, he retorted, Uncle, whether I meet you or not is not for you to decide. With that, he hung up the phone. The moment Yu Shen ended the call, a sense of dread washed over Gao Lian, an ominous premonition settling in his heart. He quickly realized that Yu Shen had undoubtedly tracked his phone. Regret flooded him. It was a classic case of being so preoccupied with the hunt that he had been caught off guard. How could he have overlooked the fact that Yu Shen, possessing cutting-edge artificial intelligence technology, could effortlessly trace a mobile signal? There was no time to linger. He needed to relocate immediately for the safety of his daughter. Without hesitation, Gao Lian seized the internal communication phone mounted on the wall near the hospital room and swiftly issued orders. This is Gao Lian. I command a level 1 alert in the Dark Fortress. All critical data and facilities must be relocated to. Just then, a familiar yet unexpected voice interrupted him from behind. Uncle, isn't it a bit late for you to relocate? The sudden voice rendered Gao Lian momentarily paralyzed. It was the very voice he had just heard on the phone, now materializing in the hospital room. He gently hung up the phone and slowly turned around, only to find Yu Shen, clad in a blue and white sweater with jeans and slippers, peering curiously into the glass enclosure containing the remnants of Air Zhuang. A tempest of emotions surged within Gao Lian. Yu Shen's appearance was far too bizarre, and he could not fathom how this was possible. However, he forced himself to regain composure, resolutely suppressing any emotions from betraying his countenance, for the paramount concern was ensuring Air Zhuang's safety. Stay away from my daughter. Gao Lian's voice was calm, yet his towering figure exuded the ferocity of a predator poised to pounce. Seeing Gao Lian's rising ire, Yu Shen took 2 steps back, raising his hands in a placating gesture. Uncle, please don't be angry. I mean no harm. Before Yu Shen could finish, the door to the hospital room was flung open, revealing several individuals clad in gray uniforms, all clamoring to speak. Gao, what is going on? Boss, what happened? Who are you? How did you get in? Gao Lian waved his hand, silencing the commotion and commanding without looking back. You all need to leave at once. But Gao. His subordinates attempted to inquire further about the situation. Go back. Gao Lian barked. Recognizing his fury, the subordinates promptly vacated the room. Yu Shen clapped his hands, half in praise, half in jest. Uncle, you handle your subordinates quite well. Impressive. Yet, Gao Lian paid no heed to Yu Shen's subtle mockery. His vigilance remained unyielding despite Yu Shen's retreat. Quietly, he summoned his inner strength, prepared to invoke the protection of the celestial beings. He coldly inquired, what exactly do you intend to do? Yu Shen leisurely pulled a chair and settled down, calmly addressing Gao Lian. Uncle, could you please close the door? Gao Lian, maintaining an impassive demeanor, instinctively waved his hand, and with a resounding thud, the door of the hospital room slammed shut. To Yu Shen, who had no understanding of martial arts, This scene was akin to throwing pearls into the dark, an exercise in futility. Leaning back in his chair with one leg crossed over the other, he feigned a relaxed demeanor and said to Gao Lian, "Uncle, I would appreciate it if you could invite your daughter out. I believe Miss Gao Yushan would be quite interested to know who she has been fighting against." Gao Lian pursed his lips, coldly scrutinizing Yushan, unable to fathom the intentions of this enigmatic youth before him. After a moment of silence, he moved to the computer, shielding Yushan's view with his body before sending a message to Zhuang. Yushan watched with keen interest as Gao Lian contacted Zhuang. He cared little for what they would discuss or the schemes they might devise against him, for he was confident that their plans would soon unravel. After a considerable wait, Zhuang's semi-transparent form gradually emerged from the glass cabinet. Yushan turned to Zhuang, smiling as he said, "It's a pleasure to see you again, Miss Gao." Zhuang let out a disdainful huff and bluntly remarked, "Humph, I've come out. Just make it quick if you intend to kill or torture me." Unfazed by Zhuang's harsh words, Yushan produced a device resembling a mobile phone, introducing it to the father and daughter. "Allow me to present a friend of yours." With that, he tossed the device into the air. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the Gao duo, a cacophony of mechanical sounds erupted, and the sleek, industrially aesthetic form of the device manifested before them. This is Simi-I, a silicon-based mechanical life form from Cybertron, commonly referred to as an alien. "My assistant," Yushin proudly introduced. When he turned to observe Gao Lian and his daughter, he was amused by their stupefied expressions. At this moment, both Zhuang and Gao Lian were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment, as if they had turned into wooden statues. "Hey, come back to your senses," Yushin called out several times, finally rousing them from their shock. "Wow, an alien!" Zhuang, embodying the curiosity of youth, momentarily forgot the earlier tension with Yushin and circled around Simi-I, inspecting it with fascination. Although she was nearly pressed against Simi-I, she prudently refrained from reaching out to touch its form. Simi-I, in turn, observed Zhuang with equal curiosity, intrigued by the girl's translucent physique. While both were encountering a living, robot-like alien for the first time, Gao Lian had regained his usual stoic demeanor. With his wealth of experience, he recognized that Yushan's unhesitating revelation of his trump card indicated that this youth, who could only be considered a junior to him, harbored significant ambitions. Moreover, he was certain that this mechanical alien was not Yushan's ultimate asset. "Simi-I, please take Miss Gao aside for a discussion. I have matters to discuss with Mr. Gao," Yushin instructed Simi-I. Gao Lian turned slightly to nod at Zhuang, signaling him to follow C.I. Mei. As Zhuang and C.I. Mei stepped into a corner and began to converse in hushed tones, he leisurely returned to his chair by the computer and inquired, "Pray tell, young brother, what is it that you so fervently desire?" Indeed, the seasoned veteran swiftly altered his demeanor, elevating the address from kid to young brother. Yushan adjusted his crossed legs and, abandoning his previous flippancy, earnestly responded to Gao Lian, "I trust Mr. Gao is a person of considerable influence wherever he goes." "Indeed, I am the head of the northeast region for Na Du Tong," Gao Lian replied. "Oh, if I may be so bold, what other regions does Na Du Tong encompass?" Yushin inquired with curiosity. "North China, East China, Central China, South China, Northwest, and Southwest," Gao Lian disclosed without reservation. Upon hearing these names, Yushin immediately recognized that these regions corresponded with the major military districts of the People's Liberation Army. His eyes brightened, and with a smile, he remarked to Gao Lian, "Mr. Gao, your esteemed company is backed by the state, is it not? Given your many years in the Northeast, you must have made quite a few acquaintances in military, political, and civilian spheres." Gao Lian neither confirmed nor denied this, instead allowing a knowing smile to play at the corners of his mouth. "It's satisfactory." A chuckle escaped Yushin's lips at this vague affirmation, inwardly cursing the old fox. He then composed himself and proposed, "Mr. Gao, how about we discuss a potential collaboration? How might we collaborate? Pray, enlighten me, young brother." Gao Lian feigned interest. Yushin casually tossed a pre-prepared computer disk towards him. As Gao Lian reached out to receive it, Yushin added, "You may wish to have someone review the contents of this disk first. Once you have done so, we can discuss the matter of collaboration." Rising from his seat, he acknowledged C.I. Mei with a nod before turning back to Gao Lian. "It is getting late. I must take my leave. I trust you will scrutinize the information on the disk thoroughly. By the way, Mr. Gao, you should be able to ascertain my identity shortly. I hope you will keep that to yourself." He offered early New Year wishes, "Happy Year of the Pig," before taking C.I. Mei's hand and waving goodbye to Zhuang, vanishing in an instant. "Wow, that was like teleportation," exclaimed Zhuang, startled by Yushin's sudden disappearance. Gao Lian, too, sprang from his seat, his mind racing with speculations about Yushan's identity and origins. "Dad, do you think this guy is a mutant or a wizard?" Zhuang asked, his gaze fixed on the direction Yushan had gone. Gao Lian ignored Zhuang's question, instead pondering the disc in his hand with deep contemplation. Upon returning home, Yu Shen inquired of Si Mei, "What did you discuss with her?" Si Mei replied, "I spoke exactly as you instructed." "Good," Yu Shen nodded. To prepare for unforeseen circumstances, he had meticulously crafted a web of deceit for Si Mei, blending the dramatic tension of a Hollywood film with cleverly interwoven snippets of Cybertronian history, showcasing his ingenuity. "What is the story with Gao Yushan?" Yu Shen pressed, eager to learn more, having previously instructed Si Mei to seize the opportunity to clarify this matter. Si Mei relayed Zhuang's words to Yu Shen. According to her, she has a natural ability to observe and manipulate electromagnetic waves, later studying alchemy under Wu Lu Pai. "I have looked into it. The Wuyou school belongs to the Chuanjin Longmen sect, which holds significant influence in northeast China. The practice of alchemy is a form of Taoist Qigong cultivation, wherein the human body is treated as a furnace, utilizing the essence and energy within as medicine, refined by the spirit to form elixirs within. Later, she discovered that her innate abilities could merge with the Yang spirit, allowing her to exist in the digital realm as electromagnetic waves." Understanding dawned upon Yu Shen, who nodded in acknowledgement. "Did she mention the origin of her appearance?" he inquired. "She did not," replied Si Mei with a shake of her head. "Oh," Yu Shen murmured softly, contemplating the implications. There must be some unspeakable secret. If Gao Lian, that old fox, were astute, he could potentially restore that girl using the reality gem. Yu Shen pondered. He had provided Gao Lian with a disc containing biological technologies, aerospace innovations, and some decrypted Cybertron technology sourced from American enterprises. He believed that once Gao Lian presented these materials to the relevant authorities for evaluation, the man would soon reach out to him. Time to sleep. Yu Shen disrobed and flopped onto his bed. Having reached this juncture, whether Gao Lian would take the bait now rested in the hands of fate. Tomorrow he would attend one final day of classes before the winter break. And with the new year approaching, any further matters could be addressed afterward. While Yu Shen slept soundly, Gao Lian found himself unable to rest. After ensuring Zhuang returned to his body for some rest, he entered his office in the dark fortress, deliberately disconnecting the computer's internet cable before inserting the disk Yu Shen had given him into the drive. As the drive whirred softly, he anticipated various viral attacks that never materialized, revealing instead two simple documents, one labeled biotechnology and the other aerospace engine technology. Gao Lian scrutinized the cold titles of these files, his brow furrowed, filled with incredulity and astonishment. His instincts suggested that the information contained within these documents was undoubtedly a secret previously unseen in the country. Yet, he could not suppress his skepticism. Could the young man named Yu Shen truly possess such capabilities? With a heart full of trepidation, Gao Lian eagerly opened the first document. After glancing through it a few times, he devoured each word and line of information with greedy eyes, hastily opening the second document. Although the specialized content of both files was quite complex for him, his decades of experience and sharp intuition allowed him to discern the authenticity of the information. Notably, Yu Shen had skillfully incorporated a wealth of clinical and experimental data to bolster the credibility of the documents, compelling Gao Lian to believe. Once he had meticulously read through the contents without missing a word, he closed his eyes, slumping in his chair as he processed this sudden opportunity. Indeed, a fortuitous chance had presented itself. Having navigated the tumultuous waters of life, the cunning Gao Lian understood the profound implications behind these two documents. They not only signified that Yu Shen possessed even more valuable information, but also symbolized immense wealth. In this era where money reigns supreme, possessing wealth equates to possessing everything. Conversely, lacking it means having nothing at all. The upstart Feng Zhenghao, what merit does he possess to ascend to the ranks of the 10 elites? If not for his wealth? The Gao family yearns to reclaim the former glory of the Northeast king, yet given the current economic state of the Northeast, this aspiration is akin to a fool's dream. However, with Yu Shen now in the picture, binding him closely could allow the Gao family not only to restore its past splendor, but also to ascend to unprecedented heights. Moments later, Gao Lian abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze ignited with fervent intensity. He murmured to himself, his voice laced with admiration, tinged with jest, "Well done, young man, you've reeled me in like a fish." He grinned, producing a laugh reminiscent of an owl at night. "Hehehe, clever lad, this bait is one I shall consume." Exercising caution, Gao Lian retrieved his phone, dialing the number of Chairman Shenfei without regard for the hour. After a prolonged wait, the call was finally answered. "Old Gao, do you have any idea what time it is?" The voice on the other end, that of Chairman Shenfei, held a note of displeasure, rife with complaints. "Spare me the small talk. Swiftly provide me your email address. I need to send you something," Gao Lian urged, urgency evident in his tone. "What is it? Can it wait until tomorrow?" Chairman Shenfei attempted to defer. "Just send it. No more nonsense," Gao Lian interrupted, his impatience palpable. "Fine, you are the boss, I suppose. Write this down. My email is..." Chairman Shen reluctantly divulged his email address. After noting it down, Gao Lian half-jokingly, half-seriously remarked, "You better invite me for a bath when this is all over. What kind of nonsense is this?" Chairman Shen chuckled, bewildered by his old friend's sudden antics. "I've sent it. Look at it quickly," Gao Lian pressed. "All right, I'll check it now," came the nonchalant reply from Chairman Shen. Once the call ended, Gao Lian patiently awaited a response, aware that the information he had sent held significant value for Chairman Shen, potentially aiding in the development of a new fighter jet. True to expectation, within 20 minutes, Gao Lian's phone rang. As soon as he answered, he was met with Chairman Shen's furious roar. "Are you messing with me? What about the rest of the material?" Gao Lian burst into hearty laughter, thinking to himself, "That lad considers me a fish. I shall treat you as one too. Come on, old Gao, I beg you, what's next?" Chairman Shen implored, his anxiety palpable. "It's been cut off." Gao Lian suddenly shifted from his usual serious demeanor, playfully employing contemporary slang. Today, he felt the need to find amusement at another's expense. Cut off? What does that mean? As an engineer, Chairman Shen was bewildered by the current internet lingo, his mind clouded with confusion. Cut off means there is nothing left, Gao Lian chuckled joyfully. The phrase nothing left nearly left Chairman Shen at a loss for words. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade, Gao Lian interjected, "Old Luo, this information was given to me by someone. I'm sending it to you to verify its authenticity. From your response, I discern that this matter is indeed genuine. Rest assured, within 3 days, I shall ensure that your entire company enjoys a splendid new year." Chapter 8. The terrifying assault of feng shui in the recesses of Yu Shen's memory. The Spring Festival of 2007 stands out as particularly bustling and unforgettable. That year, he found himself immersed not just once, but twice in jubilant celebrations. In the rural Northeast, whether commemorating a birthday or a joyous union, families endeavor to host grand affairs with utmost dedication. The people of Northeast China place great importance on faith, and those who have grown up in these villages regard it as vital as life itself. Even distant relatives must not be overlooked. Each gathering must be boisterous to reflect the family's prosperity and vibrant life. On the 5th day of the new year, early in the morning, Yu Shen's grandparents, along with their entire family, embarked on a lengthy journey to celebrate the birthday of his second uncle. Upon arrival, they paid their respects and received red envelopes, leaving the younger generation with little to do but await the midday feast. His sister was pulled by their mother into the house to flaunt themselves among the sisters-in-law, and he had no desire to be compared to her by those middle-aged women. Thus, he stealthily slipped out of the house by that time. His second uncle's home was bustling with activity, and no one would notice his absence. Feeling utterly bored, Yu Shen meandered out of the courtyard and began to wander through the village nestled at the foot of the mountain. With the villagers occupied at his second uncle's house waiting for the feast, the usually lively dirt streets appeared exceptionally desolate. He had visited this village only a few times in his childhood, recalling moments of fishing in the nearby stream, catching frogs, exploring the hills for insects, and foraging for mushrooms. A subtle, elusive smile graced Yu Shen's face as he strolled leisurely along the village's earthen paths. The events of recent days reverberated in his mind. The opportunities perceived by Gao Lian were not lost on him either. He had instructed the 6 Yao to venture to America for pioneering endeavors. Aside from the fervent ideals of a passionate youth, his primary motive was indeed financial gain. Who was he up against? The formidable purple sweet potato essence, capable of sweeping across the universe, who competed with him for unlimited gems. The Avengers, armed with resources, technology, and extraordinary abilities. He lacked the invincible attributes of a protagonist in a triumphant narrative, who could single-handedly confront countless gods and demons without sustaining a scratch. What did he possess? Just himself? Along with the 4 Earthborn Cybertronians of the 6 Yao and the cosmic anomaly known as the Source of Fire. The Source of Fire could be utilized for unrestricted troop deployment, yet its targeting nature was exceedingly strong, and excessive use would inevitably lead to exposure. Moreover, the Source was under the watchful eye of a vicious entity, and he had no desire for that brutal individual to direct their vengeance towards Huaxia. Yu Shen had contemplated for an extended period the possibility of employing his abilities for thievery. However, upon careful deliberation, he ultimately resolved to abandon that notion. He recognized that he could not genuinely create wealth. He could only acquire it by transferring it from others to himself. If he were to greedily plunder without restraint, he might inflict immeasurable harm upon the global financial system. Yet, if he were to engage in petty theft, it would surely be a futile endeavor. The most prudent approach would be to meticulously siphon varying amounts of wealth from various enterprises and individual accounts. However, this course of action left him with lingering concerns. What if those enterprises or individuals he regarded as mere resources found themselves in dire straits due to the absence of the funds he had appropriated? Although such occurrences are rare, they are by no means impossible, for in the realm of probabilities, nothing is entirely exempt from happening. While the allure of wealth is undeniable, in this era of rapid technological advancement, lacking a solid foundation in core technologies renders even abundant riches as mere embellishments of others' achievements. A glance at the current state of the Middle East suffices to illustrate this point. Yu Shen's appropriation of cutting-edge technology was not solely for the accumulation of wealth. More importantly, it aimed to dismantle technological monopolies, as he was unwilling to witness China suffocate under the pressures exerted by the Western world. His memory was replete with instances of deliberate injustices aimed at China's future, and the anger and helplessness stemming from such targeting fueled his determination to instigate change. With the possession of technology, the challenge of monetization naturally emerged. Thus, when Yu Shen encountered Gao Lian, the notion of collaboration instantaneously took root. As an old saying goes, a partnership is not merely a transaction. Cooperation must be mutually beneficial while also ensuring mutual restraint, creating a bond where neither party can easily extricate themselves from the other. Gao Lian possessed the intricate and extensive social networks along with substantial startup capital that Yu Shen required, while Yu Shen held the cutting-edge technology that would undoubtedly entice Gao Lian. Most crucially, both parties boasted the strength to instill caution in one another and the decisive capability to counter threats. Under such circumstances, as long as Gao Lian was not lacking in discernment, there would be no reason to decline an alliance with Yu Shen. As anticipated, the following day, Gao Lian proactively reached out with a phone call, as if adhering to their prior agreement. Both individuals were forthright, engaging in a dialogue that was refreshingly candid, and they swiftly reached a consensus within the overarching framework of their collaboration. In the future, they would join forces in the realms of pharmaceuticals, semiconductors, and CNC machine tools, with Yu Shen providing the technology while Gao Lian contributed the funding and connections. Yu Shen secured a 30% stake along with veto power, a privilege that afforded him a significant position within the partnership. Beyond this, all management, production, and operational decisions would rest with Gao Lian. This collaboration not only intricately bound their interests but also allowed Yu Shen to leverage Gao Lian's role as the regional head in northeast China to clear numerous obstacles for his future endeavors in the realm of the extraordinary. Reflecting on the scene where Gao Lian assisted in selling aircraft engine materials to Shenfei, Yu Shen couldn't suppress a chuckle. The atmosphere resembled that of street vendors haggling rather than a negotiation of national significance. Gao Lian's demeanor radiated confidence, as if he were not handling invaluable aircraft engine materials, but rather some trivial goods from a street corner stall, exuding an aura characteristic of a market vendor. In contrast, the leaders from Shenfei appeared as astute shoppers, their eyes glimmering with sharpness and caution, behaving as if they were ordinary citizens, difficult to deceive. The dialogue between both parties was rife with meticulous calculations and careful considerations, akin to discussing a trivial transaction rather than a crucial defense negotiation. Each time Gao Lian quoted a price, it carried an air of provocation, as if he were challenging, "What's up, my friend? This is the price. Where else can you find it? You might as well pay up without hesitation." In response, the Shenyang Aircraft Corporation exhibited a defiant stance, meticulously calculating each counterattack to not only demonstrate their ardent desire for information but also to cleverly conceal their own trump cards. This negotiation resembled an exhilarating chess match, with both parties engaging in a cautious and cunning exchange of moves. During this intricate process, a member from Shenyang occasionally posed a technical question, attempting to extract more information from Gao Lian. However, Gao Lian, clearly no fool, adeptly sidestepped these traps each time. He couldn't help but exclaim that this was truly a contest of intellect and patience. With a reassuring touch on the HSBC bank card containing $30 million nestled in his coat pocket, procured with the specific assistance of Gao Lian, Yu Shen felt a newfound confidence. He expressed his immense relief, declaring that he could finally dispatch the two tasks he had been longing to set in motion. These two tasks were none other than his quest for the elusive individuals, Bonsaw and Winter Soldier, whom he had urged Liu Yao to locate. It was indeed a stroke of misfortune, for while Liu Yao had executed other tasks commendably, there was not a whisper regarding these two figures. This was not due to Liu Yao's inadequacy, but rather the enigmatic nature of the individuals involved. Winter Soldier, a favored weapon of Hydra, could be frozen in some unknown location, while Bonsuo was still a minor character at this time. In fact, he was in Siberia alongside his exiled father. A fact unbeknownst to Yu Shen. In Yu Shen's eyes, these two were crucial assets, one possessing a monkey version of the arc reactor and the other being a close ally of Captain America. However, simply waiting for their emergence into the light seemed an uncertain endeavor. Fortunately, fortune favors the prepared, just as he found himself at an impasse. His associate Zhuang reminded him of the existence of the dark web. Yes, how could he have overlooked that? The notion sparked a revelation. What is the dark web? It is a lawless realm where, for a price, one could procure anything, even the intimate belongings of the president's mistress. Thus, seeking out the two individuals through financial means on the dark web would not be a formidable task. Of course, Hydra would undoubtedly lurk within the shadows of the dark web, which suited him perfectly, as he was in dire need of locating these fragmented pieces at that juncture. It remained uncertain who would outmaneuver whom. Money was secured, yet the individuals remained elusive, once more plagued by the scarcity of manpower and resources. Yu Shen retrieved the thorn rose from his pocket and inquired of the mobile-shaped thorn rose, "Has Gao Lian sent the information on the extraordinary individuals?" "Not yet." The mobile-shaped thorn rose replied, its screen flickering. "Prompt him for an update." "Understood." Yu Shen returned the thorn rose to his pocket and gazed into the distant, mist-laden mountains. The soil and rocks of this mountainous terrain shimmered with a faint reddish hue, resembling a kaleidoscope of twilight. Legend has it that this phenomenon occurred when the maid of the Queen Mother accidentally spilled her rouge box in this very location. For reasons unknown. He suddenly recalled a small temple dedicated to the Queen Mother situated atop the mountain, where, in his childhood, he had played with other village children. The temple was modest, no larger than 3 tiled rooms. According to the village elders, this ancient temple, the Queen Mother's temple, had existed for centuries, leaving behind a myriad of bizarre legends. It is said that during the War of Resistance, a group of Japanese soldiers mysteriously perished within the confines of the Old Lady Temple. Unable to ascertain the identity of the assailant, the Japanese subsequently resorted to demolishing the temple. Later, someone quietly reconstructed the Old Lady Temple. The elders assert that the temple is safeguarded by 18 magical sentinels, which were responsible for the demise of that group of soldiers. He sought the Old Lady Temple. A memory etched in his mind, yet despite his prolonged search, it eluded him. This was perplexing. He recalled that the temple was prominently situated, easily visible from the village. How could it have vanished? Surely, as a historical site, and given the rural populace's inherent superstitions, its destruction seemed implausible. The disappearance of the Old Lady Temple ignited a spark of curiosity within Yu Shen, compelling him to visit the site immediately. However, the village, despite its foothill locations, lay several miles from the mountain, making such a journey in broad daylight rather inappropriate. Furthermore, he was there to celebrate a birthday and could not afford to be tardy, lest his mother scold him. As the time drew near, Yu Shen ambled back. Upon entering his second uncle's courtyard, he spotted Yu Jingjing. Her small face contorted in a frown as she scanned her surroundings. Approaching her, he playfully patted her head and inquired, "What are you looking for?" "Ah, brother. Where have you been?" Upon recognizing Yu Shen, her furrowed brow instantly transformed into a bright smile. "I just went for a stroll." "What's the matter?" he asked, puzzled. "Come on, it's time to pay respects to Uncle too," she exclaimed, tugging at his arm and pulling him along. "Hey, slow down," he protested, helplessly being dragged by his sister. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered guests, Yu Shen and his sister respectfully bowed 3 times to their uncle too, before settling among a group of younger cousins, patiently awaiting the commencement of the feast. He felt somewhat out of place among these younger relatives, who were at least 3 or 4 years his junior. Those older than him could partake in drinking, naturally leaving him with the younger crowd. Conversely, Yu Jingjing reveled in the company of her peers. Bored, Yu Shen began to glance around aimlessly until he noticed his third uncle's wife bustling about at the stove, prompting him to realize what he should do. The chatter of his uncle's wife was incessant, and she was the perfect source to inquire about the Old Lady Temple. "Third uncle's wife," he called out. "Ah, little Shen," she exclaimed, recognizing him before returning to her tasks. Her curiosity piqued. "What brings you here amidst the smoke and flames? Hurry back, the feast will start soon." "Third uncle's wife, I heard that Jungu received a 3rd-class merit? That's impressive." Yu Shen inquired in a manner characteristic of their northeastern dialect, though his compliment emanated from genuine admiration. Upon mentioning her son's honor, his uncle's wife ceased her work, beaming with pride as she replied, "Indeed, little June carried 3 people out of the fire." After her brief display of pride, she grew concerned, saying, "But being a firefighter is so perilous." Yu Shen quickly reassured her, "Do not worry, third uncle's wife, Jungu, is clever. Besides, he can take the military academy entrance exam next year. That will surely earn him extra points." Yes, next year will be good," she replied, her spirits lifted by his words. Seizing the moment, Yu Shen pressed on, "Third uncle's wife, what happened to the Old Lady Temple on the mountain?" "Why do you ask about that?" Uncle San and Auntie looked at Yu Shen with a hint of curiosity. The neighbor's child needed assistance with a winter holiday assignment on folklore, and Yu Shen concocted a casual excuse. "Oh," Uncle Sen seemed to understand, nodding and letting out a disgruntled sigh. "Alas, it has already been demolished." "Demolished? Why would the village destroy something that was perfectly fine? That must have been a historical site, right? Just like that, it's gone?" Yu Shen thought to himself, perplexed, realizing that the structure had indeed been torn down. To him, this was not the era of the Cultural Revolution's destruction of the Four Olds. Today, society advocates for the preservation of cultural relics, and temples are undoubtedly part of that heritage. In such a climate, how could the village engage in such an act? He found it hard to believe that this was merely an individual decision. There had to be the influence of village officials behind it. Indeed. Auntie Sen whispered to Yu Shen, "You are unaware, But recently a group came to the village claiming that the stones in the mountains could be used as building materials and wanted to take over the mountain. Who knows how much they bribed that old scoundrel? She gestured with her chin toward the elderly man clad in a police uniform at the main table, the village secretary. Surnamed Zhao. He allowed that old scoundrel to take over the orchard that originally belonged to the Lao Bao family along with the entire mountain. The Lao Bao family resisted. And ultimately, Lao Bao was beaten by the second son of that old scoundrel. Later, when the eldest son of the Lao Bao family attempted to petition in Beijing, he was apprehended by the Zhao family's eldest son, who was the head of the police station in the town, and he is still detained. Then that group brought in some feng shui master, claiming that the village's fortune was suppressed by the old lady's temple, prompting that scoundrel to send his second son and a group to demolish the temple. Isn't that a heinous act? Annie San cursed the village secretary Zhao behind his back, having suffered from his second daughter-in-law's schemes, which Yu Shen was aware of. Upon hearing Annie San's revelations, Yu Shen was no longer surprised. He recalled his geography teacher mentioning that the mountainous region of Liao County had no noteworthy mineral resources, and the forest resources were relatively meager, with only granite and sandstone being somewhat viable. He inquired, have they begun quarrying stones? Indeed. Now, the village's surplus labor force is working at the quarry. Otherwise, do you think that old scoundrel would dare to oppress the Lao Bao family so ruthlessly? Annie San replied. Although the arrogance of Secretary Zhao incited Yu Shen's anger, he recognized that he could not confront this old man directly. Those in possession of power must practice self-restraint. Otherwise, their strength loses its intrinsic value. Moreover, this village secretary was not an easy adversary. He had the ability to ensure that the entire village benefited from his actions, a feat beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. If one were to accuse him of corruption, could he not find ways to cleanse his reputation? One must not underestimate this old farmer. Regarding his second son's violent behavior, as a village secretary, he was practically a local tyrant. And given that he had made the entire village prosper, who would stand up for the Lao Bao family? As for his eldest son intercepting petitioners, such occurrences are hardly surprising. The only potential issue that could be raised against him would be the accusation of destroying a cultural relic. But with so much time having passed, where could one even find evidence? At that moment, Yu Shen heard his third uncle's wife continue. Do you see that old scrawny fellow? The enchanting woman beside him is the leader of that group. Following her gaze towards the main table, he noticed a woman in her 30s sitting next to the elderly Zhao, her skin fair, her features exquisite, radiating an air of sophisticated elegance, draped in luxurious fur. Her slightly arched brows and captivating allure made her stand out starkly among the others at the table. At this moment, she was scanning the surroundings with keen interest, seemingly oblivious to the middle-aged man beside her, who bore a resemblance to the elder Zhao and was presumably the infamous second-generation heir. She is rather attractive. Yu Shen thought to himself and inquired, did our second uncle invite her? Invite her? It was that old scrawny fellow who brought her. His third uncle's wife spat disdainfully, her tone dripping with contempt. With the knowledge of everything he needed, Yu Shen's curiosity waned, and he prepared to return to his own table. However, his third uncle's wife called out to him, adopting a slightly conspiratorial tone. You and Jingjing will be facing the college entrance examination after the new year. Once you finish your exams, could you share your review materials with me? I would like to send them to Xiaojun so he can prepare for the military academy in advance. Of course, Yu Shen replied with a smile, readily agreeing. Thank you so much. Family, no need for such formality, she replied. Yu Shen returned to his seat, and soon the banquet commenced in earnest. In that moment, he resolved to set aside all other matters. His sole task was to indulge in the feast. The rural banquet featured 24 dishes, each a delightful display of color, aroma, and flavor. Both he and his sister were ardent carnivores, unrestrainedly relishing the sumptuous meal before them, their joy and satisfaction evident. However, despite Yu Jingjing's reputation as a notorious big eater among her peers, it was perplexing and amusing to him that her weight gain was solely evident on her own frame after every communal meal. After savoring a variety of dishes, Yu Jingjing discreetly glanced towards the main table, gently wiping the grease from the corner of her mouth with a napkin. Leaning closer to Yu Shen, she whispered, her voice barely audible, brother, let us go toast. Of course, Yu Shen was aware of his sister's little scheme. He playfully pinched her nose and teased, little money grubber. Hee hee. Yu Jingjing giggled, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. The siblings tidied themselves up, each holding a transparent plastic cup filled with drinks as they approached the main table. There, a spacious round table accommodating 16 people was set, with their second uncle solemnly seated at the head. Together, Yu Shen and Yu Jingjing proclaimed with sincerity and respect, Second uncle, may your blessings be as boundless as the eastern sea and your longevity rival the southern mountains. May you celebrate this day with joy year after year. And may today's delight be a perennial joy. With a face lined with wrinkles and glowing from the effects of drink, their second uncle beamed at the siblings' auspicious words, repeatedly exclaiming, good, good. After clinking glasses with Yu Shen and Yu Jingjing, he downed the liquor in his cup. The Yu siblings are well-mannered. Naturally, when they approached, they couldn't just pay respect to the birthday celebrant, especially with their grandfather at the same table. Consequently, they offered their respects to everyone present, as it was only fitting for them, being the younger generation, to address nearly all the elders at the table as grandfather. Yu Jingjing, with her sweet disposition and academic prowess, garnered numerous compliments during this round of greetings and consequently received her fair share of red envelopes. Following behind her, Yu Shen heard the familiar refrain of Little Shen, "You ought to emulate your sister," a phrase he had grown immune to over the years. He nodded and responded with non-committal murmurs while deftly collecting the envelopes. Each one contained a modest sum of 5 or 10 yuan, a trivial amount he no longer regarded. Merely a token gesture to usher in good fortune for the new year. After paying respects to the elderly, only one strikingly beautiful woman remained. As he approached her, Yu Shen felt his heart tremble involuntarily. He sensed a faint aura around her, reminiscent of a high-level practitioner, a trace of innate energy. Could this woman be an extraordinary individual? He hesitated to draw conclusions, for the aura was so subtle that it could easily go unnoticed unless one drew near. With his extensive knowledge of the world's truths, he had become increasingly wary of any supernatural forces bordering on paranoia. In recent days, his conversations with Gao Lian had unveiled many secrets of the extraordinary realm. Although his understanding was still fragmented, it was enough to leave him astounded. Initially, he believed that only China possessed methods for cultivating innate energy, perhaps with Japan and Korea as exceptions. However, he learned that there are approximately 150,000 extraordinary individuals worldwide, spread across Europe, Africa, and South America, including wizards, witches, druids, alchemists, demon hunters, the Lunarians, the natives of Nansen Island, African beast soul warriors, South American voodoo practitioners, and ninjas, samurais, and practitioners of hatha yoga, among others. These professions, often thought to exist solely in games, are indeed part of the extraordinary world. Despite their varying methods, they ultimately share a common origin. Moreover, these factions are diverse, some aligned with good and others with evil, yet most adhere to the principle of seclusion, preventing chaos from overwhelming the world. This realization prompted Yu Shen to seek information about extraordinary individuals from Gao Lian, not merely to find allies, but to understand both himself and his adversaries. As the Lunar New Year approached, Yu Shen and his sister sincerely wished the beautiful woman, "May you find success and peace in the coming year." In the brief exchange, he skillfully extended his perception towards her, conducting a swift but thorough assessment. He noted her vibrant life force, a fact that surprised him. According to Gao Lian, a robust vitality indicates a well-nourished essence, suggesting that such individuals often harbor immense potential for becoming extraordinary. Her delicate bones, low body fat percentage, and firm muscles, while strong, did not indicate a trained fighter. Her mental acuity was also average, and there were no signs of elemental energy surrounding her. How then did she possess such innate energy? Could she be an innate extraordinary being untouched by the path of cultivation? As Yu Shen pondered these questions, the lady calmly replied, "Thank you, and I wish you both success in your studies." After the exchange of words, there were no signs of red envelopes being produced. Naturally, the Yu siblings paid little heed to this, courteously concluding their conversation before turning to join their relatives, grandmother, father, and mother, at other tables. Perhaps there was no real threat. He reassured himself inwardly. However, unbeknownst to him, a flicker of disdain glimmered in the lady's eyes after he and his sister departed, akin to a chilling winter breeze that passed in an instant. As the evening progressed, the Yu siblings gathered a bountiful harvest and returned to their seats, resuming their joyful banter. The grand feast continued well into the afternoon, filled with laughter and merriment. By the end, their grandfather and father were so inebriated that they could scarcely stand. Returning home was out of the question, and they would have to stay the night. Meanwhile, their grandmother and mother were invited to partake in an exhilarating game of mahjong, leaving the siblings to amuse themselves freely. Yu Shen chose a warm and comfortable earthen bed, sprawling out lazily as the crisp, melodious laughter of Yu Jingjing floated in from outside. Finally, the opportunity to play with peers allowed Yu Jingjing to unleash the vivacity inherent to her age. He stifled a great yawn, and in this festive and vibrant atmosphere, he felt as though he had discovered a momentary haven of tranquility. How wonderful it would be if time could stand still, completely emptying his mind. He soon fell into a deep slumber. Time slipped by unnoticed. Suddenly, an ominous premonition pierced through Yu Shen's consciousness like a jolt of electricity, rousing him abruptly from the warmth of the bed. With urgency, he slipped on his shoes and dashed out of the door. The outside world had already succumbed to nightfall, the village alive with a cacophony of sounds, firecrackers, barking dogs, and meowing cats intertwining to form a dissonant symphony. Amidst this chaotic noise, he quickly discerned the thread of complaints. "Why is that cat's meow so grating? Quiet down, De Huang, no more noise." Furrowing his brow, Yu Shen assessed the surroundings and found his family safe within the house, some asleep, others engrossed in mahjong. Yet, an unease lingered in his heart. Without hesitation, he transformed into a streak of light and soared into the air. From his vantage point above, he observed that an ominous green mist had begun to rise from the distant mountains, enveloped in a chilling aura that seemed to pierce through clothing and reach the very marrow of his bones. The mist wound its way down the slopes like the tentacles of a colossal beast, slowly advancing toward the village's edge. Focusing intently, he discerned eerie, distorted figures lurking within the mist, dragging decaying bodies with rotting heads that flickered in and out of sight, their hollow eye sockets gleaming with greed and malice. The green mist advanced alongside these sinister beings, and the village's cats and dogs sensed the malevolent force, barking and yowling in a frenzy. Their cries filled with terror and warning. Yu Shen knew that this nefarious green mist must not be allowed to infiltrate the village. He had to act swiftly to protect his family. To disperse such a vast and malignant presence, he would need to create a stir. Contemplating this, a brilliant blue radiance erupted from him, akin to stars igniting in an instant, swiftly spreading to every corner of the village. In but a fleeting moment, the once vibrant village succumbed to an eerie silence, as if all life had been ensnared by a sudden enchantment, plunging into a profound slumber. Whoosh! He ascended to greater heights, his hands intertwining, fingertips brushing against one another, delineating a flawless triangle that ensnared all areas tainted by the azure mist. He inhaled deeply, summoning the vast reservoir of magical power lying dormant within him. This power surged forth like an awakened behemoth, violently disturbing the atmospheric pressure around him, causing the stars in the night sky to tremble in response to this tumultuous force. A fierce gust of wind coalesced, forming a clearly visible vortex in the night sky. As golden light began to swirl between his hands, gradually coalescing into a resplendent golden sphere. At that moment, the azure mist had already invaded the village, within which malevolent entities emitted a spine-chilling howl, reminiscent of a gluttonous beast. The hour was nigh, and judgment was imminent. With a sudden clap of his hands, the golden sphere shattered instantaneously, unleashing countless rays of golden brilliance that erupted from the earth like swiftly flourishing buds of hope, incinerating the clawing fiends to ash. Simultaneously, at the eye of the skyward vortex, a colossal golden magical array abruptly manifested, encompassing the entire region shrouded in azure mist. This magical array radiated an extraordinary brilliance, so intense that it was nearly impossible to behold. Under the illumination of this blinding light, the azure mist dissipated like melting snow, vanishing without a trace. In recent days, Gao Lian felt akin to a mute suitor, overwhelmed with joy that even his wife's gaze bore an oddity. As if she were concerned he had been subjected to some shock. Now, Gao Lian had come to a profound understanding of the ancient adage, a blessing in disguise. When Yu Shen unveiled the secret visit from Heir Zhuang, it had once filled him with trepidation. However, to his astonishment, this young man, whom he had regarded with apprehension, pointed out a glimmer of hope for remedying his daughter's plight. This revelation brought him greater joy than the prospect of his family's wealth doubling in the coming years. The Reality Stone and the Time Stone, these two wondrous infinity stones, had occupied Gao Lian's thoughts almost incessantly of late. Initially, he had approached this with skepticism. But when Yu Shen presented the intelligence regarding the space stone from S.H.I.E.L.D., he could not help but be convinced. For the average person, the specific duties of S.H.I.E.L.D. might remain obscure, yet as the regional head of the Northeast, Gao Lian was acutely aware, having dealt with S.H.I.E.L.D. over the years. Every year on this day, his eldest daughter, now married far from home, would return with her husband and grandson to partake in the reunion feast. Amidst the laughter of his grandchildren, he found solace and reflection. He felt fortunate not to have acted impulsively or harbored any misguided thoughts. Yet, he was also filled with emotion at the prospect of finally witnessing Heir Zhuang's restored health in his lifetime. That young man truly possessed remarkable abilities. Regrettably, he could not share this with the boy's mother. Each time he contemplated this, a myriad of emotions surged within him. Beep, beep, beep. The classic Nokia ringtone suddenly pierced the warmth of the living room, interrupting the joyful exchange between Gao Lian and his lively, adorable grandson. He cast a sidelong glance at the incoming call displayed on the mobile phone resting on the coffee table, promptly reaching for it and pressing the answer button. On the other end of the line was the head of the branch in Shenyang. Lao Shen, what's the matter? Gao Lian inquired, reclining on the soft sofa, casually engaging with his grandson. The voice of Lao Shen on the other end carried a weight of seriousness. Brother Gao, there has been an incident in Liaoxian. Please hold on. Sensing the urgency in Lao Shen's tone and correlating it with Liaoxian, Gao Lian asked him to wait momentarily. He exchanged a glance with his wife, who immediately understood and quietly took their grandson away. Only then did he rise, stepping into the study and closing the door before asking, "What has happened?" Lao Shen quickly reported over the phone, Xiao Yao, who is in charge of Liaoxian, has just informed me that there are abnormal weather phenomena caused by magic near Erdiokanzi and Liaoxian. We are currently unsure if there are any casualties. But Xiao Yao has already taken the brothers from Liaoxian to investigate. Weather phenomena caused by magic? It wouldn't he happen to be that young man, would it? Gao Lian pondered, considering that if it truly involved Yu Shen, the situation might not be overly dire. He instructed, understood. Lao Shun, gather the brothers and have them on standby. I will call you later. Understood, Brother Gao. After ending the call with Lao Shen, Gao Lian immediately dialed Yu Shen. Meanwhile, Qian Haiyang lay on a snow-white hospital bed in Liaoxian, the four drip in his arm slowly delivering medication. He stared vacantly out of the window at the gray sky, his mind a blank slate. In the adjacent bed, Jiang Wuxian lazily reclined on the soft mattress, clutching a yellowed martial arts novel. Yet his glazed expression revealed that his gaze had not truly engaged with the text. Clearly, his thoughts had long since drifted far beyond the pages. The two had encountered a streak of misfortune with Yu Shen. That night, when Yu Shen opened the window, a sudden cold front swept in, chilling the room with a biting wind, and they both unwittingly welcomed the unwelcome gift of the flu. Qian Haiyang's condition deteriorated alarmingly, as he developed a persistent fever that escalated into pneumonia. They not only endured the torment of illness but also spent the spring festival in the sterile confines of the hospital. Even now, they were still baffled as to how that wretched window had been opened. As night descended, the distant horizon suddenly erupted in a brilliant glow, an anomaly that instantly roused Qian Haiyang's attention. He exclaimed, Jiang Gu, quick, look outside. Jiang Wunshan turned his head at the sound, his gaze penetrating the glass, and upon witnessing the extraordinary brightness, he froze momentarily before springing into action as if propelled by a spring. He hastily grabbed his clothes, hurriedly leaving behind a parting remark as he dashed out of the room. Haiyang, you stay put in the hospital. Jiang Gu, cough cough, I'm going to. Qian Haiyang coughed as he yanked the foreign needle from his arm, disregarding everything as he sprinted out of the ward, finding no trace of Jiang Wunshan in the corridor. He rushed back into the room, retrieved his phone, and dialed the headquarters. Hello, this is the Chinese Natural History Research Institute. Please dial the extension number for directory assistance. Press 0. The mechanical voice echoed through the line. I am Qian Haiyang, cough cough, organizational ID, for 31273. I have an urgent situation to report. Qian Haiyang was acutely aware that the headquarters switchboard was being monitored by personnel behind the scenes, and he directly reported the organization number for represented Unit 414. 3 denoted the investigation department, 1 indicated Group 1, and 273 signified that Qian Haiyang was the 273rd investigator. Following a soft beep, the phone ceased its electronic tone, replaced by a gentle female voice. Comrade Qian Haiyang, please state your report. An anomaly has been discovered in Liaoning Liaoxian. An investigator 431199 has already proceeded to the area for investigation. Please arrange for the organization to contact 431199 for assistance, Qian Haiyang urged. Understood. Comrade Qian Haiyang, do you have anything to add? The soft voice inquired. No. All right. Thank you for your efforts. After hanging up the phone, Qian Haiyang felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, silently praying for Jiang Wunshan's safety, wishing for no danger to befall him during this investigation. The brilliance of the magical arts shone like a resplendent meteor shower, continuing to radiate for a full minute before gradually fading from the night sky, allowing the cool and gentle moonlight to once again illuminate the earth. Remarkably, despite the powerful magical arts that should have altered the landscape, every inch of soil and every plant in this land remained unscathed. Yu Shen's law, a judgment-type transcendent magical art, does not rely on the forces of destruction but instead employs divine light to cleanse the darkness. As one of Yu Shen's 3 major transcendent magical arts, its judgment is remarkably precise, eliminating only those deemed enemies by Yu Shen. Suspended in the air, Yu Shen exhaled deeply and soared into the mountains. Although the transcendent magical art had dispelled all the green mist, the root of the fog remained unresolved, and it would not be long before it returned. Only by cutting off its source could the threat be eradicated. Master, Gao Lian called out. The thorn rose in his pocket spoke at that moment. Proceed. Xiao Yu, where are you? Gao Lian inquired directly, holding his phone, while meticulously searching the skies. Yu Shen replied, I am at a relative's home, at Erdeo Kanzu. I knew it, Gao Lian remarked with an expression of anticipation, before adding somewhat reproachfully. What are you causing such a commotion for? Too many foul entities have emerged, necessitating a grand display of power. Yu Shen responded nonchalantly. I found it. The seemingly spontaneous declaration caught Gao Lian by surprise, prompting him to ask, You found what? What foul entities? Yu Shen gazed down at the fog-cloaked valley, where the rolling green mist surged forth like a giant python from the valley's entrance. Hey Xiao Yu, are you listening? What did you find? Gao Lian pressed on the phone. Uncle Gao, hold on a moment. I'm a bit busy, Yu Shen replied, disregarding Gao Lian's repeated calls. The lower-tier version of Yu Shen's law, the Radiant Judgment, was cast into the valley. Under the cleansing light of divinity, the valley revealed its true nature. Scattered tools and excavation machinery littered the ground, each silently narrating the story of a quarry operated by a certain group. And the opening from which they extracted stone continued to spew forth the green mist. Damn, did those guys unearth something they shouldn't have? Yu Shen cursed vehemently. And with a mere thought, a blue luminescent barrier sealed the cave's entrance, imprisoning the ominous green mist within, preventing it from wreaking further havoc upon the world. He descended to the cave's mouth, observing the malevolent entities within as they pounded against the barrier. At that moment, he resumed his conversation with Gao Lian, Uncle Gao. He succinctly relayed the situation to him, and promptly sent the location details along with photographs of the scene. Gao Lian's pupils dilated. His gaze fixated on the somewhat blurry images on his phone, revealing an indescribable shock. Yu Shen could not grasp the extent of his astonishment. He clearly recognized that the malevolent presence depicted in the photographs was unmistakably a mass of corpses, a manifestation born from a fusion of resentment and dark energy. There exists an ancient wisdom in feng shui, elucidating the existence of two types of energy points along the dragon vein, either of a yang or yin nature. The yang points are the essence of life, while the yin points serve as the foundation of death. Yang transforms energy, while yin materializes it. Yang embodies purity, whereas yin embodies impurity. To harness the yang is to embrace life, while to engage with the yin is to invite death. The impurities of yin are best diminished, while the purity of yang should be allowed to flourish. Following the yin leads to an abundance of chaotic energy and demise, while adhering to the yang promotes vitality and longevity, regardless of whether they are yang or yin points. Such energy sites are rare treasures within the realm of extraordinary individuals in Huaxia, often eluding even those esteemed sects and families with centuries of lineage. Primarily, those feng shui practitioners lacking the ability to pinpoint energy sites will find themselves at a loss. It is said that one may search for a dragon for a year, but spend a decade locating an energy point. This highlights the arduous nature of mastering this skill. Furthermore, any discovered energy point must align with the practitioner's cultivation method, bestowing a potent yang point upon a practitioner of yin arts, such as the wild Maoshan corpse refining sect or the Lu family of Xiangxi, could result in catastrophic consequences, ranging from a misalignment of techniques to the peril of life itself. Lastly, the orientation must be precise. A feng shui master must skillfully unlock the energy point, which is far more complex than merely excavating a hole. Otherwise, the world would have seen countless disasters arising from mines and oil wells. Nevertheless, unexpected occurrences sometimes arise, such as peculiar hauntings resulting from accidentally unearthing an energy point at construction sites. Those masters adept in orientation cleverly manipulate the arrangement of formations to ensure the energy within the point flows in a stable and harmonious manner, thus averting potential calamities. Hence, it is often said that the orientation of a Jiazi 60-year cycle signifies that success in establishing an energy point can only be achieved during specific moments, allowing for the safe utilization of its power. In the midst of his astonishment, Gao Lian erupted in a furious tirade, exclaiming, "Who is the imbecile behind this?" His immediate suspicion fell upon the all-encompassing malevolent entities, yet he noted that the supernatural occurrences in northeast China had been unusually subdued for the past 6 months. He believed the individuals from the mining company deserved severe reprimand. Regardless, he hoped this incident was merely a consequence of negligence on the part of the mining firm. If it turned out to be a deliberate act, as the regional manager for northeast China, he would find himself in grave trouble. Gao Lian cursed again with venomous intensity. There was no time for blame. Sealing the energy point was imperative. He began making calls to rally support, determined to manage the fallout, irrespective of who had instigated this debacle. Chapter 9. Temporal rift above the barrier of light. The decaying malevolent spirits fought among themselves, desperate to escape, their struggles yielding no quarter. Yu Shen observed with clarity as one skull viciously bit off another's nose, only to witness, moments later, the same cruel fate befalling an ear. Fortunately, the foresight offered by future memories had rendered him somewhat desensitized. Otherwise, the sight of such a horrifying and grotesque scene would have surely induced nausea. The persistent congestion was undoubtedly an issue, and Yu Shen, lacking the patience to wait for Gao Lian, decided to take matters into his own hands. With a mere thought, the luminous barrier began to advance slowly into the cave, forcefully compressing the space within. As the barrier pressed forward, he stepped into the pitch-black cavern. The interior of the mine was supported by sturdy wooden beams, with broken light sources installed intermittently along the walls, creating a dreary atmosphere. In this inky darkness, he felt as if he were in his element. The shadows posed no hindrance to him. Descending further into the depths, after traversing several dozen meters underground, he halted the luminous barrier. The space had been constricted by the barrier, causing the azure mist to thicken to a near-black density. With an abundance of skulls pressed tightly against the barrier, immobile. At that moment, he sensed the presence of a space approximately 100 square meters hidden behind the barrier, from which the continuous flow of azure mist emanated. This revelation was the reason for his cessation of the barrier's advance. He cast forth the sacred light through the barrier, meticulously cleansing the chaotic remnants within before stepping across the flickering barrier into the inner sanctum. This area, spanning roughly 100 square meters, was dominated by a large stone slab at its center, adorned with the intricate carving of a magnificent flower, measuring around 60 square meters. Each petal bore inscriptions: Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe Jia, Lai, Zhen Zai Qian. At the heart of the flower lay a hexagram, with tadpole-like characters etched into each of its corners. And the central hexagonal region appeared unfathomably deep, with azure mist billowing forth from this seeming portal to another world. 6 towering stone blocks, resembling periods, were positioned atop the points of the hexagram, interconnected by thick, white ropes spaced 5 meters apart, each adorned with fluttering white talismans. Since his arrival, the comma-shaped stones had emitted a flickering light without pause, and now, a malevolent spirit threatened to emerge from the crevice. With a swift gesture, he dispatched the incipient spirit back to its origin and sealed the crevice with the luminous barrier. Yu Shen furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the magical array on the ground. The hexagram, also known as the Star of David, held significant importance in the realms of magic and alchemy. It was regarded as a magical array combining fire and water, capable of harnessing high-level elemental forces to perform sealing, spatial, and restorative magic, thus being collectively referred to in the magical community as the all-encompassing magical array. However, this hexagram, intertwined with floral and comma motifs, struck him as peculiar. Could this incident be orchestrated by the enemy? He instinctively thought so and tossed aside the thorn rose. With a swift metallic clatter, the humanoid thorn rose materialized beside Yu Shen, inquiring, "Master, how may I serve you?" Without wasting time, he delved straight into the matter. "You have direct contact with Heir Zhuang, correct?" he asked the thorn rose. "Indeed, Master," it replied, nodding gently. "Its mechanical joints producing soft sounds. Please send a video to Heir Zhuang for her to relay to her father," Yu Shen instructed, muttering under his breath. "It's quite troublesome without WeChat." As the forehead of Simi shimmered with the glimmer of a photographic light, Yu Shen promptly inquired, "Heir Zhuang, please ask Uncle Gao. I believe this object resembles something the Japanese might possess." After completing the video recording, Simi compressed and transcoded the file before sending it to Heir Zhuang. In the illustrious backdrop of the 2 prominent schools of Feng Shui, North Xiankong and South Sana, the crucial task of sealing the Qi Cave fell squarely upon them. Just as Gao Lian received much-needed support from the Xiankong school, Heir Zhuang's message arrived like an urgent telegram. "Dad, this is a video sent by Yu Shen. You must watch it immediately." The urgency in Heir Zhuang's words was palpable, the symbol of urgency rhythmically pulsating on the screen, conveying her current ire. Gao Lian opened his computer, accessing the video sent by Heir Zhuang. With a resounding crash, the expensive mahogany desk shattered under his furious blow. Having navigated the complexities of the supernatural realm for years, he was familiar with its intricacies. The method showcased in the video, which amalgamated Feng Shui, Taoist techniques, and magic, was unparalleled save for the astrological Feng Shui practice from the Eastern Islands. "This rubbish," Gao Lian seethed, his teeth clenched, his voice brimming with uncontainable hatred. He heavily lifted his phone to call Yu Shen, hoping on one hand that Yu Shen could manage the situation before reinforcements arrived, and on the other, that he could provide further clues to unravel the enigma. "Master, Gao Lian is calling," Simi reported to Yu Shen in a formal tone. "Take it," he replied. "Yes." Simi activated the speakerphone, and Gao Lian's voice resonated. "Little Yu, you were right." He wasted no time in confirming Yu Shen's suspicions outright, and then asked, "Little Yu, think carefully, have you encountered anyone unusual?" Yu Shen's mind raced as his gaze fell upon the slowly rotating magical array. He suddenly recalled the woman he had met earlier that day and said, "Indeed, I encountered a woman during the day. What did she look like?" Gao Lian pressed on, leaving no detail unexamined. "Please hold on. I will send you her photo." "All right." Gao Lian held the phone, his eyes fixed on the computer screen. When he heard Yu Shen call out for Simi, in a short while, a high-definition photograph of the woman appeared on the screen. As he scrutinized the image, his breath caught, and his brow furrowed in concern. Yu Shen noticed the subtle change in Gao Lian's breathing and asked in a tone tinged with inquiry, "Uncle Gao, do you know this woman?" "Humph," Gao Lian scoffed disdainfully. "I know her all too well. Her name is Ito Mahiko, the daughter of Ito Kinhachiro from the island across. A few years ago, she murdered her father and brother before disappearing. It's unexpected to find her here." "Little Yu, where did you see her?" Yu Shen was astonished by the woman's identity. "Damn, I was careless," he lamented, regretting his oversight. "It was at a banquet for my relative's birthday. That wretched woman still has the gall to enjoy a feast, Gao Lian cursed in fury. In that moment, Yu Shen felt a profound sense of regret and expressed, Uncle Gao, this is my fault. I should have been more vigilant. I shall first attend to this matter, leaving the female antagonist with no opportunity until I have done so. Upon hearing that Yu Shen intended to unilaterally address the chi point, Gao Lian hastened to dissuade him, saying, Young Yu, you must not proceed. Matters of feng shui are beyond your understanding. Moreover, Mihoko pursues her objectives with utmost clarity. And this affair is far from straightforward. Yu Shen was not one to disregard counsel. He relented. Very well, Uncle Gao, when can we expect your people? Since he was forbidden from handling it himself, Gao Lian must have already made arrangements. In 6 hours, is that acceptable? Gao Lian inquired. No objections, replied Yu Shen. Before disconnecting the call and exiting the mine with Simei, thanks to his magical arts, the residual smoke and fire in the atmosphere were entirely eradicated, leaving the night sky as if draped in black velvet, adorned with brilliant diamonds, a magnificent tableau. The stars twinkled, and the moonlight cascaded like ink, creating a scene that was both refreshing and uplifting. However, he felt no inclination to gaze upon this beautiful night. Instead, he pondered deeply. If Mihoko, this female antagonist, could not possibly be here alone, she must have numerous Japanese accomplices and traitors in tow. Gao Lian had refrained from mentioning this, likely to avoid wading into murky waters. Yet, this was not in line with Yu Shen's character. If these scoundrels dared to come, they would have to face the wrath of Amaterasu, that wretched being. As Yu Shen's thoughts brushed against the notion of traitors, he suddenly realized that it could not have randomly discovered this remote village. Someone must have acted as a bridge. And the shadowy figure behind that mining company could not possibly be Japanese. From these two leads, he could undoubtedly unearth more information. This realization caused a smile to play upon his lips. He already knew whom to interrogate. Leading Simei, he soared like a night hawk towards the village chief's abode. With Yu Shen's magical arts still at play, the entire village lay shrouded in silence, only occasionally disrupted by the sounds of snoring, starkly contrasting with the distant cacophony of fireworks. The village chief's residence stood out prominently, expansive and well known to all. They landed gracefully in the chief's courtyard and without hesitation pushed open the door. Inside, the chief lay sprawled alongside 3 unfamiliar men at a mahjong table, their snores thunderous, clearly lost in a deep slumber. Yu Shen extended a finger, and a blue tendril of information delved into the recesses of the chief's mind, probing for memories related to the intermediary and the mining company. Before long, he pinpointed 2 key figures, Zhang Tianjie and Ma Chonying, committing their visages to memory, intending to relay this information to Gao Lian for further investigation into their backgrounds. Simultaneously, he discovered that the mining company had established another building in the mountains, constructed by its employees, located not far from the valley where the incident occurred. Given that the villagers were all temporary workers, these so-called formal employees were undoubtedly at Mihoko's trusted confidants, either Japanese or traitors. After hastily departing from the chief's residence, Yu Shen and Simei flew unceasingly toward the depths of the mountains. Guided by the chief's recollections, they swiftly identified their destination. Before them stood a row of typical 2-story blue prefabricated buildings, rudimentary yet functional, commonly found at construction sites. In front of these structures, several vehicles sat quietly, remnants of a once bustling activity. They landed lightly on the ground, and he keenly sensed that the occupants had departed, leaving behind only the desolate abodes. He and Simei split up to search each room. He took the first floor while Simei ascended to the second. After a meticulous search, they uncovered only a few discarded household items, dilapidated furniture, and a few pots and pans, failing to find any valuable clues. The place was tidied up, yet the vehicles remained untouched. The actions of the enemy puzzled Yu Shen. Clearly, the thorough cleaning was intended to leave no trace. Yet the abandonment of the vehicles seemed contrary to that intent. He opened several car doors and, utilizing his abilities, scanned inside and out, discovering that not a single fingerprint or strand of hair remained. This level of meticulousness and cleaning was nearly flawless, invoking admiration for the enemy's caution and thoroughness. Abandoning the vehicles. Could it be that the enemy retreated on foot? He pondered. Logically, this seemed implausible. More likely, these foes had never left. They were still in the mountains, for only in that case would the vehicles appear superfluous. A cold smile crept onto his lips as he thought. Do they believe they can escape me? He and Simei moved the used pots and pans outdoors, stacking them into a small mound, and positioned several cars around this heap in a circle. It is known that any item, when used over time, inevitably absorbs the essence of its user. Although these discarded items had not been used for long, their abundance was precisely what he intended to exploit to locate their former inhabitants. A gentle blue energy, akin to soft light, was spread by Yu Shen over these items. As the blue energy continued to permeate, it gradually enveloped each object, causing the pile to emit a faint glow. Over time, the luminescence became increasingly brilliant, and a slender beam of light slowly emerged from the collection, swaying and extending towards the horizon. After a considerable duration, the swaying light finally ceased its growth. Following its lead, Yu Shen and Simei soared through the air, eventually arriving at a valley, where they gazed at the light that plunged into a cave. Yu Shen, with a look of curiosity, remarked, "What are the enemies up to?" He stepped into the cave, dismantling the previously set light curtain barrier, and followed the light to a space where a formation was positioned. Guided by the light, his gaze settled upon the profound chasm at the center of the formation. As the arc of time replayed the old moments, Yu Shen, unwilling to squander time, aimed to directly trace the flow of time from several hours prior using the time-space manipulation spell, Arc of Time. As he chanted, a powerful and vibrant blue magic surged from his body like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the entire space. This magic quickly coalesced in the air, transforming into ephemeral figures in an instant. Among them was the familiar Itu Mahiko, and notably, a short figure and another wielding a knife. Yu Shen sustained the spell, his eyes firmly locked onto the silhouettes ensnared in the past, paying close attention to every movement and utterance, listening intently. As the narrative traverses the flow of time, the figures and their voices inevitably appear somewhat distorted, with movements and certain nuances rendered slightly vague. However, this does not detract from the overall observation. These individuals are seen standing at the edge of a chasm. Inside, a diminutive figure fidgets with his hands before his chest, and with a resounding bang, a cloud of white smoke erupts, revealing the silhouette of a warrior clad in ancient Japanese armor. The figure proclaims, "I shall enter with the demon warrior. You may follow in 5 minutes." Ito Mahiko regards the diminutive figure with deep respect, gracefully bowing as she expresses her gratitude. "Thank you, Master Yuta." The figure named Yuta, filled with pride, nods in acknowledgement before leading the demon warrior to leap into the abyss, causing the pale mist within to churn violently. Clutching a katana, a man standing closely beside Ito gazes down at the vanishing Yuta, sighing, "Alas, my blade has yet to taste the thrill." This man, evidently favored by Ito, witnesses as she gently turns, tenderly caressing his cheek with a tone akin to that of a doting caregiver, softly assuring him not to rush. Once they acquire that coveted item, no one shall stand against them. In that moment, the man, known as Tora no Suk, inexplicably becomes agitated. Abruptly embracing Ito's delicate waist and kissing her fervently, his hands audaciously slipping beneath her garments, fervently exploring. Ito emits a soft murmur, lost in the passionate embrace and kisses of her lover. The nearby maidens and soldiers appear accustomed to such displays, their gazes fixed downwards, avoiding distraction. Disgusted, Yu Shen finds himself reluctant to witness this couple's fervent display, unable to suppress a disdainful spit. Unperturbed, the couple seems to waste no time. After a full 5 minutes of intimacy, Ito, blushing, gently pushes the man away, adjusting her attire as she addresses the others. "Gentlemen, it is your turn." Upon receiving the command, Tora no Suk leaps into the void, with the other soldiers following closely behind. Once all have descended, Ito, accompanied by 2 maidens, follows suit. Shortly after everyone's descent, the azure mist within the chasm erupts violently, akin to a volcanic eruption, followed by a multitude of grotesque malevolent spirits clamoring to emerge, creating a scene both terrifying and magnificent. Realizing that the demons have indeed descended below, Yu Shen comprehends their intentions. The words of Gao Lian ring true. Ito's ambition is formidable and cannot be underestimated. Setting aside the mysterious artifact that captivates the demons, the immediate concern is to pursue them and eliminate the threat. Witnessing the sinister entities clawing to escape the chasm, Yu Shen grits his teeth, ready to leap, only to recall that the entire village remains asleep. Uncertain of how long his venture may take, he cannot allow the villagers and his family to remain undisturbed. Thus, he instructs Simei to wait while he returns to the village to lift the magical enchantment cast upon all, simultaneously using his powers to restore the villagers' memories to their state prior to slumber. A fleeting blue radiance illuminated the once quiet village, infusing it with the vibrant essence of the new year. Contemplating for a moment, he reached down to draw his shadow from beneath his feet, leaving behind a faint outline on the ground. Before long, this shadow transformed into another version of Yu Shen. With this shadowy duplicate, he felt no apprehension that his family might notice anything amiss. Upon returning to the cave, Yu Shen instructed the shadow rose to assume the form of a mobile phone. The device crackled and shifted into shape. Grasping the phone-shaped shadow rose, he sent a message to Gao Lian stating, "I am off to pursue the enemy." He then released the barrier that had sealed the light screen, casting the radiant punishment into the fray to cleanse the area of minor adversaries. Stepping into the center of the hexagram magic circle, he leaped into the abyss, ensuring to reinforce the barrier behind him. The darkness writhed like a living entity before Yu Shen, as he felt himself plummeting from a precipice. his senses undergoing a disorienting inversion amidst the fabric of space and time, before gradually stabilizing. As a mild dizziness subsided, he sensed solid ground beneath him. The environment surrounding him was shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Even his exceptional night vision could only discern the vague outlines within a radius of several meters. The damp, green mist enveloped him like a sodden bodysuit, inducing a profound discomfort, while the strange aura intermingled within the mist frayed his nerves. With great power comes great responsibility. The holy radiance released by Yu Shen's advanced magic obliterated all he deemed adversarial. He fervently hoped this would eradicate the enemy in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, the feedback from his magical exertion did not align with his aspirations. He was unable to ascertain the true dimensions of this place, yet regardless of its geometric expanse, the potency of his magic was sufficient to carve out a relatively safe domain. Time and space here were indeed peculiar. The warm afterglow of his advanced magic helped stabilize Yu Shen's emotions. At this moment, he had come to a profound realization regarding his unusual predicament. This realm appeared to be a type of temporal rift, a spatial displacement induced by a confluence of substantial matter and energy. It did not signify a movement along the timeline, nor did it lead to another parallel universe, yet it exuded an eerie and perilous atmosphere. The distortion of space slowed time, indicating an increase in gravitational pull, which would exacerbate physical strain and potential harm. Additionally, a loss of directional awareness could lead one to become eternally lost within this temporal rift. Faced with such peril, Yu Shen understood the imperative to avoid lingering too long. As he firmly planted his feet, he began to scrutinize the traces left by the enemy. Given that time here flowed more slowly than in the outside world, he surmised that the enemy could not have ventured far. Alas, the academically challenged are often overly presumptive. The foolish pen lamented, much like Yu Shen, lamenting his own scant education. It escapes memory which sage once proclaimed that every journey leaves varying imprints upon the river of time. Here, Yu Shen comprehended this notion with unprecedented depth. His eyes sparkled with a brilliant blue light, and in an instant, the myriad intricate and varying footprints upon the ground seemed to come alive, revealing themselves one by one. They served as silent guides, distinctly indicating the direction in which that group of foes had departed. The thorn rose, in motorcycle form, remained poised in the air, held by Yu Shen. The sound of gears grinding against steel echoed as a light green Suzuki 400 motorcycle came to a steady halt before him. Yu Shen mounted the thorn rose, and with a flick of his wrist, a stylish pair of goggles materialized in his hand. Securing the goggles, he leaned forward and grasped the handlebars. Off we go. The engine of the thorn rose roared to life with a deep and powerful growl, yearning to unleash its long-suppressed strength. The tires screeched against the ground, and propelled by this formidable force, the thorn rose shot forth like a green comet, shattering the silence and vanishing into the boundless depths of darkness, leaving behind a fleeting green light that seemed to traverse time and space. Yu Shen pursued the footprints of the enemies, chasing after Ito and his men, while Gao Lian sat in a car en route to the airport, conversing with Zhao Fangxiu, the general manager of Nadutong, over the phone. Gao Lian had reported the incident to the company, but had withheld details regarding Yu Shen. Zhao Fangxiu's uniquely resonant and authoritative voice emanated from the phone. Xiao Gao, I am pleased that you did not conceal this matter, but a deserved punishment must still be administered, serving as a reminder for the future. Once resolved, do remember to send me a detailed report. Understood, Director Zhao. Very well, I shall take my leave. After hanging up, Gao Lian felt a genuine sense of relief. Reporting the incident was not a decision made out of desperation. On one hand, sustaining Zhuang's life required the resources and technology of the company. On the other, he had unwavering faith in Yu Shen's capabilities. Since Yu Shen had pledged to hold the line for 6 hours, there was ample time for him to reach Liaoxian, alleviate this crisis, and provide the company with an explanation. This was certainly preferable to being pursued and cornered by those with ulterior motives. After all, those who coveted the position of Northeast Regional Head would never relinquish an opportunity to undermine him, as long as the safety of the ordinary citizens was ensured and no grounds for concealment remained. The position of Northeast Regional Head at Nadutong would remain firmly within the Gao family's grasp. As for the punishment, it was merely a written reprimand, which held little significance for him. Just as he sighed in relief, the notification of a text message chimed. His gaze fell upon the screen. I have gone after the enemies. Those few words momentarily stunned him. Had Yu Shen caught onto that wretched woman's trail? He thought elatedly and hurriedly dialed to inquire further, but each attempt met with a busy signal. Why isn't he answering? Gao Lian felt a pang of anxiety, and reluctantly he instructed Zhuang to reach out to the thorn rose. After a brief wait, the message from Zhuang deepened his confusion. Dad, I can't find the thorn rose. Can't find it. Gao Lian was taken aback, for ever since Zhuang had met the thorn rose, the two had often spent time together. How could they suddenly be unreachable? Yes, I don't know what's going on. I just can't locate the signal for the thorn rose. Zhuang's frustration was palpable. A sense of unease began to stir within Gao Lian. Surely, there would not be any unforeseen incidents in Liaoxian. He immediately placed a call to Yao Lily, the manager of the Liao County branch, and the connection was almost instantaneous. Hello, Gao Zong. Came Yu Lily's calm voice from the other end, devoid of any urgency. Gao Lian, feeling a weight lift from his heart, quickly inquired, Xiao Yao, where are you now? Gao Zong, we have arrived at the valley where the Qi cave is located. Everything seems to be in order. We have not detected any signs of unusual damage. We are preparing to explore the cave. Yao Lily reported the situation. Be careful. I want to hang up, Gao Lian advised. Understood, Gao Zong, Yao Lily replied. Gao Lian held the phone tightly, patiently awaiting further updates. After about 10 minutes, Yao Lily's voice came through once more. Gao Zong, we have located the Qi cave. But the situation is somewhat peculiar. What is going on? Speak, Gao Lian urged in a low tone. Standing at the edge of the dark cavern. Yao Lily's eyes were filled with disbelief as she explained, Gao Zong, it is evident that this place has been tampered with. However, the Qi cave remains intact. Yet, inexplicably, the Qi within seems to have vanished. What? Gao Lian nearly leaped up, hitting the car roof. Send me a photo, quickly. The photo arrived promptly. Upon viewing it, Gao Lian felt a complete sense of relief wash over him. He leaned back in his seat and internally remarked to Yu Shen, you clever lad. I owe you a significant favor this time. Yet, the unexplained disappearance of Yu Shen rekindled his worry. Boy, you better be safe. Achoo, Yu Shen sneezed, rubbing his nose and murmuring, who has been talking about me? At that moment, he had followed the trail of the enemy to an enormous, seemingly sky-reaching red stone door. The tightly shut door was adorned with a circular motif featuring an abstract dragon playing with a pearl. The design held no profound significance, merely aesthetic appeal. Nevertheless, he could not deny the slight gain. Through this motif, he was certain it was a relic from their ancestors, as such dragon imagery could only belong to the Huaxia culture. Moreover, significant archaeological discoveries have long unearthed similar totems in Huaxia. Dismounting from the thorny steed, Yu Shen approached the imposing door and gently touched it, discovering that the material was not just stone, but a highly pure red jade. He gasped in astonishment, wow. A door made of red jade? How extravagant. Suppressing the urge to chip off a piece to take with him, he pushed against the door with all his might. And to his surprise, the seemingly monumental red jade door opened soundlessly. As the ancient door creaked open, it felt as though he was transcending the boundaries of time and space, revealing a world entirely different before him. There was no swirling azure mist, no wandering malevolent spirits. Only countless stars sparkling like gemstones, weaving together to form a breathtaking night sky. Beneath this resplendent, dreamlike starlight stood a magnificent and awe-inspiring pyramid, towering before Yu Shen. The base of this pyramid was conical in shape, its scale so immense that it could rival the sum of 10 great pyramids of Giza. Scattered before this colossal structure were innumerable stone mounds resembling pyramids, each soaring over 10 meters in height and designed in the same conical fashion. The layout before him resembled that of the Egyptian pyramids, with the Grand Pyramid at the center accompanied by smaller ones. Was this the place sought by the invaders? Yu Shen stood in astonishment, his heart stirred by an indescribable awe. He could scarcely believe that within this temporal rift lay such a magnificent architectural marvel. What immense power could have orchestrated such a vast and unimaginable undertaking in this malevolent land? This spectacle transcended logic and shattered imagination, instilling a deep sense of reverence and curiosity for this enigmatic locale. With a mobile form of a thorny rose, he captured several photographs before tucking it into his pocket. He soared above the apex of the pyramid, gazing down at the ancient burial mounds arranged in a seemingly chaotic yet meaningful pattern, as if concealing profound significance. Rather than delving into the mysteries of these mounds, he chose to descend directly upon the summit of the most magnificent pyramid. The pinnacle was expansive, covering several square meters, with a petite altar standing at its center. The base of this altar comprised both a square and a circular platform, exhibiting a distinct axial relationship that cleverly reflected the ancient philosophy of a round heaven and square earth. Upon the altar, a rectangular sacrificial pit constructed from rugged stones came into view, approximately 1.5 meters high, perfectly sized to accommodate an adult. He stepped onto the platform, peering into the pit, where traces of flames lingered in the crevices between the stones, seemingly narrating an ancient tale. Could this place have once been the site of human sacrifice? He pondered. Aside from the altar, the pyramid's summit held nothing else. Clearly, accessing the interior of the pyramid could not be achieved solely from the top. A hidden passage must exist. He took flight from the pinnacle, gradually circling the pyramid, yet discovered that it appeared seamless, devoid of any conspicuous entrances. In the absence of a door, a secret passage must surely be present. Was this not a common trope in many tomb raiding novels and archaeological documentaries? Yu Shen conducted another search, this time with the intent of uncovering the invaders' traces. It was evident that the treasures coveted by them were likely concealed deep within the pyramid, and these avaricious individuals surely possessed knowledge of the means to enter. As expected, he soon caught sight of some clues. Observing footprints left by the invaders that abruptly ceased at the base of the pyramid, he gracefully descended to that location, without a moment's hesitation, murmuring, "Yesterday's return." As the arcane energy surged forth, the images of Ito and the others began to materialize before him. He beheld Ito Mahiko standing near the pyramid's wall, clutching a scroll that emitted a faint silver glow. The scroll seemed to possess its own will, gently drifting in the air, while Ito Mahiko scrutinized it, touching several secret spots on the wall in a specific sequence. Suddenly, a muffled clang echoed, and the wall beside Ito Mahiko slowly opened, revealing a profound and dark entrance. Yu Shen dispelled the magic and, mimicking the movements of Ito Mahiko, gently pressed against the wall. With a sound akin to a magical revelation, an entrance opened, revealing a faint glow within, slightly different from what was previously seen. Without hesitation, Yu Shen stepped forward, boldly venturing into the depths illuminated by the mysterious light. Chapter 10. Inside the pyramid at a mysterious airport in the northeast, the lights lining the runway twinkled like stars. Small points of light arranged in neat lines against the darkness, reminiscent of a celestial pathway guiding through the heavens. On the runway, a colossal Y-8 transport aircraft, equipped with 4 roaring turbo engines, emitted a deafening roar, its reverberations echoing off the tarmac, creating a powerful and resonant sound. As if this massive machine was impatiently urging its passengers to tear through the night and ascend towards the distant skies. At the rear of the aircraft, beneath the wide-open cargo door, over 20 elite employees of the Northeast Daodong, clad in matching gray uniforms and wearing gray caps, moved methodically, loading boxes of crucial equipment onto the plane. Each of their eyes sparkled with a resolute sense of mission. They understood that this operation could lead them into life-threatening peril. Yet they pressed on without hesitation. Gao Lian's expression was as still as water, his gaze deep as he observed his bustling comrades. No one knew what thoughts lingered in his mind at that moment. Just then, a man in his 40s, with a side-parted hairstyle, elongated eyes, high cheekbones, and a somewhat stubbly face, approached him. "Gao Ge, Lao Shen has received the summons from the Shin Kong faction. They will be taking a helicopter to Liao County." "Understood. Lao Zhang, I'll leave the home front in your capable hands for now." Gao Lian nodded, withdrawing his gaze from the busy scene to focus on the man, his tone imbued with trust and reliance. Lao Zhang, also a disciple of the sect, had been involved in nearly all affairs of the Northeast Daodong. Aside from matters regarding Heir Zhuang and the Dark Fortress, he was undoubtedly one of Gao Lian's most valued aides, and his presence at the base brought Gao Lian considerable peace of mind. "Rest assured, Gao Ge," Lao Zhang replied with a calm demeanor, his tone resolute. Gao Lian had always held deep admiration for Lao Zhang's composed and steadfast nature. He gave Lao Zhang a hearty pat on the shoulder, as if to engrave his trust into the very marrow of his bones, then playfully squeezed it for encouragement before pulling out his phone and striding towards the already activated Y-8's cargo door. Lao Zhang watched Gao Lian as he dialed the number, the name Lao Shen faintly echoing in his ears. His eyes narrowed slightly, transforming into mere slits through which an unusual glint emerged. It wasn't he until the massive Y-8 had completely merged with the clouds, disappearing at the horizon's edge, that Lao Zhang slowly turned and entered his car. The moment he closed the door, his usually serene visage darkened, adopting a cold and stern demeanor, as if he had switched to an entirely different persona. Inside his vehicle, Lao Zhang retrieved a notebook and began to jot down notes fervently, tearing off the paper and folding it neatly before stowing it away in his pocket. Subsequently, he vigorously rubbed his face, erasing the earlier gloom entirely. When he once again scrutinized himself in the rearview mirror, returning to the tranquil old Zhang, he effortlessly started the car, darting out of the airport like a flash of lightning. Zhang navigated his beloved vehicle through the bustling streets of the city, meandering for a while before finally halting in front of an unassuming noodle shop. On this festive occasion, the modest establishment was sparsely populated, exuding an unusual tranquility. Zhang pushed the door open, and a wave of warmth enveloped him. Upon seeing him, the owner greeted him warmly. "Ah, old Zhang, you've come." "The usual?" Zhang smiled, his eyes narrowing with delight. "Boss, wishing you prosperity." "The usual, indeed." "Certainly. Take a seat," the owner replied. Before long, the owner personally brought a steaming plate of noodles to Zhang's table, gently placing it down and courteously saying, "Enjoy your meal," before returning to his duties. Zhang delicately lifted a pair of chopsticks, blew gently on the steaming noodles, and then relished the sound of slurping as he savored each bite. In no time, the bowl was emptied of its contents. He tilted his head back to finish the last sip of broth, retrieved some coins from his pocket, placed them on the plate, and stood up, calling out to the owner, "The money is on the table." "Got it." Take care, the owner replied enthusiastically as he busied himself with other tables. Zhang returned to his car, revved the engine, and slowly drove away from the noodle shop, disappearing into the busy street. Once the owner finished tidying up the other tables, he leisurely approached Zhang's table. He swiftly collected the coins and returned the utensils to the kitchen. Carefully, he unfolded the note nestled among the coins. Inscribed with fluent Japanese, Gao Lian has departed for Liao County, severing all ties with Jiao. Upon reading it, the owner's expression turned grave. He brought the note to the stove, ignited it, and watched quietly as it transformed into ashes in the flames. Then, he donned a different demeanor and quietly exited through a concealed door at the back of the kitchen, slipping into a nearly deserted alley, vanishing into the shadows. Yu Shen had never anticipated that enemies were silently lurking around Gao Lian, while at that moment, all his attention was captivated by the primitive murals adorning the corridor walls leading into the pyramid's interior. These murals, cloaked in dust for millennia, remained almost perfectly preserved. Despite their chaotic and abstract patterns, he could still decipher profound meanings within. The murals narrated the tale of a young maiden atop a high platform. A man held an infant aloft, as if to offer this pure being to the deities above. Below, numerous diminutive figures encircled the platform, performing a sacrificial dance. As time passed, the infant gradually transformed into a girl. Wherever she tread, the heavens were engulfed in flames, and the earth split open with endless fissures. As the little figures knelt before her, beseeching her mercy. Soon after, a cadre of knights, mounted on steeds resembling horses, solemnly guarded the girl, galloping along the winding river towards the distant unknown. Behind them, the sky poured down a merciful rain, and the little figures leapt in jubilant celebration. A girl was abandoned in the tranquil mountains, accompanied by a peculiar creature that bore resemblance to both a wolf and a horse. As the years passed, she blossomed into a young woman, riding upon this enigmatic beast, galloping across the boundless wilderness, pursued closely by various wild creatures. Standing atop a lofty peak, she gazed into the distance, her heart filled with a gentle longing. A war erupted between the man's tribe and others, the enemy's leader towering and formidable. Mounted on a bear-like steed, flanked by three-headed, six-armed warriors, enveloped by fierce winds, torrential rains, and lightning. Although the man's side possessed a giant dragon with wings, the situation remained dire. The man dispatched a pair of knights, who, after enduring countless hardships, finally located the girl. Embracing her wolf-horse companion tightly, sorrow radiated from her being. When the creature perished, she offered its lifeless body to the heavens. Transformed into a half-human, half-wolf entity, breathing flames, the girl harnessed her newfound power to enter the battlefield, aiding the man's side against the onslaught of wind, rain, and thunder as their forces began to counterattack. As the war progressed, another tribe was defeated, and the man's tribe emerged victorious. However, the exhausted girl plummeted from the sky, losing her grip on control, transforming into a frenzied monster that wreaked havoc. In desperation, the man commanded the winged dragon to slay the uncontrollable girl, leading to a fierce battle between them. Ultimately, the girl fell. A descending female deity restored her to her original form, and she lay peacefully within a coffin. The man rallied countless individuals to construct a magnificent pyramid-shaped tomb for her, which evoked reverence and worship among the people. At last, the girl was laid to rest within the pyramid. What an epic tale! Yu Shen gazed intently at the ancient murals, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of awe. The images depicted therein undoubtedly revealed a staggering secret, narrating an ancient and mysterious story in an almost unbelievable manner. He was convinced that what these illustrations portrayed was far from mere figments of ancient imagination. The solitary pyramid, standing amidst the fabric of time and space, served as an irrefutable testament. It was not merely a witness to history, but also a challenge to the boundaries of human understanding. Who might be depicted upon it? He pondered, as the myths and legends of ancient China whirled through his mind like a spinning lantern, recalling the most talked-about tribal wars of that era, particularly the earth-shattering clash between the Yellow Emperor and Shiyu. History is invariably penned by the victors, a principle that led him to speculate that if the man in the mural was indeed the Yellow Emperor, then the girl, one of the central figures in the mural, could very well be the daughter of the Yellow Emperor. Such a notion not only enlivened this historical narrative but also imbued the story behind the mural with an aura of mystery and profound significance. Who was the daughter of the Yellow Emperor? Yi Huang and Nuing, perhaps? It is incorrect. That character is the spouse of the Yellow Emperor. The Yellow Emperor's wife refers to Leizu and Momo, a fact misrepresented by the ill-informed Yu Shen. It suddenly came to him that the figure in question was the NBA. Thanks to his extensive viewing of numerous zombie films, he remembered the identity of the maiden. NBA, also known as the Drought Demon, is purported to be the progenitor of zombies, and her existence is inextricably linked to drought. perfectly aligning with the imagery depicted in the mural where the sky is consumed by flames and the earth is cracked. Thus, the narrative unfolds as follows. In ancient times, the Yellow Emperor, in his quest to halt the relentless drought, was compelled to exile the NBA, the source of the calamity. Upon learning of the formidable challenge posed by Yu to the Yellow Emperor, she sacrificed her only companion to aid her father. The celestial deities, moved by her selflessness, transformed her into a being of both human and demon essence. With her singular might, she repelled Chiyou's fierce onslaught, contributing significantly to the Yellow Emperor's ultimate victory. However, the exhaustion from the battle led to her corruption, and she was ultimately slain by the reluctant hand of the Yellow Emperor. This tragic moment was witnessed by a goddess who could not bear the sorrow, and thus cast a spell to restore the NBA to her original form. The Yellow Emperor, burdened by guilt for the fate of this unfortunate daughter, erected a pyramid in her honor, commemorating her sacrifice and contributions. This tale is not merely one of conflict and sacrifice, it is a poignant narrative of profound paternal affection and the tragedy of heroism. The Nba's image shifts from that of a harbinger of disaster to a self-sacrificing hero, only to confront a sorrowful fate due to the cruelty of the world. The Yellow Emperor's tribute is not just a remembrance of a hero, but also a father's deep remorse and longing for his daughter. Is it truly necessary for the story to be so melodramatic? Do you think this is crafted for the purpose of cinematic submission to the state administration of radio, film, and television? Could we not preserve some of the mythological beauty? A voice within Yu Shen fervently criticized. Is this the tomb of the NBA? He felt a sense of accomplishment surging within him, akin to the dawn's first light. However, amid his triumph, shadows of doubt soon followed. As he meticulously compared the ancient mural, he began to question the portrayal presented on television. The NBA, mistakenly believed to be the progenitor of zombies, a misconception that seemed to have originated during the Qing dynasty. Furthermore, he pondered the possibility that the ancients' limited understanding of natural sciences may have unjustly condemned the NBA. After all, in feudal society, the arrival of a comet was seen as a portent of female political interference, necessitating the immediate execution of the empress or favored concubines to appease the state. As for how the NBA transformed into a mysterious being capable of wielding flames, Yu Shen surmised that she had likely undergone some form of metamorphosis. In the mythos of Huaxia, there are numerous tales of beings transformed into monsters by external forces. Having encountered the extraterrestrial Thor and gained insights into the existence of mutants on Earth, he began to interpret these mythological tales from an entirely new perspective. Nevertheless, deep within, he remained unwilling to accept the notion that ancient Huaxia mythology might simply be remnants of extraterrestrial legends. Such a realization was an overwhelming blow that he found difficult to bear. At this moment, he felt as though he had faintly touched upon something elusive, yet he could not articulate what it was. This vague sense of understanding cast him into a gentle haze of confusion. Little did he know that he had subtly encountered a fragment of the obscure truths concealed within the enchanting myths woven by immortals, demons, and mortals across the mysterious eastern lands. As Yu Shen stepped out of the corridor, he was immediately struck by an electrifying sensation, for the scene outside was already breathtaking. But what lay within was even more astonishing. The rocks of the dome sparkled with a blinding radiance, resembling a dazzling sun, illuminating the entire space with extraordinary brightness. Everywhere he looked, a magnificent palace-like tomb loomed majestically, its grandeur so overwhelming that he felt a pang of embarrassment at his inadequate vocabulary, compelling him to silently exclaim in admiration. The tomb was encircled by towering double walls, exuding an aura of respect that inspired awe, making one hesitate to trespass lightly. The ground was strewn with flowers, trees, and grass. He bent down to pick a flower, examining it closely, its cold, hard texture deepening his bewilderment. This artificial flower was neither stone nor jade, crafted with such exquisite detail that it could rival a real bloom. The mystery and peculiarity of this place were undoubtedly unparalleled by the tomb of Qin Shi Huang. I wonder what rewards the state would bestow if I were to bring an archaeological team here, he mused, feeling a pang of regret. What lay before him was undoubtedly one of the most magnificent wonders on Earth, without question, and he feared he might never again have the opportunity to witness such a sight. After taking several photos with his camera, he carelessly tucked the flower into his pocket and soared toward the ancient tomb. Upon standing beneath the tomb's city gate, he noticed that the seemingly indestructible gate had been ravaged, leaving a gaping hole. He stepped through this breach and entered the tomb, immediately sensing a sharp drop in temperature, even exhaling white mist from his mouth. Between the city wall and the tomb, the long corridor lay in tatters, the ground riddled with bullet holes, claw marks, craters from violent impacts, and traces of fiery burns. A fearsome beast, its visage grotesque and body massive, was sealed in the center of the path by a colossal block of ice. Beneath it lay the remains of a ghostly warrior, reduced to half its form, alongside a demon that had never existed in the annals of time. Scattered around were over a dozen disfigured, tattered corpses of enemies, and numerous damaged beast-shaped stone statues, haphazardly strewn across the path before the beast. He did not linger, crossing this heart-wrenching battlefield directly toward the open gates of the tomb. Flames danced and flickered along the pathways to either side. He opted not to fly, but to walk step by step along the firelit path leading deeper into the tomb. His gaze swept the surroundings, where intricately carved eaves, fashioned from massive stones, showcased the vivid relief of dragons with outstretched wings, leaving him in awe of the ancient craftsman's ingenuity. Soon, he arrived at the end of the burial passage, standing before the entrance to the burial chamber. Through the entrance, he beheld a spacious, square chamber, its gray-white stone walls adorned with primitive and abstract patterns. A colossal stone dragon, 10 meters long with wings unfurled, was intricately carved upon the ceiling. Beneath the dragon's head, in the center of the tomb, a high platform cradled a coffin sculpted from pure white jade. Flanking it were black eaves, bound with burning torches, their orange flames rising slowly amidst acrid smoke. In the dim, flickering light, he caught sight of the specter, Ito Mahiko, standing beside the coffin, an ancient mirror clasped in her hand, seemingly about to examine it. Whether this ancient mirror was indeed the coveted object sought by Ito and her ilk was of little consequence. What mattered was that every inch of this land and every plant was sacred and inviolable, let alone a mirror. Not even a speck of dust could be taken without consequence, not even if Amaterasu herself were to descend. Yu Shen's unparalleled technique, capable of ensnaring anything, could indeed seize this mirror as well. Without hesitation, Yu Shen reached for the ancient mirror. Suddenly, as Ito Mahiko stood in her beauty, a chilling blue hand, imbued with an eerie aura, darted forth with the swiftness of a thunderclap, snatching the mirror from her grasp. Ito, caught unawares by this abrupt turn of events, was momentarily stunned, her lips parted in shock, her eyes wide with confusion as she watched the spectral hand vanish from her sight with the mirror. Release it. Tiger Kojiro reacted swiftly, bellowing as he lunged forward, aiming a slash at the ghostly hand. Yet, as his blade was about to strike, instinct warned him of impending danger, prompting him to block the blade horizontally before him. The clang of metal and the crack of a gunshot echoed simultaneously as Tiger Kojiro was impeded by a sudden bullet, helplessly watching the specter carry the mirror to its master. Who dares? After enduring countless hardships and perilous trials, with her subordinates nearly decimated, Ito Mahiko found this priceless treasure snatched from her in an instant. Fury consumed her, her eyes nearly ablaze. She whirled around, her gaze piercing through the dim space several meters away, locking on to the entrance of the ancient tomb. There, a figure pressed the mirror closely to their side, provocatively beckoning her with a finger before vanishing into the shadows like a wraith. Quickly, pursue. Retrieve it for me, Ito Mahiko cried, her composure shattered, her once graceful demeanor replaced by the frantic shouts of a furious woman. Tiger Kojiro led the charge out of the tomb in pursuit of Yu Shen, while Ito Mahiko, Yuta, and the remaining maid trailed, slightly lagging behind. When the trio finally burst forth from the tomb into the open, they were met by a swift and lethal afterimage, slicing towards Tiger Kojiro with the ferocity of a tempest. Let us rewind time slightly. With a successful maneuver, Yu Shen, filled with victorious elation, darted through the dim tomb, casting a swift shadow. His heart was resolute, from Tiger Kojiro's eager reaction. He discerned that the ancient mirror he now possessed was indeed the treasure sought by Ito Mahiko. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he chose to break free from the tomb and step into the world beyond. He was reluctant to allow the impending slaughter to tarnish a single brick of the tomb. Manifestation of fantasy, transforming thought into form. The present world descends, Rorinoa Zoro. Yu Shen murmured softly. The manifestation of fantasy is a lost sorcery that permits the caster to bring forth their innermost imagination into reality through magical power. However, to successfully manifest, the caster must possess a profound understanding of the object they wish to materialize. If one were to conjure a gun, then the structure, operational principles, and even the minutest details of every component must be precise. If one were to manifest a person, then the individual's visage, character, and even memories must align perfectly. If one were to manifest a city, the expenditure of magical energy would be immense, as every street and building within the city must be vividly etched in the caster's mind. Thus, practitioners typically manifest that which they are most familiar with and closest to. The bullet that struck Tiger now moments ago was precisely the one fired from the Desert Eagle summoned by Yu Shen through his fantasy manifestation. A mysterious and dazzling array of intricate magical symbols shimmered with a blinding brilliance along the corridor outside the tomb, and Yu Shen gazed intently as the figure, shrouded in darkness, emerged slowly from the magical circle before him. The person's green hair swayed gently in the wind. 3 golden earrings dangled from their right ear, and their left hand rested casually on the grips of 3 katana. Clad in a flowing black robe, their silhouette appeared strikingly handsome against the night, exuding an indescribable allure. Ah, the effect is quite remarkable, Yu Shen nodded in satisfaction, a glimmer of pride sparkling in his eyes at his creation. This was his first encounter with an opponent, and he was not eager to hastily conclude the duel. If possible, he wished to seize this opportunity to test his own abilities. As Zoro fully materialized, Tiger now happened to burst forth from the tomb. What? He halted in disbelief at the sight of Zoro blocking his path, incredulously exclaiming, "Pirate King? Zoro. But why does he look like this?" Faced with the sudden appearance of such a familiar character from the manga, Tiger now felt a whirlwind of confusion in his mind. Little did he know that Yu Shen had manifested Zoro in his final form, while the current year was 2008, and Zoro should still be in his early incarnation. As Zoro's figure fully emerged, Tiger now was just rushing out of the tomb. What? Upon seeing Zoro standing before him, he stopped in astonishment, uttering in disbelief, "Pirate King? Zoro. But why does he appear this way?" The sudden appearance of this exceedingly familiar manga character left Tiger now's mind in disarray. He could never have imagined that the Zoro before him was a manifestation of Yu Shen's final depiction, and at this moment, it was 2007, when Zoro was still in his early form. Tiger now busied himself in sorting through his chaotic thoughts, striving to calm himself as his sharp gaze fixated intently on Zoro. A warrior's intuition warned him that the individual before him, whether a genuine fool in love or something else entirely, was, in truth, an exceedingly perilous adversary. Should he allow distractions to interfere, he would find himself facing an inevitable demise. Remarkably, he has swiftly regained his composure. However, the expression of that fellow just now was utterly amusing. A chuckle of delight filled Yu Shen's heart. In truth, this was a deliberate act on his part. One Piece is a legendary masterpiece, universally recognized among the youth of China who cherish Japanese anime. He firmly believes that no young person in Japan has escaped its influence. Thus, he aimed to tease the young Japanese Tiger, while simultaneously testing the potency of the magical art of manifestation. Zoro wore his iconic smirk, his gaze penetrating as he fixed it upon Tiger. The disdain in his singular eye silently proclaimed, "Victory is mine, and you are destined to falter." With a blade of Wado Ikamanji held delicately between his lips, his right hand gripped the obsidian-hued Akiyuki, while his left clutched the legendary Sandai Katetsu. The two swords crossing defiantly before his chest. A palpable aura of lethal intent coalesced around him, potent and awe-inspiring. Three-sword style, purgatory. Observing Zoro's offensive stance of the demon slash, Tiger inwardly scoffed. As one well-versed in the storyline, he understood the flaws inherent in this technique. The essence of the demon slash lies in its ability to corner the enemy, using the third blade to seal any escape routes. If he could dismantle the crucial intersection of the three blades, he could counter the demon slash. Foolishness, soon you shall experience the chasm that separates manga from reality. With a huff that matched Zoro's formidable presence, Tiger emanated a fierce bloodlust, standing resolute against Zoro's aura. He returned his sword to its sheath, lowered his center of gravity, his right hand gently grasping the hilt while his left thumb subtly nudged the blade forward at an angle. His right foot advanced steadily, the heel of his left foot slightly raised. Demon slash. Zoro surged towards Tiger with godlike speed, his blade slicing through the air, emitting a sharp, piercing whistle. Yet, rather than retreating, Tiger lunged forward, his beloved sword, akin to the famed Munakika, was drawn in an instant, carving a near-perfect arc aimed squarely at the intersection of Zoro's blades. With a sharp sound, as the two figures crossed paths and stood back to back, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Zoro, poised like a drawn bow, leaned forward, his dual blades extended as if ready to take flight. In contrast, Tiger advanced with an almost graceful demeanor, his movement steady as he wielded his longsword, creating beautiful arcs of steel, before effortlessly sheathing his beloved blade. At the very moment the Munakika returned to its sheath, a resounding clang shattered the surrounding silence, followed by Zoro's three swords shattering simultaneously. A deep gash appearing from his left neck to his right rib. As the wound widened, his body resembled a mirror shattered by relentless blows. Intricate fractures spreading until he dissolved into countless particles of magical essence, dissipating into the air. Zoro's singular blow left Yu Shen momentarily astonished. It was clear that it was not Tiger's overwhelming strength that bested Zoro, but rather the sheer sharpness of the blade in his hand. The blade born from fantasy would not be so fragile. Moreover, with Zoro's haki enhancing it, even titanium alloy pales in comparison. However, the hardness of these three blades was scarcely superior to that of mere wooden sticks when juxtaposed with the other blade. As Tora no Suke's sword effortlessly sliced through the three blades intertwined by Zoro, he realized that Zoro was finished. A true man never glances at the explosions behind him. Yet Tora no Suke's pretense left Yu Shen utterly speechless. As the blade grazed Zoro, the peculiar sensation transmitted through his palm alerted Tora no Suke that this opponent was far from ordinary. Despite his astonishment at Yu Shen's magical prowess, he arrogantly believed that these so-called miracles held no sway over him. With an air of self-satisfaction, He advanced step by step towards Yu Shen, coldly declaring, "Your magic is nothing but trivial. Hand over your possessions, and I might grant you a swift demise." What an insufferable braggart. Yu Shen, unperturbed by the impending death, dismissed the need for dialogue, resorting instead to a universally recognized gesture, a bold challenge. Enraged, Thwart slammed his left foot onto the ground and surged towards Yu Shen, vowing to behead the insolent fool who dared to disregard him. Suddenly, he heard the urgent call of Ito Mahiko behind him. "Thwart, watch out above." Dragon hammer flash. A sharp exclamation echoed above Thwart head. And upon hearing it, he was startled. Instinctively, he abandoned his previous attacking stance, abruptly shifting his weight backward. As he fell, he thrust his right hand down forcefully, awkwardly rolling several times to evade a potentially fatal strike. Rurouni Kenshin? What a ridiculous anime fanatic, he cursed inwardly. Oh. The downside of anime characters is their incessant need to announce their moves. Truly foolish. Yu Shen could not resist adding a sardonic remark. Dragon soaring flash. Thwart, employing a clever roll, narrowly evaded the lethal blow of the dragon hammer flash. However, the subsequent dragon soaring flash descended upon him like a tempest. In that critical moment, the ethereal melody of Ito Yumi's voice began to resonate. Mountain river poetry, the earth's heart speaks. With the enchanting song, an indomitable stone wall descended from the heavens, standing resolute before Thwart, shielding him from the unavoidable strike. Hastily, he rose from the ground and retreated to join Ito Mahiko and the others. Ito's voice, as gentle as a spring breeze, carried a note of concern as she asked, "Are you all right?" Thwart remained silent, merely shaking his head to indicate he was fine. At this moment, his expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, imbued with both anger and bitterness. He had presumed that the enemy's formidable summoning magic would require immense effort. However, he was taken aback by how effortlessly the opponent executed it. While he himself found himself in a disheveled state at the hands of a comic book character, an immense humiliation for him. Nevertheless, he understood well that his ability to dispatch Zaro with a single strike was entirely reliant on the razor-sharp blade in his grasp. Without that sword, victory would have been far from assured. This realization heightened his anxiety. He could only hope that the enemy's magic could not summon continuously. Otherwise, he clutched his beloved blade tightly, yearning for the replica of the famed Muramasa to bestow upon him the invincible power it had always granted. Yu Shen observed as Jinshin's seemingly certain strike was abruptly thwarted by an unexpected stone wall, showing little remorse. Upon seeing Ito and his companions hastening to join the fray, he understood that Jinshin would be unable to inflict harm upon Thwart. For him, with everyone gathered, the captivating drama was poised to unfold. As the dazzling light of magical energy flickered, the figures of Kuratsuchi Yachiru, Uchiha Sasuke, and Hatake Kakashi stepped onto the battlefield, followed closely by the re-emergence of Roronoa Zaro. They stood shoulder to shoulder with Himura Kenshin, their 9 icy, penetrating gazes piercing through the air like arrows of frost directed at Ito and his comrades. Yu Shen could not suppress his laughter as he witnessed Thwart face turn ashen, while Ito and his companions appeared bewildered and on guard. The notion of utilizing characters from Japanese manga to confront these adversaries was indeed unique, filled with a delightful blend of mockery and irony. Seven Keshu, that fellow, could indeed summon multiple entities. Witnessing the smirk on his opponent's face, Thwart felt a mix of astonishment and seething hatred. His greatest fear had materialized, and the Sasuke who stood before him, so different from his memories, enveloped him in an ominous premonition. "Thwart, do you recognize those individuals?" Ito Miko noted the change in Thwart countenance. Uninterested in Japanese manga, she was oblivious to the identities of the figures opposing them. Yu Shen was aware that Ito had seen him before and had deliberately altered his appearance and attire. That bastard summoned only popular characters from Japanese manga. Thwart replied through gritted teeth, his voice laced with hatred. "Nanny?" Yuta exclaimed, his eyes widening as a mocking expression spread across his face. He cast a derisive glance at Yu Shen, tauntingly stating, "Is that guy an idiot? He thinks he can use non-existent entities against us?" Ignoring Yuta's scornful tone, Thwart turned to him with seriousness, saying, "Master Yuta, do not underestimate this person." He gestured towards Kuratsuchi Yachiru and the others, continuing, "Although they are characters from manga, do not regard them as mere trifles. You saw my encounter with that green-haired fellow. To be honest, without the replica of Muramasa, defeating him would not have been so effortless." Thwart words rang like a warning bell, dispelling any lingering dismissiveness in Yuta's mind. He was no fool, and the fact that the typically arrogant Thwart would utter such a statement warranted serious consideration. "What do you know? Speak up," Yuta insisted. Since Thwart was evidently well-versed in the identities of this group, he must also possess pertinent information. "I shall refrain from disclosing their identities or the manga they hail from. Instead, allow me to inform you of their signature techniques," Thwart articulated with precision and clarity, meticulously detailing the professions and abilities of the 5 individuals. Continuing, he added, "That ninja wielding the blade, referring to Sasuke, is not quite as I had anticipated. Be wary, for he possesses other techniques." Although Ito and Yuta were perplexed by these words, they could not help but nod, their hearts beginning to doubt whether events would indeed unfold as Tora no Suke had suggested. Ultimately, they resigned themselves to this reality, preparing to adapt to whatever may transpire next. The pretentious scholar has finished his exposition. Now, let us add some intrigue. Yu Shen, indifferent to the chatter from the enemy's side, spread his arms and initiated the sealing boundary. In an instant, a celestial blue canopy descended like a divine shield, swiftly enveloping the space between the city wall and the tomb. Beneath this enigmatic azure dome, the frozen behemoths and scattered debris seemed to vanish as if cloaked in invisibility, leaving only the palpable tension of 2 opposing forces confronting one another in the vast expanse. This land, after all, is a precious legacy bequeathed by our ancestors and must not be desecrated in the slightest. 7 Kushio. Tainya. Ito Mieko and her companions were entirely unprepared for such a strategy from the adversary. By the time they comprehended the situation, it was already too late. Ito gazed upward at the suddenly enigmatic blue firmament and sought Yuta's assistance, asking, "Master Yuta, what is this?" Yuta also looked up, his eyes fixed on the peculiar aura of the canopy, and sighed, "My dear lord, this boundary that can sever space is formidable. I am powerless against it. Our only recourse is to defeat the caster. Only then can we escape." A hint of regret tinged his voice, as he mused that such a sophisticated barrier could only be conjured by someone of exceptional strength. He sighed inwardly, lamenting, "Alas, I should not have waded into such murky waters." Although Ito had aided him in acquiring the Snow Woman, the price had been the sacrifice of the Oni warrior. Life has passed. What use is ambition? His collaboration with Ito was merely based on mutual interests. As the second son of the Yuta clan, one of Japan's 4 great Onmyoji families, he harbored ambitions that far exceeded his capabilities. He dreamed of becoming the head of the Yuta family, of subjugating the other 3 clans, Abe, Yagyu, and Kumo, and of achieving the legendary 6 Paths body. Thus, with Ito's assistance, he had gained the Snow Woman, a formidable entity rivaling the strongest Shikigami of the Abe clan, Tamamonome. He even harmed his own kin and seized the mightiest Shikigami, the Oni warrior, to follow Ito into Huaxia without hesitation. He believed that by aiding Ito in achieving his goals, his own ambitions would eventually come to fruition. Yet now, it all seemed too late. He silently urged himself, "Persevere." Ito Mieko was unaware of Yuta's inner turmoil. She cast her gaze toward the man across from her, whose demeanor was laced with both mockery and coldness, and discreetly withdrew a foot-long white scroll from her bosom. That ancient mirror was an object she sought with unwavering determination. She had meticulously planned for it, expending countless efforts, utilizing vast resources, and making considerable sacrifices. The replica of the crescent moon blade in Tora no Suke's possession had already consumed more than half of her family's wealth, not to mention the sacrifice of the Snow Woman, which felt akin to losing a part of herself. Once efforts are in vain, the reduction of Jujutang's assets and the damage to its reputation may be insignificant, but facing the retribution that knows no bounds is the real concern. At that point, the entire Jujutang may find itself without a burial place. Ito Mihoko let out a deep sigh, reflecting on the capriciousness of fate. They had sailed smoothly thus far. Yet unexpectedly, at the most critical juncture, a formidable challenger emerged, disrupting all their plans. At this moment, pondering where things went awry was utterly futile. The opponent's intentions were clear. They aimed to eliminate them. Since the adversary had taken a stance, it remained to be seen who would ultimately prevail. Master Yuta, Tyrannosuke, Myoko. Ito Mihoko called out the names of her companions. The 3 turned their heads, and after exchanging glances with Ito, they fixed their determined gazes on the opposing Yu Shen, sincerely stating, "Please do not hold back. Show your courage and resolve." Ha-e, the 3 responded in unison, and in that moment, both their determination and conviction were unmistakably conveyed through this simple reply. Witnessing the enemy's heightened readiness, Yu Shen's smile grew ever wider, the fiercer the resistance from the adversary, the more gratifying it would be to vanquish them. With a crisp snap of his fingers, he summoned a terrifying aura centered around Uchiha Sasuke, engulfing the surroundings. A towering, purple skeletal giant, exceeding 30 meters in height, emerged, resembling a monster from the depths of the underworld, tightly ensnaring Sasuke within its grasp. The surface of the giant's skeleton began to sprout muscles like creeping vines, swiftly transforming into a hulking figure of a purple giant. The giant slowly drew a massive bow, knocking a long arrow, its sharp tip aimed at Ito Mihoko and her companions. Faced with such a fearsome purple giant, beads of cold sweat involuntarily formed on the foreheads of Ito Mihoko and the others. Chapter 11. Once you arrive. Do not expect to depart. Ito Mihoko was not inclined to passively await her fate at the hands of such a colossal entity. With grace, she unfurled a scroll emanating a faint silver light, which seemed to possess a will of its own, gently floating in the air. She bit her fingertip and began to write fervently on the scroll without lifting her gaze. Following closely was the serving shrine maiden, who had now lost all semblance of humanity. Two long, sharp horns sprouted from her forehead, her complexion turned ashen, her eyes glowing crimson, and her mouth gaping wide to reveal sharp fangs, all while her petite frame surged to over 3 meters, muscles rippling as she stood protectively in front of Ito. Yu Shen was uninterested in the shrine maiden's unsettling transformation. His focus remained fixed on the scroll. The moment Ito Mihoko unfurled it, he caught a glimpse of intricate depictions of rivers, lakes, mountains, and celestial bodies on its surface, evoking a sense of vastness and mystery. This woman has acquired quite a treasure, he mused. Well then, let us see if she reveals it. He was determined to claim that scroll. Ito unveiled her most treasured artifact, and Yuta, too, abandoned all restraint, bringing his palms together to form an enigmatic seal. Instantly, a bone-chilling cold began to radiate from beneath his feet, causing the temperature within the sealed realm to plummet, as if time and space had been abruptly transported to the depths of a frigid winter. At this moment, seemingly traversing from another realm, a woman emerged from the void. Possessing long, lustrous black hair cascading down to her waist, an ethereal beauty with features akin to a painting delicate, with a petite nose and a slightly flushed cherry-red mouth, complemented by skin as white as pure cream. Her beauty was beyond compare. She was gently enveloped in a flowing white robe, with only her exposed, porcelain-like feet visible, enough to stir the imaginations of even the most mundane of souls. Yet, the gaze of this unparalleled beauty was hollow, devoid of spirit, as if she had lost her very soul. With each step she took, frost rapidly enveloped the ground beneath her, resembling a herald of winter, bringing both chill and beauty to this world. Yu Shen had no time to ponder why the few specters at the source of the ice had not perished. His entire focus was fixated on the snow maiden before him, his expression one of sheer awe, nearly drooling. Is this truly the legendary snow woman? She is the ultimate dream of every man. As if to fulfill this moment, the bow of Susanoo was drawn to its fullest, releasing a thunderous shot. An arrow infused with the might of 1,000 armies, hurtling towards Ito Mihiko. In swift succession, Byakuya Kachiki, Kakashi Hitaki, Rorino Izaros, and Kenshin Himura charged forth like 4 gusts of wind, determined to confront their chosen adversary. At this critical juncture, Ito Mihiko spat a mouthful of blood onto a scroll, proclaiming in a powerful voice, "By the decree of the Yellow Emperor, divine generals, come to aid. Heaven and earth lend me your power, swiftly." Her voice resonated with immense magical potency, causing the very fabric of the boundary to tremble. As her words echoed, she collapsed, utterly drained, revealing a state of extreme exhaustion. Order received. A resounding voice reverberated through the sealed realm, as a colossal hand materialized from the void, firmly grasping the swiftly approaching arrow. Moments later, the hand's master revealed himself. Towering even above Susanoo, he possessed a visage reminiscent of a formidable warrior, with eyes sharp as a leopard's and a mouth wide as a tiger's. His upper body was bare, adorned with battle scars, and he wore shorts crafted from an unknown beast's hide, wielding a massive club that he swung menacingly toward Byakuya and the others. Utsasimi. Byakuya Kachiki recognized the futility of resistance and relinquished his Haori, employing the advanced technique of Utsasimi to escape the impending assault with remarkable speed. Kakashi Hitaki was no fool either. He swiftly formed hand seals and, just as the club was about to crash down, barely activated the body replacement technique, successfully evading the lethal strike. Unfortunately, Rorino Zoro and Kenshin Himura, being pure swordsmen, had no other means of self-defense aside from their blades. However, as warriors, retreat in the face of an enemy was not an option for them. 9 mountains and 8 seas, for one world. Gather 1,000 realms to form a small world. This realm becomes 3, and I am but an unceasing presence. The essence of the 3-sword style, a grand manifestation of 3,000, emerged. Zoro's sword aura surged forth like a whirlwind, enveloped in a fierce black haki, under the illumination of the ethereal blue sky. The blade gleamed with a purple-black hue tinged with blue, reminiscent of weapons from a foreboding domain, exuding an unwavering will to forge ahead. In the realm of the flying sword technique, the ultimate technique, the heavenly soaring dragon flash, comes to life. Confronted by the looming shadow of death, Himura Kenshin, wielding his transcendent sword-drawing skills and an indomitable will to survive, unleashes a heavenly soaring dragon flash that is more fervent and radiant than ever before. Its brilliance akin to the first light of dawn, determined to pierce through the encroaching darkness. Yu Shen, shielding his eyes with one hand in denial, observes Zoro. Kenshin is formidable, yet even the mightiest are but mere grasshoppers attempting to stop a chariot. In an instant, the divine general effortlessly crushes both Zoro and Kenshin, advancing directly towards Sasuke, the one capable of awakening Susanoo. In but 2 steps, he appears before Sasuke as if traversing through space, his massive mace poised to strike down upon him. As the mace descends with lethal intent, Sasuke's Sharingan spins wildly, and beneath his flesh, Susanoo instantaneously dons the armor of a celestial dog, sprouting 2 pairs of wings. Armed with the Indra's Bow, it morphs into the extraordinarily sharp Kusanagi sword. A thunderous roar resounds, reminiscent of the dawn of creation. As the clash between the mace and the fully realized Susanoo's Kusanagi sword unleashes shockwaves powerful enough to disturb the very air, causing Yu Shen's garments to billow violently, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. One Sasuke cannot endure this onslaught alone. Witnessing Sasuke being relentlessly pushed back by Chang Xian, Yu Shen resolves to summon an ally. Manifest Uchiha Itachi. He wipes the sweat from his brow. The continuous summoning has drained considerable energy from him. How can retribution arrive so swiftly? He laments. He thought to himself, well, I shall deploy characters from the realm of anime against my foes, and let the ancestral spirit deal with that witch, Ito Mahiko. He casts a glance at the seated Ito Mahiko. Let us see who can outlast whom. On the battlefield, brotherly love surpasses all, as the ancient saying goes. Brothers fight tigers, sons take the field, even for beings formed of magical essence. The bond of brotherhood between Sasuke and Itachi is unmistakable. When his elder brother Itachi arrives to assist him, an unprecedented power surges within Sasuke, solidifying his previously retreating feet as if they were anchored in impervious rock. Itachi, too, activates his complete Susanoo, wielding the Ten Kusanagi sword, emblematic of might and authority. As he strikes towards Chang Xian from the side, Chang Xian extends his left hand, firmly grasping the Ten Kusanagi sword, and thus, the 3 titans engage in a monumental contest of strength. The true might of Susanoo is never merely in power. Sasuke and Itachi, in perfect harmony, simultaneously widen their left eyes, their Sharingan glimmering with crimson blood oozing from the depths of their eyes. Amaterasu, they shout, as 2 tendrils of black flames, as tenacious as maggots, ignite upon Chang Xian's form. Though racked with pain from the searing flames, this suffering only amplifies his ferocity. He roars, and with a forceful shake of his arms, he sends Sasuke and Itachi flying apart. The protective power, composed of white and azure lightning, envelopes Chang Xian entirely, extinguishing the black flames under the onslaught of the white-blue thunder, a spectacle that would be deemed impossible in the realm of manga. As Sasuke is propelled back, he spreads his wings and ascends into the sky, transforming the Kusanagi sword once more into Indra's Bow, unleashing a barrage of colossal arrows towards Chang Xian. As the poised Itachi lifted the Tenkuin sword and the Yata mirror from the ground, he joined Sasuke in launching an assault against Chang Xian. Unfazed by the combined might of the Uchiha brothers, Chang Xian wielded his massive mace to deflect the incoming arrows. And with a colossal left fist imbued with the power of thunder, he struck fiercely against Itachi's Yata mirror. The fierce battle raged within the tomb, while above Liao County, the navigation lights of the Y-8 flickered in the profound night sky. Brother Gao, we will arrive at the designated location in 5 minutes, the captain announced over the intercom. Everyone, prepare for action, Gao Lian commanded as he rose from his seat, addressing his elite team. Understood, the skilled members sprang into action, meticulously checking their equipment and parachutes, aligning themselves in perfect order, ever ready to leap into the unknown. Standing at the rear of the formation, Gao Lian attempted once more to reach Yu Shen via the onboard communication device. The static crackled ominously, echoing in the void, still unanswered after 5 or 6 hours. This prolonged silence unsettled him, yet he understood that anxiety bore no fruit. His immediate focus was to reseal the Chi cave, while other matters would have to be postponed. Silently, he hung up the communicator and called out to 2 employees adept in the art of round light. Old Ma Oldly, take a few brothers and thoroughly search this mountainous area, leaving no trace unexamined. The round light technique, renowned in ancient China as a method of reconnaissance and tracking, had played a pivotal role in military campaigns of yore. Understood, Brother Gao, Old Ma, and Oldly replied in unison. We have arrived. The captain's voice resonated through the cabin. Altitude, speed, open the rear cargo doors. The chief engineer's voice echoed within. As the crew executed their tasks, supplies slid along the track and were airdropped below. Witnessing the successful deployment of resources, Gao Lian commanded loudly, detach the hooks, connect the drag ropes, and check the parachute packs. Once all were prepared, he shouted, jump. One after another, the elite members leapt from the cabin like dandelion seeds taken by the wind, with Gao Lian following suit without hesitation. When magic contends with magic, and physical offense meets defense, victory naturally tilts toward the advantageous side. The clang of fierce weaponry reverberated within the sealed realm, sending painful vibrations through the eardrums. Once soaring through the skies, Sasuke now faced Chang Xian's thunderous onslaught. barely escaping the fate of becoming a charred fowl in the celestial flames. Now, the three titans stood shoulder to shoulder upon the earth, their conflict lacking in flamboyant techniques. Relying solely on raw power in a direct confrontation where every strike was delivered with utmost effort, though Changxian participated merely with a shadow clone. Each swing of his titanic thunderous mace bore the force to shatter. The raging lightning tore through the air like an enraged dragon, relentlessly penetrating the sturdy armor of Susanoo, rending it apart to expose the skeletal structure within. In such moments, Sasuke and Itachi could only desperately channel their chakra to mend the fissures in Susanoo caused by the battle. In the comics, the invincible Susanoo weapon and the relentless black flames, when confronted with Changxian's indomitable armor forged from thunder, revealed their formidable power to be woefully inadequate. Yu Shen stood gracefully in the air, gazing down at the grotesque brawl between the three giants below. He drew forth the power of thunder from Changxian, effortlessly grasping pure bolts of lightning, which he ravenously consumed, crunching them rudely before swallowing. At this moment, his eyes transformed into golden vertical slits, and his bare skin became adorned with diamond-like patterns, with tiny arcs of electricity dancing across his body. Relishing the exquisite sensations brought forth by this electric force, he mused to himself, adopting the demeanor of a detached observer. The divine general is indeed formidable. The Uchiha brothers are utterly outmatched. As the combat below grew increasingly tedious, his gaze began to wander, gradually shifting towards a more distant spectacle. Fire style, fireball jutsu, Kakashi commanded, his right hand poised near his mouth. In an instant, a ferocious blaze erupted from his lips, surging toward Tora no Ko. Ito Mieko remained seated on the ground, hurriedly inscribing the character for shield onto a scroll. As her brush danced across the parchment, a transparent barrier materialized before Tora no Ko, shielding him from the onslaught of flames. Seizing the opportunity presented by Kakashi's grand maneuver, the transformed priestess, now a demon, swiftly flitted behind him, her nails elongated and razor-sharp, striking fiercely at Kakashi's back. However, just as the demon priestess anticipated her triumph, the Kakashi she had clawed had dissipated into a wisp of smoke. It was but a shadow clone. Watch your step. Tora no Ko shouted a warning, but it was clearly too late. Earth-style, decapitation technique. The demon priestess found herself bewildered as Kakashi yanked her underground, leaving only her head exposed above the surface. Baka! Tora no Ko exclaimed in exasperation. Having harbored a fondness for Kakashi while watching Naruto, he now discovered that the reality of facing him was far more formidable than he had imagined. With unwavering focus, he prepared to charge towards Kakashi's position, knowing he would eventually emerge from there, allowing him a chance for a decisive strike. Way of destruction, first, charge. Just as Tora no Ko was about to advance, a flash of white light caught his eye, compelling him to halt and raise his blade to deflect the shockwave unleashed by Kuraka Shunsui. In that fleeting exchange, Kakashi had already emerged from the ground, hurling two shuriken in his direction. With no choice, Tora no Ko deflected the shuriken, casting a sidelong glance at Kiraku, who was suppressing Ueda, cursing inwardly at the uselessness of Ueda. After throwing the shuriken, Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, creating two shadow clones that charged back at Tora no Ko, maintaining an aggressive close combat rhythm. Tora no Ko realized this was Kakashi's strategy to counter Ito Mieko's unpredictable spells, rather than remaining at a distance and being passively assaulted. He preferred close combat to force her to hesitate. After all, the demon priestess trapped underground would find it difficult to escape in the short term. As a warrior, despite his sharp swordsmanship, he found himself at a disadvantage against such a cunning ninja. This won't do. I must devise a strategy. Prolonging this will lead to my demise. In the midst of Kakashi's relentless assault, akin to the tenacity of sticky toffee, Tora no Koji struggled to resist, his mind racing to devise a strategy to break the deadlock. Meanwhile, Yukitake Shiro had already unleashed the initial form of his Zanpakuto. As brilliant crimson cherry blossoms danced freely in the air, a sight of exquisite beauty. Under Yukitake's deft manipulation, the blade-like petals, resembling cherry blossoms, struck towards Yuta at unpredictable angles, forming an omnidirectional offensive with no blind spots. Under the relentless barrage of high-frequency attacks, Yuta could only continuously erect ice walls in a desperate attempt to hold his ground. The sight of Yukitake being able to assist his allies only deepened Yuta's despair. His Shikigami, the Snow Woman, was newly mastered, and he was still quite unpracticed in utilizing her. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he was ground down by the opponent's relentless onslaught. Resolute, Yuta fervently channeled his spiritual energy, continuously infusing it into the Snow Woman's form. Under Yuta's guidance, the Snow Woman began to move her jade-like hands, each graceful motion intensifying the fury of the blizzard within the barrier. Soon, the entire enclosed space transformed from a serene dome to a pure white expanse, blanketed by a thick snowfall. The howling winds whipped through the snowflakes, disrupting Yukate's once seamless control of his 1,000 cherry blossoms. With the opponent unleashing their ultimate move, Yukate no longer held back. Bankai. He gently released his Zanpakuto, allowing it to fall blade first to the ground, sending ripples through the air as he summoned the formidable Senbonzakura Kageyoshi. The scene of swirling snow transformed abruptly into darkness, as thousands of blades, glimmering with a chilling light, stood silently on either side of Yukate. In an instant, all the blades morphed into crimson cherry blossoms, intertwining with the blizzard conjured by the Snow Woman, making it nearly impossible to distinguish between the snowflakes and the deadly blades. Wow, this is indeed a realm. Yu Shen marveled at the Snow Woman's power from the safety of his protective barrier. In the frigid enclosure, the wind howled fiercely, and the snowflakes fell like needles, obscuring all visibility except for the three titans still fiercely clashing. Despite the harsh weather impairing his sight, he could still perceive the battle between Yukate and Kakashi through various means such as mana and infrared detection. Yuta concealed his true form amidst the swirling snow, skillfully attaching his consciousness to the Snow Woman, utilizing her ability to stealthily navigate the storm to launch enigmatic ambushes from all directions against Yukate. Although each spell he cast was as small as ice shards, their potency was far from negligible in such an environment. Yukate, commanding billions of crimson blades, surged forth like a torrent, dispersing the incoming ice shards one by one before charging directly at the Snow Woman. However, upon witnessing this, the Snow Woman gracefully waved her sleeve and vanished like a phantom into the blizzard, leaving the furious onslaught of crimson blades to return empty-handed, having not even grazed the hem of her garment. This exchange of offense and defense had transpired for several rounds, completely reversing the rhythm of battle compared to its initial stages. Tora no Koji gripped his beloved sword, the famed Mitsudomo Tsukikage, firmly as he stood amidst the howling blizzard. Had he not feared that speaking would fill his mouth with snow, he would have long since berated Yuta for his incompetence. The tempestuous blizzard rendered him utterly miserable. The thick blanket of snow hindered his movement, while the howling winds clouded his senses. Had it not been for Maiko's timely enchantment to keep him warm, it is likely that the first to perish would have been he, a mere swordsman wielding a blade. Tyrannosuke retreated to Maiko's side, sheathing his sword and lowering his center of gravity while keeping his right hand poised near the hilt and subtly nudging the blade forward with his left thumb. With his eyes closed, he focused intently on his surroundings. The blizzard that affected him would similarly impede Kakashi. In this illusory realm, Kakashi's ninjutsu and genjutsu were rendered useless, leaving only taijutsu as a potential threat in such harsh conditions, a stroke of misfortune amidst the fortunate. Now his strategy was to bide his time, waiting for Kakashi to present himself. However, Kakashi seemed to have vanished entirely, and this copy ninja had not once employed his Sharingan against him, stirring an ominous premonition within him. In the distance, the fierce clash of giants reverberated through the biting snowstorm, faintly reaching at Maiko's ears, a testament to the ongoing efficacy of her summoning spell. Although the results were far from what she had anticipated, it at least confirmed her capacity to resist. Gazing into the swirling storm, the notion of retreat began to surface within her for the first time. Accepting failure at the final juncture was indeed a bitter pill to swallow, yet reality is often cruel. Excessive obsession only ensnares one in an inextricable predicament. Yet Maiko had never deemed herself obstinate. To engage in futile endeavors knowingly was not her nature. As the ancient Chinese saying goes, as long as the green mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. As long as she was alive, there would always be a chance for resurgence. After a brief moment of recuperation, she sensed a resurgence of power within her. Unlike Tyrannosuke, who was filled with indignation at Yuta's reckless disregard for their comrades, she found a glimmer of hope in the opportunity to shatter the canopy and escape. Tyrannosuke, protect me. Do not allow anyone to disturb my efforts. It Maiko inscribed silently on his leg. Tyrannosuke did not respond, but lowered himself further. It Maiko understood that Tyrannosuke had made a silent vow to her. She unfurled the scroll across her lap, pricking her finger and resolutely continuing her writing. I'm done playing. Having had his fill, Yu Shen resolved to conclude what he considered an increasingly tedious battle. For the first time, he commanded his magical creation, at all costs, finish this quickly. As the order was given, Yu Shen slowly raised his right arm, summoning the amassed power of thunder he had consumed. Gathering it upon his hand like warriors heeding a call, he did not rush to attack but stood quietly in the air, waiting for the Uchiha brothers to forge a perfect opportunity, akin to a hunter poised for the ideal moment to strike. The brothers Susanoo had been battered as if they were beggars, yet under Yu Shen's command, they unleashed all their chakra. This was their final strength, burning like a desperate flame in the darkness. In a bid to create an opportunity for Sasuke, Itachi resolutely relinquished the Tenken, channeling all his strength into the Yata mirror. For the first time, with every ounce of his energy, Itachi managed to deflect the formidable and weighty club wielded by Changxian. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, Itachi lunged at Changxian like a relentless beast. In the blink of an eye, Itachi's Susanoo was torn into its rudimentary skeletal form by the thunderous might emanating from Changxian. Unfazed, Itachi clung tenaciously to Changxian. Meanwhile, Sasuke, having taken flight the instant Itachi launched himself, gathered all his power into the Kusanagi sword, diving from the heavens. The Kusanagi, akin to an arrow transcending time and space, pierced through Itachi's form and plunged deep into Changxian's chest. In that moment, what was believed to be an indomitable armor forged of thunder was decisively breached. Now was the time for the Dragon Slayer's ultimate technique, the Thunderous Call. Yu Shen awaited this opportunity, transforming into the thunderous sword capable of slaying ancient dragons, channeling the last vestiges of power from the Uchiha brothers, and driving through Changxian's heart. At that instant, the raging blizzard ceased its howls. Before Yu Shen could strike down Changxian, Yu Ken, having received Yu Shen's command, abandoned defense. The myriad blades that had scattered in the air coalesced into a magnificent array of 1,000 swords. The once tempestuous landscape of snow transformed into an abyss of darkness as this proud warrior enveloped the vast expanse within his domain of blades. As previously mentioned, the conditions for the manifestation of fantasies were met. Thus, the characters, including Urahara and others, summoned into reality by Yu Shen's magical prowess, though devoid of souls and thought, possessed innate combat instincts. After several exchanges of offense and defense, Urahara discerned that the opponent's casting was seemingly constrained by distance. While he could not precisely pinpoint the caster's location, he could estimate their general vicinity. With this knowledge, Urahara decisively took the initiative. Moreover, he was aware that another individual was lying in wait, poised to strike. Upon evolving to its second stage, the blade array formed by the Shirkai, Senbenzakura, established its own domain, revealing Yuta and the Snow Woman under his command, who had lost the cover of the blizzard. Yuta sensed impending disaster. Yet as the second son of the Yuta family, a lineage of Onmyoji, he had his own final trump card. Although the blade domain appeared to ensnare him, little did they know he too possessed the ability to transform this domain into a cage to confine his adversaries. With swift hand gestures, Yuta bellowed, "Bloom forth, daughter of ice and snow." The Snow Woman, seemingly stimulated by an invisible force, suddenly tilted her head back, emitting a silent wail. Her eyes, mouth, and nostrils became sources of blinding white radiance, surging outward. The ultra-low temperatures rapidly spread from the Snow Woman, forming layers upon layers of impenetrable ice within the blade domain. In an instant, the temperature of the domain approached absolute zero. Under the overwhelming frost unleashed by the Snow Woman's rampage, the blade domain trembled in palpable fear. Thousands of Zanpakuto hung suspended in the air, enveloped in a mist of ice, transforming into resplendent ice sculptures, exquisite and seemingly otherworldly. Just as the realm of blades was on the brink of being completely frozen, a divine presence emerged. Kakashi Hatake, concealed within the shadows of Yukatake J-Shirk, finally activated his Mangeki Sharingan after a prolonged wait. In truth, when the Snow Woman summoned the Tempest of Blizzards, the battle-hardened Kakashi had decisively abandoned T-Senkaning, seizing the chaos to silently merge into the shadows surrounding Yukatake. Every maneuver had been orchestrated to deliver a fatal blow to his adversary at the most opportune moment. The black boomerang pattern in Kakashi's left eye spun rapidly, fixating his gaze upon the Snow Woman. Under the influence of Kakashi's Mangeki Sharingan, the space before the Snow Woman warped, and an astonishing scene unfolded. The frigid aura she emitted began to contort strangely, as if being forcefully tugged by an enigmatic power. The Snow Woman herself was abruptly drawn into a black hole that materialized in midair, only for the anomaly to vanish mysteriously. This surreal occurrence left Yuta in a state of shock, standing frozen in place as his mind echoed with a singular thought. An inescapable reverberation. Has my Snow Woman truly vanished? T-Sen never mentioned that the one-eyed dragon ninja possessed such a technique. The divine might had drained Kakashi of all his chakra. Having fulfilled his mission, he collapsed to the ground, awaiting his final moment in silence. Yukatake acted swiftly, and Senbenzakura glided effortlessly across Yuta's neck like a delicate dancer, leaving behind a faint crimson mark. As Yuta, still caught in his turmoil, suddenly felt a chill at his throat, he inexplicably sensed his perspective rising. Am I flying? A numbing cold spread rapidly through his mind, dulling his thoughts. As the world around him darkened, why does it hurt so much? His final question dissipated like the last wisp of smoke from a burnt match. And the once great master of yin and yang, Yuta, sank entirely into darkness. Yuta was dead, his life extinguished like a snuffed flame, silent and unremarked. The Snow Woman vanished as well, as if she had never existed. Soon, the ice and snow, infused with the power of the yokai, began to melt away swiftly. The ice crystals flickered faintly under the celestial light, striving to assert their existence. Mihoko had sensed the essence of Yuta evaporating like the melting snow. She understood that he had perished. Her gaze fell upon the maid buried in the earth, her pale countenance marred with the unmistakable signs of having succumbed to the cold. The assault was not yet over. Just as she mourned for her fallen attendant, a deafening scream echoed from afar. Ah! The anguished cry preceding extinction struck Mihoko's heart like a heavy hammer, instantaneously revealing to her the full extent of her dire situation, and making clear that her peril had only just begun. I cannot allow this to continue. She touched the scroll on her leg, a glimmer of resolute determination flashing in her eyes. The final vision, the White Emperor's sword. A multitude of blades transformed into magnificent white wings, and the 1,000 cherry blossoms morphed into luminous blades, held firmly in the grasp of Kachiki Byakuya. Enemies still lingered in the arena. His mission was far from complete. The overwhelming aura emanating from Kachiki Byakuya, a force potent enough to crush all, compelled T-Shirt to reluctantly open his eyes. His gaze fixed intently upon the figure advancing towards them with deliberate poise. Fully aware of his inability to match Kachiki's speed, T-Shirt resolved to gather all his energy inward, closing his eyes once more as if to sever his connection to the world. In this instant, he felt an extraordinary clarity of spirit, as if the immense pressure had purged all distractions, leaving behind a blank slate. Confronted by such a formidable adversary, he experienced for the first time the state of selflessness that a swordsman seeks. In this serene state, he felt as though he had become one with his sword. Merging with the universe, all fear and hesitation vanished, leaving only a cold, unadulterated fighting spirit. Here it comes, the first draw of the sword. Time seemed to slip away. T-Shirt's movements were gentle and unhurried. His arm gracefully returned his beloved blade to its sheath, and his body slowly inclined towards the ground. At that moment, a neat incision silently appeared upon the fabric of his chest, eerily reminiscent of the wound he had inflicted upon Zaro. Crimson blood began to seep from the wound like a testament to the slow passage of time, gradually staining his garments. Too slow, T-Shirt murmured, a hint of resignation and regret evident in his tone. As these words fell, he gently closed his eyes, as if accepting the whims of fate or bidding farewell to this world. After dispatching Changxian's doppelganger, Yu Shen witnessed the entire process of T-Shirt being effortlessly eliminated by Kachiki Byakuya. Thus, all characters crossing over from the world of manga had fulfilled their respective missions, transforming into primal magical particles, quietly dissipating in this reality, heralding the conclusion of this somewhat absurd death struggle. He flickered to the side of Ito Mahiko, his gaze revealing no attempt to conceal the murderous intent within. Ito Mahiko looked up at the suddenly appearing Yu Shen, her pale visage devoid of any despair from defeat, instead adorned with a resilient smile. She softly spoke in Mandarin. "Esteemed sorcerer, you have triumphed. Out of pity for the vanquished, may I inquire your identity?" Yu Shen regarded Ito Mahiko with a dispassionate expression, curiosity piqued by her unexpected presence at his relative's banquet. Yet, reason dictated that if one wished to remain incognito, they must not reveal too much. Without a hint of emotion, he replied in a cool English tone, "You may ask." Then, with an air of veiled threat, he addressed Ito. "Answer my question if you wish to avoid the torment of your soul." In the face of Yu Shen, Ito Mahiko raised a teasing smile, for she was astutely intelligent, having already discerned that this tall man with yellow hair and a lightning mark over his left eye was no foreigner. His use of English was merely a guise. However, she could not have anticipated that earlier in the day, this man had raised a toast to her. "Go ahead and ask." It seems that Mahiko possesses a profound understanding of the situation, responding with remarkable perceptiveness. Yu Shen, feigning ignorance to its mockery, placed the ancient mirror before her and posed 3 inquiries. "What is this object? How did you know it was here? How did you come to be aware of this place's existence?" Suddenly, Mahiko erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter, her cackles piercing the silence of the sealed realm. Her laughter was both raucous and unrestrained, to the point where tears nearly cascaded from her eyes. Observing the seemingly deranged Yu Shen's gaze sharpened slightly as he raised his right hand, his fingers slowly spreading before gradually closing again. In an instant, its laughter ceased, her head tilting back as she clutched her throat with both hands, mouth agape, her eyes bulging, desperately striving to inhale even a breath in that suffocating moment. Sensing that the punishment had reached its limit, Yu Shen released his tightly clenched fingers. Coughing violently, Mahiko resembled a fish that had regained its air. Expelling a mouthful of saliva and collapsing to the ground, her head bowed as she gasped for breath, as if attempting to reclaim the air she had lost. "What are you laughing at?" After a considerable struggle to catch her breath, it straightened up and met Yu Shen's gaze, her eyes betraying a complex array of emotions as she replied, "Do you wish to know? Perhaps in the next life." With her final, provocatively sharp words, her index finger swiftly traced the surface of the scroll resting on her lap, and the once silver glimmering scroll erupted into a blinding crimson light. "You vile woman. You've deceived me." Yu Shen's furious roar almost synchronized with the subsequent explosion. With a thunderous boom, the earth trembled. A colossal mushroom cloud shattered the confines of the sealed realm, spanning the distance between the ancient tomb and the sturdy city walls, rendering the frozen beasts and scattered debris as fragile as mere paper in the face of unparalleled destruction. The solid walls and grand tomb stood no chance against this force, crumbling to dust as if they were the straw houses of the three little pigs. As time passed, the dust in the air gradually settled, and amidst the profound silence, a luminous orb quietly emerged from the haze. Chapter 12. Aftermath. In a room devoid of doors or windows, the dimly lit, cold metallic walls and ceiling were interwoven with a labyrinth of complex pipes, reminiscent of Cthulhu's tendrils extending from the realm of nightmares into reality. These pipes flickered in the dim light, as if whispering secrets unknown to humankind. Meanwhile, on the floor, dark golden runes were meticulously arranged like decorative embellishments, their intricate and ancient forms emitting a faint golden glow, the only source of light within this chamber-like enclosure. Though gentle, the radiance pulsed and flowed, bestowing upon the confined space an air of mysterious and unsettling beauty. At the center of the room stood a tempered glass container, 4 meters in diameter and 10 meters in length, filled with a crimson liquid. Within this transparent giant, a figure with long hair cascading down to the waist floated amidst the red fluid, the white strands gently swaying, resembling an exotic flower blooming underwater. Incredibly, this individual possesses both the steadfastness of masculinity and the gentleness of femininity. He embodies the weariness of age while exuding the innocence of childhood. He radiates the purity of a saint, yet conceals the cunning of a rogue. Such complex and contradictory traits astonishingly converge within a single person. Suddenly, the spacious room reverberates with a youthful voice, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Alas, it seems we have failed. Immediately following this, a mechanical voice devoid of emotion and tones. Digital virtual protocol, Soul Progress 01. What a pity for that little lover. I rather fancied him, lamented a sultry female voice. The dismissive interjection concluded this brief exchange. And the room fell silent once more. Gao Lian stood in the cavern, his gaze unwavering as he observed an elderly man adorned in resplendent traditional garb, busily engaged at the edge of a magical array. This old man was none other than Gua Zhuring, the great-grandson of Gua Pu, a master of the Xiankong sect whom Gao Lian had summoned. Upon parachuting from the aircraft, Gao Lian promptly directed his elite subordinates to swiftly seal off the entire mountainous region, ensuring that not a single flaw remained. As night deepened, the sounds of mahjong from the village subsided, and the night owls returned to their nests, undoubtedly alleviating many of Gao Lian's concerns. Almost instantaneously after their preparations were complete, a helicopter carrying Gua Zhuring sliced through the night sky, arriving precisely on schedule. Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Lian led Gua Zhuring into the hidden cavern nestled within the mountain's belly. Elder Gua, what is the situation? Gao Lian inquired, noting Gua Zhuring's prolonged focus with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Gua Zhuring did not respond immediately. Instead, he continued his meticulous examination before finally speaking. Sealing this place is not particularly difficult. However, the elderly man paused thoughtfully, stroking his beard. Elder Gua, please do not keep us in suspense, Gao Lian urged, his impatience evident. Although this formation is derived from our Xiankong sect, it incorporates many Western elements. This array not only opens this chi cavity but serves other purposes as well. Regrettably, my limited knowledge prevents me from discerning what those purposes might be, Gua Zhuring admitted candidly. Upon hearing his words, Gao Lian pressed his lips together, casting a skeptical glance. Elder Gua, does this mean the chi cavity cannot be closed? Not at all. Gua Zhuring quickly waved his hand in denial. It can indeed be sealed. However, the potential consequences of doing so remain uncertain. Relieved to know it could be closed, Gao Lian responded. That is all I need to hear. I appreciate your assistance, Elder Gua. Gua Zhuring discerned the urgency in Gao Lian's tone, understanding that the latter wished to resolve the immediate issue, leaving any future repercussions for later consideration. Come, clear all of this out for me, he instructed, gesturing towards the stones and ropes that formed the array. His accompanying staff, without waiting for further commands from Gao Lian, promptly commenced their orderly dismantling. Approaching the formation, Gua Zhuring stepped forward and tested the boundary established by Yu Shen. Turning to Gao Lian, he inquired, Mr. Gao, who crafted this? It appears quite robust, saving me quite a bit of trouble. Gao Lian was well aware that this was the handiwork of Yu Shen. Yet he preferred to keep the existence of Yu Shen concealed from others, responding vaguely. I am uncertain. It seems to be the work of a passing magician. A magician? And merely passing by? Gua Zhuring was taken aback, for in Huaxia, Western magicians seldom ventured forth, let alone coincidentally resolving the disturbances in feng shui. Such a coincidental explanation was indeed hard to accept. However, being a man of experience, he understood that Gao Lian must have his reasons. And since this matter did not concern him, there was no need to delve deeper. The adept employees swiftly cleared the cave of any remnants. Gua Zhuring then instructed them to bring in the materials prepared for arranging the feng shui array, and to position them as per his specifications. Mr. Gao, Might I suggest you take your team outside for the time being? Wu Zhuan proposed to Gao Lian, aware of the need to avoid any questionable appearances. Gao Lian led his team out of the cave. Just as they stepped out, they were met by Lao Ma, who rushed towards them, breathless. Brother Gao. Someone from the 414 Institute insists on seeing you. The 414 Institute. So soon? Gao Lian was taken aback. He was not unfamiliar with the Institute, but rarely interacted with them. He hadn't anticipated their arrival so promptly, especially considering the 414 Institute lacked the abundant manpower that the Universal employees possessed. He inquired of Lao Ma, where did you encounter this individual? Was their identity confirmed? Brother Gao, this person is one we apprehended. What? It turned out that the individual in question was none other than Jiang Wenshan, who had driven alone to conduct an investigation. He had been hastily pursuing a dazzling light in the sky. Fortunately, it was the festive season, and the roads were relatively empty. Otherwise, the combination of peering out of his car window while speeding could have led to an unfortunate accident. Once the light vanished, Jiang Wenshan relied on his solid professional skills and eventually located the site of the incident. Regrettably, by the time he arrived, Yu Shen had already taken control of the situation, and the village had returned to its peaceful and joyous atmosphere of the new year. He quietly roamed the village but found nothing amiss, prompting him to venture deeper into the mountains to investigate. During this time, Jiang Wenshan received a call from headquarters, succinctly reporting the situation. When asked if he required assistance, he declined, as he did not foresee any imminent danger and deemed requesting support a waste of resources. Every bit saved for the nation counts, he thought. Due to persistent financial constraints, frugality had become second nature to Jiang Wenshan, even though circumstances had improved in recent years. Thus, Jiang Wenshan braved the cold winds as he wandered through the mountains for quite some time, ultimately discovering the temporary encampment that Yu Shen had ransacked. He meticulously examined each room, vehicle, and item, concluding that no traces of blood, signs of struggle, or energy radiation were evident. These vehicles and belongings appeared to have been abandoned. Just as he intended to explore other areas, the roar of an Y-8 engine reached his ears. Upon witnessing Gao Lian and his team of Universal employees descend from the sky, he promptly sought refuge in a concealed spot. Jiang Wenshan realized that these individuals shared a purpose akin to his own, and perhaps even possessed more knowledge than he did. Consequently, he resolved to discreetly follow them to discern their true intentions. However, he was unexpectedly apprehended by Lao Ma, who was in charge of searching the mountains. Jiang Wenshan gazed upon the familiar gray uniform, a testament to his years of experience, and realized he was now face to face with an influential figure. He was no longer the brash youth of years past. He decisively presented his credentials from the 414 Institute, demanding an audience with Gao Lian, which led to the unfolding of subsequent events. Upon learning the full context of the situation, Gao Lian pondered for a moment before deciding to meet this individual personally. As a representative of a brother organization, he felt it was only fitting to extend a measure of courtesy, stating, "Bring him in." "Understood, sir," replied Lao Ma, promptly taking his leave. Shortly thereafter, Lao Ma returned with Jiang Wenshan in tow, introducing him. "This is our Northeast District head, Gao Lian." With a crisp salute, Jiang Wenshan, a captain in the military structure of the 414 Institute, greeted, "Good day, Chief. I am Jiang Wenshan, the leader of Group 1 in the investigation department of the 414 Institute." Gao Lian scrutinized the robust man before him, who, despite being only a few years his junior, exuded an extraordinary presence. He smiled, saying, "We are not from the same system, so let's dispense with the formalities. You are aware of the purpose of our operations, correct?" "Indeed," Jiang Wenshan replied. "That is good to know." Gao Lian nodded, continuing, "As for the matters concerning our realm, they are beyond the jurisdiction of the 414 Institute. We have assumed control here. You may return now." With that, he issued an unequivocal dismissal. Jiang Wenshan, however, could not simply accept such an abrupt departure. Maintaining his composure, he politely inquired, "Comrade Gao Lian, may I know what the matter pertains to?" "Ah, how quickly you have transitioned from chief to comrade. You are indeed a shrewd individual." Gao Lian chuckled inwardly, but suddenly adopted a stern demeanor, declaring, "I have spoken. Do you comprehend?" As soon as the words left his lips, the ground beneath them trembled violently, causing rocks to cascade down the mountainside. A sensation of vertigo surged through Jiang Wenshan's mind, akin to experiencing an earthquake. An earthquake? The sudden shock threw Jiang Wenshan off balance, prompting an involuntary gasp. Just as he nearly lost his footing, a strong hand steadied him. After a brief moment, the shaking subsided. "Thank you." Once the dizziness faded, Jiang Wenshan expressed his gratitude to Gao Lian, who had spared him from embarrassment. "Lao Ma, escort Comrade Jiang away." Gao Lian instructed, disregarding Jiang Wenshan's thanks and directing Lao Ma to usher him out. "Please, Comrade Jiang," Lao Ma gestured, indicating the way. Faced with this turn of events, Jiang Wenshan had no choice but to leave, knowing that this matter could not simply be dismissed. He planned to deliberate further upon his return to Beijing. Once Jiang Weishan departed, Gao Lian hastily led his team back to the cave. Upon arrival, they discovered that the once existing hole had vanished completely. Seeing Gao Lian return, Wu Zhuren stroked his beard, a triumphant smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Haha, I have not failed my mission. Chief Gao can rest assured, the intruders are inept, and there will be no lingering repercussions here. Indeed, that is splendid news. I am truly grateful for your efforts, Guolao," Gao Lian responded sincerely. Wu Zhuren nodded and exited the cave alongside Gao Lian. Once outside, he addressed Gao Lian. "Although the energy chamber has been sealed, there is still a task to be completed. Please, Guolao, command away." Wu Zhuren pointed to the original site of the old Mother Temple and remarked, "I have calculated from above. It is best to establish a Taoist temple at this location to suppress the dragon vein here, preventing any future troubles." "Understood, old Gua." I instructed my men to expedite the arrangements. Then there is nothing to worry about. As I watched the helicopter carrying Wu Zhuren fade into the distance, I ordered my men to demolish the cave. I refrained from discussing finances with Wu Zhuren. Such matters felt too mundane for individuals of our stature. However, I would certainly ensure he received proper compensation for his efforts. After laboring through most of the night, this crisis was finally brought to a temporary conclusion. With makeshift shelters erected by the Japanese, my comrades and I no longer needed to pitch tents for the night. As dawn broke, we attended to some finishing touches, and everything seemed to settle for the moment. Next, it would be time to investigate the traders and settle accounts. Lying on the only single bed in the room, I found sleep elusive. The smooth resolution of our predicament was largely due to Yu Shen's timely discovery and adept handling of the situation. Had it not been for him, the consequences could have been dire. Yet, what troubled me was Yu Shen's current whereabouts, which remained a mystery. I had been attempting to contact him, not only out of concern for his safety, but also from an urgent desire to ascertain whether he had caught up with Ito and his associates. Regrettably, up until this moment, I had received no word from him. Tossing and turning, I was plagued by anxiety. The same worries tormented my comrades across the ocean, Lu Yao, Zha Pao, and Mi Huan, who had been secretly dispatched by Yu Shen to the United States as spies, were faithfully executing their mission. Whenever crucial information arose, they promptly relayed intelligence to CIMA. However, this time, after sending detailed schematics, manufacturing processes, and materials of the advanced CNC machine stolen from Hammer Industries, they experienced an unprecedented silence for 8 consecutive hours without any response. Faced with this extraordinary situation, these 3 young Earthborn Cybertronians, barely 6 months old, felt an unprecedented sense of confusion. This sudden challenge evoked a profound loneliness within them, as if they had lost their source of faith. Confronted with this dilemma, should they steadfastly continue their mission, or should they immediately return to Huaxiao in search of Yu Shen, who held an important place in their hearts? This question sparked a heated debate among the 3 young Cybertronians. I asked, "How long are we to remain in this place?" Zha Pao, in the form of a red mobile phone, impatiently complained from the back seat of Lu Yao's vehicle. His companion, Mi Huan, also transformed into a mobile phone shape, silently accompanied him. The atmosphere inside the car was heavy with gloom as Lu Yao and Mi Huan chose to ignore Zha Pao's grievances. This fellow had been incessantly clamoring to return and search for Yu Shen. Although Lu Yao shared the same impatience as Yu Shen's first Transformer subordinate, he viewed Yu Shen as a divine figure and could not believe anything unfortunate could befall him. He firmly believed that Yu Shen and CIMA must be entangled in something significant, which was why they could not establish contact. "Hey, you two, speak up," Zha Pao insisted. "If you don't say anything, I might just transform." Seeing that his companions were ignoring him, Zappa began to grow anxious, bouncing around restlessly in the back seat. The Master is formidable, even more so than you might imagine. The Master's command is to gather cutting-edge technology from America, and I shall not return until I have fully accomplished this. Lu Yu grew weary of Zappa's insistence, reiterating his stance and resolution. "You may stay if you wish, but I must return to the Master." "Mi Huan, carry me back," Zappa implored, disregarding any reservations. "Don't jest. I cannot fly across the Pacific," Mi Huan replied, feeling both helpless and understanding towards the impulsive and obstinate Zappa. Although Mi Huan also yearned to return, he acknowledged the validity of Yo-Yo's words, thus usually opting to follow Yo-Yo's directives, as Yu Shen had assigned him and Zappa to assist Lu Yu. "Then I shall return alone. Open the door. I want to go out," Zappa insisted, beginning to bounce against the rear door of Yo-Yo's vehicle. Unable to allow Zappa to continue this ruckus, Lu Yu reluctantly conceded, "Zappa, 24 hours. If there is no response from Simi within 24 hours, we shall return." "Agreed. Let it be so," Zappa replied, satisfied with Liu-Yo's compromise and finally ceasing his antics. His goal was to return home, not to engage in discord with his companions. With Zappa finally calmed, both Lu Yu and Mi Wan breathed a sigh of relief. With less than 14 hours remaining until the 24-hour mark, Liu resolved to first find a place to recharge for facing the impending return journey. He lacked the confidence to traverse the Pacific without ample energy. They had been sent to this place by Yu Shen, and thus far, Liu's longest flight record was merely from Washington to New York. As dusk approached, Liu projected a holographic image of a driver from the driver's seat and drove away from the desolate parking lot. Soon, this location would become a hub for drug dealers and smugglers. Typically, Liu preferred to park in bustling areas during the day to avoid the harassment of car thieves and to facilitate nearby work at night. However, due to Zappa's disturbances, he was compelled to choose this place. Liu recalled his initial arrival in New York when he had parked in a similar area and encountered drug dealings. Although he had no obligation to intervene, the unfortunate circumstance arose when a dealer attempted to steal him, which he could not tolerate. Thus, he acted to eliminate the threat. And since then, he had resolutely avoided parking in such locations. What shall we eat? Liu inquired as he drove slowly along the road, addressing Zappa and Mi-Huan in the back seat. Let's try something different from the oil we had a few days ago, Zappa suggested. What do you propose? Liu asked. How about high-voltage electricity? Zappa proposed. What do you wish to eat? Mi-Huan. Liu sought Mi-Huan's opinion. I am indifferent to what I eat, Mi-Huan replied, as always lacking a specific preference. Then high-voltage electricity it is, Liu decided, turning the vehicle towards the power plant in the outskirts. In many cases, the decision of what to eat is indeed the simplest matter to reach a consensus upon. Chapter 13. A shared objective. As night fell and the city lights began to twinkle, having satiated their appetites, the 6YO team ventured approximately 40 miles north of bustling New York City to Bear Mountain, a state park along the Hudson River in New York. Renowned for its silhouette resembling a resting giant bear, they selected a tranquil spot away from the throngs of people and with no one around. They felt no need for camouflage. Each of the three robots was lost in their own thoughts. Some sat quietly, while others reclined languidly, all immersed in contemplation as they awaited the response from Sizzle or prepared to embark on their return journey when the time was right. At that moment, a brilliant and dazzling beam of energy suddenly pierced the night sky from the distant south, akin to a radiant sword, thrusting skyward and extending into the depths of the cosmos. This beam, a miraculous presence, illuminated the night sky, akin to a lighthouse guiding wayward souls to safety. As this light penetrated the Earth's atmosphere, reaching geosynchronous orbit, a silvery satellite began transmitting encrypted messages to the cosmos, calling upon Megatron, notifying him of the discovery of the superluminal key in New York. Shortly thereafter, a response from the depths of the universe traversed the starry expanse to reach Earth. Well done, Soundwave. The Autobots will undoubtedly seek the key. The command directed the team to converge upon New York to eliminate the Autobots and seize the key. As you command, Great Megatron, Soundwave responded with reverence. The encrypted signal was dispatched towards Earth, vanishing after a series of continuous hops. 8 stealth fighter jets took off silently from the Davis-Monthan Air Force Base, soaring towards New York at speeds exceeding 5 Mach. Throughout their journey, these 8 aircraft remained undetected by the formidable and tightly woven defense radar network of the United States. The orange beam staining the southern sky startled the 6YO trio, prompting them to rise in astonishment as their sensors simultaneously detected an unusually strong energy surge within the 4,000 Hz range. What is that? Why do I feel as if I am being summoned? Cannon inquired, perplexed, to his 2 companions. 6YO and Mirage remained silent, equally bewildered by this sudden phenomenon. Little did they know that this was a profound connection between their homeland, Cybertron, and the spark within them. 6YO gazed at the orange beam, pondering whether it warranted investigation. The answer was undoubtedly affirmative. Such an unnatural occurrence demanded thorough examination, especially considering that Yu Shen had once sternly advised them to exercise caution. If this phenomenon was indeed a consequence of the event, they needed to discern the true origin of the beam to prepare for potential future occurrences. Mirage, can you fly up and see what that is? 6YO asked Mirage, who was in his avian form. All right, Mirage replied, ascending into the air immediately. Hey, are you going to investigate that? Didn't we agree to head back soon? Cannon expressed his dissatisfaction with a hint of impatience. His mind was solely focused on returning home to find Yu Shen, disregarding everything else. Silence, Cannon. Have you forgotten about the warning? 6YO reproached him without mercy. Recalling Yu Shen's specific admonitions, Cannon obediently fell silent. It is in the direction of Ellis Island. After recognizing the illusion in the sky, I spoke to my 2 companions on the ground. Ellis Island, also known as Alice Island, is an artificial island located at the mouth of the Hudson River in Upper New York Bay, approximately 300 meters from the Statue of Liberty, covering an area of about 11 hectares. Originally a fortress and powder magazine of New York State, it served as the main immigration inspection station in the United States. This island was once regarded as a symbol of American immigration, and today, several museums have chosen to establish their presence here, transforming it into a veritable museum island. Illusion. You go ahead, I will take the water route with cannon. Remember to be careful, Liu Yao advised the illusion in the sky. All right, understood. Amidst the metallic grind of gears, the original 3-meter-long illusion swiftly shrank to more than half its size, its surface shimmering with waves until they settled, revealing its disguise as a common peregrine falcon. I've moved ahead. You two hurry up, illusion called out, darting towards Ellis Island. Cannon, get in the car. Bone, Kika, this is the pump. After illusion departed, Liu Yao immediately transformed into a car, with the rear door opening automatically. At this moment, Cannon, having transformed into a mobile phone, flew into the back seat. The door quickly closed, and Liu Yao started the engine, heading towards the Hudson River. The reason for taking the water route was that it would save time and avoid detection by the U.S. military's air defense radar. As illusion flew towards Ellis Island for reconnaissance, on the bustling main thoroughfare of Manhattan, a cerulean Porsche and a deep green convertible Jeep sped towards Ellis Island like bolts of lightning weaving through traffic, in the vehicle form of a Cybertronian rebel warrior. Phantom voiced his inner curiosity to his partner, the inspector. Hey, partner, have you ever seen anything like that? Of course not, but judging by humanity's reactions, that thing is visible only to us. This implies that it must be related to Cybertron, the deep green convertible Jeep replied with unwavering certainty. Huh, we haven't even found the Allspark, and now this has suddenly popped up. You can't deny that Earth is a place prone to unexpected occurrences. Who would have thought a retired individual would resurface? I really hope to return to Cybertron soon, while Earth is quite pleasant. I still prefer hunting mechanical foxes back on Cybertron. Phantom mused with a blend of jest and anticipation. Haha. Listening to Phantom's musings on the radio, the inspector chuckled in agreement. Although he had partnered with Phantom for a long time, he still found himself somewhat unaccustomed to Phantom's whimsical manner of speaking. Perhaps due to Phantom's carefree and audacious Cybertronian noble spirit. In contrast to Phantom, the inspector favored the rich diversity of life and peculiar landscapes on Earth, rather than the mundane pop music or monotonous metallic and mechanical planets. Having smuggled onto this blue planet for many years, the inspector meticulously recorded everything he encountered in each new place, knowing that regardless of the future's outcome, these memories would become his most cherished recollections upon returning to Cybertron. Soon, the two rebel warriors arrived at a dilapidated garage near Ellis Island, cautiously halting outside its entrance. The radar apparatus mounted on the elongated vehicle began to operate, emitting continuous waves to thoroughly scan the premises. They are already inside. Hurry in, urged the commander as he received feedback from the radar. The two rebels stealthily entered a spacious workshop where 4 machines of varying heights had been awaiting their arrival. You are late, remarked a formidable robot towering 7 meters, clad in a battle-scarred, heavy armor that exuded an air of authority. Effortlessly wielding an enormous rifle, it appeared ever ready to re-engage in combat. This storm warrior expressed its displeasure towards the commander and the Phantom. In a remarkable display of speed, the commander and the Phantom transformed, with the former reaching a height of 7 meters, his head taking on a square shape, and much of his upper body seamlessly integrating into the design of a Jeep, creating a striking appearance. The Phantom, in contrast, was more elongated, standing approximately 5 meters tall, its sleek and polished form evoking a sense of aerodynamic beauty. However, both shared a common feature, a cannon-like apparatus mounted on their right shoulders. Apologies, Lieutenant. The commander and the Phantom saluted the seasoned officer before them with the standard Cybertronian gesture, expressing their regret. They offered no excuses, fully aware that this experienced and resolute warrior had little tolerance for such justifications. Welcome, my friend. I hope your arrival brings us endless joy and delightful moments. Greeted a charming yellow robot, nearly the same height as the Phantom, enthusiastically playing movie lines through a radio. Bumblebee, your generator is still not repaired? The Phantom inquired, looking at the adorably designed yellow robot with surprise. Faced with this complex world, I feel utterly helpless and can only do my best, Bumblebee replied, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation while quoting from the film once more. Enough reminiscing. Now is not the time, interjected a 3-meter-tall female robot, adorned in a delicate pink and white paint scheme, who gracefully leaped down from an iron framework in the workshop. Lieutenant, you summoned us because of that energy surge, didn't you? What exactly is it? The imposing robot glanced at the female, then turned to the nearly 9-meter-tall robot beside him, whose helmet-like head was primarily painted red, with blue on the forearms and thighs, and a massive microscope perched on his left shoulder. Perceptor, why don't you explain? Very well, Ironhide. Perceptor's microscope illuminated, projecting an image of a silver-gray metal clasping a peculiar yellow mineral, resembling a torch. Excitedly, he introduced his 5 companions, the Superspace Key. This artifact vanished thousands of years ago, and to think it is right here on Earth. It can open a portal through time and space, allowing the user to teleport to any planet rich in energy crystals across the cosmos. The inspector seemed to have suddenly grasped something. incredulously inquiring. The planet rich in energy crystals you mentioned, could it possibly be Cybertron? The female robot uttered the name that the inspector hesitated to voice. It was the homeland that all rebel warriors yearned for day and night. Their sole desire as wanderers was to return home, reclaim all that belonged to them, and restore the once withered metallic planet to its former glory. Indeed, RC, we can finally go home, the sensor declared, turning around. Sincerity shining in its bright electronic eyes as it spoke to the female robot. Hooray, this is simply magnificent, Mirage exclaimed, jumping up in excitement, his voice brimming with uncontainable joy and enthusiasm. Surprise was a beam of light in the darkness, bringing hope and warmth. Bumblebee joined in, equally elated. Don't celebrate too soon. Kids, Ironhide suddenly doused their enthusiasm with cold water. He then stated solemnly, now that we are here on Earth, those hidden Decepticon agents must certainly have noticed the warp key. Furthermore, there's bad news. Megatron, who vanished for millennia, has returned. This sudden revelation hit like a cold winter wind, plunging all the robots into silence. Megatron, the leader of the Decepticons, an extremely powerful, dangerously formidable, and ruthlessly cruel being. It was this demon who had exiled them from Cybertron and relentlessly pursued them across the cosmos. Damn it, Mirage muttered despondently. A stifling atmosphere began to spread throughout the room. Ironhide's gaze swept over his despondent comrades, finally resting on Mirage. He understood that Mirage had always believed their war against the Decepticons was destined to fail, although he disliked Mirage's negativity. It was undeniable that Mirage was a highly skilled and exceptional spy, which was precisely why Optimus Prime wished for him to remain among the rebels. High-tech circuitry could not replace courage. Ironhide rallied his companions with his frequently uttered words. This is not Cybertron. The Decepticons have no home field advantage here. As long as we unite as one, we will surely seize the warp key. Ironhide's words instantly dispelled the somber atmosphere. For they were all seasoned veterans who had endured countless battles. It was merely difficult to accept the news of Megatron for a moment. But now, their courage and confidence had returned. Yes, Lieutenant. I am at your service, came a resounding reply, interspersed with the high-pitched lines of a comedic film. However, no one mocked Bumblebee. Rather, they all pounded their chests vigorously, expressing their determination and resolve. Autobots, transform. We are going to retrieve the key, Ironhide commanded. With a cacophony of metal and gears grinding, 5 vehicles of various models swiftly emerged from the gates of the junkyard, racing towards an uncertain fate. The neon lights of Manhattan at night shone like the most brilliant radiance embedded in the dazzling jewel of New York, embellishing the world's most renowned modern metropolis with their enchanting glow. The towering skyscrapers of the financial district, illuminated by the night, shimmer more brilliantly than the brightest stars in the night sky. Their existence narrates the endless splendor and prosperity of this city. The enchanting spirit of the evening flits swiftly among the skyscrapers, its elusive form weaving through the structures. It observes that the humans within the buildings pay no attention to the towering beams of light, a response that seems at odds with humanity's innate curiosity. Can it be that they are unable to see it? It wonders. With this perplexity, it pivots and glides through the balcony of the tallest building, its gaze fixed on the distant silhouette of Ellis Island, which now stands clearly before it. Jarvis, what was that just flew by? Tony Stark, perched atop the pinnacle of Manhattan's tallest edifice, casually inquires of his artificial intelligence butler while gazing out the window. The spirit that passed was none other than the renowned Stark Tower, a prominent landmark nestled between 4th and 5th Avenues in the heart of Manhattan's financial district. To overlook the entirety of New York City from this skyscraper should be a breathtaking pleasure. Yet, in recent months, Tony Stark, the tower's owner, has found his spirits rather lackluster. It is not the vista that has grown tiresome, but rather his body is facing a dire challenge. For an extended period, Tony has relied on palladium as the energy source for his arc reactor, and he has now come to a profound realization regarding the severe consequences of palladium poisoning. Despite his relentless quest for a remedy, his current efforts have merely alleviated the erosion palladium has inflicted upon his body. Regrettably, this respite appears to be nearing its end. He must discover a fundamental solution before time runs out, or he risks an untimely demise within 2 years. It was merely a peregrine falcon, sir. Jarvis's response is devoid of any emotional inflection. Although the falcon's speed did not escape Jarvis's notice, its disguise successfully eluded him. A falcon? Out at this hour? Such a reckless little creature, Tony Stark muses. The falcon, being night-blind, often falls prey to owls during the night. Sir, it is time for your medication. Jarvis dutifully reminds his master. I know, Jarvis. Tony retrieves the bottle of pills from his drawer, reluctantly pinching his nose as he swallows them down. Ugh. I really ought to make this more palatable. After downing a glass of water to suppress the nauseating sensation in his stomach, he feels somewhat relieved. Miss Potts will arrive in 5 minutes, Jarvis once again prompts Tony. He hurriedly stows the pill bottle back in the drawer and tidies the disarray of documents and tablets on his desk, striving for an appearance of order. Yet, sensing the effort to be overly contrived, he intentionally scatters them in a seemingly casual manner across the tabletop. He then adjusts his attire, crosses his feet atop the desk, and adopts an air of nonchalance. After a brief moment of contemplation, he picks up his tablet, feigning busyness with work. Before long, Virginia Pepperpotts, adorned in a shimmering aquamarine evening gown and elegant crystal heels, gracefully entered the room, clutching a luxurious anima suit. "Ah, my little firecracker, you look exceptionally enchanting tonight," Tony exclaimed, casually placing his tablet on the table and rising to greet Pepper with a broad smile. Pepper glided towards Tony, presenting the suit to him with a gentle command. "Prepare yourself. It is time for us to depart." "Very well," Tony replied, taking the suit and heading to the cloakroom. As he changed, he inquired, "Where is that fundraising gala being held?" "At the City Hall," Pepper called out from outside. Shortly, Tony emerged, adjusting his collar. Pepper stepped forward, taking the suit from his hands with a caring touch. Tony, feeling at ease, wrapped his arms around Pepper's slender waist, allowing her to adjust his attire. Suddenly, he proposed, "Shall we not go? I've heard the chef has a new dish." "No," Pepper firmly declined. Aware of Justin Hammer's recent maneuvers to persuade certain politicians into coercing Tony into relinquishing the Iron Man technology. Despite her disdain for these individuals, she understood the necessity of Tony's presence at the gala for the benefit of Stark Industries. "How about this? I recall you have a fondness for their sushi," Tony suggested once more. "No," Pepper reiterated, her resolve unyielding. "Well, perhaps we could," Tony began, but was interrupted by Pepper, who paused her task and met his gaze with a blend of tenderness and seriousness in her striking green eyes. In that moment, Tony Stark silently acquiesced to defeat under her captivating stare. "Very well, we shall go," he conceded, albeit reluctantly. "I understand your aversion to the faces of those politicians, but—" "Tony, the company requires their support," Pepper continued her final touches. After a considerable time, Pepper stepped back, admiring her handiwork, flawless and impeccable. A radiant smile broke across her face. Gazing at her genuine, youthful joy, Tony suddenly felt that facing those unsavory characters this evening would not be such a daunting task after all. Perhaps we should delay our departure. We could simply donate a bit more to the Ellis Island Museum. Within the culturally rich laboratory of the Ellis Island Museum, Elena Wallace, a young woman with dark skin, was intently focused on a peculiar object that had been troubling her. Not long ago, she had been anxiously fretting over the unintentional damage she inflicted upon a precious statue of a majestic eagle imported from Egypt. Fearing she might be dismissed by her employer or even face charges of vandalizing an artifact, a fate she dreaded. However, as her gaze fell upon a torch-like object revealed amidst the shattered statue, composed of silvery gray metal and a certain yellow mineral, her intense curiosity swiftly dispelled her previous trepidation. Despite her extensive knowledge and experience in artifact and artwork appraisal, she found herself momentarily unable to ascertain the true origin of this enigmatic item. However, she was certain that this was far from the relics her employer had described as originating from Nubia. Nubia, situated between southern Egypt and northern Sudan along the banks of the Nile, encompasses the region between Aswan, located downstream of the First Cataract, and Kerma, downstream of the Fourth Cataract, where several cultural periods have emerged. "What on earth are you?" Elena pondered to herself. Little did she know that this object was not of terrestrial origin. In light of this, Elena resolved to no longer dwell on trivial matters. She was determined to uncover the true nature of this enigmatic object before the night enveloped her in restless thoughts. Thus, she set to work, analyzing isotopes and scouring the internet for information, becoming thoroughly engrossed in her pursuit. Meanwhile, the Autobots had arrived opposite Ellis Island. With Ellis Island closed to the public, their concerns were significantly alleviated. "Detective, are there any Decepticon remnants on the island?" Ironhide inquired, as among the Autobots, the detective possessed the keenest radar. The detective's shoulder-mounted cannon emitted a steady stream of radar waves, scanning the surrounding 50-kilometer radius meticulously. After several thorough sweeps, he finally responded, "No sign of them for now." "Good, let us hasten our efforts to secure the key," Ironhide decisively declared upon learning of the absence of Decepticon threats. "But what about the security at the island's entrance?" RC asked, pointing towards the security booth at the island's entrance, her brow furrowed with concern. "Let us blow them to smithereens," Bumblebee suggested enthusiastically, borrowing a line from a movie without much thought. "Absolutely not. That would expose us," RC quickly countered, dismissing Bumblebee's idea. The censor calmly concurred, "RC is right. We should avoid the use of force unless absolutely necessary." Seeing that the censor supported RC, Bumblebee glanced at the silent Ironhide, his spirits visibly dampened. Just as they found themselves at an impasse, the detective stepped forward with a clever and practical plan. "Let Phantom and me handle this." I can use holographic projection to disguise myself as a garbage truck and deceive the security into opening the gate. Phantom can cloak and follow me inside. That's indeed a good strategy. What do you think, Ironhide? The censor pondered, agreeing with the detective's proposal. However, as Ironhide was the temporary leader of the Autobots on Earth, he needed to seek his approval. Let us proceed with that, Ironhide conceded, recognizing his limitations in strategizing. He noted that the censor was among the most intelligent Autobots in the Cybertronian resistance. Then Phantom and I shall commence our operation. With that, the detective transformed into the shape of a jeep and led the way towards the bridge leading to the island. As he approached the bridge, his cannon emitted beams of laser light. When the beams intersected and created a tapestry of light and shadow, a garbage truck materialized out of thin air, replacing the detective's jeep form as it leisurely drove towards the tightly shut entrance to the island. After the detective completed his disguise, transforming into a phantom Porsche, the surrounding air momentarily warped before he vanished from sight. Upon crossing the bridge, he elegantly halted at the entrance to the island, and, as anticipated, the security guard stationed in the booth showed no inclination to inspect, readily opening the gate. He gestured to the projected decoy to signal the guard, then accelerated into the island. Marvelous. They had succeeded. Witnessing the detective and the phantom swagger onto the island, Elsie cheered for her companions. The scheme had triumphed, and everything seemed to be unfolding favorably. However, an absolute and deadly threat had quietly descended. 3 fiery meteors streaked across the night sky of New York, unbeknownst to anyone, plunging into the Hudson River. They surged upstream, their strange energy pulses causing the lights in their wake to flicker ominously. Soon, 3 colossal mechanical figures emerged from the river. The leading figure, a towering black robot exceeding 10 meters in height, emanated a chilling aura of oppression. Nightingale, search the island, it commanded its subordinates. Its cold voice laced with a hint of tremulous excitement. With a whoosh, the sound of rocket thrusters ignited, as the smallest of the trio, a matte gray robot, darted skyward like a gray lightning bolt. We have finally found the key, the black robot murmured, its chest aglow with exhilaration as the millennia of origins were on the brink of realization. Who were those 3 beings? Terrifying. In the 10,000-meter airspace above Ellis Island, a red and black fighter jet performed acrobatics, emitting a series of shrill cries. This jet, named Charge, was a member of the Decepticon Tracker Squad, appearing as a brutish figure but, in truth, was a coward at heart. He was currently terrified by the source of the strange energy pulses. Shut up, Charge. The impatient leader of the Tracker Squad, Red Widow, reprimanded her subordinate. They had traversed half of America under Megatron's orders to arrive in New York, only to encounter the mysterious beings plummeting toward the city like meteors. Even a fleeting contact with those 3 terrifying robots sent painful jolts through their sensors, akin to steel needles. What should we do? Should we descend? Inquired the red matte-painted jet, his voice heavy with dread. Why rush? Let those 3 engage the Autobots first. Then we can make our move, Red Widow replied confidently, secretly mocking. What fools. Only an idiot would confront such dangerous entities head-on. She then commanded the squad's electronic warfare specialist, Acid Rain, descend and monitor those beings. Inform us the moment they engage with the Autobots. I knew it would be me, grumbled the olive-green Acid Rain, reluctantly rolling his aircraft downward. 3. No, for factions of robotic forces stirred ominously beneath the surface, each poised to unleash their power, while Elena remained blissfully unaware, immersed in the joy of her research. Let me see, she mused as her fingers danced across the keyboard, swiftly sifting through the historical database. The isotopes recently analyzed indicate that the stones covering this object have a history exceeding a millennium. Utilizing this temporal clue, she meticulously examined all civilizations within that time frame. Upon reaching the Inca civilization of South America, a subtle hint caught her attention. In a comprehensive study on Incan totems and murals, she discovered a pattern strikingly similar to the symbols on the stone eagle. She swiftly retrieved her notebook, diligently recording the vital information regarding this discovery. Meanwhile, as Elena focused intently on her notes, she remained oblivious to a peregrine falcon silently circling low in the museum courtyard, closely monitoring every movement within the laboratory through the windows. 6 Yo, I have uncovered something, the ethereal being conveyed, sensing an energy surge emanating from the object. What is it? Zhao Pao inquired, observing the image projected within the submarine cabin. It is certainly not of terrestrial origin, 6 Yo opined. Zhao Pao instructed, Misty, procure that object. Regardless of its nature, it should be acquired for the master. Understood, Misty replied, swiftly transforming into a golden retriever, nimbly landing on the ground, and making her way to the museum's entrance. With ease, she pried open the door and darted inside, heading directly for the distribution room located on the basement level. Just as Misty entered the museum, a disguised reconnaissance vehicle resembling a garbage truck rolled into the museum courtyard. It halted beside an antiquated automobile, delaying its transformation as it employed its powerful radar to scan the surrounding environment once more. "Hey, partner, how's it going?" the Phantom inquired. There's a human in the laboratory on the 3rd floor, another patrolling the 2nd floor, and an animal on the 1st. No sign of the Decepticons. The scout reported in detail. "Excellent. Let us hurry and get to work before those rascals arrive." "I'm off to cut the power," the Phantom said eagerly. "Wait, Phantom. There's something amiss," the scout urgently called out to the Phantom. Moments prior, its radar had detected 3 signals approaching in succession. "What is going on? Are the Decepticons here?" the cloaked Phantom asked, taken aback. "Uncertain. The signals are peculiar, unlike those of the Decepticons. Hold your position. Let us observe the situation," the scout advised cautiously. "Understood." The 2 Cybertronians silently agreed to maintain communication silence as they awaited developments. Suddenly, all lights in the museum flickered erratically before plunging into complete darkness, enveloping the entire edifice in shadows. The orchestrator of this blackout was Nightingale, a slender, sharp-featured robot who silently hovered in the air, swiftly locking onto the superluminal key within the laboratory. "Haha, catastrophe. The target has been located," Nightingale reported to her leader, her laughter cruel and chilling. She gracefully descended to the ground, raising her weapon towards the laboratory. Who is this individual? The same question echoed in the minds of the detective and the Phantom. This unfamiliar robot instilled in them an unsettling sensation akin to encountering a ferocious prehistoric beast. Meanwhile, the enigma that was plunging into the distribution room found itself momentarily paralyzed. How could there be a power outage before any action had even commenced, just as confusion enveloped it? Boom. As a civilization of the tri-universal sphere, how could the Transformers of Cybertron possess only a meager repertoire of abilities? Thus, for the sake of coherence, the author upgraded them all. Chapter 14. The Fisherman's Ambition. When the sudden blackout enveloped the entire room, Elena was instantaneously plunged into a state of bewilderment. "My notes are far from complete. How could there be a power failure now?" She repeatedly fumbled with the switch of the desk lamp, half in disbelief, until she confirmed the unfortunate reality of the outage. Elena muttered to herself, hastily organizing her notes and belongings. For most girls, an innate fear of darkness pervades, and this dread rapidly filled her heart, compelling her with an urgent desire to flee the premises. Having swiftly packed her essentials, Elena prepared to leave in haste. But her curiosity drew her gaze once more to the corner, where the isotope detector lay quietly, cradling the ultra-warp key. She pondered that regardless of the urgency of her work, understanding this device was paramount. Thus, she trotted over and placed the ultra-warp key into her satchel. Boom. Without warning, a violent explosion hurled Elena against the detector. Fortunately, her inquisitive nature had kept her close to the device. Otherwise, her friends would have gathered for a wake. With a thud, Elena rebounded from the detector to the ground, exclaiming in pain. Struggling to rise, she leaned heavily on the detector. Though her bones felt as if they might splinter, her grip on the precious satchel containing the ultra-warp key remained firm. With great effort, she lifted her head, only to behold the laboratory in ruins, the once beautiful windows shattered, revealing the courtyard's chaotic scene. "Oh, dear God, what is that?" The appearance of 3 colossal robots in the courtyard rendered Elena paralyzed with terror, momentarily eclipsing her awareness of the pain coursing through her body. The Calamity's gaze, frigid as ice, scrutinized the fear-stricken Elena, activating its back armor. Instantly, 2 uniquely designed mechanical hounds, neither entirely canine, detached from its form, taking root on either side of it. Compact in stature, their eyes glimmered with a menacing light. With an utterly indifferent tone, the Calamity issued a command: tear her to shreds and retrieve the key. Upon receiving the order, the 2 mechanical hounds charged towards Elena with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Her heart raced, and a chill of dread took root in her soles, swiftly coursing through her entire being. In that moment of life and death, she shattered the shackles of her fear, and with a terrified scream, she tore through the silence, turning on her heels to dash towards the safety of the stairs, desperately hoping to escape this nightmarish ordeal. "Partner, engage." The detective, disguised as a garbage truck, could no longer conceal his identity, urgently shouting at the Phantom before him. He was utterly ignorant of the identities of the 3 terrifying robots confronting him. Yet their objective was undoubtedly the superluminal key. If he did not act swiftly, this key, pivotal to the fate of the future, would fall into the hands of others. In a moment of crisis, the detective rapidly transformed, and the Phantom abandoned his invisibility. They had cast aside all considerations of martial ethics. Their hands morphed into beam cannons, unleashing fierce lasers aimed at the back of the Calamity. "Lieutenant, come assist." The detective frantically shouted over the radio. "Autobots, safeguard the key." As soon as the detective's words left his lips, the off-road vehicle form of Ironhide charged into the courtyard, followed closely by Bumblebee and RC. With the sounds of gears turning and metal grinding, the 3 Autobots swiftly transformed, seizing their weapons and launching a ferocious assault against the trio of robots. The Autobots' rapid arrival at the battlefield was greatly aided by the sensor. Shortly after the detective and the Phantom entered the island, the sensor detected a profoundly malevolent electromagnetic pulse source approaching the island, promptly relaying this discovery to Ironhide. With his wealth of battle experience, Ironhide sensed impending peril and decisively led Bumblebee and RC onto the island, leaving the less combat-skilled sensor behind to vigilantly watch over the area. Although the Autobots' onslaught was swift and intense, it inflicted little damage upon the Calamity's team. Instead, it seemed to have struck a chord deep within the beasts, awakening their primal ferocity. Nightingale launched into the air like an arrow freed from the night, her form gleaming with a cold light under the moon's reflection, engaging in a high-speed aerial duel with the detective and the Phantom below. Meanwhile, the silent and fierce Trap, as the terrestrial predator, opted for a more direct and brutal response to the Autobots' provocation. With a powerful swing of its robust mechanical arm, it effortlessly tore apart a substantial concrete pillar. Subsequently, it hurled this formidable column, akin to a predator's fang, toward Ironhide with all its might. Ironhide raised his massive rifle and fired 2 shots. The colossal bullets, carrying the wail of death, struck the descending concrete pillar directly. The immense force caused the solid pillar to shatter instantaneously into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. Seizing this opportunity, Bumblebee and RC, positioned behind Ironhide, darted forward like the wind, continuously firing at Trap, unleashing a torrential downpour of concentrated laser fire in an attempt to suppress the enemy with overwhelming firepower. The laser projectiles impacted Trap's chest armor, creating a cacophony of metallic clashing akin to brief fireworks erupting upon the steel frame. This silent robot, confronted with a barrage of incoming fire, showed no inclination to retreat. Not a hint of pain or hesitation was displayed. It merely swung its clawed appendage once more, producing a sharp whistle as it swept toward Bumblebee and RC. Bumblebee and RC, 2 diminutive robots, possess speed and agility as their greatest assets. Evading the cumbersome and sluggish assaults of the chain claws is a mere child's play for them. After artfully dodging the traps, Bumblebee disdainfully recited a line from a romantic film, playfully taunting the opponent. Why the rush? Although this remark seemed particularly out of place on the battlefield, it subtly indicated Bumblebee's splendid state of mind. The chain claw, the recipient of this mockery, remained silent in the face of Bumblebee's provocation. However, RC felt a strong discomfort at the sudden romantic film reference. Bumblebee, you should watch less of such nauseating stuff in the motel, RC remarked irritably while engaging the enemy. Clearly, for RC, Bumblebee's ability to quote romantic lines amid intense combat was both amusing and exasperating. With Bumblebee and RC's distraction of the chain claw, Ironhide wasted no time in launching a direct assault on the primary target, Cataclysm. He firmly loaded a superheated metal projectile into his rifle, aiming at the massive form of Cataclysm, and pulled the trigger. A dull thud echoed as the superheated metal stream erupted from the rifle's muzzle at an astonishing velocity, resembling a dragon of destruction twisting through the air, surging toward Cataclysm. Child's play, Cataclysm sneered contemptuously in response to the lethal stream of molten metal, remaining motionless as the superheated metal splattered against him. Then, something absurd occurred. The searing attack, capable of melting Cybertronian alloy, failed to inflict any significant damage. The steam rising from Cataclysm and the orange liquid coating his form made him appear as a terrifying demon emerging from the depths of molten lava. Ironhide's cognitive center jolted. He was accustomed to wielding superheated metal projectiles to breach enemy defenses, melting anything that dared obstruct his path. However, the creature before him showed no fear of his high-temperature assault, which was indeed rare. If heat won't work, then I'll try cold, Ironhide thought defiantly. Convinced that Cataclysm's scorching exterior could not withstand the extreme chill of liquid nitrogen, he provocatively shouted, "Go to your production line's exhaust pipe, and if you're brave enough, don't dodge this." With that, he swiftly loaded the liquid nitrogen ammunition into his chamber, aiming once more at Cataclysm, and fired again. The liquid nitrogen, imbued with an aura of frigidness, hurtled toward Cataclysm. Ironhide was confident that Cataclysm would evade, adjusting his aim for a follow-up shot. However, at that critical moment, a car careened into the trajectory, blocking the shot for Cataclysm. Had Elena been present, she would have recognized her beloved vintage car as the unintentional shield. This was a trap. Cataclysm, despite being relentlessly pursued by Bumblebee and RC, still had the presence of mind to observe the battlefield and aid his commander. The car, now serving as an improvised shield, was instantly frozen into a massive ice block by the liquid nitrogen before being kicked away by Cataclysm, crashing into Ironhide. Ironhide deftly ducked to avoid this icy assault. However, at the very moment it attempted to evade, the Calamity approached with the swiftness of lightning, raising its iron fist equipped with blade-like appendages, striking down with the ferocity of thunder. Ironhide had always prided itself on its indestructible physique and had never shied away from a contest of strength. Confident in its own power, it unhesitatingly positioned itself to intercept the devastating blow, launching itself forcefully against the calamity in an effort to repel it. Yet, despite Ironhide's utmost exertion, it found itself not only unable to budge the calamity, but rather being forced nearly to its knees. This is impossible. Ironhide was taken aback, disbelief etched across its face, struggling to accept that it was losing in a battle of strength. The calamity reveled in the doubt that flickered in its adversary's expression, tauntingly remarking, "When inferior beings confront superior entities, they invariably reveal such expressions, which brings me immense delight." Upon finishing its derision, it ruthlessly kicked Ironhide far away. Prowl swung its arms, continuously firing into the night sky, but the nightingale was simply too swift, rendering Prowl's crossfire ineffective. Its focus remained solely on the nightingale, leaving it oblivious to the approaching Ironhide. With a resounding crash, the two transformers became entangled, transforming into mere heaps of twisted metal. Ouch! As Prowl propped itself up, rubbing its head which had been dazed from the impact, it realized that it had collided with Ironhide, who was already scrambling to its feet. This disheveled state of Ironhide was a first for Prowl, prompting an exclamation of surprise. What on earth are these creatures? Regardless of their origins, they must not be allowed to take the key. Ignoring its pain, Ironhide proclaimed, drawing forth a metallic hammer radiating an orange glow, and prepared to charge at the calamity. Prowl, momentarily taken aback, detected a trace of uncertainty in Ironhide's tone. In the face of this unknown adversary, they required unwavering resolve and courage. "Watch out." Mirage's voice pierced through Prowl's momentary daze, instantly alerting it to the impending danger. Drawing upon years of honed reflexes, Prowl abruptly lunged sideways, rolling twice to evade the imminent threat. Just as it evaded, a flat, oval bomb landed precisely where it had just reclined. Moments later, with a brilliant flash, the bomb unleashed a fierce pulse of blue energy after a brief charge. This powerful wave of energy swept across a radius of several meters, fracturing the concrete ground as if it had been plowed by an invisible giant's hand. When the shockwave from the sudden explosion reverberated through the entire building, Mirage immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, it reverted to its 3-meter form and swiftly exited the distribution room. In the dim light, its mechanical eyes flickered with blue luminescence, and its sensitive sensors quickly detected a surge of signals moving rapidly within the museum. This signal darted about chaotically. Like a panicked fish, Mirage urgently transmitted an encrypted message to Six-Shot. "Six-Shot, the museum is currently under attack by an unknown force." "An attack? Could it be one?" Six-Shot swiftly replied. "That remains uncertain," Mirage responded. "Hold on, we shall arrive shortly." Upon discovering the predicament beyond the illusion, Liu Yao immediately quickened his pace and instructed Zhao Pao, "Prepare for battle. Rest assured, the atmosphere is charged." Upon hearing the possibility of combat, Zhao Pao's eyes gleamed with anticipation. After a brief communication with Liu Yao, the illusion analyzed the trajectory of the signals and its current positions, calculating that they would converge in the central exhibition hall of the museum. The expansive space and soaring dome provided the perfect setting for it to intercept its target. The illusion accelerated towards the exhibition hall, slowing down as it neared the center, its sensors keenly detecting the slightest movements ahead. It had spotted the target not far away. Elena's heart raced as she pressed herself against a thick pillar in the grand hall, striving to silence her breath amidst the cacophony of explosions outside. After a harrowing escape, she had momentarily evaded the two relentless mechanical hounds. She understood that even a moment of carelessness could signal her demise. Her nails dug deeply into her palms, the self-inflicted pain serving as her sole anchor to remain composed. Cautiously, she peered around the pillar, using the faint light from the explosions to vigilantly scan her surroundings for any potential threats. The area was eerily silent, save for the distant blasts. There seemed to be no other sounds. Elena couldn't help but feel a twinge of relief at this fleeting moment of safety. Then, like a wary cat, she stealthily moved towards the exit, each step deliberate, anxious not to provoke any lurking dangers in the shadows. The illusion closely monitored Elena, silently trailing her. Its sharp gaze had already detected the two mechanical hounds poised above the oblivious girl, ready to pounce. Just as the robotic dogs lunged at her, the illusion seized the moment, springing into action with lightning speed. With the exhibition hall's exit in sight, Elena felt a surge of joy at the prospect of escape. Just as she was about to dash towards freedom, an urgent shout pierced the air. "Get down!" Reflexively, she dropped to the ground, feeling the rush of air as something sliced overhead, the chill of the disturbed atmosphere palpable. Immediately following was a cacophony of metallic clashes and the sound of shattering objects. As Elena contemplated lifting her head to assess the situation, she suddenly felt herself being lifted by an unseen force, and then laid flat upon a cold metallic surface. The voice that had sounded the warning echoed again. Hold on tight. Instinctively, she clutched the metal beneath her, soon losing her sense of balance. Feeling as though she was being carried forward at an astonishing speed, Elena closed her eyes tightly, sensing herself tossed amidst a tempest, soaring high before plunging down again. Time lost all meaning in this tumultuous ride until, at last, she felt the velocity decrease, coming to a steady halt at a certain location. You may get up now. The illusion addressed Elena, who still clung to it tightly. Awakening to the ethereal sounds surrounding her, Elena struggled to open her eyes. Enduring the tumultuous discomfort churning within her stomach, trembling, she slid off the back of the phantasm and onto the ground. It was only at that moment that she comprehended the true nature of the entity that had just supported her. A sleek, obsidian metal panther, though in reality, it was a tiger, gazed at her with unblinking eyes that sparkled like bronze bells. Elena's heart raced, and she stammered, "Did you just save me?" The phantasm had no time for idle conversation. It was still within the confines of the museum, and the mechanical hounds would soon be upon them. "Leave the bag behind and run through the door behind me," it instructed with a calm voice. All right." Elena reacted swiftly, discarding her satchel and stumbling away in haste. As Elena fled through the rear exit, the phantasm did not search for the bag on the ground. Instead, it unleashed the sharp claws and blades concealed within its limbs and tail. Lowering its body, it steadied itself on its hind legs and then surged forward, sweeping one paw to send a pursuing mechanical dog flying. The razor-sharp claws inflicted deep gashes in the creature's abdomen, revealing the flickering circuitry and shattered components within. Just as it dispatched one foe, another, baring its fangs, lunged at it from behind. The phantasm swiftly twisted, wielding its whip-like tail to strike the dog's head with ferocity, cleaving it in two with the blades affixed to its tail. Having dealt with the two minions, the phantasm rummaged through the satchel and retrieved a source of heightened signals, the superliminal key. Despite its uncertainty about the object's nature, the chaos it had wrought outside underscored its significance. Relinquishing it was out of the question. Grasping the superliminal key in its mouth, the phantasm darted towards the rooftop of the museum. Attempting to sneak away with the item through the courtyard was a fool's errand. Only by taking to the skies could one hope for a glimmer of opportunity. In the relatively spacious courtyard, the clashing of steel and the explosive brilliance of energy cannons interwove to create a symphony reminiscent of death metal. The battle between the Autobots and the three Decepticons escalated swiftly after their initial contact. Under the night sky, the flames and electrical sparks vied for dominance, with each collision narrating the fierce struggle between life and death. Every inch of the courtyard transformed into a battleground, the ravaged flora and scattered concrete fragments bearing witness to the intensity of the conflict. The Autobots launched their attacks with blinding speed, while the Decepticons retaliated with even wilder ferocity. Their colossal forms moved through the confined space, causing the ground to tremble with each step. This confrontation was not merely a contest of strength, but a duel of resolve and conviction. Amidst the cacophony of flames and explosions, both sides sought to uncover the other's vulnerabilities, aspiring for ultimate victory. The Decepticons' brutish assaults, despite appearing to dominate the scene, felt awkward with each clash. The stature of the Decepticon was nearly 3 meters shorter than that of the Autobots, and its strikes consistently targeted the legs and lower body of its opponents, executed with cunning and ferocity. Moreover, the formidable layer of armor encasing Ironhide imbued it with an unwavering resolve during each assault, a ferocity that could only be summoned in the face of life and death. With another forceful kick, it drove Ironhide back, and a glimmer of sharpness flickered in the disaster's golden eyes. It sensed that the machine dogs had been vanquished, realizing that other foes lurked within the building. Shadows of adversaries still concealed inside Nightingale. Trap. There was no time to waste. Eliminate these intruders and seize the key, it commanded with urgency. Haha. As you wish, disaster. Nightingale's laughter echoed through the night sky, reminiscent of a chilling decree from the Grim Reaper. Gracefully, she unsheathed 2 obsidian swords from her back, resembling a silver bolt of lightning as she abruptly dove from the heavens, aiming directly at the Inspector and Phantom. At this juncture, Nightingale revealed her true prowess. Moving with the stealth of a ninja, each step imbued with an eerie precision, every swing of her blade harboring the weight of life and death. The Inspector and Phantom had never encountered such a spectral onslaught. Momentarily, they found themselves at a loss, exerting their utmost to defend, yet failing to discern an opportunity for counterattack. Trap, remaining silent, abandoned its customary clawed assault, opting instead for a ranged weapon form. Its arms astonishingly transformed into lethal cannons, unleashing a relentless barrage of metallic storms upon Bumblebee and RC. These heavyweight projectiles traced brilliant arcs through the night, each trajectory culminating in explosive devastation. The shockwaves from the explosions were extensive, creating enormous craters upon the ground. Bumblebee and RC navigated through the cacophony of blasts, skillfully evading one missile after another. However, as the battle raged on, the pressure mounted, and they soon found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Come on, you iron tortoise. Let me dismantle your shell. Disaster's chilling laughter resonated with a murderous intent as it charged at Ironhide. Unfazed, Ironhide stood firm against the onslaught, a defiant gleam in its eyes, and rushed back at Disaster. Yet, upon their collision, Ironhide was taken aback to discover that Disaster's strength had intensified, the recoil nearly causing it to lose grip on its weapon. Under the tempestuous barrage from Disaster, Ironhide began to feel an unprecedented weight of pressure. Each assault inflicted excruciating hardship. Nonetheless, Ironhide harbored no thoughts of retreat, steadfastly enduring Disaster's furious onslaught time and again, bolstered by its rock-solid will and physique. The sudden escalation of power from Disaster's trio of robots instilled an unparalleled anxiety among the Autobots, who suddenly realized that despite their utmost efforts, their adversary still possessed additional strength. This disparity in power birthed an ineffable trepidation within each Autobot on the battlefield, as they comprehended that this confrontation was far more arduous than they had anticipated. What an opportunity! Concealed atop the roof, Mirage observed as the airborne adversary descended. There was no time to waste. It was now or never. With this thought, it swiftly transformed into its avian form, wings flaring as it soared into the sky. Just as the elusive creature believed it could escape amidst the chaos, a disc-shaped object struck it with precision. The energy released rendered the creature immobile, causing it to plummet uncontrollably from the sky, its hyperspeed key slipping from its grasp. Unbeknownst to it, the cunning Nightingale had been tracking the hyperspeed key with its keen sensors, descending to the ground partly to lure the creature into revealing itself. Fortuitously, the key fell near where the Wasp and Alcee were positioned, an opportunity ripe for the taking. The Wasp, undeterred by its own peril, faced the onslaught of the trap's firepower, resolutely providing cover for Alcee to seize the key. With the Wasp's selfless protection, Alcee sprang forth, striving to grasp the vital key. Just as its hand neared the cold metal, the Nightingale, having wreaked havoc on the battlefield, unexpectedly appeared beside it, a specter seemingly traversing dimensions. None could fathom how the assassin had arrived, only that its blade was now poised at Alcee's back. Both the injured detective and Phantom were engulfed in despair, caught off guard by the Nightingale's eerie and rapid movements. Like frenzied bulls, they charged towards Alcee. Yet the distance proved a merciless chasm, rendering them powerless as they watched the Nightingale's blade cruelly aimed at Alcee's back. In that critical moment, the Wasp bravely shielded Alcee with its sturdy chest, gripping the blade tightly. "You shall not prevail." Though reminiscent of cinematic dialogue, it reflected the Wasp's unwavering resolve to protect its companion. At a great cost to itself, the Wasp saved Alcee's life and afforded precious time for the detective and Phantom. In this dire situation, the detective's shoulder device projected a three-dimensional simulation, instantly transforming the surroundings into a picturesque paradise. This sudden shift bewildered the limited intellect of the trap, causing it to lose track of the Wasp and Alcee amidst the confusion. Seizing this opportunity, the detective skillfully restrained the trap, while the Phantom unleashed its unique abilities, creating multiple illusory duplicates that charged fiercely at the Nightingale. Aware that only one of the illusions posed a true threat, the Nightingale was nonetheless unable to discern the real from the false. Reluctantly, it opted to ascend into the sky, evading the Phantom's potential advantage. In that fleeting moment, Alcee deftly extricated itself from beneath the Wasp's heavy form. There was no time to retrieve the key lying before her. She prioritized dragging the injured Wasp to safety. In her heart, nothing was more important than the life of her companion. What a waste! I shall handle this myself. The Calamity gazed impatiently at the ensuing chaos, perceiving the Autobots' desperate struggles as futile resistance, while its subordinates' performance incited its fury. This battle ought to have concluded swiftly, yet it lingered due to the incompetence of its minions. I shall not surrender the key to you. The Iron Shell stands resolute against the Calamity, wielding a hammer to strike against the impending disaster. He is acutely aware of his companion's plight. Unless he falls, he shall not permit the catastrophe to pass him and inflict harm upon them. The disaster, with a cold sneer, extended its claw-like left hand and firmly grasped the hammer swung by the Iron Shell, rendering him immobile with its immense force. After a fierce confrontation, it had discerned the vulnerabilities in the Iron Shell's armor, effortlessly thrusting its right arm's blade through the seams of the armor. With a crackling sound, the Iron Shell suffered a fatal blow, causing its circuits to emit a piercing shriek, sparks flying in every direction. Yet, even in such dire straits, he exerted the last vestiges of his strength to retaliate. The Calamity withdrew its arm blade, transforming it into a laser cannon poised to deliver a lethal strike at the Iron Shell's wound, while the once vibrant light in the Iron Shell's eyes began to fade. Seemingly resigned to the fate of impending death, suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, causing the Calamity, engrossed in its intent to vanquish the Iron Shell, to halt in confusion. gazing skyward. A nightingale, soaring through the air, was struck by an unknown force, enveloped in thick black smoke, spiraling out of control and crashing into the museum's edifice. Following closely, a shrill and urgent whistling filled the sky as numerous streaks of light, akin to a meteor shower, approached with increasing brilliance. They were a barrage of swift and densely packed missiles. As the nature of the oncoming threat became clear, the calamity was filled with a mixture of shock and fury. Realizing it was too late to evade, one by one, the missiles, heralding death with their ominous whistles, precisely descended upon the museum's vicinity. The violent explosions illuminated the night sky repeatedly, reflecting the museum's despair. The structure crumbled amidst the blasts, debris raining down like a torrential storm, dust billowing into the air. Trees lining the nearby streets snapped under the shockwave. Cars were overturned, glass shards scattered everywhere, and flames consumed all flammable materials, thick smoke cloaking the sky. In that moment, the once dignified and solemn museum resembled a hell's cape, as if all traces of history had been obliterated by this sudden disaster. Before the dust could settle, an obnoxiously arrogant laughter erupted. Ha ha ha, my plan is flawless. The voice belonged to a towering 9-meter red robot that emerged slowly from the swirling smoke. Following closely behind were two robots, one blue and one purple, resembling it in form. These three, with sleek lines, bore inverted wings on their backs, jet intakes on their shoulders, square heads, and each arm wielding long-barreled cannons, were none other than the Decepticon Seekers, led by the Commander Starscream, accompanied by his two often insubordinate subordinates. How can you call an ambush a plan? Scoffed the blue Thundercracker. What do you know? An ambush is indeed a plan. Thundercracker, I am the commander of this operation, Starscream retorted, irked by the mockery from his subordinates. Yes, Commander Starscream, Thundercracker replied reluctantly, his tone laced with indifference. Humph. Starscream huffed arrogantly before commanding, go find the key, Megatron is still waiting. Thundercracker and Skywarp exchanged glances with Starscream before silently setting off to search for the key. The Red Spider cast a disdainful glance at his two subordinates, who were obediently searching for the key, and remarked, foolish creatures. As the leader of the Tracker Squad, he considered himself the second in command of the Decepticon organization, dismissing Megatron's archaic military strategies with contempt. He firmly believed that under his leadership, the Decepticons would become even more powerful and malevolent. Thus, he intended to seize the hypersonic key for himself, using it as a springboard to return to Cybertron and overthrow Megatron's rule. At that point, the Decepticons would come to realize who truly possessed the capability to lead them to victory in the war. After all, with a suave individual like himself around, who would still look up to Megatron's ironclad head? The Red Spider reveled in his thoughts. Before long, the key was found. The Thunderstorm returned, clutching the hypersonic key, with the Thunderclap following closely behind. Well done, Thunderstorm, the Red Spider said without hesitation, snatching the key from Thunderstorm's grasp and carefully stowing it in his chest compartment. Let us depart. He paid no further heed to his subordinates, transforming into a fighter jet and soaring away. Thunderstorm and Thunderclap exchanged resigned glances, compelled to follow the silhouette of the Red Spider as they faded into the distance. Chapter 15. The versatile lie and the piercing wails of sirens enveloped the entirety of Manhattan. As a multitude of police forces converged towards Ellis Island, citizens residing in the towering buildings paused at their windows, casting their gazes towards the billowing smoke in the distance. Those equipped with binoculars were determined not to miss this moment. Meanwhile, some intrepid souls, undeterred by the specter of death, often journalists, recklessly rushed towards the perilous scene. Amidst this tense atmosphere, Tony Stark's luxurious vehicle glided through the streets, skillfully evading the blaring police cars, before accelerating abruptly, navigating through intersection after intersection towards Stark Tower. Tony's demeanor was as profound as an ancient well, quietly leaning back in his seat, while Pepper nestled beside him with an almost silent tenderness. Beneath her calm exterior, her eyes harbored an unresolved anxiety. Through the car window, she gazed at the night sky illuminated by the flames over Ellis Island, silently praying that what transpired there was merely a mundane gas explosion. However, the relentless passage of police cars served as a grim reminder of the danger that lurked. Pepper's gaze inadvertently focused on the blurred reflection of Tony in the car window, and she sighed softly, her voice barely audible. It had become a habit for her to watch Tony shoulder the burdens of ordinary lives and deaths, despite his possession of that miraculous high-tech armor. It could not guarantee his perpetual safety. Ultimately, she did not wish to see Tony embroiled in peril, for the responsibility of saving lives should rightly fall upon doctors and police officers. While she welcomed his engagement in various endeavors as Tony's partner, she understood the necessity of respecting his choices, even as her heart brimmed with concern and reluctance. Before long, the vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of Stark Tower. Happy, please escort Pepper home, as Tony imparted his words of caution to his dear friend. The security supervisor and driver, Happy Hogan, he stepped out of the vehicle. Rest assured, Tony, Happy responded, firmly grasping the steering wheel, his body half turned towards Tony, who had already exited the car. Pepper leaned out of the window, her gaze fixed on Tony, her heart conveying 1,000 unspoken words in a fervent admonition. Be careful. Tony nodded knowingly, striding with purpose as he vanished behind the grand entrance of the building. Happy watched the silhouette of Tony Stark gradually dissipate within the opulent doorway before he activated the car and slowly drove away. Tony Stark ascended in his private elevator, reaching the luxurious office on the top floor of the building at an astonishing speed. J-A-R-V-I-S. Prepare the armor, Tony commanded. At your service, sir. J-A-R-V-I-S. replied with a tone imbued with calmness and efficiency. Tony hurried towards the terrace, and with J-A-R-V-I-S' precise assistance, the iconic crimson and gold mark for armor swiftly adhered to his form. It's time to develop a portable suit. Otherwise, it will delay our mission, he mused as he donned the armor. Standing at the edge of the terrace, just as the armor completed its assembly, his leg thrusters roared to life, propelling him into the night sky with the swiftness of an arrow, heading straight for Ellis Island. Meanwhile, the Six Eye had reached the rear of Ellis Island, preparing to rendezvous for the extraction of Mindbender. Mindbender, do you copy? Mindbender, Six Eye called out from beneath the river's surface using radio equipment. However, all that returned was the static hum of the radio, with no response from Mindbender. Quickly checking Mindbender's vital signals, Six Eye felt a slight relief upon discovering that the signal remained stable. Mindbender might be in danger. We must head to the island to find him. Six Eye relayed the situation to Cannon. What are we waiting for? Let us go, Cannon exclaimed in a flurry of urgency upon hearing of his comrade's peril. Six Eye transformed beneath the water and surfaced alongside Cannon, both making their way towards Ellis Island. As they were currently positioned at the island's rear, a significant distance away from the museum, Six Eye had to morph into a vehicle to swiftly traverse the island with Cannon. At that moment, the sound of police helicopters roared from the other side of the island, indicating that the situation was more dire than anticipated. A New York police helicopter arrived first, hovering above Ellis Island, its blinding searchlights sweeping across the smoke-filled terrain. Under the harsh glare, the museum building, battered by Decepticon missiles, lay in ruins alongside its decorative structures, resembling toys mercilessly crushed by a giant. Debris scattered amidst the flames painted a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic disaster. My God, what is that? The keen-eyed helicopter pilot spotted 4 or 5 colossal robotic figures sprawled amidst the inferno and wreckage, a shocking discovery that elicited an incredulous gasp. He hastily grabbed the radio. Headquarters, boom. A thunderous explosion obliterated the pilot and his helicopter, engulfing them in a massive fireball that plummeted from the night sky. A cataclysm, akin to a demon reborn from the ashes, slowly rose from the smoldering ruins after a single shot shattered a helicopter. The missiles from the Decepticons had inflicted no substantial damage upon this formidable entity. Rather, the scorch marks adorning its body only intensified its menacing aura. With a thunderous roar, the cataclysm unleashed a primal scream, expressing its fury born from the frustration of lacking the key. Nightingale, Trap, get up if you're still alive, it bellowed at its 2 subordinates. With great effort, Nightingale pushed aside the rubble that pinned it down, sluggishly rising to its feet as dust and debris cascaded from its form, revealing a grievous wound where a near-fatal blow had struck. Trap limped over from a short distance, bearing the charred remnants of battle, with sparks flickering intermittently from its head, indicating it too had suffered significant injuries. Nightingale, locate the signal, the cataclysm commanded with predatory intensity. Its gaze fixed upon Nightingale, it showed no concern for the lives of its subordinates. Its singular desire was to obtain the key, a vital possession for its master and a guarantee of its own survival. Nightingale strained to search for the signal of the superliminal key, but a red triangle warning sign incessantly flashed within its view. Dejectedly, it shook its head. My sensors have been damaged. Dismantle their components, the cataclysm coldly ordered, pointing towards the still unconscious Autobots, its predatory nature devoid of guilt. I want that one, Nightingale said, gesturing towards Mirage, its voice devoid of emotion, yet gleaming with the thrill of retribution, for it was Mirage's actions that had led to its current predicament. Trap limped over to Mirage, seizing one of its legs and dragging it towards Nightingale. Once Nightingale was repaired, it would seek out its spare parts. Meanwhile, on the top floor of another museum, a kilometer away, Six-Yao and Cannon stared with eyes brighter than light bulbs, curiously observing the cataclysm and its entourage. It was their first encounter with a kindred spirit, stirring a twinge of excitement within them. Later, they inquired of Mirage what it felt like upon first meeting a fellow of their kind. Mirage, in a huff, responded, there was no time to feel anything. I had to run for my life. Do you think these beings are under the command of one? Cannon quietly asked Six-Yao. One was a figure of concern for Yu Shen, leading Canon to believe that any entity that could evoke such caution must be formidable, thereby likely possessing its own followers. It seems so, Sixiao concurred with Canon's speculation. What kind of robots do you think they are battling? It countered. How would I know? They're certainly not aligned with us. What should we do? We likely cannot handle those three, Canon admitted. Feeling a sense of trepidation towards the peculiar aura emanating from the Cataclysms group, Sixiao was aware of their own limitations and hesitated momentarily. However, upon witnessing Trap approach Mirage, the thought struck it that these three, who would kick a stray dog by the roadside, did not seem like the kind to save lives. An unsettling premonition washed over it. Damn it, these three are likely not in the business of robotics. Regardless, let them be damned. One must not grant them the opportunity to dismantle illusions. With that, he leapt from the rooftop. Hey, wait for me. Zappa, slightly slower to react, hurriedly followed suit upon seeing Liu Yao had already taken off. Liu Yao and Zappa activated their stealth mode, silently advancing towards the Calamity crew, intending to catch them off guard and eliminate one or two before engaging the remaining foes in a desperate struggle. As they approached, a robot had already arrived at the scene ahead of them. Remove your filthy hands. The censor gasped, brandishing its weaponized arm and loudly reprimanding the Trap and Nightingale. It seemed that neither carbon-based nor silicon-based scientists could escape the fate of physical exhaustion. After witnessing the Red Spider's departure, it could not afford to expose itself to human sight, rushing to provide assistance, but lacking rapid mobility, it could only arrive via Route 11. Upon arrival, it was met with a catastrophic scene, its companion on the brink of destruction, a fate it could not bear to witness. Although not adept in combat, it resolutely refused to allow such occurrences. Haha, new parts have conveniently delivered themselves to me, Nightingale exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement at the sight before her. This spare part appeared far newer than those scattered on the ground, prompting her to stride towards the censor. The Trap also abandoned its illusion and flanked Nightingale, forming a pincer movement against the censor. Stay away. Faced with the malicious and oppressive duo of Nightingale and the Trap, the censor was not a naive girl unaware of how to resist. It decisively opened fire. The issue lay in the limited power of its weaponry, which was effortlessly deflected by the armors of Nightingale and the Trap. Little one, are you merely tickling me? Nightingale, standing at a mere 7 meters tall, gazed down derisively at the censor towering over 9 meters. What to do? What to do? The censor, futilely firing its weapon, urged its highly advanced computational chip to frantically devise a countermeasure. However, the vast disparity in strength rendered all its plans mere illusions, just as the censor felt utterly helpless. Son of a thief, a scratch? Allow me to scratch you. Before the words had fully escaped, a thick laser shot forth from behind the censor, grazing its side and striking Nightingale. Due to a malfunction in the censor, Nightingale had no awareness of the reinforcements that had appeared behind it. Instinctively, she crossed her arms to shield her chest, bracing for the impact. With a thunderous boom, the strike was formidable, tearing the sturdy armor on Nightingale's arm into fragments as if it were fragile porcelain against overwhelming force. More critically, a complex set of drive shafts could not withstand the pressure, emitting a piercing sound of fracture, leading to a total loss of functionality. Nightingale, once a fearsome presence on the battlefield, was hurled as if by an immense, invisible hand, crashing onto the ruins of a building, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. At that moment, she lay immobile, resembling a lifeless heap of scrap metal. This sudden assault left all the robots present in a state of shock, as a tense and eerie atmosphere began to permeate the scene. However, within the perceptive being, an entirely different scene unfolded. Amidst this unforeseen event, its logical circuits experienced an ineffable ecstasy. Although it remained oblivious to the identity of this sudden force, it was evident that, at least for the moment, it posed no threat. In stark contrast, the Calamity wore an unusually grave expression. Compared to the Nightingale, its sensors were not as acute, and the newcomer seemed to deliberately obscure its movements, rendering the Calamity incapable of accurately pinpointing its location. In this scenario, where the enemy remained hidden while it stood exposed, the Calamity was acutely aware of its significant disadvantage. The crucial key had been seized by an unknown foe, and entangling itself further with these obscure entities would yield no benefit but the depletion of its own power. Under these circumstances, retreat was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. The Calamity, a robot known for its cunning and decisiveness on the battlefield, made a resolute decision. Trap, it commanded, bring the Nightingale, we must depart. There was no trace of hesitation in its voice, only a chilling resolve. The Trap immediately sprang into action, utilizing its formidable mechanical arm to hoist the Nightingale onto its shoulder, then following the Calamity's lead as they stealthily exited from the right rear of the island, leaving behind the still unconscious Autobot and the ravaged ruins. With a sigh of relief, the perceptive being watched the Calamity retreat, feeling an overwhelming sense of fortunate escape. It turned to the surrounding darkness and called out, Thank you, my friend. If convenient, please reveal yourself. With a series of mechanical sounds, two figures emerged from the shadows, neither unfamiliar robots nor Decepticons, but rather the duo of Liu Yao and Zhao Pao. The perceptive being was unaware that its appearance had curbed the reckless impulse of Liu Yao and Zhao Pao to charge headlong into battle. In an instant, they devised a plan. With another robot lighting the way, they could exploit Liu Yao's strength in delivering powerful strikes. Among the Calamities group were two robots with diminished health. If they could incapacitate one of them, it was unlikely the others would remain steadfast. Liu Yao transformed into a laser cannon for Zhao Pao to carry. Ironically, the Nightingale's ostentatious demeanor became their target, especially since it appeared to be the most severely injured. Once Liu Yao had sufficiently charged, Zhao Pao aimed at the Nightingale and unleashed a powerful shot, swiftly relocating to conceal themselves afterward. As subordinates of Yu Shen, their skills in evasion were exceptional. Remarkably, they managed to intimidate the Calamities trio into retreat. The perceptive being watched as Liu Yao and Zhao Pao approached, filled with perplexity. They were unfamiliar. Neither part of their faction nor Decepticons. Could there be other fallen Cybertronians on Earth? May I inquire who you are? Asked the perceptive being politely. We shall discuss our identity shortly. First, let us rescue them, Liu Yao urged. The National Guard will arrive shortly. Thanks to the Calamity. The downed helicopter alerted the New York police to the presence of armed militants on the island, and their light weaponry was insufficient for the task at hand. Confronting the armed thugs was a job better suited for the National Guard, so the New York police, in unison, awaited outside the island, establishing a perimeter as a protective gesture for the citizens. Upon Liu Yao's reminder, the perceptive being quickly realized the priority. Rescuing their comrades was paramount. In the midst of the chaos, Liu Yao and Zapayat carefully excavated the elusive mirage from the disordered ruins, guided by the signals indicating its location. It was uncertain what kind of impact Mirage had endured, as it continued to twitch intermittently. Upon a brief examination, it was found that while Mirage had sustained some injuries, there was no grave danger. However, its system consciousness was slightly disordered, and a simple reboot would suffice, akin to the act of pinching the filtrum. Suddenly, Mirage awakened, shaking its head to clear the fog. The first sight that met its eyes was the large heads of Liu Yao and Zapayat. How do you feel? Liu Yao inquired with concern. A bit dizzy, Mirage replied, dazed. Can you transform? Liu Yao asked. Let me try. After considerable effort, accompanied by a cacophony of mechanical sounds, Mirage finally assumed the shape of a mobile device. Liu Yao caught the transformed Mirage as it bounced in the air and opened its chest cavity to accommodate it. After ensuring that the injured Mirage was settled, the two did not remain idle. Instead, they assisted the censor in rescuing the other Autobots. Under normal circumstances, they could have easily departed, yet the embers of traditional Chinese virtues within them, combined with the serendipity of encountering kindred spirits, instinctively encouraged them to seek further interaction. With the assistance of Liu Yao and Zapayat, the four unconscious Autobots were swiftly rescued and arranged neatly alongside their leader. The censor conducted a rapid assessment of the five Autobots. Although the leader, Mirage, and RC suffered severe injuries, fortunately, their core circuits and sparks remained unharmed. However, the situations of Ironhide and Bumblebee were considerably grim, particularly for Ironhide, as a devastating blow had nearly claimed its life, had it not been for its armor absorbing the missile. It might have already perished. Oh, if only Ratchet were here, the censor lamented, gazing at the injuries of its companions and reminiscing about the reliable partner, Ratchet. Yet, like Optimus Prime, Ratchet had been missing for millennia, with no news of its whereabouts. Now was not the time for nostalgia. The censor promptly administered first aid to Ironhide and Bumblebee and awakened their leader, Mirage, along with RC. Upon regaining consciousness, the three Autobots bore expressions of deep despondency, reflecting their undeniable defeat in a battle that lasted less than 20 minutes. RC gently caressed the distressing scar across Bumblebee's chest, looking up with concern. Will they be all right? In response to RC's question, the censor felt a lack of certainty but endeavored to offer comfort. I will do my utmost to save them. This is not the moment for sorrow. We must depart swiftly, for the National Guard will soon arrive, and we cannot afford to linger. In the midst of this heavy atmosphere, overshadowed by the specter of failure and the safety of their companions, the Autobots lost sight of the urgency of time, prompting Liu Yao to interject and remind them once more. Previously, all attention had been focused on Ironhide and Bumblebee, causing the leader, Mirage, RC, to overlook the presence of the two unfamiliar robots, Liu Yao and Zapayat. As Liu Yao spoke, the 6 electronic eyes of the 3 Autobots instinctively turned toward them. Faced with the sudden appearance of these 2 unknown robots, the leader, Mirage, RC instinctively adopted a defensive posture. The perceiver hastily explained, "Do not be alarmed. These 2 are not foes, and they just saved me." Upon hearing the perceiver's words, the Inspector, Phantom, and RC, though not entirely relinquishing their wariness, ceased to harbor hostility. "Can you stand?" Six Yao inquired. The Inspector, Phantom and RC supported one another and, with the perceiver's assistance, struggled to rise. The dilemma lay with Ironhide and Bumblebee. For the Inspector, Phantom, and RC, managing on their own was commendable, but Ironhide and Bumblebee required robotic support to depart. Can you still transform? Sixio continued to ask. The Inspector, Phantom, and RC nodded in response. I will carry him. Sixio indicated Bumblebee, then pointed to Ironhide and addressed the perceiver. You will carry him. We can only traverse the waterways around the backside of the island. Time was of the essence, and without hesitation, Sixio commenced arranging their actions. I apologize, but I do not have a vehicle form, the perceiver said awkwardly. Sixio and Cannon were momentarily taken aback. It was quite surprising that at this age. They were so curious about the perceiver's transformation form. Let me handle it. The Inspector, aware of the perceiver's unique situation, volunteered. With Phantom's assistance. Carrying Ironhide presented little difficulty for him. All right, let us proceed. The sound of machinery echoed as Sixio transformed into car form, stating, place him up here. Following Sixio's instructions, Cannon carefully assisted the Autobot in positioning Bumblebee securely atop Sixio's roof, ensuring Bumblebee was stable. Subsequently, Sixio extended his non-transforming arms and firmly grasped Bumblebee from either side to prevent him from falling during transit. The Inspector also transformed, and the robots gently placed Ironhide face down, within the open compartment of the Inspector's vehicle. No need to support him with your hands. Ironhide is securely wedged against the walls, the Inspector assured. The perceiver transformed into a microscope and was cradled by Phantom, who then approached the Inspector's vehicle, transforming so the Inspector could grasp its rear. While the motorcycle form RC readied for departure. Seeing everyone prepared, Sixio declared, let us embark. Satisfying their curiosity, with Cannon in his phone form, Sixio commanded. And the robots ignited their engines, cautiously making their way towards the rear bay of the island. They arrived without obstruction, and upon reaching the backside, Sixio instructed them to gently unload Bumblebee. At that moment, in his car form, Sixio said, please wait a moment, then drove into the river. Under the curious gaze of the Autobots, Sixio swiftly transformed into a submarine. Oh, so he is a triple changer, the Autobots realized. Understanding how Sixio intended to lead them to safety. In the distance, several lights rapidly approached. Quickly, hold on to me. The National Guard speedboat is arriving. Sixio urged. The perceiver and the Inspector lifted Ironhide, while Phantom and RC raised Bumblebee, each securing themselves onto Sixio's wing. All set. We are submerging. Just as the National Guard speedboat was about to arrive, Sixio guided the Autobots silently beneath the riverbed, vanishing into the inky waters. After a clandestine journey beneath the waves lasting over 2 hours, Sixio guided the Autobots southward, then veered eastward, ultimately reaching the wildlife sanctuary of Jamaica Bay, where they found a safe haven to resurface. During this arduous passage, even with Sixio's assistance, the injured Autobots expended considerable energy. Sixio and Brawl helped lift Ironhide and Bumblebee onto the sandy shore, where, at that moment, Prowl, Mirage, RC, Ironhide, and Bumblebee lay exhausted on the dry beach, unwilling to move. I truly thank you, the censor expressed gratefully to Sixio, then inquired, now, may I learn who you are? I am Sixio. And this is Brawl. We are the Mighty Lions, loyal guardians of our master, Sixio proudly introduced, while Brawl stood tall, displaying an air of pride. Mighty Lions? Guardians of the master. The censor repeated internally, simultaneously searching its vast database for any information on this unfamiliar organization. Contemplating. It speculated whether they might be descendants of ancient exiles. Millions of years ago, Cybertronians fled their homeland to escape the tyranny of the Quintessence. Could Sixio and Brawl be their descendants? As for the master, the censor was no stranger to the concept. The Cybertronians held a tradition known as the Knight's Covenant, where many would pledge loyalty to those who had aided them. Bumblebee had once been a knight to a human girl. Little did the censor know, the name Mighty Lions was a whimsical creation by Yu Shen. When Yu Shen sent Sixio and the others to America, Sixio inquired how to introduce themselves. To which Yu Shen pondered momentarily before replying, just say you are the Mighty Lions. Mighty implies you possess at least 3 forms. Lions. Well, it suggests you are formidable. In truth, Yu Shen simply found lions to flow better than dragons or beasts. It is a pleasure to meet you. We are Autobots, warriors of the Cybertronian resistance stranded on Earth. I am Censor, and these are Prowl, Mirage, RC, Bumblebee, and Ironhide. The censor introduced itself and its companions. Meanwhile, Prowl, Mirage, and RC lay on the riverbank, appearing weary but still managing to wave their hands in a gesture of goodwill. What are your plans next? Their injuries cannot be remedied in just any location. Sixu directly inquired, now that they had forged a connection through shared experiences. We must first find a place to hide. Gather parts and energy to allow them to heal gradually, the censor lamented, casting a worried glance at Ironhide and Bumblebee. It indeed had no better solution than to rely on the potent self-healing abilities of their spark, hoping that with sufficient energy, they might return to their former selves. Six Yao also felt helpless regarding the Autobot's current predicament and chose to remain silent. He believed that if Yu Shen were present, there would certainly be a solution. Yet, good deeds should be rewarded. Since we have come this far, let us ensure they are settled before we depart. He reminded himself to inquire about that peculiar item they possessed. Suddenly, everyone, it appears you are in need of assistance. In midair, the somewhat cynical Tony Stark addressed the robots below. Chapter 16, Iron Man and Pure Iron Man. Tony Stark's unexpected appearance instantly shattered the tranquility that the Autobots had just discovered. The detectives, Phantom and RC, who had been lying on the riverbank, immediately raised their laser cannons, vigilantly aiming at the hovering Stark. They were well aware of who had arrived. After all, Stark's self-revelation as Iron Man had been monumental news, and having long evaded the public eye in America, they naturally paid attention to this flamboyant figure. The crucial question remained, what was the purpose of this prominent individual tracking them? Was he accompanied by the National Guard? Given their dwindling energy reserves, the tension was palpable. Blaster discreetly nudged Six-Shot, communicating through their squad's unique encrypted radio. Did you notice this guy's arrival? No. The Master mentioned that Stark's intellect could create devices far surpassing Earth's technological level, so it is not surprising he evaded my sensors, Six-Shot calmly replied. What should we do? This fellow is someone the Master instructed us to monitor closely. If he engages in conflict with the Autobots, whom will we assist? Blaster expressed his concern. If a confrontation arises, we will incapacitate Stark and retreat. We need not involve ourselves in the conflict between the two parties. Our priority is to ensure Stark's survival. Six-Shot decisively concluded. After a swift exchange, Six-Shot and Blaster opted for silence, quietly observing the evolving situation, ready to act should the need arise. Whoa. Everyone, remain calm, Stark said, unfazed by the multiple laser weapons aimed at him. He raised his hands high, adopting a peaceful and friendly demeanor to convey his lack of hostility. Mr. Stark, what do you intend to do? The Perceptor signaled to his companions to lower their weapons, inquiring in a tone that was both courteous and firm. He understood that instigating a fight at this juncture would be unwise. Since Stark demonstrated no intention for conflict, it was best for them not to appear overly aggressive. Oh? You recognize me, Tony remarked, lifting the visor of his helmet with a hint of surprise. Perceptor did not respond, but projected an article written by local reporters from New York, detailing Stark's romantic escapades in front of him. The revelation from an alien robot made Stark's face flush with embarrassment. Clearing his throat, he quickly coughed twice in an attempt to mask his discomfort. RC couldn't help but laugh at Stark's awkwardness, which only deepened his embarrassment. He tried to act nonchalant, gently scratching his cheek, and with a self-deprecating tone, he remarked, "It seems I am more famous than I imagined." Perceptor's bright eyes sparkled with mockery, yet his voice remained polite yet firm. "Mr. Stark, perhaps you should clarify your intentions." Tony swiftly extricated himself from his awkward predicament. He bypassed any flowery language and stated his purpose directly. To put it simply, I am intrigued by your life forms and scientific technology. I happen to be facing some difficulties at the moment, and I hope we can collaborate. I'll help you heal your companion, and you assist me in resolving my troubles. A flicker of light danced in the Perceptron's eyes as its body leaned slightly forward, radiating an exceptional focus, as if it sought to unearth a deeper significance within Tony's words. Although its facial expression remained largely unchanged, those eyes, imbued with wisdom, seemed to converse, revealing a cautious yet intrigued response to Stark's proposal. "Mr. Stark, your suggestion indeed sounds rather enticing," the Perceptron finally articulated. Its voice, while imbued with a mechanical calmness, also conveyed a warmth of friendliness. "However, before we delve into any potential collaboration, I must gain a deeper understanding of the troubles you are encountering. After all, our partnership should be founded on mutual comprehension and trust." Tony nodded gently, a glimmer of approval illuminating his eyes. Clearly, the Perceptron's response had perfectly aligned with his expectations, showcasing an open demeanor while maintaining a prudent reserve. "Since you have managed to uncover my romantic history, you must also be aware of the terrorist attack I endured." The Perceptron acknowledged with a subtle nod, indicating its awareness of the matter. Tony continued, "Due to that assault, I am now embedded with numerous tiny metal fragments throughout my body. These fragments can only be held at bay by the electromagnet in my chest. Yet this predicament has also led to my poisoning by radioactive elements. Your technology surpasses the current capabilities of Earth in certain respects, particularly in energy manipulation and form transformation. I require your assistance to resolve the issues afflicting me." The Perceptron fell silent for a moment, seemingly engaged in profound contemplation of Tony's words. After a brief pause, it replied, "Mr. Stark, your candor adds significant value to this dialogue. We indeed possess unique technologies in those two areas. However, I must confer with my companions." Tony gestured for it to proceed, and the Perceptron nodded before stepping towards the Autobots to discuss quietly. What a wondrous form of life. Tony gracefully descended upon the beach. His gaze drawn to the nearby Autobots engaged in hushed debate, excitement shimmering in his eyes, betraying the tumult within his heart. Confronted with the countdown of life, Tony had persistently sought a means of self-redemption, and the prospect of transferring his consciousness into a mechanical body was among his alternatives, albeit one he found rather objectionable. This would mean relinquishing the pleasures of culinary delights and companionship, rendering life devoid of joy. Perhaps it would be better to simply embrace death. Proclaiming himself as Iron Man, he had resolutely committed to the noble pursuit of saving lives. A choice fueled not only by a desire for atonement for his past transgressions, but also by a yearning for the world to remember him as a superhero, Iron Man Tony Stark, rather than merely a profit-driven businessman or a frivolous libertine. On this journey to Ellis Island, by mere coincidence, he saved Elena, who had nearly drowned in her frantic escape. And from her, he learned of a group of machines on the island possessing absolute self-awareness engaged in conflict. In that moment, the brilliance of Tony Stark's mind ignited with the realization that this might be the new opportunity he sought for survival. He was intrigued by how these mechanical life forms resolve their energy supply issues. Just as humans require sustenance to sustain life, these robots equally necessitated energy to maintain their bodily functions. While humans may face adaptation challenges in new environments, these extraterrestrial mechanical beings exhibited a remarkable ability to acclimate to Earth's conditions. This suggested that they could convert Earth's energy into the energy they required. Should he master this technology, perhaps he could develop a method to transform toxic elements into harmless substances, thereby resolving the issue entirely. In an instant, the industrious Iron Man, after ferrying Elena across the river, hastily soared towards Ellis Island, only to arrive just in time to witness a calamity as the 6-Yo was driven away by a powerful blast. Concealed in the shadows, he discreetly observed the robots as they rescued their comrades. After the robots transformed and retreated, he stealthily followed them. When the 6-Yo, accompanied by the Autobots, resurfaced, he decisively revealed himself. Hey, aren't you going to discuss matters with them? At that moment, Tony noticed that the 6-Yo and the cannon did not accompany the sensors to negotiate strategies with the Autobots, but instead gazed at him with keen interest. He found it perplexing. Was his armored suit truly so captivating to these two robots? Oh, we are not on the same team, the cannon explained with a sense of pride. Then you. Tony, bewildered, gestured in the air, attempting to distinguish between the two groups of robots, his confusion evident. The 6-Yo and the cannon exchanged glances, finding Tony Stark's bewilderment particularly amusing. We are the versatile Lions, and they are the Autobots. In simpler terms, we are not in the same boat. We have our own missions, and they have theirs. This occurrence is merely coincidental, the cannon remarked nonchalantly. Tony nodded. Oh, then why are you watching me? He inquired, still puzzled. Our master instructed us to observe you closely when we are not occupied. We are executing our master's orders. The 6-Yo stated earnestly, their expression akin to that of one undertaking a grave task, if only their eyes didn't glimmer so mischievously. I believe you not at all. You cunning robot, Tony Stark thought to himself. While Tony engaged with the 6-Yo and the cannon, a debate between Phantom and RC was reaching its conclusion. In truth, the crux of their argument was rather straightforward. They were concerned that Stark might speak one way and act another. However, the circumstances surrounding Ironhide and Bumblebee ultimately led the Autobots to decide to take a gamble. Mr. Stark, we agree to collaborate with you, the sensor relayed. Having reached an agreement with its companions, Tony raised an eyebrow, a fleeting, enigmatic smile crossing his face, an expression of both satisfaction and eager anticipation. This was indeed splendid news. He soared into the air, exclaiming, "Let us hasten, my friends. I shall assist in mending your comrades." He hesitated, recalling that the 6-Yo and the two robots were not allied with the Autobots, and cautiously inquired, "You two? If possible, we wish to remain with them for the time being. There are matters we have yet to clarify," the 6-Yo replied. The mystery of what the key truly was compelled the 6-Yo to seek answers from the Autobots. The fundamental purpose behind everything Yu Shen does is abundantly clear to him. No problem. Follow me. The Transformers, utilizing their traditional methods, carried Ironhide and Bumblebee as they accompanied Tony Stark to a factory belonging to Stark Industries. This facility, once dedicated to weapon production, has remained idle since my company pivoted its focus. Generally, it sees little foot traffic. After discreetly dispatching the security personnel, Tony spoke as he guided the robots into the factory. The sound of footsteps reverberated through the vast space, resonating with exceptional clarity. The robots trailed behind him, their metallic joints emitting subtle sounds that intermingled with Tony's footsteps, creating an unusual harmony. There is ample space here for your repairs, and this location is far from the city center, making it less likely to attract attention. Tony halted, gesturing towards the assorted tools and components piled nearby, a smile gracing his face. Although the equipment and materials were not the latest, they were undeniably suited to your needs. The Transformers exchanged glances, seemingly engaging in a silent form of communication. "Thank you very much, Mr. Stark," came the warm, electronically synthesized voice of the Perceptor. "You have provided us with a splendid place. Please, just call me Tony. Now that fate has made us partners, it is my unassailable duty to furnish my partners with the necessary equipment and materials." With an expression of nonchalance, Tony felt a surge of joy within. To him, these colossal metal beings were remarkably easy to persuade. A mere display of kindness was enough for them to trust him without reservation. Such naively endearing robots. The Perceptor, devoid of comprehension regarding the complexities of human emotions, simply placed its trust in the figure of Tony Stark before it, believing in his goodwill towards the Transformers. Its electronic eyes reflected Tony's image, the steadfast partner it had chosen to trust, and the one it was willing to extend a helping hand to. "All right, Tony. Allow us to introduce ourselves." The Perceptor and the three active Transformers stood tall, their damaged exteriors gleaming under the lights, exuding both strength and solemnity. "I am Perceptor, Sergeant of the Cybertronian Resistance and Chief Scientist." "Ah," Tony Stark's eyes sparkled with delight. "A Chief Scientist. What a fortunate find." "I am Mirage, Staff Sergeant of the Cybertronian Resistance." "I am Prowl, Corporal of the Cybertronian Resistance." "My name is RC," she added, although RC was also a member of the Resistance. She held no formal rank. "It is a pleasure to meet you, beautiful lady." Tony, having been ingrained with the importance of politeness towards women, lest he receive a reprimand from Aunt Peggy, exemplified the conduct of a true gentleman, despite his otherwise reckless demeanor. Pointing to the unconscious Ironhide and Bumblebee, the Perceptor continued, "This is Ironhide, Lieutenant of the Cybertronian Resistance. The other is Bumblebee." Bumblebee serves as the loyal lieutenant to Optimus Prime, recognized as the most exceptional intelligence operative among the Resistance. Hence there was little need for further introduction by the censor. It was a privilege for Tony to meet the esteemed friends from Cybertron. His voice brimmed with enthusiasm, his eyes sparkling with an insatiable thirst for the technological wonders of the unknown. He extended his arms wide, as if this gesture would somehow bring him closer to this unfamiliar race he had yet to fully comprehend. Turning his gaze, he fixed his eyes upon Six-Shot and Cannon. Curiosity evident in his expression. Who might these two be? He yearned to uncover the origins of these robots with their own masters. Six-Shot, with a hint of apology, spoke gently, "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Stark. Until I have my master's consent, I am unable to disclose their identity." In response to Six-Shot's polite refusal, Tony Stark raised an eyebrow and allowed a smirk to dance at the corners of his lips, a sly creature indeed. Although he felt a twinge of disdain for Six-Shot's secrecy, he maintained a casual demeanor, responding nonchalantly, "No matter, do as you wish." With that, he shifted his focus away from Six-Shot and Cannon, addressing the censor. "All right, let us attend to the matter at hand." He then approached the unconscious Ironhide and Bumblebee. Continuing his inquiry, "Tell me, where are their injuries?" The censor directed the Autobot comrades to lift Ironhide and Bumblebee onto a nearby expansive metallic conveyor belt. Six-Shot and Cannon naturally lent a hand, deftly dismantling Ironhide's armor with remarkable precision. Each motion was executed with meticulous accuracy. Despite the calmness of its voice, an undeniable concern permeated its tone. "The injuries of both are quite similar," the censor stated with a professional and serious demeanor. "One is wounded in the left chest, while the other bears an injury in the right chest. Ironhide's case is particularly troublesome, as his wound has affected the spark, what you humans refer to as the soul. Bumblebee's condition is comparatively less severe, primarily affecting his core circuitry. As Ironhide and Bumblebee's chests were opened, the intricate network of wiring and structure within was revealed. The censor's fingers gently caressed the two wounds, as if it could sense the pain experienced by its comrades at the moment of injury. Despite the differing locations of the wounds, the nature of the damage was identical, both inflicted by high-energy weaponry that compromised their internal structures. Moreover, due to the unique positions of the wounds, a simple repair would not suffice. With a contemplative tone, the censor remarked, "We need to fundamentally reconstruct the structures surrounding the wounds, and may even require custom parts to replace the damaged components." Standing beside, Tony fastened his helmet, his gaze intently fixed on the exposed chest of the two injured Autobot warriors. "J-A-R-V-I-S. Scan," he commanded, his expression one of deep concentration. "Scanning now, sir." "J-A-R-V-I-S. promptly responded. Under J-A-R-V-I-S precise control, beams of sharp light emitted from the visor of Tony's helmet, sweeping over the chest of the two Autobot warriors in a thorough examination. Mere moments later, J-A-R-V-I-S voice announced, "Scan complete, sir. All damaged components and circuits have been identified." Tony projected the scan results as a three-dimensional image into the air and remarked to his companions, "It seems the situation is worse than I had anticipated." Jarvis. Magnify the most severe damage. The projection in the air quickly enlarged, ultimately focusing on 5 highlighted areas in red. He pointed at the projection of Bumblebee, indicating. The damage is located in the energy transmission system. Meanwhile, the Decepticons, Six-Shot and Brawl, settled in a nearby corner, occasionally glancing toward the makeshift repair platform. The Sensors and Tony Stark busied themselves around the metal and Bumblebee, deliberating on the most effective and rational methods to mend the damages. A palpable tension permeated the factory air, only occasionally alleviated by Tony Stark's distinctive humor, which provided a slight reprieve from the otherwise strained atmosphere. The trio of Autobots, Prowl, Mirage, and RC, sat diagonally across from Six-Shot and Brawl, their expressions a tapestry of concern, worry, and regret. As warriors, they appeared somewhat helpless in the face of technical issues, resorting instead to silent prayers, hoping for the safe recovery of their companion. Six-Shot understood that it was not the time to inquire about problems. He sighed softly and spoke to Brawl. In times like this, each of them is doing their part, whether through wisdom or heart. Brawl nodded, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze, as if he were lost in thought. I wish the Master were here, Brawl suddenly remarked, his eyes fixed intently on the repair station. Indeed, it would be better if the Master were here, Six-Shot replied, turning back to regard Brawl, who appeared somewhat dazed. Master, where are you now? He silently called out in his heart. Chapter 17. Numerous questions. Six-Shot of the land of the foolish eagle awaited Yu Shen's return with eager anticipation. Meanwhile, deep within the pyramid, the remnants of shattered walls lay in desolation, as if time had come to a standstill. The grand tomb, once solemn and majestic, had become a pitiful ruin, resembling a lifeless city ravaged by war. This treasure of Chinese heritage had been so wantonly desecrated. Crackling sounds echoed through the silence of the desolate ruins, as a solitary sphere of light began to surface with countless tiny fissures, spreading rapidly like a spider's web. As time progressed, these cracks grew denser and deeper. Finally, in an instant, the sphere could no longer withstand the internal pressure, bursting with a soft yet crisp pop, transforming into a shower of luminous dust, cascading like countless stars. Amidst this starlit spectacle, the figure of Yu Shen emerged. Yu Shen's absolute defense was one of the 3 supreme magical arts, the only defensive sorcery. It created an invincible protective sphere that froze time, safeguarding everything within it. External forces could not breach it until the occupant within shattered the sphere using their own magical power. If they failed to break free, they would remain inside indefinitely. Little Japan, may your ancestors be cursed for 8 generations. As Yu Shen emerged, clutching the ancient mirror, he unleashed a torrent of curses upon himself, berating his own foolishness for not interrogating the very essence of his adversary. After a prolonged bout of frustration, he finally found a semblance of calm. What more could be done at this juncture? Rubbing his sore cheek, he sighed deeply. Setting aside other thoughts, he resolved to restore the tomb with urgency. Kneeling, he pressed his free hand onto the ground, and in that instant, a grand transmutation array rapidly took shape under his command. Within the array, white electric arcs darted like ethereal serpents among the fragmented bricks, each flicker visibly reassembling the debris at an astonishing pace. Once all the bricks were reconfigured, they seemed to awaken with a memory, each flying to its designated place. In that moment, the damaged tomb resembled a jigsaw puzzle reassembled or a reversed image, coming together once more. With a heavy breath, Yu Shen steadied himself by leaning on his knee, surveying the quality of his work. Besides the stone guardians lining the pathway, his primary concern being that they might turn on him and necessitate further destruction, every brick, every blade of grass, had been impeccably restored. At last, the tomb was reinstated, though it had drained him entirely. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he realized he resembled a dog utterly spent, panting heavily. As he scanned the surroundings, he sought a secluded corner to rest. What caught his eye was an object lodged against the city wall, a katana, its blade glistening like ice, exuding a chilling allure, the very weapon wielded by Thanos. Astonishingly durable, it had withstood the force of a tremendous explosion, suffering only minor damage to its hilt. He approached, seating himself beside the blade, utterly fatigued, feeling as though he had been hollowed out from the exertion of using his formidable abilities. Contemplating the katana, he decided to grasp it, noticing he had nothing to eat. It would serve as sustenance. He then softly chanted the Dragon Slayer magic in Iron Dragon mode. If the Thunder Dragon mode granted him the ability to consume lightning, the Iron Dragon mode would naturally allow him to devour various metals. Regardless of the katana's formidable sharpness and resilience, it was ultimately composed of metal. With a mouth lined with iron-gray teeth as sharp as blades, he opened wide and, akin to gnawing on sugarcane, brought the katana to his lips. Whoa, this is exceptionally hard, he muttered, feeling its unparalleled solidity. With a determined effort, he finally bit down on the tip of the blade, thinking to himself, no matter how tough, my teeth are tougher. After a vigorous struggle, he managed to consume the entire sword. Once the Iron Dragon mode was lifted, he flexed his sword jaw, a result of prolonged tension. It was undeniable that, although the katana was not large, its quality was impeccable. He could distinctly sense that the elements constituting the blade harbored an extraordinary power capable of severing all, combined with an unparalleled hardness. Truly a remarkable item, though regrettably in scant supply. In the future, should the opportunity arise, I must seek out the formulation of this material. The 6 divinations would undoubtedly find it indispensable, he mused. Leaning against the wall, Yu Shen contemplated this rare element. At that moment, he finally had the chance to scrutinize the ancient mirror in his possession. This mirror, circular in shape, bore the mottled green rust of time upon its surface, while its frame, crafted from pure copper, was adorned with intricate engravings. On the reverse side, a dragon coiled majestically, its eyes gleaming with vitality, as if poised to leap forth from the mirror. Surrounding the dragon was a swirling mist, which imbued the artifact with an aura of mystery and antiquity. Yet, no matter how he examined it, Yu Shen could not shake the feeling that this ancient mirror was simply an unremarkable relic. What on earth was this? A myriad of questions flooded his mind. He could hardly believe that that wretched woman, Ito, had gone to such great lengths for an artifact of no considerable value. However, this was not the only enigma troubling him. Similar inquiries plagued his thoughts. Where had the object, which was evidently referred to as a magical treasure in fantasy novels, originated from? How had they discovered such a place? Was this truly the Tomb of Moi? How many more temporal rifts akin to this existed in the land of Huaxia? Those capable of constructing such a site, or possessing the requisite technology, where had they vanished to? Was the so-called primordial era truly a savage and primitive society? If it were not a primitive society, why had it to be reformed into its current state? And what of the question, do gods truly exist? Or are they merely extraterrestrial beings far superior to humans? Ah, so many questions, so burdensome. Yu Shen, agitated, scratched his head. Aside from dispatching a few enemies and acquiring a seemingly magical mirror, he felt he had gained nothing of value, and instead, had only accumulated further troubles. The more he thought about it, the more he loathed that woman, Ito. Her decisive nature was infuriating. Yes, too decisive indeed. Straightening his back, he recalled the expression in Ito Mihoko's eyes before the explosion. There was sorrow, disappointment, resentment, anticipation, but no fear or hesitation in the face of death. Why? Yu Shen murmured to himself, recalling what Gao Lian had said about her being a woman of great complexity. Why then, at the last moment, did she make such an extreme choice? Was it because she accepted her fate and chose to take me down with her? While this notion was not entirely unfathomable, he could not shake the feeling that there was something more at play. Once doubt takes root, it proves difficult to dislodge. Yet the logical reasoning made Yu Shen feel somewhat paranoid. Forget it, he decided. Regardless, the matter had concluded. It was time to return. He had no intention of entering the tomb. After all, it was his actions that had led to its destruction, and he felt no desire to pay his respects within. Yet, he could not simply depart without some form of tribute. Ancestors above, he dared not invoke Nhwa, lest he be mistaken. My name is Yu Shen. In this struggle against treacherous foes, I inadvertently caused the destruction of the tomb. I hope the ancestors can forgive me. After bowing 3 times, he stood up and said, I apologize for the disturbance. May we meet again in the future. With that, he turned and swiftly exited the city gates, leaving the tomb of Nhwa behind. As Yu Shen departed, the magnificent tomb returned to its silence. However, this tranquility did not endure for long. On the stone path before the tomb, the space suddenly warped as a black hole, conjured by Kakashi's Mangeki Sharingan, materialized abruptly. The snow woman, previously consumed by Kamui, re-emerged into this realm. A vessel without a master and devoid of consciousness, she stood alone, her beauty entwined with an icy demeanor, resembling a living statue of flesh and blood. At that moment, wisps of faint crimson essence wafted from the open doorway of the tomb, gently coiling around her feet and gradually spreading along her form, ultimately penetrating her 7 orifices. When the last trace of the red essence dissipated within her breath, the snow woman's once vacant and soulless eyes suddenly sparkled with vitality. She blinked softly, a smile taking shape at the corners of her lips, one capable of stirring hearts. This body, hailing from Takamagara, was indeed quite splendid. Raising her arm to admire her slender, green onion-like fingers, her voice rang clear and melodious, akin to a mountain spring. What did you say, little June? She turned her gaze toward the empty air beside her, as if someone were whispering in her ear. Of course, I know this, the snow woman replied, displaying a hint of impatience. Oh, please stop nagging. After sleeping for so long, I've finally acquired a body. Let me enjoy myself first before we talk. Her tone was mischievous. It was evident that the snow woman's body had been occupied by something else. Ignoring the unseen companion beside her, the snow woman waved her delicate white hand, and a flurry of snowflakes erupted from her form, swirling rapidly around her. As the vortex of snowflakes slowed its frantic dance, the snow woman vanished as if she were melting away. Unbeknownst to Yu Shen, who had just departed, An unknown spirit had already usurped his place, leaving the tomb ahead of him. He retraced his steps through the mural-laden corridor and exited the pyramid, flying over the stone mound until he reached the heavenly gate constructed of red jade. Initially, he had cleared a path to restore a momentary tranquility outside the gate. However, the dense azure mist had once again enveloped this seemingly boundless space. The unsettling malevolent spirits roamed within the azure fog, revealing their grotesque visages upon sensing Yu Shen within the heavenly gate, bearing their fangs and claws. Yet, inexplicably, they appeared to harbor a dread of the realm inside the red jade gate, hesitating at its threshold, unsure of crossing. Why are there so many? Where on earth did these wretched things come from? Yu Shen muttered to himself, a frown creasing his brow, his voice tinged with perplexity and resignation. Even a fool could discern that the emergence of these azure mists and their accompanying malevolence was far from coincidental, concealing secrets unknown to him. Though curiosity gnawed at him, he had no time to address these matters now. His grandmother, father, mother, and sister were still in the village, and he needed to return swiftly, lest he inadvertently expose himself. The continuous drain of his energy rendered him incapable of casting a wide-area clearing spell. Despite the fine quality of the knife restoring some of his strength, those precious magical reserves had to be reserved for breaching the spatial barrier. Thus, he summoned the thorn rose, transforming it into a motorcycle. After placing the ancient mirror into its storage compartment, he mounted the thorn rose, casually donning a pair of sunglasses. Holy Radiance Shield. As Yu Shen softly chanted, a dense golden radiance immediately enveloped him. This sacred power served as a divine protection, tightly encasing both him and the thorn rose. To an observer from afar, Yu Shen, astride the thorn rose and shrouded in golden light, appeared as a resplendent statue, exuding an aura of solemnity and sanctity, an embodiment that seemed inviolable. The engine of the thorn rose roared like a furious beast, its power fully unleashed by Yu Shen. Go, he commanded, and before his words could fade, the thorn rose surged forward like a wild stallion, plunging into the azure mist. Within the mist, the grotesque malevolent spirits sensed the threat posed by the thorn rose. They emitted silent screams, attempting to use their bodies to obstruct this uninvited intruder. However, this was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, a futile act of hubris. Under the fierce onslaught of the thorn rose, their forms were shredded into fragments, dissipating into wisps of azure smoke that were swiftly assimilated by the mist. With sparks flying, Yu Shen soon arrived at the previously damaged spatial barrier. Although the cracks had been skillfully repaired and the space's texture rewoven, his keen perception still caught the subtle changes. In his eyes, the former fissures resembled invisible scars, faintly discernible, quietly recounting tales of the past deep within the fabric of space. At that moment, he felt as if he could sense the very breath and pulse of the space itself, a unique language transcending time and matter. He inhaled deeply, and the brilliance of the holy shield intensified. The minor cracks began to respond to the magic he released, gradually becoming more pronounced and clearer. Though this process was immensely arduous, as he continuously channeled his magical energy, the cracks eventually revealed themselves entirely, coalescing into a passage imbued with an air of mystery. Without hesitation, he urged the thorn rose towards the radiance-encircled passage. As they traversed the threshold, the luster of the holy shield reached its zenith. Open, Yu Shen bellowed. And with the resonance of his voice, the surrounding scene underwent a dramatic transformation. It was as if an invisible hand grasped space tightly, warping and reshaping it into a colossal vortex. This vortex, seemingly void, harbored boundless power, and everything around appeared to lose its color, leaving only the increasingly bright point of light at its center. Yu Shen and the thorn rose were thus drawn into the vortex, the surroundings becoming indistinct, resembling a tunnel composed of nebulae and dust swirling continuously. Inside the tunnel, bizarre and kaleidoscopic sights unfolded. At times, shooting stars streaked by, while ripples danced intermittently. They sped through this tunnel, the scenery flashing past like a rapidly rewinding film, overwhelming the senses. Before long, the vortex that had engulfed them rapidly collapsed into a luminescent point no larger than a fist, flickering a few times before vanishing as if it had never existed. Chapter 18. Return. The seventh day of the Lunar New Year, commonly known as Rinri, is a day imbued with traditional significance. As the first light of dawn breaks, a gossamer veil of morning light gently envelopes the mountains. Amidst the chill of the wind, families with graves atop the hills have begun their preparations, gathering incense, paper money, and a variety of food and drink as offerings to their ancestors. Carrying baskets filled with these tributes, they embark on their annual pilgrimage to the mountains. However, this year's ancestral rites bear a distinct difference from those of the past. As the villagers ascend, they are met with an astonishing sight they had not anticipated. A group of individuals clad in identical gray uniforms congregating at the site of the old Laonyang temple. They laboriously hoist cement bags, bricks, and an array of building materials, making repeated trips from the foot of the mountain to its summit. For them, the rugged mountain path is no different from a smooth road. At this moment, The sounds of hammers striking and drills whirring resonate through the air above the old temple site, transforming the serene mountains into a bustling construction site. "Excuse me, what is it that you are doing?" inquired a curious man from one of the families making their way to honor their ancestors, as he caught hold of a gray-clad worker carrying cement. "Oh, we are constructing a Taoist temple on this site," replied the worker, gesturing towards the old Laonyang temple before continuing on his way. "Building a house in the dead of winter? Has he lost his senses?" the man muttered under his breath, casting a bewildered glance at the departing figure. Choosing to undertake construction in the biting cold of winter presents not only significant challenges, but also poses a considerable test to the worker's physical well-being. To the average person, such a choice seems utterly irrational. "Didn't they say that would impede fortune? Why are they building?" the woman queried, puzzled by her husband's reaction. "Pa, ignore those fools." The man scoffed dismissively. "Let us attend to our own matters. It's cold, and the child can't bear it." He beckoned his wife and child to follow. "Oh, by the way, dear, don't you think that uniform looks somewhat familiar?" the woman remarked, as if a memory had suddenly surfaced. Upon hearing this, the man turned back, but the gray figure was already receding along the mountain path, leaving only a fleeting glimpse of that familiar gray hue. "It does seem familiar," he murmured, but chose not to elaborate further, instead taking the items from his wife's hands and urging her to hold their child. In the cold wind, the trio's silhouette appeared particularly heartwarming. Meanwhile, the gray-clad worker delivered the cement to the old Laonyang temple site and turned to descend the mountain once more. At this dusty construction site, Gao Lian, wearing a hard hat, stood with the foreman, poring over the construction plans. Their fingers danced across the blueprints, discussing every intricate detail of the build. Since the early hours of the 6th day, Gao Lian had been making phone calls, reaching out to gather labor and coordinate various construction materials. His objective was to expedite the construction of the Taoist temple, thereby safeguarding the dragon vein that lay within this land. For Guo had emphasized that only by reconstructing the temple could they ensure that the ancient dragon vein would remain undisturbed. Just then, a voice called out from afar. "Gao Zong." The sound pierced through the clamor of the construction site, clearly reaching Gao Lian's ears. Gao Lian lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the crowd, and soon spotted Yao Lily, the person in charge of Liao County, hurriedly approaching him, evidently eager to convey some important message. Upon reaching Gao Lian, Yao Lily exclaimed, "The work in the valley is complete. Would you like to take a look?" Previously, Guizhua had successfully sealed the Qi cavern, and in a bid to ensure safety, Gao Lian had ordered the entrance to be blasted. The explosion had indeed occurred, yet he refrained from tampering with the feng shui formation within, merely collapsing the entrance. Reflecting on this, Gao Lian felt it was still insufficiently secure, thus he summoned the elderly matriarch of the sect to personally establish protective barriers within the valley, ensuring that any future attempts to disrupt the formation would promptly alert him. Now, upon seeing Yao Lily, he understood that everything in the valley was prepared. "Very well." He turned to the foreman with polite formality. "Master Zhang, I entrust this to you. Rest assured, Mr. Gao, this task is a mere trifle for us at Tiangong Hall." Zhang Dayuan from the northeast branch confidently assured, thumping his chest. Gao Lian nodded in gratitude to Zhang Dayuan and then addressed Yao Lily. "Let us proceed." With that, he tossed a safety helmet to a subordinate nearby. The two moved swiftly, and before long, they arrived at the valley. However, upon entering, "What is happening?" Yao Lily exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. The employees within the valley wore equally dazed expressions, their gazes fixated on a wondrous spectacle suspended in midair. It appeared as though the air had been lifted like a plastic membrane, with something striving to breach its surface from the emerging silhouette. It resembled the front of a motorcycle. Gao Yin, though well-versed in various phenomena, found himself equally perplexed by the scene before him. His brow furrowed as he swiftly analyzed this extraordinary occurrence, silently contemplating, could it be? At that moment, the outline of the motorcycle began to sharpen, as if some mysterious force from another realm was propelling it into their world. With a soft yet crisp pop, the air's plastic membrane finally ruptured, and a pastel green motorcycle appeared to traverse the void, gracefully descending into the valley and landing firmly upon the earth. After executing a flawless drift, it came to a halt. All present were rendered speechless by the astonishing sight. The valley enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the mournful wail of the cold wind weaving through the landscape. Gao Lian focused intently, and a smile spread across his face. "Xiaoyu?" His exclamation shattered the valley's stillness as he joyfully dashed toward the pastel green motorcycle. "Xiaoyu, is that truly you? Where have you been these past few days?" His voice brimmed with excitement and confusion. Having just emerged from the temporal rift, Yu Shen had yet to absorb his surroundings when Gao Lian's shout startled him. And before he knew it, Gao Lian had grasped the motorcycle's handlebars tightly, as if fearing it might vanish once more. "Uncle Gao, you made it? Wow, it's already dawn," Yu Shen remarked in astonishment, taking note of several individuals clad in gray uniforms standing around him. The employees of Guzheng Nadotong gradually transitioned from expressions of shock to curiosity, their gazes flitting between Yu Shen and Gao Lian, seemingly striving to comprehend the nature of their relationship. What nonsense! You've been here for 2 days. Where on earth have you been? By the way, where are those devils? Upon hearing Yu Shen's words, Gao Lian felt a surge of frustration and retorted sharply. Internally, he mused, "You made me worry for 2 days about those devils. And now you have the audacity to ask me about your arrival? What? 2 days? You've been here for 2 days?" Gao Lian's revelation startled Yu Shen, who felt as though he had only spent an hour inside. How could it be that 2 days had passed outside? Sigh, a poor student is indeed a poor student. It's apparent that the flow of time inside is problematic, yet he still fails to grasp it. Truly, what a situation. Observing Yu Shen's bewildered expression, Gao Lian inquired with curiosity, "Indeed, 2 days. What the hell?" Yu Shen exclaimed. The sudden outburst caused Gao Lian to instinctively loosen his grip on the handlebars, his mind racing with uncertainty. What is going on? He noticed Yu Shen closing his eyes. As Yu Shen shut his eyes, he connected with his shadow doppelganger. Although the shadow could flawlessly replicate his behavioral traits, one could never be too cautious. The minuscule probabilities were most troubling. While Yu Shen was verifying the integrity of his shadow doppelganger, CI Mei received a plethora of information from Lu Yao. From initial technical data to subsequent urgent calls, she could sense Lu Yao's agitation and uncertainty after losing contact with Yu Shen. Thus, CI Mei promptly sent a communication signal to Lu Yao, who was far away in the land of the foolish eagle. After a moment, Yu Shen opened his eyes, exhaling a sigh of relief. The shadow doppelganger had not betrayed him. It was currently in class. He looked at Gao Lian, a glimmer of relaxation flickering in his eyes. Gao Lian raised an eyebrow, keenly perceiving the subtle shift in Yu Shen, and asked, "Is something amiss?" "Nothing at all," Yu Shen replied with a smile, one that radiated a sense of ease. "Rest assured, the devils have been dealt with." He then began to recount some of his experiences, omitting any mention of the pyramid. As Yu Shen narrated his tale, the connection established between CI Mei and Lu Yao allowed CI Mei to immediately sense the joy and relief emanating from Lu Yao. Lu Yao's voice brimmed with excitement. "We are currently with Tony Stark. You won't believe what we've encountered." The exhilaration transformed Lu Yao from his usual reticence into a veritable fountain of words. "The underlings of one? Autobots?" Hearing this, CI Mei could hardly contain her incredulity and interrupted Lu Yao. "Precisely." Lu Yao responded enthusiastically, clearly indicating that this unexpected encounter had proven to be a significant windfall for the three of them. He continued, "When I brought them." CI Mei was utterly astounded by Lu Yao's experiences. Although she was surprised by the existence of kindred beings, she understood that this was not the moment to dwell and wonder. The urgency conveyed through the information, coupled with Lu Yao's encounter with Tony Stark, suggested that Yu Shen and they might soon face an unprecedented challenge. After listening to Lu Yao's account, CI Mei solemnly informed him, "The master is currently engaged in discussions with important partners. I will report your matters to him shortly. We shall meet soon. Stand by and be prepared." As Yu Shen's personal secretary, CI Mei possessed a certain authority to issue commands. "Understood," Lu Yao replied, and the call ended as Yu Shen concluded his narration. Gao Lian, a man of meticulous thought, naturally detected subtle discord in Yu Shen's recounting. Although Yu Shen appeared relaxed, the omissions in his words raised Gao Lian's suspicions. However, he refrained from probing further, as the crowded environment was ill-suited for deep conversation. Yu Shen was aware that he could not conceal everything from Gao Lian. Yet he understood that this did not undermine their mutual trust. In this intricate world, every individual harbors their own secrets, and the ability to understand and respect one another constitutes a rare and precious friendship. "Uncle Gao, I must return home," Yu Shen stated, preparing to take his leave. "Yes. Go back. I truly owe you for this. I will remain here for a couple of days. Allow me to treat you to dinner the day after tomorrow," Gao Lian said, gently patting Yu Shen's shoulder, filled with gratitude. "Of course," Yu Shen replied, revving the throttle as he sped out of the valley. As Yu Shen's figure faded into the distance, Yu Lily leaned in and whispered, "Brother Gao, that was Yao. Tell the others to act as if they saw nothing," Gao Lian instructed, his gaze fixed on the direction Yu Shen had departed. Yu Lily paused slightly, then nodded, understanding that the young man who had just left carried secrets that must remain unknown to them. To thrive in this world, one must know when to remain silent. The winter sun poured its rays onto the winding countryside road, where a light green motorcycle zipped like an arrow, effortlessly overtaking vehicle after vehicle. Yu Shen rode atop CI Mei, racing towards school, needing to swap back with his shadow double before he could return home. Just then, CI Mei remarked, "Master, there is something I did not mention earlier while Gao Lian was present." "What is it?" Yu Shen responded, somewhat absent-mindedly. "Lu Yao and the others are currently with Tony Stark," CI Mei stated slowly. "What?" Yu Shen was momentarily paralyzed, taking half a second to process the information. Had CI may not been capable of autonomous navigation, he surely would have crashed. The moment of shock quickly passed, and he regained his composure, inquiring with curiosity, what happened? CI May succinctly reported all that Liu Yao had encountered in recent days. Amidst the roar of CI May's engine, Yu Shen's thoughts raced like the wheels on the road. He was certain that the mysterious energy amplification device was of utmost importance to those Cybertron robots, akin to a source of ignition. He couldn't help but marvel at the abundance of cosmic curiosities and extraterrestrial treasures on Earth. His eyes were fixed ahead, as if seeking to unveil the secrets lurking in the shadows. He pondered whether the emergence of these treasures signified a deeper connection between Earth and extraterrestrial civilizations, or if it was merely a cosmic coincidence, with Earth serving as a harbor for the universe's extraordinary wonders. Is it merely a coincidence? Yu Shen mused, his heart brimming with apprehension towards the unknown. Alas, I truly wish to avoid that fellow, he lamented. To speak candidly, he had never contemplated forging any connection with the members of the Avengers. His sole ambition was to seize the Infinity Stones and eliminate Thanos. Although their ultimate goals aligned, the path he tread would inevitably place him in opposition to the Avengers and SHIELD. However, he now found himself compelled to meet Tony Stark. For regardless of the purpose of that object, a band of miscreants wielding it could only spell disaster. With the safety of Earth at stake, decisive action was imperative. Chapter 19. A historic encounter when one's body and mind are weary. Nothing is more coveted than a sweet, restorative slumber. If one could first luxuriate in the tender embrace of a warm bath, it would be nothing short of perfection. Yu Shen did not rush to meet Tony Stark. Nor did he return to school to reclaim his identity from his shadowy doppelganger. Instead, he drove his vehicle, the Thornrose, directly to the only and most opulent hot spring resort in Liaoshan. He intended to allow his body and mind ample time to rest and recuperate before his meeting with Iron Man. Though Liaoshan is not vast in expanse, its hot springs are renowned throughout the greater Laoshi region. Yu Shen recalled visiting this place a couple of times in his youth with his family, when the hot springs were merely simple soaking pools. However, since this area had been contracted and transformed into a famous leisure destination, the exorbitant costs had completely severed the old Yu family's ties to it. He parked the Thornrose at the entrance of the resort and stepped through the ornate doors. It had been over a decade since he last set foot in this establishment. One would expect him to feel a twinge of curiosity and excitement. Yet let us not forget that he possessed memories from the future. As a seasoned expatriate from the north and a native of northeast China who relished in bathing, he patronized such places at least once a month. Familiar with the routine, he slipped off his shoes, collected his hand tag, and proceeded to the changing room to disrobe. He then entered the bathing area, fully submerging himself in the warm spring water. As his body gradually relaxed, an involuntary sigh of comfort escaped him. At that moment, all his weariness seemed to dissipate with the flow of the spring water. Clearing his mind, he allowed himself to simply soak in the tranquility for over 30 minutes. Emerging from the pool, he sought out a skilled masseur for a thorough scrubbing, washing away the grime under a refreshing shower. After donning a clean, soft bathrobe, he ascended to the upper floor, where he scheduled a foot massage. Having indulged in bliss, he found it was just in time for lunch. He made his way to the buffet, filling his table with his favorite dishes and diving into the feast. Sated and refreshed, he booked a room and lay down on the bed. For hours later, Yu Shen would emerge as a vigorous and revitalized man. While Yu Shen luxuriated in restful slumber, Tony Stark was immersed in a flurry of activity. After a series of discussions, he and the censor finalized the repair plans for Ironhide and Bumblebee. With the assistance of several robots, Tony relocated 3D printers and advanced CNC machines from other areas of the factory to establish a temporary repair workstation in this workshop. At this moment, the workshop is illuminated by bright artificial lights, akin to daylight, casting clarity throughout the entire space. Several 3D printers hum quietly, diligently producing the necessary components. Nearby, computer numerical control machines process intricate metal parts with a steady rhythm, each metallic incision seemingly showcasing Iron Man's relentless pursuit of perfection. The air is thick with the sense of metalworking and burnt circuitry, a distinctive amalgamation that characterizes this unique environment. The expensive, stylish armor is carelessly set aside by Tony, who is clad in a finely crafted Armani suit now stained with grease, resembling an ordinary work uniform. He stands before Bumblebee, his face aglow with the soft blue light emitted from the screen, his gaze flitting between the interior of Bumblebee's chest and the tablet in his hands. His fingers deftly navigate among scattered notebooks, tools, components, and Bumblebee's chassis, each movement executed with remarkable precision. Occasionally, he furrows his brow in contemplation, only to swiftly immerse himself in the next action, as if an invisible force guides every decision he makes. Despite Tony's outward display of intense focus, a torrent of excitement churns within him, reminiscent of crashing waves that refuse to subside. While repairing Bumblebee, The self-healing Cybertronian metal that constitutes his form astonishes him with its extraordinary capabilities. Furthermore, through the laptop connected to Bumblebee's consciousness module, he gains an intuitive understanding of the unique and captivating binary essence of the Cybertronians, although this experience has yet to spark the inspiration for his own healing. A torrent of ideas regarding future upgrades for the armor and enhancements for J.A.R.V.I.S. floods his mind, an exhilarating revelation. At this moment, he resembles a mischievous child who has stumbled into a treasure trove of knowledge, unable to contain his joy. The sensor occasionally raises its head, casting a respectful glance toward the industrious Tony Stark. It holds immense admiration for this human's talents, as Tony's prowess in both programming and mechanical engineering leaves it in awe. Under Tony's creative mindset and nimble hands, the wounds on Bumblebee are healing at a visibly rapid pace. This phenomenon leads the sensor to a fleeting illusion, as if Tony's comprehension of the Cybertronians transcends that of the Cybertronians themselves. It is this profound recognition that compels it to wholeheartedly permit Tony to undertake the repairs on Bumblebee independently. Time hastens amidst the flurry of activity, swiftly transforming moments into history. After several hours of intense and focused repair, Tony finally completes the system reorganization of Bumblebee. With preparations for the reconstruction of the chest now ready, awaiting the individual formation of parts from the 3D printer, he sets down his laptop and gently stretches his aching neck, only then realizing the rumbling of his stomach and the dryness of his throat. He felt an urgent need for sustenance rich in carbohydrates, amino acids, and sugars to invigorate his mind. Tony casually wiped his hands on his trousers before retrieving his phone from the inner pocket of his jacket. Upon unlocking the device, he was met with a lengthy list of missed calls, and his previously weary expression transformed into one of concern. All the missed calls were from Colonel James Rhodes. Tony was acutely aware of the reason behind Rhodes's attempts to reach him, yet he understood that the matter at hand must remain concealed from him. Despite his trust in Rhodes's character, he knew that the involved parties might not share the same confidence. Therefore, rather than inciting further complications, he opted for discretion. Consequently, Tony decided to disregard the calls and instead dialed Pepper's number. As the phone rang, it was swiftly answered. Before Pepper could speak, Tony, adopting a playful tone, exclaimed, "Hello. My dear little Pepper, have you missed me?" On the other end, Pepper's voice was laced with urgency and concern. "Thank goodness, Tony, you finally called. Where are you right now?" "I just got home." Tony lied nonchalantly, showing no hint of remorse. "Tony, I'm at your house," Pepper replied, her tone tinged with mild annoyance. Tony was caught off guard and quickly clarified, "I meant I was just about to head home. I haven't arrived yet. I didn't want to worry you, so I thought I'd call." After a moment of silence, Pepper responded, her tone considerably softened. "So where are you now?" Little Pepper was astute. Regardless of Tony's reasons for lying, it at least indicated that he was safe, which sufficed for her. As for how to address the deception, that could be dealt with later. Pepper possessed ample experience and skill in this regard. After all, it was no coincidence that she ultimately became Mrs. Stark. There was a method to her success. "Oh, I'm at the factory," Tony admitted truthfully this time. "What are you doing there?" Pepper inquired, puzzled, recalling that the place had been closed. "Meeting some new friends. I'll introduce you to them, good folks," Tony replied, hinting without elaborating. "All right," Pepper said, her keen intuition grasping that Tony's new acquaintances were likely not ordinary individuals. She wisely refrained from pressing further, casually adding, "Have fun, but don't stay out too late." "Okay, good night, little Pepper." "Good night, Tony." After ending the call with Pepper, Tony proceeded to dial Happy's number. The phone rang for an extended period before Happy finally answered, yawning. "Hey, Tony, what's up?" he asked, still groggy. "Get me some hamburgers and cola, and bring them to the factory. Hurry, I'm starving," Tony urged without reservation. "Sure thing, boss. I'll be right over," Happy replied, albeit still yawning. Tony made the call amidst the watchful gaze of the Autobots, who did not issue any warnings regarding his communication with other humans. Unbeknownst to them, the seed of trust was quietly taking root in their hearts. After stretching expansively, Yu Shen sat up in bed. Having enjoyed a restful afternoon nap, he may not have fully regained his prime state, but he was certainly close. A glance at the electronic clock in the room revealed that it was just past 5 o'clock, still shy of 6. It was time to attend to business. After checking out, he made his way to the changing room, finding it pleasantly devoid of company, casually casting a cleaning spell over his garments. He waited a moment before dressing himself neatly. Once he settled the bill and exited the establishment, he mounted his steed, the Thorn Rose, and instructed, "Inform Liu Yao that I wish to see them." "Yes, master," replied Thorn Rose, as it initiated its engine and whisked Yu Shen away from the venue. On the road, Yu Shen pondered, what sort of appearance should I adopt when I meet Stark? Perhaps something a bit eccentric? Tony Stark hastily devoured a hamburger sent over by Happy, a sleepless night leaving a stubble on his face that added an air of rugged charm. Happy had barely entered the factory before being dismissed. The reconstruction of Iron Man's chest cavity was ready, much like Bumblebee, awaiting the parts to materialize from the 3D printer. Observing the sensors busily working beside the chief, he mused to himself. At least in terms of fatigue resistance, robots undeniably held a distinct advantage. After gulping down a couple of swigs of cola, he hastily grabbed a wrench and welding gun, addressing the awaiting repairs of Phantom and Friday. Which of you will go first? The sensor quickly interjected. Tony, you've been at it all night. Allow me to handle their repairs. Don't mention it, sensor. It's only natural for friends to assist one another. Moreover, alleviating their pain sooner would be beneficial for them, Tony replied. The sensor gazed at Tony with gratitude. And Tony waved his hand dismissively, signaling for the sensor to not concern itself with such matters. At that moment, Phantom spoke up. Let Friday go first. Very well. Tony approached Friday, a hint of apology in his tone as he said, Madam, this may hurt a bit. Friday smiled and shook her head. It's all right. By the way, it seems my shock absorbers are having some issues. Could you take a look at them first? Of course, madam. Tony nodded slightly, setting aside the welding gun, then crouched down to inspect Friday's shock absorbers. It appeared there was a slight leak in the hydraulic system, affecting the performance of the shock absorbers. He explained as he examined, it's nothing serious. It can be fixed swiftly. He then focused intently on his task. Just then, Liu Yao, having received communication from Thornrose, approached Tony and the sensor, saying, Mr. Stark, sensor. Liu Yao's voice cut through the din of the workshop, prompting both Tony and the sensor to pause their work. Their gazes met for a fleeting moment before they turned as one towards Liu Yao. Tony rose, raising an eyebrow slightly, while the sensor's eyes conveyed a sense of curiosity. My master wishes to meet with you. May I inquire about your thoughts on this? Tony lightly tapped his arm, his gaze flitting between Liu Yao and the sensor, seemingly weighing this unexpected invitation. The sensor, without hesitation, directly inquired, Your master? When? Previously, Liu had consistently maintained a veil of secrecy regarding its master, which left Tony, the sensors, and even the Autobots enveloped in intrigue about this enigmatic figure. Now, a note of astonishment colored Tony's voice as he surveyed the room. Noticing that the Autobots shared his surprise, this request was evidently too abrupt and verged on the unrealistic. Liu Yao's somewhat assertive reply stirred a hint of dissatisfaction among the group. After a moment of silence, the sensor slowly spoke, its tone laced with palpable reluctance and apology. I'm sorry, Liu Yao. Our repairs are not yet complete, and we fear we cannot meet your master. No. You need not seek him out. He will come to see you, Liu Yao responded, its tone unwavering, as if all of this were anticipated. No? Tony repeated the word, this time infused with skepticism. The Autobots exchanged glances, their electronic eyes reflecting emotions akin to Tony's. Very well. We shall wait here. Before the sensor could finish, the atmosphere in the workshop seemed to freeze, all eyes converging on the sudden burst of white light. As the radiance dissipated, a figure riding a pale green motorcycle gradually emerged. Judging by appearance, the individual appeared to be in his 20s, standing over 6 feet tall. With long black hair cascading casually over his shoulders, the tips slightly curled, as if each strand pulsed with vitality. His thick eyebrows resembled iron brushes, imparting a sense of fortitude, while his steely gray eyes seemed to penetrate the soul, making it difficult to meet his gaze. Most striking was his attire, a sleeveless metallic trench coat enveloping his robust frame, seemingly proclaiming the beauty of strength. Adorning his left ear were 4-ear studs, enhancing his rebellious aura. This was, of course, Yu Shen, who had deliberately adopted the guise of a fictional character to conceal his true identity. Tony and the Autobots were momentarily taken aback by Yu Shen's sudden appearance, their initial impressions of this stranger weaving a complex tapestry of wariness towards his mysterious abilities and curiosity regarding his identity. Observing Yu Shen's distinctive ensemble prompted them to speculate about his origins. Chapter 20, Alliance and Strategy. The Autobots exchanged glances, their gazes interlacing in the air, communicating their inner vigilance. Over their prolonged existence on Earth, they had come to understand the astonishing powers possessed by certain mutants. Those who could effortlessly traverse the rifts of time and space were invariably formidable and awe-inspiring entities. He must be a mutant. It remains uncertain what level he possesses. Tony maintained a demeanor of nonchalance, yet the glimmer in his eyes betrayed a burgeoning fascination with Yu Shen's origins and capabilities. He had encountered numerous mutants. Yet individuals like Yu Shen, who embodied both immense power and an air of mystery, were indeed rare, even for someone as seasoned as he. That the Iron Giants and Little Iron mistakenly identified Yu Shen as a mutant was hardly surprising. It is widely acknowledged that the abilities of mutants are extraordinarily diverse, and the majority of them exhibit certain distinctions in appearance compared to ordinary humans. Therefore, Yu Shen's deliberately crafted appearance inevitably invites speculation from both sides. Well, mate, your style is truly one of a kind. From which planet do you hail? Tony jested, his tone dripping with sarcasm. as he could never utter kind words to anyone overshadowing him. Dismounting from Simei, Yu Shen gestured for Liu Yao and Zapeo not to come over to pay their respects. Simei swiftly transformed and stood beside Yu Shen, nodding towards Liu Yao and Zapeo. Upon spotting another female robot besides herself, Alcie's eyes momentarily widened in surprise. Similarly, Simei was taken aback by Alcie, and when the two female robots' gazes met, they both shared a knowing smile. Approaching Tony, Yu Shen smiled, his voice, now magnetically appealing. Resonating like a magnet, Mr. Iron Man, does your sense of humor always carry a hint of mockery? Tony shrugged, a smug grin involuntarily spreading across his face as he effortlessly replied, my sense of humor? Oh, that is indeed my signature trait, though yours is not lacking either. Thus, their playful banter concluded, and Yu Shen extended his right hand. Tony Stark, he said, as Tony reciprocated the gesture, although both were aware of each other's identities. Tony courteously introduced himself, all the while silently thinking, the Iron Sword, even when adopting a pseudonym, doesn't require pretense. After their handshake, they exchanged smiles before Yu Shen turned towards the Perceptor, his eyes gleaming with a mischievous light, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. As he secretly chuckled to himself, oh, I shall see to it that you taste your own medicine, you cannot escape unscathed. During their handshake, he had cleverly managed to give Iron Man a bit of a hard time. At this moment, Tony wore a smile, his hands clasped behind his back as he discreetly rubbed them together. If one were to observe closely, they might catch a glint of sharpness in his eyes, piercing through Yu Shen's retreating figure. That rascal, next time I don my armor, I shall make sure to deal with him properly, he vowed inwardly, his tone brimming with reluctance. Yu Shen had temporarily gained the upper hand. The Perceptor, oblivious to the subtle human interactions, initiated the conversation as Yu Shen approached. I am the Perceptor. What brings you to us? I am aware of your identities. I have a few inquiries to make today. Yu Shen replied, meeting the Perceptor's gaze with a serious demeanor. The Perceptor was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for such directness, and could only respond. What would you like to know? Liu Yao, Yu Shen called out, and Liu Yao, understanding the cue, lightly tapped his finger. A beam of light coalesced into a holographic projection of the superluminal key, hovering before everyone. Yu Shen pointed at the superluminal key and inquired of the Perceptor. Without me stating the obvious, you must surely understand that my subordinates encountered you due to this very object. Though we are not enemies, we are indeed rivals. I wish to know, what is this? Tony's gaze was equally captivated by the holographic projection. When Yu Shen's question resonated, he felt as if struck by a jolt of electricity, a sudden epiphany illuminating his mind. It dawned on him that this artifact was the catalyst driving the robots to engage in life-and-death battles on the island. He immediately recognized its significance, recalling that all remnants of alien civilization left on Earth bore a singular label, disaster trigger. How could I have forgotten? Tony chided himself, preoccupied with mere survival. He had completely overlooked such a crucial matter. He aspired to be a hero, yet he had allowed something of such magnitude to slip his mind. His heart brimmed with self-derision. He gazed once more at the holographic projection, this time imbued with a newfound sense of responsibility. Out of the corner of his eye, Yu Shen noticed the shift in Tony's expression, although he was unaware of the specific turmoil within Iron Man's heart. The unwavering determination reflected in Tony's eyes evoked a sense of impending grandeur, reminiscent of an upcoming Hollywood blockbuster titled Iron Man vs. Transformers. What is this? It felt as though he were embodying a successor to communism, Yu Shen mused internally, disguising his skepticism. The censor's gaze was firmly fixed on the holographic image of the superluminal key suspended in midair. It began to speak, its voice imbued with a profound and unmistakable sense of loss and reluctance. The superluminal key grants its wielder an unparalleled ability to instantaneously traverse to any planet harboring energy crystals within the universe. This was meant to be our Autobots' beacon of hope for returning to our homeland, yet alas, it has fallen into the hands of the Decepticons. Yu Shen, in a moment of understanding, articulated, so, the one who possesses this artifact can freely navigate between Earth and Cybertron? Before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted. Frowning slightly, he turned to the Autobot detective who had interjected. Both Yu Shen and Tony immediately noticed that, aside from the detective, the other Autobots also wore expressions of confusion. Yu Shen's brow furrowed even deeper. The detective's words were evidently not without merit, suggesting there were deeper implications at play. What do you mean? He inquired of the detective. The detective's gaze swept over Yu Shen, and with a calm, somber tone, he addressed the censor. The adversaries we have encountered are far from mere Decepticons. The three figures exuded an energy that was both fierce and ruthless. Their strength surpasses even that of Optimus Prime. We are simply no match for them. Indeed, we have sensed the same, Mirage and RC affirmed almost in unison, their expressions grave. Do not doubt, detective. The censor replied in a tone that seemed almost soul-soothing to its companions. You have unwittingly descended into an abyss of unawareness, thus missing the subsequent tumult of events. The key was indeed seized by the Red Spider, and the tracker squad she leads has been lurking above the clouds in New York, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. I apologize for my failure to detect them in time. This was nothing short of a robotic rendition of the fishermen benefiting from the chaos. Yu Shen inwardly scoffed. So, the Decepticons are the very ones who drove you from Cybertron? Tony meticulously sorted through connections, acutely aware that these Autobots were members of the resistance from Cybertron, with their adversaries being the tyrannical Decepticons. Beneath the stars thousands of years ago, our leader Optimus Prime shone like a brilliant North Star, guiding us. The survivors amidst turbulent storms, in a desperate escape from the cold, iron-fisted pursuers commanded by Megatron. Throughout those protracted years, we resembled shooting stars, hiding in the vast depths of the cosmos, evading the relentless onslaught of the Decepticons while searching for a path back to our homeland and the long-lost figure of Optimus Prime. The sensory perception seemed to touch upon long-buried memories. An inexplicable sorrow surged within, akin to autumn winds sweeping through withered leaves, infused with a sense of desolation and longing. He continued, during these extensive years of wandering, our forms have traversed countless star systems, enduring innumerable trials of life and death. Each time we believed we were close to finding our way home, fate cruelly played its jest, casting us once more into the unknown abyss. Yet, despite this, Optimus Prime's conviction remained a steadfast beacon, illuminating our path and allowing us to grasp a glimmer of hope even in despair. Through repeated flights and concealments, we gradually learned how to survive in the wilderness of the universe, to become more cunning and resilient under the Decepticons' relentless pursuit. We acquired the knowledge of how to seek resources during interstellar travels, sustaining our lives and the necessities of battle. We even learned to find joy amidst despair, rendering this arduous journey somewhat more bearable. However, despite our growing strength, the longing for our homeland never waned. Each time the night deepens and the stars twinkle in the sky, an inexplicable sense of melancholy and solitude washes over us. Indeed, no matter where we roam, the heart that belongs to our homeland remains unchanged. We yearn for the day when, under Optimus Prime's leadership, we can return to the planet that once belonged to us, allowing our hearts to find peace once more. Although Optimus Prime remains absent, we understand that as long as we do not relinquish hope, one day we shall find our way home. Perhaps that day is not far off. The words of the sensory perception, though brief, cast a momentary silence over the Autobots, for even though they were forged from indomitable metal, their emotions were as intricate and rich as those of humanity. In the stillness, each Autobot warrior's eyes sparkled with a resilient and unwavering light, akin to the brightest star in the distant sky, refusing to extinguish even in the darkest of nights. This was not merely a challenge against fate, but also a testament to their perseverance. In that moment of realization, Yu Shen understood that when he first encountered this name in the S.H.I.E.L.D. secret archives, he had not anticipated such a profound resonance. Now, he found himself empathizing with the plight of this mechanical race, as if traversing through time, returning to a period marked by tribulations in modern Chinese history. The sufferings endured by the people of China during that tumultuous era bore striking similarities to those of the Autobots from a distant planet. Finding an opportune moment to return the spark to them, he pondered. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until they had grown stronger, lest the moment of return lead to complications should it be seized by others. Yu Shen resolved quietly. Although he was a prince, his words cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere, leaving Tony feeling rather awkward. He broke the silence. Hey, guys, let us not be downcast. We simply need to reclaim that key from the Decepticons. Tony, your noble intentions are greatly appreciated, the censor said, gazing at Tony Stark, gratitude evident in his expression. Reclaiming that key is a burden that belongs to us Autobots. We cannot bear to see any of our friends harmed in this battle that is rightfully ours due to our actions. You truly overestimate yourselves. Yu Shen remarked with a hint of sardonic amusement. Even if Mr. Stark were to mend your battered forms, do not forget that your foes are far more numerous than just the Decepticons. Those 3 robots who defeated you with such ease, your knowledge of them is utterly lacking. Furthermore, as the key pertains to the future safety of Earth, how could I entrust such a grave responsibility to you? Faced with Yu Shen's reproach, the censor and the other Autobots felt a surge of indignation, yet they could not deny the truth in his words. Given their current capabilities, attempting to reclaim the key from the Decepticons was akin to chasing a dream, let alone confronting those 3 formidable robots. Yu Shen surveyed the silent Autobots around him and slowly began to speak. Though we are strangers to one another, our objectives align. You yearn to return to your homeland. While I cannot bear to witness my home ravaged by alien civilizations, I believe Mr. Stark shares this sentiment. Yu Shen's gaze shifted to Tony, who nodded slightly in agreement. He then proposed decisively, at this juncture, only by uniting our strengths can we hope to recover that key. Yu Shen's suggestion plunged all present into deep contemplation. In that moment, the air grew thick, and time seemed to slow. After a brief silence, the censor sighed deeply, his tone laced with resignation and acknowledgement. You are correct. Mr. Yu Shen, it seems we have no choice. Tony concurred, inquiring of Yu Shen, now that we have broached the subject of collaboration, what are your intentions? A sharp glint shone in Yu Shen's eyes as he replied, the hexagram has revealed to me that from the moment the key was taken until now, it has not emitted even the faintest signal. This indicates that the key still lies hidden in some corner of Earth. Thus, our first task is to uncover the identities of those three beings. Next, we must ascertain the key's precise location and the strength of those guarding it. Finally, we must ensure our actions are discreet yet efficient, never stirring the waters to allow those foolish government entities to become obstacles in our plans. Tony stroked his stubbled chin thoughtfully, nodding in agreement as his brilliant mind sprang into action. Thoughts racing like flickering shadows. Unveiling the identities of those three beings should not be overly difficult. The appearance of this key in the museum signifies that it has graced the Earth long ago. The three individuals, now setting foot on this planet, have evidently just intercepted the signal emitted by the key. The key itself does not wander aimlessly. It must have been brought here by someone over the years. By delving into archaeological literature for clues, one may glean the key's origins and thereby unveil the true identities of those three individuals. With this pivotal lead, strategies will naturally follow. Listening to Tony's murmurs, Yu Shen and the Autobots nodded in approval. It is indeed a great advantage to have someone as astute as Tony on the team. Those seemingly challenging problems, under his ingenious handling, dissipated like mist before the sun. Revealing solutions with ease, Tony continued, to pinpoint the key's location, we need to deploy a high-powered signal collector, capable of capturing even the faintest signals emitted by the key. This task will be handled by myself and the censor. He glanced at the censor, who nodded affirmatively. Then, he turned to Yu Shen and inquired, Mr. Soder, how many individuals can your teleportation accommodate at once? Understanding Tony's implication, Yu Shen confidently replied, I can transport several Autobots. Tony gave Yu Shen a thumbs up, stating, once we ascertain the precise location of the key, we can utilize Mr. Soder's teleportation to launch a surprise attack, catching the Decepticons off guard. I believe we can make a subtle adjustment to this plan, Yu Shen remarked, a glint of mischief sparkling in his eyes, a sly smile playing on his lips. Oh, what insight do you have? Tony, intrigued by Yu Shen's expression, leaned in closer. We can intercept those signals, and naturally, those three individuals can as well. If that is the case, why not allow them to engage the Decepticons first? There is an old saying in the East, when the clam and the crab fight, the fisherman benefits. Last time, you pointed towards the Autobots, allowing the Decepticons to reap the rewards. This time, why not let us assume the role of the fisherman and enjoy the spoils? Haha, this plan is simply brilliant, Tony exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. Clearly taken with Yu Shen's idea. The Autobots echoed this sentiment, thoroughly enamored with the strategy. To counter the enemy with their own tactics indeed felt immensely gratifying. Lastly, we must remain vigilant against the foolish individuals within government agencies. I am certain that SHIELD and the Department of Defense have already commenced investigations into this matter. They may even be aware of everything occurring on the island and could be preparing to hunt you Autobots across the nation, Yu Shen cautioned. Sigh. We truly do not wish to be adversaries of any beings on Earth, the censor lamented in a voice nearly a whisper, imbued with deep resignation and sorrow. Each word weighed down by their misfortunes and aspirations. Chapter 21. Tony Stark's grand hypothesis indeed. All we seek is merely a small corner where we can exist in peace. The inspector continued the conversation initiated by the perceiver. In his eyes shimmered a yearning for a harmonious and tranquil existence. Beside him, the apparition gently patted his partner's shoulder, offering a silent solace and a shared anticipation for the future. RC's gaze shifted to the bumblebee lying on the repair table, filled with profound sympathy and understanding. She was acutely aware of the suffering Bumblebee endured upon arriving on Earth, and she recognized that had it not been for the intervention of that human girl, Bumblebee might have been relegated to a mere subject for military disassembly and research, deprived of any chance to experience the warmth and hope of this world. Alas, Tony sighed deeply. Once, he had epitomized America's extreme self-interest. Had it not been for the painful experience in Afghanistan, he would have coldly contemplated how to dismantle these Cybertronian exiles. His expression grew complex as memories of his capture in Afghanistan resurfaced, during which he attained a profound understanding of the essence of life. He began to grasp that mutual support and understanding among lives far surpassed any selfish acts. However, he remained merely a businessman, and all he could do was cease weapon production, transform into Iron Man, and endeavor to save those lives teetering on the brink within his limited existence. Can you not consider finding another refuge? Yu Shen remarked with a hint of disdain toward the self-pitying Autobots. The Earth is vast, Must the land of America alone serve as a sanctuary for you wandering souls? How absurd. Not all nations harbor the narrow mindset of disassembling and studying you extraterrestrial drifters as the United States does. You possess formidable power. As long as you do not disturb the peaceful lives of Earthlings, no human would provoke conflict without cause. Nor would any nation be foolish enough to declare war on you sentient machines. Conversely, those nations with open hearts would regard you as esteemed guests and welcome you with the highest honors, for the technology you wield far surpasses the current capabilities of Earth. An aspiration beyond human reach. What does this mutant intend to do? Yu Shen's provocative words stirred unease within Tony, who began to feel an unprecedented alertness toward the individual known as Styler Sod. As the head of a global industrial conglomerate, Tony Stark's political sensitivity was as keen as his business acumen. Yu Shen's remarks resonated with underlying implications. He quickly discerned Sod's dissatisfaction with America, which did not surprise him. As a mutant, Sod's antagonism towards certain actions of the United States was, in his view, understandable. Yet, what concerned him more was why Sod incited the Autobots to leave America, especially since his robotic subordinates had no intention of departing. What ulterior motives lay beneath this? In this regard, Tony's mind raced. He recalled the information inadvertently revealed by the robot named Smash Cannon. They were on a mission. What exactly was this mission? He discreetly shifted his gaze between Liu Yao, Smash Cannon, and Thorn Rose, pondering deeply. Recently, whispers of data theft have circulated within the industry, prompting him to ponder whether these rumors are connected to the organization that boldly calls itself the Shape-Shifting Lion. Unfortunately, these speculations remain unverified, and he lacks direct evidence. However, his intuition insists that there must be some truth behind it all. Yet, he is acutely aware that without substantial proof, he cannot openly accuse anyone. For the principle of presumption of innocence is an insurmountable legal tenet in this world. Nevertheless, through his maintenance work on the Bumblebee, he has come to appreciate the formidable capability of these mechanical beings to infiltrate Earth's information networks. Moreover, their extraordinary shape-shifting abilities afford them a remarkable degree of secrecy, making them virtually undetectable without specialized means. Such exceptional skills render them impeccable spies, with the only drawback perhaps being their considerable size. However, recalling the beast-like robot he encountered on the island, alongside the towering figure of the 2-meter-tall Stinger, he becomes increasingly convinced of his suspicions. Leaving America, friendly nations, technological cooperation. Could Soder be an advocate for the notion of mutant independence? Behind him lies the legendary Brotherhood of Mutants, led by the formidable Magneto. After a series of contemplations and connections, Tony arrives at a startling hypothesis regarding Yu Shen's identity. This conjecture fills him with an unprecedented sense of tension and exhilaration. If true, it transcends a mere discovery and represents a potential inflection point that could alter the future dynamics between mutants and ordinary humans. This wretched individual is preparing for a technological blockade post-independence. He curses inwardly, convinced that his deductions are close to the mark. He touches the arc reactor nestled in his chest, narrowing his eyes slightly. When I return, I shall upgrade security, or perhaps devise a trap to ensnare this thief. He contemplates whether to utilize the arc reactor's technology to bait Soder, unaware that Soder has already set his sights on a target. Unbeknownst to Yu Shen, his heartfelt sentiments have triggered a whirlwind of thoughts in Tony Stark's mind. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly quipped, "Damn, I specifically crafted this edgy persona, and the effect is so profound." He would then sheepishly add, "My apologies, dear mutants, it seems I have inadvertently stirred up trouble for you." His voice reverberates throughout the workshop. What you possess is not merely advanced technology, it is the power that can usher Earth into an entirely new era. Rather than annihilating such invaluable resources, why not collaborate with you to jointly explore the universe's mysteries and develop new energy sources, achieving a win-win, or even a multi-win scenario? Ultimately, what you seek is nothing more than fleeting stability and sustenance for life. Moreover, one day you will inevitably return to your homeland. Until then, why not leave behind a beautiful memory on Earth, rather than hiding in the shadows like trembling wild dogs? Yu Shen's words resonate with the weight of a hammer, plunging the assembled Autobots into a tumultuous whirlpool of complex emotions. These extraterrestrial mechanical beings are not the artificial intelligences accustomed to calm analysis and logical reasoning found on Earth. Their emotional aspirations yearn for harmonious coexistence with humanity, leaving behind cherished memories. However, past experiences and a trepidation of the unknown render them hesitant, uncertain of which direction to take. In this moment, they struggle within the whirlpool of indecision, engulfed in a fog of uncertainty about the future. Am I perhaps being a bit too forceful? Yu Shen surveyed the diverse expressions of the automotive beings before him, sensing the varied emotional responses to his words, and felt a twinge of embarrassment. He continued, "I understand that among you, there are those willing to collaborate with friendly nations on Earth, as I have described. While others may perceive my words as mere rhetoric, After all, human history is rife with war and betrayal. Who can guarantee that this time will be different? Yet, I wish to convey that you need not dwell excessively on this matter. For you, time is abundant, allowing ample opportunity for observation and contemplation. The crux of the matter is that you must strive to integrate into the earthly system, rather than retreating into obscurity once more. Before he could continue, fearing that these innocent automotive beings might be swayed toward the Brotherhood of Mutants, Tony Stark interjected decisively, "Apologies, my friend. Our primary objective at present is to secure that key, is it not? As for how the Sentinels choose to proceed, I trust they will make the best decisions for themselves." Yu Shen lowered his gaze toward Tony Stark, a flicker of surprise crossing his expression. He was perplexed by the urgency of Stark's interruption. He certainly recognized the urgency of seizing the key, but that did not preclude him from articulating his perspective. Nonetheless, he quickly reconciled himself to the situation, having already conveyed his sentiments, and he was not overly concerned about a few additional remarks. Clearing his throat, he inquired in a calm tone, "So, do you have any further comments or suggestions?" Although Yu Shen's words were interrupted by Tony Stark, they had subtly guided the thoughts of the automotive beings onto a new trajectory. After a brief silence, the Sentinel spoke, as Tony has mentioned. "Our immediate priority is indeed to retrieve the hyperwarp key. However, Mr. Yu, your words have resonated deeply with us. We have come to Earth not solely to seek refuge. We also aspire to coexist peacefully with the life forms here and to jointly safeguard this beautiful planet. We will seek an opportune moment to consider your proposal." Pausing momentarily, the Sentinel continued, "While I have no additions to the plan, it is imperative that I clarify the intelligence regarding the Decepticon Pursuer Squad to both of you. Inspector." The Sentinel then turned toward the Inspector. "Very well, Sentinel." The Inspector's shoulder-mounted device projected a three-dimensional image of the entire Decepticon Pursuer Squad, instantly capturing the attention of those present. He began the introduction. The Decepticon Pursuer Squad is an elite aerial combat unit under the command of Megatron, comprising 8 members, each capable of interstellar navigation. Subsequently, the image of the squad commander, Red Spider, was magnified and displayed prominently. The detective's tone was laced with disdain as he remarked, "Red Spider, as the lieutenant of Megatron, possesses extraordinary strength, yet is infamous for his cunning and treachery, often preying on the weak while shying away from the strong." His gaze shifted towards Tony and Sixyao, issuing a grave warning. "Moreover, this individual can unleash neon rays capable of severing the circuits of any electronic device within a mere 2 seconds, rendering them inoperative. Exercise utmost caution when confronting him." After the introduction of Red Spider, the detective proceeded to introduce the other members: Rampage, Thundercracker, Lamentation, Charge, Jetfire, Acid Rain, and Slippery, elucidating their distinct personalities, strengths, and the skills and weaponry they each excelled in, thereby providing everyone present with an in-depth understanding of this formidable Decepticon squad. "Pray tell, do you have mass-produced variants on Cybertron?" Tony inquired, his curiosity piqued by the virtual representations of the 8 Decepticons, echoing a question that Yu Shen also wished to pose. The Autobots varied greatly in appearance, yet these 8 Decepticons exhibited a remarkable similarity, differing primarily in their paint jobs. Particularly, Red Spider, Thundercracker, Rampage, Acid Rain, Lamentation, Charge, and Jetfire, whose visual distinctions were mainly reflected in the shape of their heads and the positioning of their wings. The first 4 boasted square heads and wings protruding from their backs, while the latter 3 featured bullet-shaped heads with wings embedded in their legs, oriented forward. Apart from these variations, their body shapes were nearly indistinguishable. Only the purple Slippery stood apart, its streamlined form bearing a striking resemblance to RC, showcasing a pronounced individuality. Indeed, as chronicled in the annals of Cybertron's history, the Decepticons were originally mass-produced warriors during the dark era of the Quintessence reign, serving as the military backbone. During that tumultuous time, we Autobots were merely ordinary citizens. It was under the oppressive might of the Decepticons that we were compelled to learn the art of combat, as the censor elaborated. "Ah, I see." The others in attendance, aside from the Autobots, suddenly understood, nodding frequently. "Then, on Earth, aside from this squad, are there other Decepticons present?" Tony continued to probe. "Regarding this matter, we currently lack precise intelligence. However, based on the reports from our compatriots stationed in other star systems, Megatron is attempting to rally Decepticon members, clandestinely assembling on Earth," the censor disclosed without hesitation, dropping this bombshell. "Why did you not mention this sooner?" Upon hearing that a robotic army was poised to invade Earth, Tony was visibly agitated, his ire directed at the censor. "We have only just received this information. Megatron has been in pursuit of the Allspark for 5 millennia, and we once believed that his spark had extinguished in some corner of the cosmos. Regrettably, he has returned with unfinished business." The censor projected Megatron's image, explaining with a tone of resignation and gravity. "Megatron has returned, yet their leader, Optimus Prime, remains shrouded in silence. making the impending conflict between them and the Decepticons increasingly arduous. Ah, I wondered why it was so ferocious. It turns out to be that old rascal. Yu Shen thought to himself, feeling a mix of bewilderment and concern. He has now come to realize that the entity he activated, the number 1, is none other than this legendary figure. You should promptly inform. The furious Tony was somewhat relentless. Before the sensor could begin to defend itself, Yu Shen immediately interjected, "Please remain calm, Mr. Stark. This incident is not the fault of the sensor." Without any further elaboration, he simply gazed at Tony with a slightly piercing look. Taking a deep breath, Tony endeavored to quell the fury within him. He understood Yu Shen's implication. Indeed, this was not the fault of the sensor or any Autobot. Just imagine if the Autobots were to notify the American authorities, given their track record. Better left unsaid. Seeing Tony regain his composure, Yu Shen continued, "Since the Decepticons have set their sights on Earth, our mission to seize the key has become exceedingly urgent. If we can obtain the key, not only can our friends return home, but we will also possess the means to mount a counterattack." His tone shifted, brimming with confidence. "Mr. Stark, you cannot possibly believe that Earth poses no threat to those Decepticons." Tony was inspired by Yu Shen's unwavering assurance, suddenly realizing, indeed, this individual has Magneto backing him, effectively making him the natural adversary of the Cybertronians. Should Magneto harbor hostility toward humanity, the X-Men would undoubtedly not stand idly by. With this thought, he instantly felt that the Decepticon invasion was far from insurmountable. However, little did he know that Yu Shen's confidence stemmed not from Magneto, but from his own involvement in the Avengers. Chapter 22. Although Tony Stark's mood remained rather bleak, it was not as dire as it had been moments earlier. Now contemplating that Earth indeed had the capability to confront the Decepticons, he offered a slight apology to the censor. "My apologies, buddy. The ones who should be apologizing are us. After all, the Decepticons are here to hunt us down." The censor comprehended Tony's sentiments and instead offered him comfort. Noticing a slight easing of the atmosphere, Yu Shen seized the opportunity to revisit the earlier question. "So, does anyone have additional input regarding our plan?" He looked inquiringly at Tony. Tony shrugged, indicating his lack of objections. Yu Shen then stated directly, "You and the censor should expedite the construction of that machine. I will see if I can uncover any leads regarding the identities of those 3 individuals. How does that sound?" It was settled. There were no dissenting voices. Tony and the censor replied in unison. Just then, Liu Yao unexpectedly interjected, "Master, there is an update from Mirage regarding the 3 robots." "What is it?" Yu Shen responded, somewhat taken aback. The others present also turned their curious gazes toward Liu Yao. Liu Yao opened its chest cavity, and a smartphone ejected with a soft popping sound. The now functioning Mirage swiftly transformed, landing gracefully on its 4 agile limbs. Upon seeing Mirage, Tony Stark's eyes narrowed slightly, though he maintained an impassive facade. Mirage first bowed to Yu Shen before stating, "Master, while scouting Ellis Island, I discovered that this human is conducting research on the superliminal key." The psychedelic projection unveiled the image of a woman, Elena, and spoke. "I believe this woman may possess knowledge regarding the origins of the warp key." "Oh, so it is she," Tony remarked, realization dawning upon him as he beheld Elena's visage. "Mr. Stark, do you know her?" Yu Shen inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Tony casually replied, "This young lady nearly drowned while escaping the island, and I happened to rescue her," while inwardly marveling at the astonishing intricacies of fate. "How splendid," Yu Shen declared, descending gracefully to the ground. He turned to his loyal subordinate, the ever-adaptable Leo, and commanded, "Rose, you shall remain here. Sixio, accompany me. We must seek out this young lady." "Yes, master," came the obedient reply. With that, Sixio transformed into a vehicle, while Jia Pao and the psychedelic essence morphed into mobile phones, which Yu Shen stowed away in his pocket. As Yu Shen opened the door of the 6 Yao, he bid farewell to Tony and the sentient vehicles, saying, "Until we meet again." Upon entering, he gently closed the door. The engine of 6 Yao roared to life, and the vehicle glided smoothly towards the exit. Tony watched as 6 Yao disappeared through the gates and turned to the sentient vehicle, remarking, "Let us make haste, my friend." Mr. Soder does not appear to be one accustomed to waiting. The sentient vehicle, resonating with understanding, replied, "Indeed," as they both plunged into the urgency of their repair work. They understood that only by swiftly completing the repairs of the Autobots could they hope to construct that vital machine before time ran out. A deep and powerful engine sound reverberated along the highway to Brooklyn, New York, as a sleek, silver-black Mercedes 350 sped by, its shape deliberately ambiguous for counter-surveillance. The vehicle moved with astonishing speed and agility, almost as if it possessed a soul, devoid of any visible driver. In truth, the car had no driver at all. Yu Shen reclined comfortably in the driver's seat, a cup of cola from a roadside diner in hand, while the steering wheel seemed to turn of its own accord, gripped by an invisible force, creating an eerie spectacle. Elena Wallace, 26 years old, resides at Brooklyn number 26, a graduate of New York University with a degree in archaeology. She is a museum archaeological researcher and assistant curator. The distinctive metallic voice of 6 Yao echoed within the cabin, relaying Elena's personal information to Yu Shen. Sipping his cola, he listened to the report, acknowledging that while this incident had taken him somewhat by surprise, he did not perceive the crisis facing Earth as particularly grave. As the catalyst of these events, he held a clearer understanding than Tony Stark, the businessman. After all, even when the term Allspark was uttered by the sentient vehicle, it failed to capture Iron Man's attention. He calculated the passage of time. It had been 4 months since he acquired the Allspark, and during this period, Earth had remained remarkably tranquil, aside from its usual chaos. It was evident that, well, Megatron had not been aggressively searching for the Allspark. Indeed, launching a military campaign in anger is a grave misstep. As the formidable leader of the Decepticons, Megatron is certainly not a mere ordinary figure. Thus, he opted to dispatch a team of trackers rather than personally seize the key. This leads to the suspicion that Megatron may no longer be present on Earth. The Decepticon aerial unit could very well be a rapid response force clandestinely deployed to address unforeseen incidents on Earth, such as this one, while also serving as an internal support for future assaults on the planet. Currently, the only uncertainty lies in the reactions of the Foolish Hawk and the S.H.I.E.L.D. regarding the incident on Ellis Island. Regardless of whether the Foolish Hawk and S.H.I.E.L.D. are prepared or not, their formidable stature makes them perfectly suited to confront the impending threat posed by Megatron. You have previously repelled the Kree, this time with the Cybertronians attacking. You are undoubtedly capable as well. Best of luck. I have faith in you. Yu Shen chuckled, silently offering blessings and encouragement to the Foolish Hawk and S.H.I.E.L.D., immersed in his delight at orchestrating the scenarios involving the Foolish Hawk and S.H.I.E.L.D. He overlooked a vehicle that brushed past him. Had he taken note, he would have discerned that this vehicle boasted a meticulous and understated design. Its body cloaked in a specialized matte black paint that minimizes radar detection. Both the front and rear of the vehicle are fortified with bulletproof armor, effectively resisting assaults from various small arms. The windshield and windows are crafted from a special bulletproof glass, characterized by high transparency and the ability to withstand intense impacts. Furthermore, each vehicle is equipped with an advanced navigation system, capable of precise positioning in complex environments and maintaining accuracy even when signals are obstructed. To address emergencies, this vehicle is outfitted with various self-defense mechanisms, including smoke grenade launchers and electronic jammers to confound and evade enemy tracking. In terms of power, the vehicle is propelled by a robust engine, ensuring high-speed stability even in extreme weather or adverse road conditions, thereby guaranteeing the swift and safe completion of missions. With these descriptions in mind, you must recognize whose vehicle this is. Indeed, our dear Egghead is seated within, en route to Tony Stark's factory. Nick Fury's hands gripped the steering wheel firmly, his already dark complexion appearing even more somber, reminiscent of a sky laden with storm clouds. A sharp glint flickered in his singular eye as he fixated intently on the road ahead. As the air within the vehicle grew increasingly oppressive and the scenery outside rapidly receded, his thoughts deepened under the weight of immense pressure. The colossal explosion on Ellis Island swiftly became the focal point of fervent news coverage by American media, despite the New York City government spokesperson hastily declaring that the explosion was merely the result of a gas leak. The relentless photographs captured by intrepid reporters unveiled a starkly different narrative. The remnants of the museum, crater-like scars, and scattered metallic debris all attested to the fact that the explosion's magnitude far exceeded that of a typical gas leak. Moreover, eyewitnesses reported unusual lights and sounds on the island prior to the explosion, which starkly contrasted with the phenomena associated with a gas leak. Some even claimed to possess evidence proving that the U.S. Air Force had conducted an aerial strike on Ellis Island. As these statements proliferated, a myriad of speculations spread across the internet like wildfire, ranging from biochemical weapon leaks to espionage activities by the leaders of the Russian Bear, and even to clandestine experiments involving mutants. Various versions emerged in rapid succession, leaving one bewildered. Comrade Egghead was far from angered or distressed by such baseless rumors. What truly vexed him was the fact that the Cybertronian individuals either remained utterly silent or created an uproar. For months prior, he had compelled Rice to secure access to Area 7. He led his team in a thorough investigation of Area 7, meticulously searching for every clue, ultimately retrieving a wealth of invaluable material evidence, particularly the damaged surveillance footage. Thanks to the relentless efforts of the elite team at S.H.I.E.L.D. Laboratories, these videos were partially restored. From the restored fragments, Fury uncovered elements of the truth behind the downfall of Area 7 and the shadowy figure orchestrating it all. One of these individuals possessed the ability to manipulate electronic systems, as the trajectories of the cameras seemed deliberately evasive. This revelation conjured thoughts of the mysterious ghost that had quietly risen in the digital realm over the past year or two, an entity so formidable that even the most advanced firewalls could not impede its advance. The mere contemplation of this specter sent a chill down his spine. This individual had previously launched an unprecedented assault on S.H.I.E.L.D., a bold and open challenge. This audacious figure had brazenly issued a direct challenge to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s cybersecurity division, subsequently executing an attack at the designated time. Alarmingly, this entity breached the 12 layers of defenses set by S.H.I.E.L.D., only to inexplicably withdraw just as it was on the verge of penetrating the final network barrier. Since that incident, S.H.I.E.L.D. had not suffered further harassment from this individual. Consequently, the agency had significantly fortified its cybersecurity measures, doubling its previous strength. Nevertheless, within S.H.I.E.L.D., no one dared to assert that their defenses could completely withstand another assault from this ghost. Fury was certainly not one to turn the other cheek. Following the attack, he promptly mobilized global resources to trace the whereabouts of this enigmatic ghost, determined to exact a heavy toll on this audacious adversary. He even sought counsel from the professor. Yet despite these efforts, he failed to capture even a glimpse of the ghost's trail, ultimately leading to a dead end. However, when a shadow resembling the ghost re-emerged in Area 7, Fury began to suspect that the individual who had sent him the video was indeed the ghost. More troubling still was the idea that this ghost had pilfered secrets regarding the Hoover Dam from the U.S. Department of Defense, thus orchestrating this operation. After witnessing the climactic battle scene of Entity 1, he gained insight into the second mastermind controlling everything. This mysterious figure evidently possessed the ability to tear through space. Otherwise, he could not have vanished so effortlessly with the source of the fire amidst the fierce onslaught of Entity 1. Years of research into the cosmic cube led him to understand that, under such circumstances, only spatial teleportation could suffice. However, in the contemporary world, the only masters of spatial teleportation are the Nightcrawler and those wizards who prefer to traverse through fireplaces. Yet, even Nightcrawler lacks the ability to penetrate a concrete wall several football fields thick, let alone the absence of fireplaces in Area 7. The perplexing nature of the situation has left Nick Fury in a state of considerable distress. He can only adopt a strategy of passive defense, simultaneously searching for the elusive ghost and unknown mutants possessing spatial attributes, while shifting the focus of the S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance satellites in outer space onto several key cities and military bases within the United States. He firmly believes that one will inevitably return to trouble the foolish thief, which may prompt the shadowy figures behind it all to reveal themselves. Fortune favors the diligent. Everything that transpired on Ellis Island was fortuitously captured by the surveillance satellites lying in wait in outer space. When the photographs and videos taken by the satellites landed on Fury's desk, he experienced a sense of relief, liberated from the need to guard against thieves. However, the pressing task of determining how to manage the ensuing events soon emerged. As the world's foremost espionage chief, analyzing intelligence is second nature to him. Through meticulous observation of the photographs and videos, he swiftly discerned that the Cybertronians were divided into 3 distinct factions, with at least one harboring a profound hostility towards Earth. Evidence suggests that the airborne faction is likely concealed within one or more of the U.S. Air Force bases. In-depth analysis and thorough intelligence gathering revealed that this faction, which regards human life with disdain, possesses overwhelming power, capable of easily crushing the more moderate faction concerning Earth. Members of the airborne faction possess exceptional electronic cloaking technology, rendering them undetectable even to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s advanced anti-aircraft radar. Furthermore, no bodies of Cybertronians were found at the scene, strongly implying that those attacked by the airborne faction may still be alive. Yet, being alive does not guarantee a safe escape. Although the smoke from the explosions obstructed the satellites from capturing clear images, information relayed by the undercover Natasha Romanoff, who was alongside Tony Stark, informed Nick Fury that upon hearing of the mysterious explosion at Ellis Island, Iron Man had immediately departed the city hall in haste. Following Stark, Natasha witnessed Tony return to Stark Tower, don his armor, and fly toward Ellis Island, without having returned to Stark Industries since. From Pepper's expression, Natasha deduced that Tony Stark was not in danger, yet she refrained from divulging his precise whereabouts. In light of this situation, a sudden flash of inspiration crossed Nick Fury's polished bald head, leading him to speculate that Iron Man was likely in the company of Cybertronians. Consequently, he He promptly dispatched operatives to locate Tony, and after relentless efforts, they ultimately confirmed his whereabouts. Sooner or later, that young man would be incorporated into the plan. Nick Fury forcefully charted a clear path for Tony Stark's future. Chapter 23. The schemes of the egghead chill. Suddenly afflicted by an itch in his nose, Tony Stark let out a resounding sneeze. Elsie knew that humans are susceptible to non-cellular microbial intrusions and inquired with concern, "Tony, do you need to take a break?" "It's nothing, my lady." Tony gently rubbed his nose with the back of his hand, clearly unwilling to cease his task. "Call me Arcee," he said. Tony lifted his head, casting a fleeting glance at Arcee before returning to the repair of her shock absorber, casually inquiring, "What kind of place is your hometown, Cyberdon?" Arcee fell into a brief reverie, pausing momentarily before responding slowly, "Cyberdon orbits the Centaurus star." "Oh, that isn't far. It seems we can almost call ourselves neighbors," he remarked. Aware that the Centaurus system is approximately 424 light-years from the solar system. Indeed, Cyberdon is a planet composed of metal. I was born in the City of Blades, a time when Cyberdon was as bountiful as Earth. Arcee's gaze grew distant and profound, as if traversing through time and space back to her faraway homeland. Her voice carried a note of melancholy and nostalgia. The sky over the City of Blades always shimmered with a cold metallic glow, while the nights were adorned with resplendent starlight. The architecture consisted of towering spires, constructed from the most resilient titanium alloy, capable of withstanding any external assault. At the heart of the city lay a colossal energy core, not only the source of the city's power but also a source of pride for all its citizens. During festive occasions, the entire city would partake in grand celebrations, with the energy core radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, illuminating every nook and cranny. As Tony worked, he listened intently to Arcee's vivid descriptions, captivated by the unique imagery of this metallic planet. He envisioned the radiant scenes, his eyes shimmering with curiosity and longing for the unknown. Arcee's reminiscence resonated with the other Autobots present. Nearby, Mirage interjected, "Indeed, I often visited the City of Blades, hunting mechanical foxes with my friends. Those little creatures resided in the supersonic canyon, inherently cunning and remarkably swift. The particle jets emitted from their tails could short-circuit systems, causing loss of control. One of my friends fell victim to that, ending up trapped in vehicle mode for several days." "Your friend? I recall that was you," the detective teased, revealing Mirage's true experience. A moment later, an awkward smile appeared on Mirage's face. Laughter erupted among the group, the atmosphere transforming into one of lightheartedness. The Autobots began to share their own memories of Cyberdon. Tony and Arcee listened quietly, occasionally bursting into laughter or reflecting on the past. Though these tales had been recounted countless times, everyone felt a sense of relief, as if the pressing tasks and responsibilities had been momentarily set aside. He. Yu Shen sat within the vehicle, absorbing the conversation through Arcee's transmission, and was similarly swept up in the joyous atmosphere, a knowing smile gracing his face. Suddenly, the previously jovial ambience came to an abrupt halt. After a brief silence, a strange, deep, and hoarse voice emanated from Six-Shot's communicator. Tony Stark." The tone bore a light mockery, each word imbued with an ineffable sense of pressure. The unexpected turn of events caused his expression to freeze momentarily, as he became acutely aware that something unusual was transpiring. "Cyborg, what is happening?" he inquired urgently. "Sir, Nick Fury has come to visit." Cyborg's voice carried a hint of tension. "What?" Yu Shen was utterly astonished, scarcely believing his ears. The one with the egg-shaped head has arrived? This scenario had never crossed his mind, and he hastily issued orders. "Six Yao, find a place to park. Cyborg, transmit the images from the scene to me." Before long, the images from the location were displayed through Six Yao's device. In the footage, Nick Fury, clad in a black leather trench coat, stood alone, boldly facing a crowd, exuding an audacious demeanor. The expressions of the Autobots grew solemn. They sensed that this unexpected visitor was far from benign, and it was entirely possible that the area outside the factory was already surrounded by armed forces. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, with Tony furrowing his brow, clearly displeased by Fury's sudden appearance. He rose and approached Fury, his voice laced with sarcastic discontent. "Nick Fury, you intrude upon my domain uninvited. Do you expect me to join your so-called secret boy band?" In response to Tony's sharp sarcasm, Fury remained remarkably composed, locking eyes with Tony. "Hey, I'm not here to recruit you." With that, he deftly pushed Tony aside, directing his one eye towards the gathering of Autobots. Who was in charge here? His actions clearly aimed to create an illusion of indifference towards Tony. Tony, caught off guard by Fury's dismissal, found himself at a loss for words. The Autobot, Sensor, sensing Tony's predicament, felt compelled to intervene. "I am." Fury, well-versed in dealings with extraterrestrial beings, took 2 steps toward Sensor, tilting his head with a firm yet calm demeanor. "I am Nick Fury, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Cybertronian. What is your name?" Censor hesitated slightly, surprised that this human was aware of their origins, and replied, I am Censor, Sergeant of the Cybertronian Resistance. Very well, Sergeant. May I inquire whether you acknowledge your involvement in the destruction of the Ellis Island Museum? Fury's tone grew stern, yet it bore the semblance of a master reprimanding a guest for breaking their own dishes. The atmosphere turned oddly surreal. Not only did Censor and the other Autobots appear bewildered, but so too did Tony and Yu Shen, who was secretly observing from within the vehicle. They were all unsure of Fury's ulterior motives. Although they understood that he had come to demand accountability, an unsettling feeling lingered in the air. With a serious expression, Fury regarded Censor, who displayed a complex array of emotions, secretly reveling in the situation. On his journey here, he had meticulously prepared his strategy. Once he confirmed that Tony Stark stood in solidarity with these Cybertronians, his approach towards these colossal mechanical beings would be one of reason. Fury understood that Iron Man was not one to be intimidated by force or authority. The Cybertronians he accepted must possess benevolent intentions. Thus, resorting to violence against such extraterrestrial beings was an ill-advised course of action. Conversing with them proved to be remarkably effective. After all, the ace he held was acquired in this manner. The Sentinel found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, Indeed. The museum is undoubtedly our responsibility. However, since you have acknowledged this, according to the laws of Earth, you are implicated in smuggling, endangering public safety, damaging public facilities, destroying historical artifacts, and causing loss of life, the unfortunate demise of the museum's security personnel. These are all charges you must bear. Fury unflinchingly interrupted the Sentinel's defense, resolutely listing the accusations against the Autobots. The Autobots exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond in that moment. Yet Tony quickly discerned Fury's intent. To put it simply, he was bullying the honest extraterrestrial robots. Had it been the Decepticons, they would have retaliated with a swift slap. Of course, Tony was fully aware that had the adversaries been Decepticons, Fury would never have been so lenient. Tony could not stand idly by while Fury easily manipulated his friends. And he promptly retorted on behalf of the Autobots, Fury, you cannot simplistically apply Earth's laws to my friends here. Ah, I knew you would interject, Fury replied, glancing at Tony, who was defending the Autobots. Tony, if I recall correctly, you do not possess a law degree. How many of those fellows do you need? I can find as many as you require, Tony responded nonchalantly. But as you stated, Earth lawyers are not applicable in defending Cybertronians. For those lawyers lack the license I issue, Fury asserted with conviction. Tony fell silent, realizing that the final authority rested with this obstinate leader. The Sentinel, too, recognized that this one-eyed figure, despite his fierce demeanor, bore no ill intent and was evidently a communicative entity. He spoke, Esteemed Director, on behalf of the Autobots, I express our profound apologies for the damage inflicted upon the museum. Simultaneously, we hope you can empathize with our predicament. We are merely a band of wayfarers yearning for home, with no intention of posing any threat to Earth. Given that, then, Sergeant, as responsible sentient beings, I trust that you Autobots will not evade the mistakes you have committed. Am I correct? Fury responded with a smile. Damn, Yu Shen muttered in admiration within the vehicle. The audacity of this bald-headed fellow was glaringly transparent. Those Autobots had no choice but to comply. In truth, Fury's trap was not particularly robust. Had the Autobots possessed a thicker skin, his scheme might have faltered. Unfortunately, the Sentinel was a scientist, Mirage a noble, the Inspector upright and fearless, and RC a lady. Coupled with the two members who had already gone offline, how could one expect them to shamelessly resort to trickery? Bullying the honest is akin to being born without a rear end. While Yu Shen cursed Fury from within the vehicle, the Sentinel declared, Director, we Autobots will not shy away from the responsibilities we must shoulder. It was over. Yu Shen and Tony could faintly hear the ominous sound of a heavy iron mass falling into a pit. However, Earth-S prisons likely would not be suitable for them. It remained uncertain how the Director intended to handle their situation. A candid individual is not a fool. The Perceptor keenly perceives that Fury does not merely wish to confine them. Thus, it proactively places the ball at Fury's feet, demonstrating a remarkable understanding. Fury gently bounces the ball, a smile gradually spreading across his singular eye, as he softly claps in admiration, acknowledging the responsibility displayed. Mr. Perceptor, I wish to speak with you privately regarding your punishment. Having uttered these words, he turns and strides toward the entrance, not once glancing back, as if he is certain that the Perceptor will follow. The Perceptor surveys the surroundings, while the Inspector, Mirage, and RC gently shake their heads, watching Fury's receding silhouette. The Perceptor finds itself in a dilemma. To refrain from following would be to shirk responsibility, yet to pursue could lead to a trap. Ultimately, the Perceptor resolves to take decisive steps and swiftly catches up with Fury. At this moment, all eyes are fixated on the duo, one large and one small. After walking a sufficient distance, Fury says something, prompting the Perceptor to kneel slightly, allowing Fury to sit upon its right arm. The two commence a rather peculiar yet intimate conversation. Yu Shen, filled with curiosity regarding the dialogue between Fury and the Perceptor, inquires of the covertly recording Scylla. Can you capture the audio? Apologies, Master. The distance is too great, and it seems Fury possesses a sound-dampening device. Scylla replies with a hint of frustration. You cunning little egghead, Yu Shen grumbles, teeth clenched in irritation. Under the watchful gazes of the onlookers, the two engage in an extended conversation. Throughout their exchange, they exhibit almost no discernible body language, rendering it difficult for the spying Yu Shen to glean any emotional fluctuations from their movements. As time ticks away, Fury finally descends from the Perceptor's arm. Upon his feet regaining solid ground, he immediately grasps the Perceptor's outstretched index finger, a gesture akin to a formal handshake. Through this detail, Yu Shen comprehends that the two have undoubtedly reached some form of agreement, and the forthcoming announcement is as good as sealed. Yu Shen quietly observes the projection, awaiting the moment of revelation. The Perceptor and Fury return to the assembly, with the Perceptor taking the initiative to speak, his voice resounding with authority. Inspector, Mirage, RC. Gather immediately. Responding to the command, the Inspector, Mirage, and RC swiftly converge. The Perceptor stands firmly before them, a solemn expression adorning his features as he announces, from this day forth, the Cybertronian resistance fighters, Perceptor, Inspector, Mirage, and RC shall fall under the command of Mr. Nick Fury until we depart Earth and return home. The Inspector, Mirage, and RC exhibit no visible change in color, clearly having gleaned the rationale behind this decision through an imperceptible means from the Perceptor. This revelation leaves Tony utterly astonished, his jaw dropping in disbelief. What the hell? Yu Shen is equally taken aback, staring wide-eyed at the flickering projection. Evidently Scylla is also startled. The projection echoed Tony's incredulous exclamations. Apologies, Tony. We have compelling reasons to proceed in this manner. The Perceptor earnestly responds. Fury, what have you done to my friends? Tony, in a fit of exasperation, questioned Fury, nearly ready to grab him by the collar. It was merely a necessary collaboration. As Fury approached Tony, he gently pressed a finger against Tony's chest and spoke in a voice audible only to the two of them. This is not about me, but you. Furthermore, the thing within you is not merely a trivial battery for your armor in your father's eyes. Upon hearing Fury mention his father, Tony's expression darkened completely. In a cold tone that seemed to emerge from the depths of his throat, he asked, What do you mean? Nothing, Fury shrugged, adopting an inscrutable demeanor. He took 2 steps back and turned to the previously unnoticed Miss Black Widow, saying, Miss Black Widow, when it is convenient for your master, I would like to meet him. Noticing her silence, he then turned to the Perceptor, adopting a slightly more formal tone. Please inform me of any developments. After glancing at his watch, he added, Well, I have matters to attend to. Until next time. With that, he elegantly turned and departed, saluting the Perceptor and the Autobots. Chapter 24. This matter has caused a stir. The projection had been turned off, and Yu Shen did not instruct the 6-shot to continue towards Black Widow's residence. Instead, he languidly reclined in his seat. Fury had managed to have the Autobots bow to him in just a few sentences, and he quickly grasped the underlying mystery, significant news regarding the Allspark. Among these individuals, no one understood it better than he did. Megatron was imprisoned on Earth due to the Allspark, and the whereabouts of the still missing Optimus Prime and the Perceptor were for the same reason. There was no need for speculation. Fury, the head of the espionage network, had certainly studied Pierce's documents. After acquiring intelligence from Sector 7, he would have corroborated this with the Perceptor, and given his intelligence, the secrets he uncovered would likely be on par with Yu Shen's own. Conversely, from the Perceptor's perspective, collaborating with Fury, the head of a United Nations-affiliated espionage organization, would entail certain risks but undoubtedly provide access to greater resources and facilitate the search for the Allspark. Moreover, he had just finished persuading him. Cursing under his breath, Yu Shen lamented that he had essentially shot himself in the foot. He wished he could find a remedy for his regret, but such a thing was unavailable. Initially, he had aimed to expedite Fury's formation of the Avengers while simultaneously preparing for Megatron's potential assault. However, now he had unwittingly served Fury on a silver platter. Why did I say those things? He thought, feeling a deep sense of frustration. He resigned himself to the realization, it seems I truly lack the talent for scheming. After a moment of reflection, Yu Shen began to activate his mind, actively contemplating his next steps. He admitted to himself that he had been overly presumptuous and had not taken the threat of the Decepticon leader seriously enough. Now, he felt a sense of vigilance, even pondering whether Fury had begun to suspect that S.H.I.E.L.D. was the true culprit behind the downfall of Sector 7. Naturally, this was the worst-case scenario. Given this possibility, Yu Shen believed that until he had recovered the key, Fury was unlikely to take action against him. as Fury was not the type to disregard the bigger picture. In fact, he was exceptionally attuned to it. Nevertheless, caution remained paramount, and he could not place all his bets on that possibility. He contemplated a more straightforward escape, possibly returning with the shape-shifting Rose and fleeing. Yet such an act would only betray his guilty conscience. Moreover, it would render the members of the Six Yao and the shape-shifting Lions prime targets for both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Autobots, restricting their freedom of movement. Regardless of the multitude of transformations Six Yao possessed, it was not inconceivable that Tony Stark, with his prodigious inventive genius, could devise a detection device. Consequently, even if he were to create more shape-shifting lions, it would likely be of little consequence. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he could not afford to retreat hastily. Instead, he must adopt a demeanor of unwavering integrity and engage in negotiation with Fury and the Autobots. With this in mind, Yu Shen instructed Six Yao to send an encrypted message to Rose, the content of which was as follows: "Should the censors inquire about your origins, adhere to my instructions, and remember to remain natural." Rose promptly replied, "Understood, Master." Upon receiving her response, Yu Shen addressed Six Yao, "Let us seek out that woman." "Yes, Master," Six Yao affirmed, activating the engine and swiftly heading towards Brooklyn. Meanwhile, in the repair shop, Tony silently attended to the damages sustained by RC. He found it perplexing that, after a brief conversation, these highly intelligent and autonomous Autobots had chosen to submit to the command of S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Fury. Was it due to the resources or protection Fury provided? Or perhaps he held some pivotal technology or information that compelled their cooperation? What then did their partnership entail? Observing Tony's brooding demeanor, the astute RC utilized a secure channel to address the censors. Should we not explain things to Tony? After all, he is our friend. After a moment of contemplation, the censor responded, "An explanation is essential, but now is not the opportune moment." RC detected an underlying worry in the censor's words and curiously inquired, "Who are you wary of? Is it that shape-shifting lion named Rose?" "Indeed," the censor candidly acknowledged, adding, "There are matters I have yet to reveal." Fury suspects that the Allspark may be in the possession of Soder. "What?" RC gasped in shock, her body involuntarily shuddering at the revelation, startling Tony. Mistakenly believing he had upset RC due to his own frustration, Tony sheepishly apologized. "I'm sorry, RC. Did I hurt you?" Hindered by her astonishment at the censor's message, RC momentarily faltered in her response to Tony's apology. Regaining her composure, she reassured him, "It's all right, Tony. I was merely being a bit overly sensitive." She then swiftly turned her attention back to the censor. "What precisely is going on?" The censor elaborated on Fury's deductions. Fury's suspicions are grounded in 3 points. Firstly, Soder is adept at utilizing teleportation technology, as we have witnessed firsthand. Furthermore, the individual who previously extracted the Allspark from Area 7 possessed the same ability. Secondly, Fury is on the lookout for a mutant capable of controlling all electronic devices, who is likely an associate of Soder. Thirdly, Soder is the master of Six Yao and his companions. Regardless of Six Yao's claims of being shape-shifting lions or anything else, it does not alter the fact that they are Cybertronians. He paused briefly before continuing. "The fourth point is my reasoning. RC, have you noticed that Six-Shot, Blitzwing, and this Stinger bear no marks of time? Are you suggesting that Six-Shot and the others are Cybertronians created by Primus on Earth?" RC grasped the essence of what the perceiver was conveying. "However, perceiver, do you truly comprehend what Primus is? Do you think an Earthling, no matter how powerful a mutant, could wield the artifact that has been instrumental in the birth of our Cybertronians for eons?" Faced with the perceiver's unfathomable rationale, RC could not help but retort, "Indeed, this is one of the reasons I have refrained from sharing this with you. Moreover, Six-Shot and Blitzwing once aided us in evading the encirclement of the National Guard. They are our benefactors." The perceiver acknowledged RC's rebuttal and revealed another underlying reason. "So, what do you intend to do?" RC pressed. "I have yet to decide. Nonetheless, this is a lead we must pursue. If Primus truly lies in the hands of Sword, we must compel him to relinquish it," the perceiver stated with unwavering conviction. Brooklyn, a name familiar to audiences enamored with Hollywood films, is merely a borough of New York. However, in terms of both area and population, it ranks fourth in the United States, surpassed only by Los Angeles and Chicago. Since the 19th century, Brooklyn has garnered the title of the City of Trees, the City of Homes, and the City of Churches due to its unique charm. In stark contrast to the bustling Manhattan across the river, Brooklyn exudes a rich local flavor, offering a more pleasant living environment. Historically, it has been a haven for African Americans and other ethnic minorities. Due to the systemic issues these groups have faced, such as low educational attainment, employment challenges, and racial discrimination, Brooklyn once became one of the highest crime areas in the United States. Often viewed by many white Americans as a chaotic, filthy, and criminal hub, Yet, it is precisely this area, stigmatized as dilapidated and disorderly, that has had a profound impact on American and global culture. Brooklyn has birthed countless influential cultural figures, landmarks, and legendary tales, serving as a wellspring of inspiration that has given rise to numerous impactful films, television series, and literary works. Yu Shen sat within six-shot, leisurely navigating through the streets of Brooklyn. Surrounding him, vibrant graffiti captured his attention. These street artists, with their remarkable skills and extraordinary creativity, employed graffiti as a novel form of artistic expression to narrate the history, emotions, and social transformations of the area. Some pieces pay homage to classic films, while others commemorate renowned musicians. Some reflect on and express societal events, others convey intense and challenging political messages, and some are purely artistic creations. These graffiti are not mere splashes of color on walls. They represent an indelible cultural imprint on Brooklyn, a genuine reflection of life within the city. Soon, his gaze was drawn to a massive mural. In the artwork, a colossal eye gazed upon passers-by, seemingly narrating the tumult and solitude of the city. Beside her, words painted in vivid red and black proclaimed, "To see is to be free." The graffiti had been cast aside by Liu Yao. Yet he continued to silently recite these words, a profound resonance welling up from his heart. Freedom, whether in the form of his future self or his present self, was nothing less than the pursuit of an existence unshackled by others. For this freedom, which belonged solely to him, his future self would resolutely choose to soar into the unknown, while his current self was prepared to confront any formidable adversary with unwavering determination. In just a few days, the enemies he faced grew increasingly formidable. He understood that his path to freedom was merely beginning, with countless, ever more powerful foes awaiting him. His choice was singular, to tread upon the corpses of those adversaries. Let the storm rage ever more fiercely. Yu Shen naturally recalled a famous saying learned in elementary school, and an indomitable smile unconsciously graced his lips. Some may brave the tempest without fear, while others lie shattered, ravaged by the storm. Elena, enveloped in a haze, lay on her small bed in her studio apartment. The chill of the river's icy waters and her fear had left her with a severe cold. The floor was strewn with used tissues, and the air was thick with the scents of peppermint and eucalyptus, the vapors she used to alleviate her breathing difficulties. Her throat felt as though it had been scraped raw, and the relentless coughing made it nearly impossible for her to find a moment's peace. Each movement elicited protests from her body, the aches and fatigue plunging her into despair. Even when she covered herself with warm clothing, the cold persisted, as if the frigid water still clung to her very bones. Suddenly, the shrill ring of her phone pierced the air like a death knell. The cacophony exacerbated her throbbing headache, and she irritably reached for her phone on the bedside table, her fingers cold and clumsy. Struggling to open her heavy eyelids, she muttered, "What a nuisance." Glancing at the caller ID, her foggy mind struggled to recall the identity of the caller. Elena contemplated hanging up, but the invisible weight of her student loan debt compelled her to answer. "Hello, who is this?" Her voice was hoarse, each word a Herculean effort to articulate. "Where are you, intern?" came a sharp, suppressed voice from the other end of the line. At the sound of that voice, Elena finally remembered who it belonged to, her parsimonious boss, who demanded her to iron clothes daily without ever offering any remuneration. "Director, I'm at home. Elena strained to ensure her voice sounded clearer. "I don't care where you are. Get over here immediately." The call was abruptly terminated with an unyielding finality. The torment of illness, the terror of narrowly escaping danger, coupled with her boss's harsh reprimand, brought tears of frustration to Elena's eyes. Yet, this resilient girl did not allow her vulnerability to linger. She swiftly wiped her tears away, swallowed a hefty dose of cold medicine, and mustered the strength to dress herself, even taking a moment to apply a touch of makeup to appear more lively. Having accomplished all this, she instinctively reached for the spot where she usually placed her handbag. Upon grasping at emptiness, it dawned on her that her bag, along with her second-hand old car, had been left on the island, likely reduced to mere remnants by now. Just as she was about to mourn her meager possessions, she suddenly felt a void beneath her feet. Before she could comprehend the unfolding situation, she found herself seated in the back of a vehicle, that sensation of abrupt descent finally registering in her sluggish mind. Elena's newly reconnected nerves were once again severed by this inexplicable experience, prompting her to emit a terrified scream. Driven by the remnants of her rationality, she frantically fumbled with the car door lock, attempting to escape the confines of the vehicle. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that the scenery outside the window was receding, and her once piercing scream had dwindled to a mere whisper. "Don't bother. You can't get out," Yu Shen remarked, glancing at the terrified Elena in the back seat, his voice, though soft, resonating deeply within her, making her acutely aware of his presence. When Elena heard his words, it was as if she had been struck by an icy gale, her body instantly stiffening. Slowly, she turned her head to meet a pair of steely gray eyes, sharp and devoid of emotion. Under that gaze, Her breath caught in her throat, and her heart raced. A wave of dizziness washed over her, her vision blurred, and she succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing onto the seat. Chapter 25. Clua, she has fainted. Quite convenient. Elena's swoon spared Yu Shen the trouble of taking action. This time, he had no intention of probing Elena's memories, as he sensed that her knowledge held more value than her recollections. Moreover, replicating her expertise would serve no purpose for him, prompting his disinterest in such an endeavor. Thus, he decided to simply return with Elena, knowing that Tony Stark, who had once saved her life, would be available for questioning, regardless of their familiarity. In this manner, Yu Shen transported Elena back along the same route. To prevent her runny nose from soiling Lu Yao's body, he cast a spell to alleviate her discomfort caused by a severe cold. Upon returning to the factory, Yu Shen instructed Lu Yao to bring Elena to the repair workshop where Tony and the Autobots were. He deliberately wore a serious expression, exuding an aura that discouraged approach. Observing Elena, who resembled a lifeless dog being carried by Lu Yao, Tony frowned and addressed Yu Shen. "Sod, isn't this treatment of a lady somewhat inappropriate?" Yu Shen feigned ignorance, coldly directing Lu Yao to place Elena on a cold metallic conveyor belt, away from the repair platform, and instructed Thornrose to stand by, ready to question her upon her awakening. Once everything was arranged, he turned to Tony and inquired, "How's your repair progress?" Tony, aware that Yu Shen was privy to Fury's visit, found it peculiar that Yu Shen's focus was not on that matter and countered with a curious question. "Aren't you concerned about Fury's visit? Aren't you worried he might cause trouble?" Yu Shen's gaze was piercing, yet he responded nonchalantly, "I cannot guarantee anything else. But as for that man, I harbor no concern whatsoever. Moreover, the Perceptron has already pledged its allegiance. Would my inquiries alter reality?" Tony, rendered speechless, helplessly turned away to continue his tasks. Yu Shen watched Tony's departing figure and then sought a quiet corner to sit down. Wearing an expression that signaled his desire to avoid interaction, patiently closing his eyes to await the awakening of the girl, Leo stood beside him like a shadow, silently guarding him. Observing Yu Shen in his meditative state and overhearing the exchange with Tony, the Perceptron discerned the unvoiced discontent brewing within him. Thus, it resolved to forego its intended communication to prevent escalating tensions. Time slipped away quietly. Elena found herself ensnared in a protracted and nightmarish dream. She felt as though she were adrift in an endless abyss of darkness, besieged by the jarring sounds of metal grinding and mechanical roars. In this murky gloom, monstrous machines glided like phantoms, their forms crafted from twisted steel and flickering wires, their dim red eyes resembling dying embers, exuding a suffocating chill. The roars emitted by these mechanical beasts were beyond description, powerful enough to shake the very fabric of the space. The girl attempted to flee, yet her feet seemed ensnared by invisible chains, rendering her immobile. Horrific scenes unfolded before her, and she could even feel the bone-chilling touch of cold metal against her skin. Observing the sweating brow of the slumbering Elena, with fleeting expressions of terror crossing her face and her body trembling involuntarily, Thornrose, standing vigil beside her, realized the girl must be experiencing something dreadful within her dream. Gently, he reached out to nudge her, softly calling, "Awaken, Miss Elena, are you all right?" The sudden voice resonated in the unknown darkness, akin to a warm beam of light piercing through the dense veil of fear. The tone was tender and genuine, as if an invisible hand was quietly guiding her through the obscurity, allowing her consciousness, akin to one descending into an abyss, to gradually ascend. Following the guidance of this voice, she sensed the surrounding darkness receding, light slowly permeating her surroundings. As her mind broke free from the shackles forged by fear, she slowly opened her eyes, gradually awakening. As light spilled into Elena's eyes, the hazy figures before her sharpened into focus. Upon recognizing the person before her, she let out a piercing scream, as the terror of being ruled by machine life once again engulfed her soul. Startled, Elena leaped back in fright, scrambling away. Grabbing a wrench nearby, she held it tightly, waving it defensively and warning in a tremulous voice, "Stay away from me." Thornrose regarded the excessively frightened Elena with a complex gaze. Initially, he intended to approach her to offer comfort, but reconsidering the possibility of amplifying her panic, he reluctantly abandoned the thought. Silent and somewhat exasperated, he stood by, waiting for Elena to regain control over her emotions and find calm once more. Elena's scream naturally reached the ears of Yu Shen and Tony, who were busy with repairs. They exchanged a glance and made their way toward the place where the girl was. "Ah, she's quite spirited," Yu Shen remarked, observing the lively and animated Elena, who was confronting the thorny rose after her fright, clearly satisfied with the effects of the magical healing. Tony cast a sidelong glance at Yu Shen, who wore a rather gleeful expression, and frowned in mild discontent. Though Elena, from any angle, could hardly be deemed a beauty, teasing a lady was hardly the conduct of a gentleman. However, considering Soder's previous treatment of Elena, he chose to bury his dissatisfaction deep within. Tony was acutely aware that relying on Soder to pacify the emotionally agitated Elena was nothing short of a fool's errand. Thus, he approached Elena, adopting a gentle and sincere tone. Please calm down, Miss Elena. There is no need to panic. This place is entirely safe. Elena, clutching a wrench for protection, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Tony and the man who had kidnapped him approach. Her face, distorted by fear, was now filled with confusion. The wrench she had been swinging in agitation fell still as she incredulously uttered, Mr. Stark, what are you doing here? Have you been kidnapped again? Tony, hearing her words, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and could only manage a dry chuckle. He opened his arms and, with an air of nonchalance, replied, Do I look like someone who has been kidnapped? Elena scrutinized him, noting the oil stains, dark circles under his eyes, disheveled hair, unkempt beard, and tattered clothes that rendered him even more disheveled than a street beggar. Without hesitation, she nodded affirmatively, stating, Yes. Yu Shen erupted in laughter, thoroughly amused by Elena's astute observation, feeling his efforts to heal her were well worth it. Even the usually stoic Thorn Rose couldn't suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Had it not been for Tony's dignity, she might have burst into laughter. That was a killer line. Tony awkwardly touched his nose, conceding that his current appearance did lend itself to misinterpretation. He turned to the still laughing Yu Shen, his annoyance evident, saying, Soder, if you keep laughing, I shall challenge you to a duel. Yu Shen, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly stifled his laughter, though the mischief in his eyes remained unmistakable. With Yu Shen's mirth subdued, Tony, with a hint of frustration, explained to Elena, Miss Elena, I assure you, I have not been kidnapped. This is my factory, and you can rest assured. Therefore, you may feel free to lower that wrench. It won't provide you much safety. Elena, observing Tony with uncertainty, was clearly under considerable pressure from Yu Shen and Thorn Rose, causing her to hesitate about relinquishing the only weapon she had. Noticing her continued tension, Tony further encouraged, though Mr. Soder's demeanor may seem somewhat brusque, he harbors no ill intentions toward you. Upon hearing Tony's comment about his rudeness, Yu Shen scoffed derisively. With a rebellious tone, he interjected, Hey, girl, don't you think your cold has improved significantly? Without me, could you have recovered so swiftly? Upon hearing Yu Shen's words, Elena finally noticed that the persistent, nagging pain that had clung to her like a parasite had vanished from her body. At this moment, apart from a slight dizziness in her head, she no longer felt cold. Her breathing had become effortless, and the pain in her throat had dissipated. She understood that such a rapid and complete recovery could not be attributed to mere cold medication. Could it truly be that an individual named Soder had come to her aid? With this thought, the tension in her nerves gradually began to ease. Noticing the evident reduction in the black girl's wariness, Tony seized the moment and said, We did not summon you here for trivial matters. Rather, we require your assistance with something of utmost importance. This matter pertains to the safety of the earth, and thus we had no choice but to bring you here in this manner. Elena gazed at Tony's earnest face, then shifted her attention to Yu Shen, who stood behind him with a serious expression, and to the mechanical entity that reminded her of that nightmarish evening. From their demeanor and the circumstances that had unfolded, she began to grasp the reason for their seeking her out. The black girl gently set down the wrench she had been holding, inhaled deeply, and allowed her inner turmoil to settle. She looked at Tony, her gaze earnest as she inquired, Mr. Stark, what is it that you require me to do next? Seeing Elena's readiness to assist, Tony nodded in satisfaction and invited her, Come with me, Miss Elena. There are certain individuals you need to meet. I hope they do not frighten you. Elena murmured softly, I am already frightened. How much worse could it be? She followed Tony, along with Yu Shen and the mechanical life form, toward the maintenance platform. The group returned to the maintenance platform. Elena observed the disassembled exterior of the Autobot, revealing a labyrinth of intricate circuits and mechanical structures within. Breathing in the metallic and electrical scents permeating the air, she felt as though she had stepped into a factory of a future world. Unconsciously, she drew closer, her curiosity piqued as she examined these mechanical beings. Suddenly, one Autobot's eyes illuminated, its head turning slightly towards her as if assessing her presence. Startled, the black girl instinctively took a small step back. Hello, I am RC. The Autobot spoke in a voice tinged with a mechanical tone. Elena snapped back to attention, realizing that the machine before her was, in fact, a female. She hurriedly responded. Hello, RC. Ma'am, I am Elena. This experience of communicating with a non-human entity was entirely new for Elena, filling her with both excitement and anxiety. The friendliness reflected in RC's eyes alleviated her tension, igniting within her a greater curiosity and interest in these mechanical life forms. Well done, little one. You did not panic or scream. Both Yu Shen and Tony thought simultaneously, evaluating the black girl positively. All right, folks, Tony proclaimed with a voice full of authority, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the workshop. The individual has awakened, and now we must work swiftly to resolve this matter. He turned to the sensor, his tone slightly urgent. Sensor, please project the key. Understood, Tony. The sensor's shoulder apparatus responded, and a three-dimensional image of an ultra-superluminal key materialized clearly in the air. As Elena's mind stirred, she found herself almost instinctively speaking to herself the moment the image materialized. Indeed, it is because of it. Before Elena could pose her inquiry, Tony took the initiative to explain. This apparatus is known as the superluminal key. His logical reasoning was exceptionally clear, articulating the function of the superluminal key and the narrative behind it in a concise and thorough manner. Subsequently, he turned to the woman of color and earnestly stated, "We must ascertain the origins of this object in order to devise a means to confront those rascals. We are aware of your research on this matter, and thus, we hope to enlist your expertise to trace its origins." In Peru, once Elena comprehended the situation, she confidently declared, "Yes, I am certain." "Are you sure?" Yu Shen, perceiving the woman's resolute conviction, expressed both excitement and skepticism. "Indeed, because of those symbols." Damn it. Elena recalled the notebook she had left in her bag at the museum, cursing under her breath. She quickly cast aside her frustration and continued. Gesturing animatedly, this key was originally forged within a statue of a majestic eagle, which bears ancient symbols found only in one location, the Temple of the Sun in Cusco, one of the oldest structures in the Western Hemisphere. I believe this is no mere coincidence. Following Elena's cue, the robotic assistant swiftly began to search for information regarding the Temple of the Sun in Cusco online. It projected countless images into the air, rapidly categorizing and arranging them with astonishing speed, allowing everyone present to clearly discern each image. The sheer power of the assistant's information gathering and organizing capabilities left all onlookers in awe. Tony squinted his eyes once more as he observed the assistant's operations. This is it. In mere moments, Elena identified the unique symbol amidst the array of ancient images and documents projected before them, guided by the woman of color. The assistant magnified this symbol and retrieved pertinent literature. At this moment, the focus of everyone, save for Yu Shen, converged on the symbol displayed in the projection. However, Yu Shen's attention was drawn to a subtle depiction of a mural. The artwork illustrated primitive individuals worshipping immense creatures such as gorillas and eagles. While the veneration of primal beasts is a widely acknowledged historical phenomenon, it sparked peculiar associations within him. He recalled the earlier mention of the eagle statue and the corridor of pyramid murals, and in an instant, he speculated whether there existed a group of transformers capable of morphing into animals. It was these animalistic forms of transformers that brought the superluminal key to Earth. Chapter 26. Alchemy. Yu Shen discreetly redirected his focus back to the distinctive ancient symbols. Regrettably, due to the dissimilarity between the symbols in the literature and the surface inscriptions and patterns of the fire source, along with their scarcity, he was unable to decipher their meanings. At this juncture, Tony proposed, "Since we have uncovered a lead, let us proceed to investigate it on-site without delay." Indeed, the Perceptor echoed, "Before the Decepticons initiate their actions, we must seize the moment to clarify everything, ensuring we are thoroughly prepared." Turning to Elena, he inquired, "Miss Elena, could you assist us in locating this temple and unraveling the mystery surrounding the origin of the key?" Elena raised her gaze to the Perceptor, the terrifying experiences of that night leaving her with a profound psychological scar. Reluctant to delve into the matter once more, she grappled with the precarious state of Earth, feeling an innate responsibility to contribute as a citizen of the planet. Thus, she found herself in a state of hesitation, her mind a battlefield of conflicting thoughts. Everyone present could palpably sense Elena's internal struggle and empathized with her predicament. To alleviate her concerns, Yu Shen directly addressed her. "You need only help us find the temple and ascertain how the key arrived on Earth. As for what follows, you need not partake in it any further." Although Yu Shen's words were intended to lighten Elena's burden, they inadvertently made her feel like a coward, her face betraying an indescribable expression. "Miss Elena, there is no need for excessive contemplation. Each individual possesses their own area of expertise. Entrusting tasks outside your proficiency to professionals is not a sign of weakness." Tony reassured the flustered Elena, who was at a loss for words. Tony's words struck a chord. Elena scanned the room, her gaze lingering on Tony and Yu Shen for a moment before ultimately resting on the Perceptor, her expression gradually firming. Taking a deep breath, she nodded, her voice imbued with resolute determination. "Very well, I shall go." Yu Shen expressed his approval and then turned to the Perceptor, stating, "You continue with the repairs. I will take the young lady to Peru." "That is not permissible." The Perceptor instinctively interjected, halting Yu Shen's proposal. "Oh, and why is that?" A glimmer of amusement flickered in Yu Shen's keen eyes, transitioning from mere speculation to a firm conviction that the Perceptor had begun to harbor doubts about him. Otherwise, such a vehement reaction would not have transpired. The Perceptor's overreaction left Tony perplexed. He caught the hint of amusement in Yu Shen's gaze directed at the Perceptor, which only deepened his confusion. What is going on between these two? He could not fathom when or why a subtle rift had developed between the Perceptor and Sodi. At that moment, A sardonic smile played on Yu Shen's lips as he continued. Mr. Perceptor, 2 of your Autobots are offline, and 3 are severely damaged. You and Mr. Stark must continue the repairs on your comrades, leaving no one but me to escort the young lady to Peru. Pray tell, why is this not feasible? Faced with Yu Shen's inquiry, the Perceptor momentarily faltered. He understood that time was of the essence and that Sodi should indeed escort Elena to Peru. However, once the seed of suspicion had taken root in his mind, even if it grew slowly, it would eventually break ground and bear fruit. Until Sodi's suspicions were dispelled, the logic circuits within his chip resolutely prohibited Sodi from having any opportunity for solitary contact regarding information about another Cybertronian artifact. The atmosphere in the workshop suddenly became tense. Elena glanced left and right, bewildered by the sudden escalation between the 2 prominent figures who had previously been on amicable terms. I agreed too hastily, she thought, apprehensive of a potential internal conflict. In the depths of her heart, Blackie was filled with regret, and she resolved to keep her lips tightly sealed, vowing never to voice her thoughts. The detective and Phantom exchanged puzzled glances at the censor, while RC understood the censor's predicament. Swiftly, she transmitted a message through an encrypted channel. Steady now, censor. This is not the moment to confront Soder. The censor, without needing RC's reminder, grasped the gravity of the situation. Regretting its earlier overreaction, it calmly explained, Mr. Soder, you may have misunderstood. The transwarp key is a treasure of Cybertron. And if the ancient temple in Peru indeed harbors clues about it, deciphering those clues will likely require proficiency in our Cybertronian language and script. Without our presence, a considerable amount of precious time may be squandered. Oh, I see. A smirk swiftly faded from Yu Shen's face, replaced by a gentle smile, as he seemed to accept the censor's explanation. So, what do you intend to do? He inquired further. Yu Shen's seemingly gentle kick was a source of unspoken distress for the censor. As he stated, among the 6 of them, 2 were incapacitated, 3 were gravely injured, and 1 was unable to leave for repairs. None could venture forth. Similarly, the Iron Man involved in the repairs was also unable to go. The censor had contemplated whether to inform Fury, but like its distrust of Soder, its loyalty limited its trust in Fury. At that moment, RC, lying on the repair table, suddenly offered, I will accompany Mr. Soder. However, Tony was acutely aware of RC's condition and reminded her, RC, while I have repaired your basic functions, there remain severe hardware damages that could jeopardize your capabilities at any moment. It's all right, I know my own body. As long as I do not engage in battle, I should be able to manage this trip to Peru, RC replied optimistically. I am in a similar situation to RC. I will accompany her. Together, we can at least look out for one another, the detective chimed in from the repair table. Tony understood he could not dissuade these 2 stubborn Autobots and could only shake his head in resignation, muttering, the risks are too high. I disagree. The censor firmly opposed RC and the detective. In their current states, self-preservation was already a challenge, and should Soder harbor malicious intent, their fate would likely be reduced to a heap of scrap metal. But censor, we cannot simply wait idly. The Decepticons may activate the key at any moment. RC anxiously attempted to persuade the censor. Yet, the censor remained resolute, countering, precisely for that reason, you both need to be in good health to confront the battles ahead. But RC wished to argue further. It was then that Soder interjected, you need not be so concerned. All eyes turned to Yu Shen, awaiting his next words, as he bent down to pick up a wrench. Enough, he sighed, as if having made a decisive resolution. Unwilling to witness the Autobots engage in the melodramatic self-sacrifice often depicted in mainstay films. Before the watchful gaze of the crowd, he effortlessly transformed the wrench into a sharp, menacing spike with a swift motion of his hand. Under the workshop's bright illumination, iron shavings cascaded to the ground like fallen stars. This extraordinary scene left all present wide-eyed, particularly Tony Stark, whose astonished expression revealed even his molars. The wrenches in his factory were not mere street-grade tools. Even the lowest quality was crafted from chromium-molybdenum alloy steel. This high-strength material not only boasts remarkable corrosion resistance, but also possesses exceptional hardness. The sheer resilience of such an object being whittled down by Soder's hand evoked a sense of awe in Tony, who marveled at the formidable capabilities of this individual. The sensors of the automotive beings far surpassed the perceptual abilities of Tony and Black Widow. As Yu Shen refined the wrench, they keenly observed a mysterious silver substance enveloping the outer edges of his palm, rendering the wrench as fragile as a pencil. At this moment, they, like Tony, gained a deeper understanding of Yu Shen's prowess. However, they remained unaware that even greater surprises awaited them. Tony gazed at the glimmering spike in Yu Shen's hand, suppressing his astonishment while inquiring with curiosity and a hint of trepidation, Soder, what are you about to do? Yu Shen smiled enigmatically, replying, you will see shortly. He then surveyed the surroundings, selecting an open space. Ignoring the onlookers, he approached, crouched down, and began to meticulously sketch a perfect circle with a diameter of 10 meters upon the ground using the spike in his hand. The onlookers were baffled, unable to comprehend why he was drawing circles at such a moment. Yet, witnessing Soder's intense demeanor, they surmised there must be profound significance behind his actions, and thus, they watched with eager curiosity, eager to discern his true intentions. "What is the master doing?" Sixyao gently nudged Si Mei, whispering her inquiry. "I have no idea," Si Mei replied, equally intrigued, her eyes fixed intently on each of Yu Shen's movements. As Yu Shen inscribed another circle within the already drawn one, Black Widow, well-versed in Western history, finally grasped a glimmer of insight. Incredulously, she speculated, could he be sketching an alchemical circle? Aren't those merely figments of imagination? Had Yu Shen overheard her, he would have commended her for her discernment. Indeed, what he was drawing at that moment was the transmutation circle. In the foundational principles of alchemy, a circle symbolizes the cyclical nature of power. Once inscribed with the appropriate formula, the activation of that power becomes feasible. Understanding the flow and laws of energy enables one to confront any circumstance, allowing for creation after acceptance and comprehension. This is the essence of alchemy. After meticulously crafting two flawless circles and etching intricate, mysterious symbols between them, he proceeded to intricately draw a hexagram within the inner circle. The significance and importance of the hexagram in alchemy have been elaborated upon previously, hence will not be detailed further here. Ultimately, he meticulously inscribed star-like patterns at each point of the hexagram and at its center. In doing so, a powerful transmutation circle designed for the restoration of shattered objects was successfully completed. In truth, Yu Shen need not have gone to such lengths, however. To avoid excessively revealing his prowess, he begrudgingly chose to exert himself. Once he had finished, he stood, discarding the sharp spikes in his hand. Brushing off the iron shavings and dust from his hands and trousers. "Go and find some metal, any type will suffice, and arrange them along the inner circle," he instructed Sixyao and Si Mei. "At your command, master," they replied, scouring the workshop. Although the workshop was sparsely furnished, it was replete with various metallic objects. Before long, Sixyao and Si Mei had gathered a substantial collection of metal, arranging it according to Yu Shen's directives along the inner circle. When it appeared sufficient, Yu Shen gestured for Sixyao and Si Mei to halt. He then addressed the inspector and Alcy, who lay upon the maintenance table, with an undeniable authority. "Inspector, Alcy, you too, step into the center of the pattern." He pointed to the middle of the hexagram. The inspector and Alcy exchanged puzzled glances, turning their heads toward the censor, yet showed no inclination to move. "What? Afraid I might dismantle you both? Hurry up," Yu Shen urged with growing impatience. The inspector and Alcy looked at one another, then reluctantly descended from the maintenance table and made their way over. "Stand still, do not move." Once the two Autobots were in position, Yu Shen, standing outside the transmutation circle and under the watchful gaze of all present, stamped his foot firmly. The transmutation circle suddenly radiated a blinding light. The arranged metallic objects were swiftly decomposed into countless particles, which, as if drawn by an invisible force, flew toward the inspector and Alcy, seamlessly integrating into the damaged areas of their forms. The injured sections appeared to reverse time, visibly restoring their original luster and integrity at a remarkable pace. Ultimately, as the brilliance of the transmutation circle faded, the two Autobots had completely regained their optimal condition, even more resplendent than before. At that moment, the workshop was enveloped in a profound silence, as if time itself had frozen, leaving everyone in a state of petrified awe. This extraordinary scene was far more astounding than the previous act of slicing with a wrench. They found themselves at a loss for words to express their emotions, silently absorbing the extraordinary shock. How is this possible? The inspector and Alcy simultaneously shattered the silence, their hands caressing their newly restored bodies, their faces adorned with expressions of disbelief, as if in a dream. The censor, suddenly awakened, rushed to the front of the inspector and Alcy, its bright electronic eyes scrutinizing them with an unceasing intensity. The intense gaze made the inspector and Alcy feel a shiver, fearing that this eccentric researcher might dismantle them. Meanwhile, the Phantom, waiting nearby for repairs, gazed at Yu Shen with fervent desire, yearning for a similar transformation. Alchemy truly exists. Black Girl stood in stunned silence, her mind reeling from the collapse of her worldview. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, having regained his composure from the shock, wore an expression of displeasure. He devoted countless hours meticulously repairing Bumblebee and RC, with each screw subjected to his careful calculations and adjustments. However, when Sodi effortlessly sketched a few geometric shapes, it reinvigorated both the detective and RC, inducing an unprecedented sense of frustration within him. All his efforts and expertise seemed trivial in the face of alchemy. Yu Shen observed the surprise of the detective, the curiosity of the censor, the fervor of Phantom, the bewilderment of Black Girl, and the disgruntlement of Tony, all while a profound smile graced his face. At times, a judicious display of power coupled with benevolence can more effectively foster bilateral relations. Such diplomatic finesse is something that certain foolish nations could never master, even after a century. Despite his discontent, Tony approached Yu Shen and, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, "You've gone too far. Why didn't you reveal such a convenient tool sooner?" Yu Shen, noticing Tony's frustrated demeanor, suppressed his smile. Rather than belittling Iron Man, he deliberately explained, "Though alchemy is wondrous, it is not omnipotent. Without your prior efforts, I would not dare to employ alchemy so lightly on them." Hearing Sodi's words, Tony's unbalanced heart found a modicum of solace. His curiosity piqued, he inquired, "So, this is alchemy? Can you transmute gold? Wouldn't that make you wealthier than a kingdom?" Yu Shen responded with an exaggerated eye roll, "Tony, have you indulged in too many novels?" To correct Iron Man's misconceptions, he patiently elucidated. Alchemy adheres to the principle of equivalent exchange. To transmute gold, one must use an equivalent of gold. The losses would be catastrophic, hardly a path to immense wealth. There was one crucial point Yu Shen refrained from mentioning. In alchemy, the manipulation of souls, bodies, and the transmutation of gold is strictly forbidden, a paramount taboo. Although silicon-based life differs from carbon-based life, life is life and must never be profaned lightly. "Oh, I see." Tony chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat condescended to by Yu Shen. While Yu Shen was enlightening Tony on the mysteries of alchemy, the censor eagerly inquired about the feelings of the detective and RC at that moment. "How do you feel?" the censor asked with a keen curiosity, hastily scanning the detective and RC with its shoulder-mounted device. "We feel fantastic," they responded in unison. The detective excitedly added, "I feel as though I have been reborn. Even the welding scars within me have vanished." "Indeed, I share the same sentiment." RC nodded vigorously in agreement. Observing the functional data from the scans of the detective and RC, the censor seemed to suddenly comprehend why the shape-shifting lions bore no traces of wear from the passage of time. Chapter 27, A Peruvian Adventure, Part 1. The wondrous alchemy not only opened the eyes of everyone in the workshop but also made the upcoming journey to Peru an absolute necessity. "Shall we set off now?" Yu Shen inquired of the censor, unaware that his well-meaning gesture had serendipitously provided the censor with the answers it sought. The perceptron, realizing there was no longer any reason to obstruct Sodi, responded readily, "No problem." Observing the perceptron's concession, Yu Shen turned to Tony and inquired, "You have a transport ship, right? Then I entrust these two fellows and the girl to you." Tony, taken aback by Yu Shen's words, mused internally, "Shouldn't you be taking all three of them along?" He retorted, bewildered, "Why should I use my transport ship? Sodi, shouldn't you be teleporting them directly?" Yu Shen remained silent, his expression impassive as he extended his right hand, as if demanding something from Tony. Tony, gazing at Yu Shen's hand and then back at him, continued to ask in confusion, "What are you trying to do?" "Coordinates." Yu Shen replied matter-of-factly. "What coordinates?" Tony was still in a state of bewilderment. "Of course, the coordinates of the temple. How can I teleport without them?" Yu Shen asserted with conviction. Only then did Tony comprehend that Sodi's teleportation indeed required coordinates. Seizing the opportunity after his earlier dismay, he mockingly remarked to Sodi, "Well, your ability is rather inconvenient, far inferior to Nightcrawler." "Indeed, I apologize for the disappointment." Yu Shen shrugged nonchalantly before hastily urging, "What are you dawdling for? Arrange the plane quickly." Tony, feeling exasperated by Yu Shen's authoritative demeanor, could only grumble, "Damn it, I'm not your assistant." As he reluctantly contacted Happy to arrange for the transport ship, Yu Shen strolled back to Liu Yao and Simei, instructing Liu Yao, "Bring out the crusher and the illusion." "Yes, master," Liu Yao complied, opening his chest cavity as two mobile phones ejected with a soft popping sound. Once transformed, the crusher and the illusion stood before Yu Shen. Bowing respectfully, "Master, you all did splendidly this time." It was only at this moment that Yu Shen took the time to praise his subordinates. Hearing his commendation, the three shape-shifting lions involuntarily puffed out their chests, brimming with pride. Observing his subordinates' slight pride, Yu Shen smiled with satisfaction and directed, "Illusion, your task is to protect the girl. Should any danger arise, do not hesitate, evacuate her immediately. Liu Yao and Crusher, your mission is to support Illusion, and you must arrive swiftly. If the situation worsens, contact me immediately. Also, be wary of the beast form transformers." Though the three shape-shifting lions were puzzled, wondering if indeed there existed beast form transformers, their loyalty to Yu Shen remained unwavering, and they replied in unison, "Yes, master." Illusion, transform. With a soft popping sound, Illusion morphed into a mobile phone, which Yu Shen grasped before turning to wave at Elena. Upon seeing Illusion, the girl immediately recognized the machine leopard, in truth, a tiger, that had saved her life in a moment of peril, and a sense of gratitude blossomed within her amidst her fear. Noticing Yu Shen beckoning her, she hurriedly approached him, timidly calling out, "Mr. Sodi." Yu Shen handed the illusion to the girl and said, "This is Illusion. Remember, no matter where you go. Always bring it along. Your survival in critical moments hinges entirely on it. Elena cautiously received the phantasm from Yu Shen's hands, clutching it tightly to her chest, and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you so much, Mr. Soder. I will keep the phantasm with me at all times. Excellent, Yu Shen nodded in response. At that moment, Tony had already arranged for a transport plane to Peru, announcing loudly to everyone, the plane is ready. Someone will soon arrive to take you to the airport. Indeed, the efficiency of the affluent is remarkable. Ignoring Yu Shen's teasing, Tony continued. Is there anything else you need to prepare? Elena, feeling a little embarrassed, raised her hand and said, Mr. Soder, Mr. Stark, I wonder if you could lend me some money. I forgot my wallet at home. Tony glanced at Yu Shen, who grinned and remarked, You wealthy tycoon, do you think I carry cash? With a resigned sigh, Tony rummaged through his wrinkled suit to produce a finely crafted wallet, handing the few bills it contained to the young woman. Elena hurried over, and before she could utter her thanks, Yu Shen exclaimed with exaggerated surprise, Wow, that's quite a lot. Looking at the scant amount of $100 in Elena's hands, he couldn't resist making a quip. Soder, you insufferable fellow, shut your mouth, Tony retorted. Frustration evident as the veins on his forehead throbbed. What kind of wealthy person carries so much cash for no reason? In retaliation to Yu Shen's jibe, Tony dramatically pulled a black card from his wallet and, with a hint of defiance, slapped it into Elena's hand. Mr. Stark, this. Elena gazed at the fabled black card, momentarily at a loss, as if she were holding a hot potato. Here, just use it. I am not stingy like some people. Tony glared at Yu Shen. Yu Shen simply smiled, unfazed. What a thick-skinned fellow, Tony thought, as he resumed repairs on the phantasm while Yu Shen settled back into his previous seat, awaiting the arrival of Tony's subordinate. The palpable tension between these two, seemingly harboring a past grievance, rendered the atmosphere awkward, leaving both the Autobots and Elena in a state of bemusement. As they sensed that the bickering had subsided, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, Tony, busy with repairs, received a notification from Happy. He paused his work and addressed the group. My people are almost at the door. You should prepare to depart. During the subsequent journey, the Autobots certainly could not reveal their identities to the world. Bone. With a cacophony of clicks and clanks, transformed, as did RC. The phantasm was hitched to the back of the detective's jeep, while Tony took the driver's seat, and Elena dutifully settled into the rear. This arrangement gave the impression of embarking on a grand adventure. Curiously glancing at the indifferent Yu Shen, Elena asked, Mr. Soder, aren't you coming with us? Yu Shen replied nonchalantly, with the phantasm and the Autobots, I need not accompany you. Oh, Elena seemed to finally grasp something, softly acknowledging with a nod before obediently closing her mouth. Tony, through the rearview mirror of the jeep, cast a glance at Yu Shen and lightly tapped the steering wheel. The detective immediately grasped Tony's intention and drove towards the factory's entrance. Observing Tony's figure gradually recede into the distance, Yu Shen spoke to the censor, stating that their flight to Peru would require at least 7 hours. During this interval, he had other matters to attend to and decided not to wait for further news. He then instructed Lu Yao and Jia Pao to set off as well. Without waiting for the three to respond, he seized the arm of C.I. Mei and instantly teleported away from the scene. Upon returning to his humble abode, Yu Shen was greeted by the sight of the shadowy doppelganger sprawled across the bed, which elicited a faint smile from him. He felt akin to a weary homeowner toiling outside each day, while this shadowy figure resembled a languid caretaker idling at home. Shaking his head, he dismissed the absurd notion and waved his hand, erasing the doppelganger. He transformed C.I. Mei into a mobile phone while restoring his own appearance, then collapsed onto the warm bed. As the saying goes, a golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own doghouse. In this personal sanctuary, regardless of the tumultuous changes outside, he found the most comforting solace. 7 hours seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. Seated in the classroom, Yu Shen received messages from Lu Yao and Mi Huan, informing him that they had successfully arrived in the capital of Cusco province in southern Peru. As night descended, the stars adorned the indigo sky, and the ancient Incan city of Cusco revealed its unique mystique and antiquity under the cloak of darkness. From the summit of a low hill, the city's outline emerged faintly under the soft glow of lights, resembling a subtle oil painting, tranquil and profound. The ancient stone-paved streets wound silently, like the river of time, narrating tales that spanned millennia. Occasionally, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying a refreshing scent of soil that mingled with the aromas of corn and firewood wafting from the city, creating a distinctive fragrance that evoked a marvelous sense of temporal convergence. Standing atop the low hill, Elena gazed down at the city alongside the detective and Alcai. The faint aroma of corn made the girl feel ravenous, and involuntarily, saliva pooled in her mouth. However, this was not the moment to descend into the city for a sumptuous meal. She had to force herself to redirect her thoughts towards the memories of the Temple of the Sun, seeking spiritual solace in the information she had gathered, for after all, spiritual nourishment is still sustenance. The literature she had perused recounted. The Temple of the Sun, a rectangular structure measuring 70 meters in length and 60 meters in width, was regarded as the most sacred site of the Inca Empire. The renowned Peruvian historian Garcilaso de la Vega (1539–1616) described this temple in his compendium, Royal Commentaries, stating that it was situated on a sacred eastern site, constructed entirely from meticulously polished massive stones. To ensure proper ventilation, the temple's roof was designed to be exceedingly lofty and thatched with straw. Within, there stood a beautifully shaped altar. The walls surrounding the grand hall were adorned from top to bottom with heavy sheets of pure gold. Hence the temple was also referred to as the Golden Palace. Upon the front wall resides an idol of the sun god, depicted as a golden disc adorned with the visage of a man, encircled by radiant light and flames. Positioned to face the east, it casts forth dazzling beams of golden light whenever the sun rises and shines directly upon it. Flanking the idol, in accordance with ancient traditions, sit the mummified remains of Incan kings upon golden thrones, appearing almost lifelike from afar. The resplendent throne at the center of the hall serves as the seat for the Incan sovereign during ceremonial occasions. As the embodiment of the sun god, the Incan emperor would command the nation from this sacred space, uniting all indigenous peoples under his rule. In 1533, Spanish colonizers invaded Cusco, awestruck by the temple's magnificent splendor. Marveling at its incredible beauty, the Golden Palace shimmered brilliantly under the sun's rays, resplendent in its glory. The Spaniards plundered the temple, dismantling the structures above ground. They endeavored to eradicate the very foundation of the Incan civilization to obliterate its culture entirely. However, the robust stone foundations proved exceedingly challenging to dismantle, ultimately compelling them to abandon their efforts. Subsequently, the Spanish colonizers erected towering churches upon the remnants of these ruins, featuring Baroque-style cloisters that danced with light and shadow, adorned with exquisite oil paintings. The upper levels of the church exhibited Western architectural styles, while the lower levels retained the Incans' formidable stone foundations and walls. Arranged around a square courtyard, a layout quite rare within Catholic churches, creating a unique confluence of two architectural cultures. The Church of Santo Domingo was constructed later, and if any clues remained, they were likely hidden within the lower structures or subterranean spaces. Black Girl analyzed the situation, drawing upon her memory. Arsai, observing the deep contemplation of Black Girl, inquired eagerly, "Have you recalled something?" There, Elena pointed towards the grand church within the city, addressing the detective and Arsai. "The clues we seek are likely to be found there. Let us not delay." The detective responded with anticipation upon Black Girl's indication of the direction. "All right," Black Girl nodded. "Bone, instrument, cacophony, this, skin pump." Once the detective confirmed Elena was securely seated, he promptly started the engine, with Arsai following closely behind. The two vehicles swiftly departed the tranquil mountains and entered the bustling city. Upon entering, they reduced their speed, navigating slowly through the somewhat narrow streets towards the direction of the Church of Santo Domingo. As they delved deeper into the city, the aroma of corn grew increasingly fragrant. After more than 7 hours without food or water, Elena could no longer withstand the pangs of hunger and, mustering some courage, softly implored, "Detective, may I have something to eat? I am simply too famished." The detective, taken aback, quickly expressed his apologies. "I am truly sorry, Elena. I overlooked this matter. What would you like to eat? Perhaps I could look up nearby restaurants, and you can choose?" Elena, feeling somewhat embarrassed, shook her head repeatedly. "No need for such trouble. Just a place where I can fill my stomach will suffice." "Understood," the detective replied, turning the vehicle toward a street bustling with culinary delights. Simultaneously, he contacted Arsai, instructing her to wait near the church, as they would soon arrive. Meanwhile, the duo of Six Yao and Jia Pao concealed themselves atop a secluded rooftop, intently fixated on the red marker on the virtual map that represented the elusive temple. When this crimson dot finally settled upon the location of a Mexican restaurant, it ceased all movement. Jia Pao, perplexed, turned to Six Yao and inquired, "Is that legendary temple truly that Mexican eatery?" Six Yao continued to gaze at the unmoving red point, pondering for a moment before responding uncertainly, "Perhaps it lies beneath." Chapter 28, The Peruvian Adventure, Part 2, Observing the Utterly Still Red Dot. Both Six Yao and Jia Pao grew increasingly bemused. Unable to quell his curiosity, Six Yao sent a message to the elusive Mi Huan, asking what was transpiring. Mi Huan succinctly replied, "Nothing. Just waiting for the food to arrive." The raven-haired girl was indeed eating quite swiftly, for before long, the red dot on the virtual map began to shift once more. Jia Pao, fixated on the screen, suddenly recalled Yu Shen's earlier advice and curiously asked Six Yao, "Do you think there truly exists a beastly form of a transformer?" Without hesitation, Six Yao responded, "Isn't Mi Wan one?" "But Mi Wan lacks a human form," Jia Pao logically countered. "True," Six Yao nodded in agreement. "But tell me, if such beastly forms did exist, Should they be referred to as robots or mechanical beasts? At times, Xiaopao's logic diverged from that of typical robots. There shouldn't be much difference. Sixio replied with a hint of exasperation. The two had begun to engage in idle banter as Detective Zhang, having escorted the well-fed Elena, arrived near the church. Avoiding the pedestrians in the weapon square and halting in a dimly lit corner. Arsai, we have arrived. Where are you? Detective Zhang called out to the already arrived Arsai. Before long, Arsai responded, I am searching along the outer wall of the church. Detective Zhang quickly inquired, have you found anything? Elena preemptively explained. These walls were constructed in the 17th century. We should delve deeper to seek relics that are even older. The church sprawled across several thousand square meters, making the search for those unique symbols akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Detective Zhang was instantly troubled. Then how shall we proceed? Elena contemplated briefly. This church is built upon the ruins of an ancient sun temple. The only remnants are its foundational parts. If any symbols have endured, they would not be found on the main structure of the church but rather in other locations. As the complexity of the problem geometrically diminished, Detective Zhang felt a significant alleviation of pressure, stating, in that case, the task has become much simpler. Indeed, but the church is now closed, and entering will require stealth. Arsai divulged, having circled the church once. Oh dear, what shall we do? Elena, who had never engaged in lock-picking before, appeared flabbergasted. Buzzing within Elena's pocket, Mihuan vibrated, reminding the girl of the situation at hand. Elena swiftly extracted the phantasm, which, in its mobile phone form, shimmered with light and addressed the trio, do not fret. I will first infiltrate and scout the area, marking key locations before I grant you entry. This will expedite our progress. With that, it sprang from the grasp of the dark-skinned girl, transforming into a mechanical bird, silently soaring towards the church under the cover of darkness. The detective observed the shape-shifting phantasm with a sense of astonishment, contemplating. This entity, known as phantasm, is indeed a shapeshifter. Upon reaching the apex above the church, it surveyed the ancient edifice from the heights. It discerned several small courtyards within, one of which contained a circular stone structure resembling an altar, surrounded by desiccated grass and small stone tablets inscribed with peculiar symbols. The striking similarity of these symbols to those documented in literature confirmed to the phantasm that this stone structure was the very target they had been seeking. It promptly relayed this significant discovery to the detective and Arsai. I have uncovered something. You must take a look. Receiving the phantasm's message, the detective projected the image onto his windshield for Elena's clearer viewing. The dark-skinned girl leaned closer, scrutinizing the symbols on the small tablets before meticulously examining every detail of the stone structure. This edifice, approximately 7 to 8 meters in diameter, featured an exterior stone ring crafted from exquisitely carved gray slabs, the surfaces of which were adorned with intricate patterns and enigmatic totems. The seams between the slabs were tightly fitted, each piece masterfully joined by skilled artisans, showcasing an extraordinary level of craftsmanship. Within the stone ring lay a spacious stone disc, its periphery sculpted with 12 abstract circular designs resembling animal faces. At first glance, they appeared identical, yet upon closer inspection, subtle distinctions became evident. At the center of the disc were two symmetrically arranged circular bird face motifs, surrounded by irregular engravings akin to star patterns, as if heralding some portentous message. This enigmatic stone structure thoroughly ignited Elena's curiosity. Her eyes sparkled with a yearning for secrets as her fingers unconsciously brushed against the patterns reflected on the windshield. While she murmured softly, her voice delicate as the flutter of a mosquito, the detective, perplexed by the significance of these stone carvings, felt an urgent desire to confirm their meanings with the dark-skinned girl. However, mindful of the possibility of interrupting her contemplation, he suppressed his impatience and awaited in silence. After her examination, Elena speculated that these patterns might represent an ancient code, each design signifying a specific meaning. She resolved to attempt an interpretation based on their arrangement. First, she correlated the 12 animal face patterns with the lunar year of the Incan civilization, where each appearance of a new moon marked the beginning of a month, totaling 12 months per year. Each pattern corresponded to a month. Subsequently, she interpreted the central bird face motif as a symbol of the sky, while the star-like designs may denote specific constellations. In the astronomical system of the Inca civilization, the Southern Cross supplanted the North Star, owing to the differing observations in the northern and southern hemispheres. It stands as one of the rare civilizations capable of gazing upon the dark voids between celestial bodies, thus defining the constellations of darkness. Which constellation could it be? With a furrowed brow, the girl fell into contemplation. Suddenly, an epiphany seemed to strike her, and she eagerly inquired of the detective, in which constellation does Cybertron reside? The detective, slightly perplexed, responded, Cybertron is located in the Centaurus constellation. A moment later, as if enlightenment dawned upon him, he exclaimed in delight, Have you unraveled the secrets of these stone carvings? There's just one last step. We need to verify it on site. Elena replied impatiently, her voice tinged with a quiver of excitement. Mr. Phantasm, can you hear me? I am ready to enter the church. Could you assist me in opening the door? No problem, just a moment. The voice of Phantasm resonated through the communicator. Shortly thereafter, Alcie's voice broke through. Where's this place? I wish to join as well. All right, Phantasm replied. In the skies. Phantasm first sent Alcie an aerial view of the church marked with the courtyard's location. Following that, he dove down, his form transforming into a majestic mechanical tiger as he descended rapidly. Lightly landing on the ground, he swiftly oriented himself and headed directly to the church's side entrance, the closest point to the courtyard. Meanwhile, he shared his location in real time with the detective to ensure synchronized and efficient action. The detective navigated to the church's side entrance according to the provided coordinates and came to a halt. At that very moment, the side door was gently pushed open, revealing a narrow gap. Observing this, Elena nimbly dismounted from the detective's vehicle, cautiously glancing around to ensure no one was watching. She quickly pulled open the door and slipped inside the church. Seeing the girl enter from outside, Phantasm softly instructed her, "Crouch on my back." He turned his body and lowered himself. No. Elena silently screamed within, vividly recalling the experience of being carried by Phantasm while fleeing the museum. Feeling as if her bones would shatter. Despite her inner resistance, the girl had no choice but to acquiesce, closing her eyes and tightly embracing Phantasm's cold metallic form. Once Phantasm sensed that she was ready, he swiftly rose and darted toward the courtyard with astonishing speed. Fortunately, the distance was not great, and the girl felt little discomfort as they reached their destination. "We have arrived. You may dismount," Phantasm said, lowering his body to her. Elena opened her eyes, and the first sight that greeted her was the stone-structured outer contours. She gracefully slid off Phantasm's back and, upon steadying herself, gazed upwards at the dazzling starry sky, attempting to locate the concealed Centaurus amidst the myriad of stars. Just then, Alcie adeptly vaulted down from the high walls of the courtyard, rolling midair to dissipate the impact of landing, and smoothly stood beside Elena and Phantasm. "Centaurus. Centaurus, I have found it." After locating the position of Centaurus, Elena crouched down and, bathed in the shimmering starlight, meticulously discerned the 12 enigmatic beast-faced patterns etched upon the stone disk. She needed to ascertain which pattern corresponded to January in order to unveil the months represented by each beast's visage. Blackie occasionally glanced up toward the heavens, using Centaurus as a reference point to analyze every detail with utmost care. After a period of diligent observation and contemplation, she ultimately deciphered which of the 12 beast faces represented each month. With the correct sequence identified, the task became significantly less daunting. During her earlier analysis, Blackie had noticed that cleverly hidden beneath each beast face was a movable mechanism, following the order of the months in the Incan calendar. She systematically adjusted the orientation of these beast faces. As the last pattern was turned, a series of clicking sounds emanated from beneath the stone disk, signaling the gradual movement of ancient gears. Once the sounds subsided, the stone disk unexpectedly sank, revealing a passage leading deep underground, shrouded in darkness, with narrow stone steps spiraling downward, akin to a pathway to an unknown realm, reminiscent of an adventure akin to Indiana Jones. Cautiously, Blackie peered into the dark, profound passage, which loomed like an abyss, instilling a profound psychological dread within her. "Alas, girls are often fearful of darkness. Let us descend," Alcie declared. With the entrance discovered, it was imperative to explore further. "Are you certain?" Blackie inquired, a shiver running down her spine. Alcie responded with action, leaping into the passage without hesitation. For those steps were hardly designed for the inhabitants of Cybertron. "All right, I understand now," Blackie lamented. "Do you need me to guide you down?" Mystique kindly asked. Observing Blackie's hesitation, Elena's gaze oscillated between the pitch-black entrance and Mystique. After several moments of indecision, she resolutely declared, "Take me down." "Then stand at the edge of the entrance," Mystique instructed Blackie. With great trepidation, Elena edged toward the mouth of the passage. Her legs trembled as she declared, "I'm ready." Yet before she could finish her sentence, Mystique nudged her headlong into the darkness. A piercing scream echoed within the passage, as the terror of free fall engulfed Elena's mind. Just as she believed her demise was imminent, she felt iron claws firmly grip her shoulders, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of wings flapping above. Having experienced a moment akin to bungee jumping, Blackie endeavored to regain her composure, pressing her lips together to stifle her screams. Soon, the sensation of solid ground beneath her feet spread throughout her body, and at that moment, the iron claws released their grip. Elena felt an overwhelming fatigue as she sank heavily to the ground, her heart racing and head spinning. It took her a while to regain her composure, silently vowing that regardless of the challenges she might face in the future, she would never again seek Mystique's assistance. It was far too terrifying. While Blackie sat on the ground catching her breath, Alcee and Mystique, now reverted to her tiger form, illuminated their surroundings, casting light into the darkness and revealing the environment they found themselves in. A temple, a grand edifice constructed underground, resembling a subterranean palace. Elena gradually rose to her feet, joining Arsai and Myfin in the exploration of this enigmatic underworld. The temple, devoid of ostentation, was built from rugged stone blocks, exuding an ancient and primal aesthetic. It lacked altars and common religious symbols. Rather than a sanctuary for worship, it resembled a forgotten labyrinth. No one has set foot here for at least several centuries, Elena remarked with a sense of melancholy. They cautiously traversed the narrow passageways, the light emitted by Arsai and Myfin casting elongated shadows upon the rough stone walls. Occasionally, they stumbled upon indistinct symbols etched into the walls, seemingly ancient characters, yet rendered nearly indecipherable by the ravages of time. At that moment, the voice of the investigator broke through, intermittently due to unstable signals. Shah, how's it? Shah, we've discovered an underground temple, Arsai replied multiple times to ensure the investigator understood. Shah, found any Shah clues? Not yet. We'll inform you of any developments, she concluded, weary of repeating herself and eager to end the conversation. All right, Shah, the investigator acquiesced. After the call ended, they pressed onward. After a considerable journey, they arrived at a spacious hall where enormous stone columns stood at each corner and a conspicuous empty space lay at the center. As if it once held some significant artifact or emblem, now only a void remained. This must be the main hall, Elena conjectured, surveying her surroundings. There's nothing here. Let us move on, Arsai urged, gesturing for the others to follow her in search of something more promising. Wait a moment, Elena called out hurriedly, striding toward the vacant area while explaining to Arsai and Myfin. In the main hall of a temple, sacred sites often display profound relics. The bases of these relics typically bear symbols or totems representing deities. As she spoke, she knelt down, swiftly brushing away the dust that had accumulated for centuries. As the grime gradually cleared, a mysterious symbol, one she had seen on the eagle statue, began to materialize. Found it, Black Neo exclaimed with excitement. Really? Arsai and Myfin rushed to her side. Elena pointed to the symbol on the ground, saying, this symbol is identical to the one on the key. Upon hearing Elena's confident assertion, Arsai and Myfin leaned in closely to scrutinize it. As their attention was captivated by the symbol, a pair of crimson eyes silently observed them from the darkness above. Chapter 29. Behemoth, the scarlet eyes concealed in the shadows fixated on the oblivious prey below, eagerly awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Meanwhile, Arsai, Myfin, and Elena remained blissfully unaware of the encroaching danger. A peculiar glimmer sparkled in Arsai's eyes, a manifestation of the excitement ignited by the imminent revelation of the truth. She gazed at Elena and the illusionary and remarked, the key was indeed taken from here. Elena, captivated by Arsai's sparkling eyes filled with anticipation, found herself unconsciously adorned with an unexpected smile of delight. She softly spoke, this is my first exploration of an ancient tomb. I never imagined it would be just as the trio was reveling in their joy. A massive net, like a specter, suddenly descended from the heavens, ensnaring the unsuspecting girl in darkness. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, only to resume as she was ruthlessly lifted into the shadowy depths of the main hall. The air was filled with her increasingly distant screams, echoing helplessness and fear, conveying to Arsai and the illusionary the direction of her abduction. Oh no, we must pursue, Arsai exclaimed urgently. With a swift whoosh, the illusionary darted away like an arrow, racing towards the direction of the girl-esque kidnapping. The temple's interior was a labyrinth of narrow corridors and uneven steps, ill-suited for any vehicle form. Left with no choice, Arsai relied solely on her legs, exerting every ounce of strength to chase after her. As she ran, she called out, Detective, can you hear me? Elena has been taken. After several attempts, the communicator finally relayed the detective's astonished, fragmented voice. What? Who took her? I don't know. We were careless, Arsai replied, filled with regret. I can't make out what you're saying, the detective responded, perplexed. Which way did they run? Realizing the detective's inquiry after a few repetitions, Arsai focused intently on the fading cries of the girl in the darkness, answering loudly, towards the jungle. The jungle. The jungle. Repeating the crucial information thrice proved effective. Understood. The detective immediately revved the engine, disregarding the astonished and somewhat reproachful gazes of the onlookers in the square, swiftly steering the vehicle towards the jungle. In this urgent moment, he did not forget to contact Lu Yao. Lu Yao, where are you? Elena has been abducted. Meanwhile, Lu Yao, already alerted by the illusionary, transformed into an Airbus 318 elite business jet, heading towards the jungle. Upon receiving the detective's transmission, he confidently replied through the radio, we are aware. We are currently pursuing in the direction of the jungle. Don't worry, we have a unique means of communication between the illusionary and us. And we want to lose track of him. All right, let us stay in touch. Report any developments immediately. Understood. At that moment, unbound by the terrain, the illusionary finally caught up with the perpetrator who had kidnapped the girl, allowing him to clearly discern the true identity of the shadowy abductor, a colossal mechanical spider. This mechanical arachnid boasted a striking black and gold exterior, with 8 elongated legs equipped with razor-sharp claws. Capable not only of gripping rocks with tenacity but also of maneuvering effortlessly across treacherous angles. Meanwhile, Elena was bound to its arched abdomen, having succumbed to unconsciousness from overwhelming fear. Could it be that the master was indeed correct? In a state of astonishment, the phantasm accelerated with renewed fervor, determined to rescue the dark maiden from the clutches of the mechanical spider before addressing any other matters. Sensing the encroaching presence of the phantasm, the mechanical spider swiftly recalibrated its movement strategy, leveraging its unique structural advantages to agilely leap forward across the intricate rooftops of the ancient temple in a manner beyond imagination. The phantasm had never witnessed such an eerie mode of locomotion. To avoid being left behind by this mechanical monstrosity, it transformed into a peregrine falcon. Its wings slicing through the air like blades, pursuing with lightning speed while defiantly muttering, "I refuse to believe you can fly faster than me." The mechanical spider, acutely aware of the phantasm's rapid approach, extended its 2 pincers, converting them into energy cannons, and aimed at the oncoming phantasm. With a resounding roar. Following a brief charging period, blue-white energy projectiles erupted from the cannon's mouth, tracing brilliant arcs of light in the darkness as they hurtled towards the phantasm. Although the underground expanse was vast, it was still constrained by the limitations of specific spaces. Faced with the impending assault, the phantasm had no choice but to swiftly reduce its size, performing a deadly dance on the precipice of life and death amidst the barrage. The deafening sounds of cannon fire echoed continuously throughout the subterranean realm. Meanwhile, Alxi, hindered by the obstructed pathways and unable to gain speed, was consumed by urgency. Resolute, it unleashed the formidable strength that had long been cloaked in gentleness, rapidly switching between its vehicle and humanoid forms in accordance with the complex terrain, significantly enhancing its velocity. Despite the considerable strain this placed on its body, it could not afford to be concerned at that moment. The relentless barrage from the mechanical spider widened the distance between the 2 adversaries once more. The phantasm was thoroughly vexed. The kidnapper clearly possessed an intimate knowledge of this locale, moving with a grace and proficiency that suggested it could traverse the terrain with closed eyes. Not only did it have to evade the incessant attacks, but it also needed to be wary of colliding with the stone pillars that supported this underground space. Most infuriating was the fact that it could not retaliate, as the scoundrel had hoisted the dark maiden from her abdomen with one leg, using her as a shield. While dodging the onslaught, the phantasm swiftly contemplated its strategy, judging by the enemy's choice to abduct the dark maiden rather than ambush Alxi and itself. It deduced that the adversary had at least 2 objectives. First, to extract information from the dark maiden. Second, to use her as bait to lure Alxi and itself into a trap of its design. Logically, in the expansive underground realm, there must be an endpoint. The enemy's retreat towards the jungle indicated it was likely heading to its lair, a place where it could assert absolute dominance. Since it was a lair, there must certainly be an exit leading to the surface. Currently, the advantages and disadvantages were fairly balanced, with neither side aware of the other's numbers. However, one factor favored their side unequivocally. The master could arrive for support at any moment. If the phantasm could entangle the enemy, allowing Liu Yao to pinpoint the lair's location within the jungle, the tide of the battle would shift dramatically. With this thought, the phantasm promptly sent a lengthy message to Liu Yao, thoroughly detailing the current situation and proposed strategies. Without a moment's hesitation, it fiercely flapped its metallic wings, surpassing the mechanical spider with extraordinary speed. Simultaneously, it opened its mouth, unleashing a barrage of laser fire. The searing beams accurately struck the anticipated landing points of the mechanical spider, shattering the surrounding rocks into fragments, while the powerful explosions reverberated through the area, sending debris flying like bullets. Hovering above the jungle, Liu Yao, upon receiving a message from the illusion, swiftly adjusted the frequency to contact the detective. Detective, do you hear me? On the other end, the detective was speeding along a winding mountain road, the friction between the tires and the ground producing a sharp whistling sound. The mountain breeze swept through his vehicle, carrying away his calm voice. I can hear you. Liu Yao, what news has the illusion brought? Liu Yu promptly conveyed the intelligence with clarity and detail. After listening, the detective took on the task, stating, leave this matter to me. My radar will be of great use. All right, we await your news. Ending the call, the detective cranked the power of his missile-like onboard radar to the maximum. In an instant, waves of unseen detection beams rapidly spread from his position, rippling outward like disturbances on water, covering an area of 50 kilometers. Soon, The detection beams began to return from all directions, each echo adding new fragments of information to his panoramic map. As the map gradually came together, he quickly located the hidden cave concealed within the jungle. Let's see where you can run now, the detective sneered, sending the coordinates of the cave to Liu Yao, while also contacting Alxi. In the dark underground temple, the scattered debris posed no substantial threat to the mechanical spider, but the collapsing landing point forced it to cease its forward leaps. The mechanical spider swiftly transformed into a humanoid form over 4 meters tall. Its head resembled a helmet, with finely crafted features, a graceful figure, and hands that ended in sharp pincers. If Alxi and Thorn Rose had merely suggested a resemblance to human female outlines, this mechanical spider's form was a complete mimicry of human femininity, with exquisite curves crafted entirely from cold, hard steel. At that moment, all 8 of its long legs morphed into weaponry, alongside its arms, as 10 laser cannons simultaneously locked onto the illusion. In the next heartbeat, a torrential barrage of energy projectiles was unleashed. Oh no! The illusion gasped in shock. In a panic, it executed a series of acrobatic rolls with a difficulty rating of 50, plunging toward the ground like a meteor, using the stone walls and columns as cover to narrowly evade the deadly onslaught. However, the mechanical spider was relentless. It redirected its fire, targeting the area where the illusion had taken refuge, and began a furious barrage, mercilessly obliterating everything in its path. Smoke billowed, and debris flew as the now beast-like illusion found itself with nowhere to hide, scrambling in desperation. At that moment, each explosion around it intensified the shrill alarms of its sensors, and every narrow escape brought it closer to the chilling breath of death. In a moment of dire urgency, a thunderous roar of engines pierced the darkness as a Ducati 916 motorcycle soared forth with graceful majesty. RC swiftly transformed midair, executing a splendid front flip before landing with poise, her hands morphing instantaneously into laser cannons radiating a brilliant blue light. Without hesitation, she charged valiantly toward the mechanical spider, unleashing a relentless barrage of meteor-like beams upon her foe. Sensing the impending threat, the mechanical spider adeptly evaded RC's onslaught while simultaneously deploying half of its weaponry to retaliate. An intense battle erupted in an instant, sparks flying as waves of energy intertwined in the dark, creating a magnificent tapestry of chaos. The oppressive pressure upon the mystical being suddenly lifted, prompting a heartfelt exclamation, "RC, I truly adore you." Then, with a fierce roar fueled by pent-up rage, the mystic proclaimed, "To hell with your logic circuits. Let us see if I can't tear you apart." With eyes ablaze in furious crimson, she maximized her form, extending her sharp claws and tail blades, defiantly confronting the mechanical spider's artillery. Despite being caught in a pincer attack, the mechanical spider remained unflappable, betraying no hint of panic. From somewhere unknown, the previously discarded black figure was once again grasped by the spider, this time treated as a hostage. Observing the cold pincers of the spider resting lightly upon Elena's neck, RC and the mystic instinctively ceased their advance, opting for a cautious approach toward the mechanical foe. A tense atmosphere enveloped them as the distance narrowed to a mere 10 meters. "Halt!" commanded the mechanical spider. RC paused, her voice icy as she replied, "You would do well to release Elena, otherwise." On the opposite side, the mystic crouched low, poised to strike at any moment. "Oh? And what then?" The mechanical spider taunted, its tone haughty as if it were a queen perched upon a throne. RC understood that engaging in verbal sparring was futile. She calmly inquired, "Who are you, and why have you attacked us?" The mechanical spider retorted, "That question should be directed at you. Speak. What brings you here? If you refuse, I shall eliminate this human." To safeguard Elena's life, RC had no choice but to acquiesce. "We seek clues regarding the superluminal key." "What is your purpose for seeking the superluminal key?" The spider pressed further, realizing that this entity was evidently aware of the key's existence. RC maintained her composure and fabricated a lie. "The superluminal key was seized by 3 malevolent mechanical beings, and we intend to reclaim it." "What manner of malevolent mechanical beings?" Though the spider endeavored to mask its trepidation, RC and the mystic discerned a tremor in its voice, an echo of deep-seated fear lurking within its very soul. It was afraid. This thought simultaneously flickered in the minds of both RC and the mystic. Seizing upon this opportunity, RC articulated each word deliberately. "Cold, cruel, powerful, yes. 2 of them are called Nightingale and Trap." Its voice sliced through the air like a sharp blade, piercing the very core of the mechanical spider, unearthing the buried fears that had lingered within its heart for nearly a millennium. Those 2 names whispered from the depths of chaos, each syllable imbued with a chilling resonance, as if they could freeze the very atmosphere. Alcy and the illusory fixed their gaze intently upon the mechanical spider, awaiting its response. After a prolonged silence, the mechanical spider seemed to quell the tumult within, inquiring in a low, uncertain tone, "Who are you, truly?" In the darkness, Alcy's lips curled into a faint smile as she replied, I am Alcy, a Cybertronian. The mechanical spider, evidently skeptical, questioned with a hint of doubt. How can you prove this? Without hesitation, Alcy removed the Cybertronian emblem from her person, asserting with conviction, this shall serve as proof. With that, she tossed the emblem towards the mechanical spider. With remarkable agility, the spider caught the emblem with one of its long limbs. Upon glimpsing the emblem, a wave of nostalgia and sorrow washed over its crimson eyes. It tenderly caressed the emblem. Its previously taut and hostile demeanor gradually softened. As if a heavy stone had finally been lifted from its heart, it murmured softly, after so many years, I finally behold it once more. Then, a flicker of remorse crossed its face, and it sincerely addressed Alcy and the illusory. I apologize for my rashness. I hope I have not caused you any harm. My name is Yelena, though you may also refer to me as the Spider Warrior. I am a member of the Behemoth. In Yelena's eyes sparkled a complex array of emotions, a blend of joy at reunion and wistfulness for the past. Its voice trembled slightly, as if each word bore the weight of a profound history. Alcy and the illusory exchanged a glance, each reflecting the same astonishment in their eyes. A subtle emotion permeated the air, as if time itself had come to a standstill, all hostility and tension dissipated, replaced by a deep resonance and connection. Chapter 30. The Authentic Deception Behemoth? Alcy's bright eyes momentarily flickered. The Cybertronians were initially formed from a coalition of organizations that had been oppressed by the Decepticons on Cybertron. Yet in her memory banks, there was no record of the Behemoth. Yelena's unique transformation capabilities rendered its expressions particularly vivid, and it nodded gently, beginning to recount the history unknown to the Cybertronians. Indeed, over 10,000 years ago, Master Titanium foresaw the future of Cybertron, realizing that our homeland would face an unprecedented crisis. Upon hearing the name Titanium, a tempest surged within Alcy's heart. In that moment, she was certain that this extraordinary transformer before her was indeed her kin. Despite the exhilaration coursing through her, she maintained her composure, refraining from interrupting Yelena as she listened intently. The illusory sheathed its blade and plopped down onto the ground. Although it harbored no particular sentiments toward Cybertron, it held a profound interest in the history of this planet. Furthermore, Yu Shen required this intelligence. With Yelena no longer an adversary, ambushing her would be unwarranted. Thus, the illusory swiftly sent a message to Liu Yao. Shortly thereafter, Liu Yao replied, Understood. In a quest to unveil new horizons for our kind, the Cybertronians, she summoned a cadre of like-minded individuals, armed with the warp key, and embarked on an unprecedented interstellar odyssey. Alina's voice resonated with a somber tone, as if she were reminiscing about those arduous times. Our journey was fraught with challenges, despite each activation of the warp key transporting us to uncharted realms. We often found ourselves navigating the cosmos in solitude. Though the key possessed remarkable powers, it was not a harbinger of fortune. At times, our energy reserves dwindled perilously, compelling us to rely solely on our mutual trust and solidarity to weather the storms. On occasion, we encountered formidable adversaries, forcing us to exert every ounce of strength to ensure the continuation of our mission. Many perished during this arduous endeavor, but we never wavered in our belief that we would discover our ideal sanctuary. A flicker of empathy crossed Archie's face as she grasped the hardships endured by these pioneers. She softly inquired, And then what? What did you find? Alina's expression grew grave, the recollection evidently burdening her with profound anguish. Indeed, we discovered a desolate planet suitable for Cybertronian life. In that moment, we believed our relentless efforts had borne fruit, a new home, a renewed hope. Yet, fate has a penchant for cruel jest. The Cosmic Emperor, a malevolent and terrifying entity, discerned the trail of the warp key and dispatched countless minions to assault our planet, intent not only on consuming us, but also on seizing the key. The Cosmic Emperor? Archie murmured, sensing that the trio of enigmatic figures must surely be his minions. That entity is akin to a mechanical planet, comparable in size to Cybertron. What? A living mechanical planet, as vast as Cybertron? Upon uttering those words, Archie exclaimed in disbelief. Mirage, equally astonished, propped himself up, gazing wide-eyed at Alina. Indeed, the Cosmic Emperor, who dubs himself the God of Chaos, is a demon that survives by devouring other worlds. Alina spat through clenched teeth. Archie and Mirage exchanged a fleeting glance, their eyes betraying the sheer horror they felt. Nightingale and Trap were undoubtedly his minions. If these two were indeed involved, then the calamity that claimed so many of our comrades had surely arrived. Her voice trembled, laced with palpable hatred. Many of my companions were either slain by his minions or corrupted by his dark energies, becoming his loyal hounds. Our defenses crumbled, and each battle exacted a heavy toll. Ultimately, we were left with no choice but to risk activating the warp key without preparation, fleeing from that once hopeful planet to arrive here. Fortune smiled upon us this time. Earth was still in its primordial state, posing little threat to us. To ensure complete safety, we decided to split the key in two. Wait, you mean you divided the key? Archie interjected hastily. Yes. When we detected a surge of energy from the warp key in the direction of North America. I concealed myself within this temple, Alina responded. To my surprise, I encountered you here, Alina remarked. We thought it was the complete key. RC suddenly felt a great sense of relief. The realization that it was merely half of the key meant that the situation was not as dire as initially imagined. Apologetically, she addressed Alina. Alina, I must apologize for concealing certain truths regarding this matter. The key was not taken by the Decepticons, but by the Predacons. With a hint of guilt, she cast a glance at Alina and recounted how they came upon the key and the fierce battle they fought against the Decepticons, only to have the Red Spider seize the opportunity amidst the chaos. Upon hearing this, Alina's expression darkened, but she quickly regained her composure. Offering a nonchalant smile, it matters not, whether it be the Decepticons or the Predacons. A half-key holds no value. We shall retrieve it together. With that, she freed the unconscious black girl from the web, apologizing, I'm sorry for the distress caused to your little friend. RC and Mirage exchanged glances at the sight of black girl, now covered in soot, and felt a pang of guilt, having briefly forgotten about the unfortunate child. Let us step outside, Alina suggested. Indeed, RC concurred. This place is filled with foul air, detrimental to Elena's respiratory health. We should leave post-haste. Place her on my back. Mirage offered. Alina gently laid black girl on Mirage's back and said to both RC and Mirage, follow me. Alina led RC and Mirage towards the exit of the underground world. With her as a familiar guide, the journey became considerably easier. Carrying black girl, Mirage curiously inquired of Alina, who was leading the way. Do you possess the other half of the key? Alina turned her head back, her expression peculiar as she stammered. Well, one could say it is in our possession, or one could say it is not. RC and Mirage exchanged bewildered glances, their heads filled with confusion, each echoing a resounding what? RC, blinking rapidly, asked, what do you mean by it being in your possession yet not? What is truly going on? That is a long story. Alina seemed to harbor unspoken burdens, shifting the topic. What transpired with Cybertron afterward? RC lowered her head slightly, gazing at the uneven path beneath her feet, as if through the irregular stones she could glimpse the distant past. Not long after your departure, civil war erupted. The entire planet descended into chaos and destruction. Alina walked ahead, silently absorbing RC's narrative, though her face was obscured in the shadows ahead from her somewhat heavy footsteps. Mirage could sense that each step was laden with the scars of the past, heavy and painful. The war raged for 2 millennia, depleting Cybertron's resources. Ultimately, the Decepticons achieved overwhelming victory, and we only managed to escape under Optimus Prime's protection, embarking on an endless journey through the cosmos. What of Master Titanium? Alina inquired with keen interest. RC shook her head, unknown. Midway through the war, Master Titanium vanished. No one knows his fate. We have failed to meet Master Ty's expectations. Knowing that Master Ty has been missing for thousands of years, Alina lamented. The path ahead continued to wind, seemingly without end. For a moment, the three fell into silence, with only the faint sound of stones beneath their feet resonating distinctly. After a prolonged period of quietude, the weight of memories gradually dissipated, revitalized. Alina turned to RC and Mirage, saying, after we walk a bit further, we shall be able to exit this place. Once we reach our territory, I shall treat you to our brewed energy wine. This valley is rich in a wondrous primordial energy crystal, and the wine crafted from it is undoubtedly as fine as that of Cybertron. Is that so? Then I must certainly partake. It has been several centuries since I last enjoyed energy wine. Upon hearing of the libation, RC's eyes brightened with excitement, her enthusiasm palpable. Then, with curiosity, she inquired, by the way, Alina, I was meaning to ask, what is the nature of your beastly form? As she led the way, Alina explained, you wish to know about this? We discovered that the atmosphere of the planet we found contained a substance harmful to pure metallic forms, thus necessitating an organic modification. When we arrived on Earth, there were no suitable vehicle forms for us. To better integrate into the environment, we scanned local fauna and adopted them as our secondary forms. This served both for disguise and for greater agility in this realm. However, over time, our organic structures began to oxidize, compelling us to revert to our pure mechanical bodies. Which is why I appear as I do now. Turning to Mirage, she continued with curiosity, but enough about me. This is the first time I have encountered an intelligent being in pure beast form from Cybertron. By the way, I still do not know your name. Oh, I am called Mirage. However, I am not a Cybertronian, Mirage replied casually. Alina abruptly halted, astonished, and turned to gaze into the crimson depths of Mirage's eyes, which shimmered with a sharp light. With a hint of scrutiny, she asked, you are not a Cybertronian? Then from whence do you hail? RC, equally filled with curiosity, had long sought to uncover the origins of the shape-shifting lion, yet had lacked the opportunity to speak. Alina's sudden inquiry provided the perfect opening. Thus, when faced with Alina's somewhat hostile question, RC did not rush to defend Mirage. "Where are you from?" Mirage paused momentarily, her neural chip recalling Yu Shen's advice. And she quickly composed her emotions, stating, "My homeland is the planet Jebitran, located in the Medusa Nebula. It is a metallic world resembling a discarded apple core." At this, she plopped down onto the ground, her bright eyes revealing a profound sense of nostalgia and sorrow, as if transported back to that once thriving planet. Her voice, tinged with bitterness, carried an unmistakable pain. "My homeland was destroyed, with only a few companions able to escape. We wander through the cosmos, adrift in the endless sea of stars. And by a twist of fate, we arrived on Earth." Mirage's gaze deepened, as if penetrating the river of time, glimpsing those lost companions in the obliterated homeland. Alina's crimson eyes glimmered with skepticism, her voice laced with a hint of coldness as she inquired, "Oh, for what reason was it destroyed? The universe is vast, and the elusive truth lies like a shroud of mist in the abyss." Dream gazed at Alina, then turned to glance at Arsai, lowering their head as if in a moment of contrition, sighing softly, "Alas, we have brought this upon ourselves." They asked Alina, "You have seen my two forms, haven't you?" Alina nodded. "In truth, I possess a third." "What?" Upon hearing Dream mention a third form, Arsai's composure faltered, aware that 6 Yao was a triple changer. They were astonished to discover that Dream was as well. It is worth noting that throughout the vast history of Cybertron, triple changers have always been a rarity. Now, among these 4 shape-shifting lions, to find 2 who are triple changers was simply unbelievable. Could it be that Bombard and the one called Thorn Rose were also triple changers? This was utterly absurd. Dream observed Arsai's astonishment and suddenly realized, "Ah, Arsai, you have yet to see my raptor form. In that case, prepare yourselves." With that, they swiftly displayed the raptor form and mobile form before the two. Transforming back into their beast form, they continued, "We have been so obsessed with transformation that we even dared to contemplate altering Gobatron. Alas," they sighed again, their demeanor reflecting a sense of having narrowly escaped disaster. "Then, does that mean Bombard and Thorn Rose are also triple changers?" Arsai inquired for confirmation. "Indeed, both of them are," Dream replied, offering a mysterious smile to Arsai. "Let me share something with you. 6 Yao is not a triple changer. They are a 6-changer. 6-changer? How is that even possible?" Alina exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. She could hardly fathom the existence of such a being as 6 Yao. Arsai stood there, stunned. A 6-changer? Was that even conceivable? Witnessing their bewilderment, Dream admired the artistry of their own fabrication, thinking to themselves, "Master's tall tales are impressively crafted, blurring the lines between truth and fiction. Gobatron may be a falsehood, but with the multitude of our own transformation forms as evidence, it becomes a truth." They felt a swell of pride, thinking, "My acting skills are truly commendable. I could undoubtedly win an Oscar." In Gobatron, 6-changers like 6 Yao are exceedingly rare. At present, they likely stand alone. Dream continued to perform, infusing their voice with self-mockery and resignation. As kindred souls adrift in fate, Alina's animosity gradually dissipated. She consoled Dream, saying, "We are all wayfarers of destiny, having endured countless storms. As long as we live, let the past remain in the past." Chapter 31. Uncertain conditions as Dream and Alina engaged in a chase and struggle. 6 Yao, carrying Bombard, followed the coordinates relayed by the detective, soaring over the dense jungle until they discovered a concealed underground entrance. It was a tranquil valley, where a crystal-clear stream shimmered with silver beneath the moonlight, gently flowing while insects joyfully sang, presenting a serene and harmless scene. "Let us descend." "All right." The 6 Yao and Zappa swiftly transformed in midair, gracefully landing in the brook and sending forth 4 grand splashes, with droplets dancing in the air like shimmering silver pearls. They stood back to back, arms raised in their weaponized form, scanning their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Only after ensuring the absence of foes did they lower their arms. The banks of the brook were adorned with lush shrubs and wildflowers, emanating a subtle, enchanting fragrance. The duo began to meticulously search along the stream, the cool water brushing against their sides, providing a refreshing sensation. Their eyes roamed over the environment, attentively examining every inch of the ground. Aligning with the coordinates relayed by their scout, they proceeded toward the entrance in a synchronized manner. Just as they were nearing the cave's mouth, Zappa heard a sharp crack beneath its feet, immediately sensing danger. 6 Yao, I've stepped on a landmine," Zappa exclaimed urgently, halting 6 Yao's advance. Yet, Zappa's feet felt as if anchored to the ground, paralyzed by fear. 6 Yao abruptly stopped, fixing its gaze on the ground beneath Zappa. "Do not move. Let me assess the situation," it reassured, retreating a few steps to crouch by the brook. "Which foot?" it inquired. "The left foot," Zappa replied. 6 Yao extended its right hand, projecting a beam of piercing light that illuminated the entrancing left foot and the ground in contact with it. After a few moments, a three-dimensional image of a bomb materialized clearly before its eyes. Just as Six-Yao contemplated how to disarm the device, a sharp voice interjected. I advise you not to make a move. Given your level of expertise, any action would only be tantamount to courting death. Don't say I didn't warn you. The words dripped with mockery, laced with sarcasm. A chill ran through Six-Yao, prompting it to rise swiftly from the water. Both it and Zappa readied their weapons, alertly searching for the source of the biting taunt. There, unexpectedly, a diminutive robot emerged on a nearby rocky slope, standing under 2 meters tall. Its broad shoulders and bulky back bore an exaggerated resemblance to one carrying an enormous backpack. Its head was reminiscent of a kappa with a flattened face. Dressed in a somber gray, it wielded a long metal whip, its expression one of disdain as it coldly regarded the two. This creature managed to evade our radar. It is not to be underestimated. Six-Yao and Zappa aligned their weapons towards the robot, with Six-Yu demanding, Who are you? Did you plant the bomb? Why would I divulge such information? Replied the robot. The fate of that short and stout one rests in my hands. If you wish to see it spared from becoming scrap metal, answer my queries. As it spoke, the gray robot raised its left arm, subtly indicating with its right index finger that the bomb's detonator was concealed within its left appendage. You're the short and stout one, with a face as flat as a mudguard. If you have the guts, then go ahead and press it. Let us see if I don't take you down. Zappa retorted, infuriated by the insult. The gray robot, incensed by the taunt, jumped in frustration. You insufferable creature. You think I want to act? Go ahead, fire your weapon. Press it, then. Zappa shot back. Shoot, if you dare. I will press it if you fire. Then I will shoot if you press. I retract my previous assessment of it. Liu Yao gazed at the two dimwits, feeling utterly speechless. Just as it was about to conclude this tedious argument, the ground began to tremble ominously, pulsating violently beneath them. Alarmed by an unknown fright, the birds in the forest took to the skies, flapping their wings in frantic escape, while the small creatures in the grass hastily burrowed into their dens, seemingly evading an impending colossal threat. In light of this sudden upheaval, both Zhao Pao and the gray robot fell silent. Liu Yao's radar indicated that 3 high-energy signatures were rapidly approaching their vicinity. It exchanged a tense glance with Zhao Pao. Both braced back-to-back in vigilant anticipation. Meanwhile, the gray robot wore a smug expression, as if it had foreseen these events long before. The tremors intensified, and the high-energy signatures drew nearer. Liu Yao and Zhao Pao cranked the power of their laser cannons to the maximum, ready to confront the forthcoming assault. Then it came. A deep roar resonated from the dense jungle, and a colossal shadow, akin to a tank, barreled through the underbrush. This creature sported a massive horn atop its head and unleashed a series of deafening roars directed at Liu Yao and Zhao Pao. Suddenly, they heard a crack above as another shadow leaped down, landing with a heavy splash in the stream. This behemoth brandished 2 stout, steel-like arms, pounding its chest in a display of dominance, producing a resounding clang of iron against iron. Beside the gray robot, a lithe figure, comparable in size to a pickup truck, materialized silently. It bared its sharp fangs, its bright electronic eyes gleaming with ferocity, poised to pounce upon them at any moment. Just as Liu Yu and Zhao Pao stood on high alert, a greater surprise descended from the heavens. A cacophony of curses echoed from above. Damn bird, let me down. Startled, Liu Yao and Zhao Pao looked up to witness a jeep being hurled from the night sky by a mechanical giant eagle, mechanical rhinoceros, mechanical gorilla, mechanical leopard, mechanical eagle. Liu Yu and Zhao Pao beheld the 4 mechanical beasts encircling them, along with the groaning detective, and their first instinct was to cry out, Master, help. Zhao Pao and I are surrounded by the animal titans you mentioned. At that moment, Yu Shen, who had been enjoying a break, received the distress signal transmitted by Liu Yao. Intrigued, he marveled at the existence of transformers that did not conform to vehicle forms. With a slight curve of his eyes and a smile gracing his lips, he decided to investigate. Rising from his seat, he departed the classroom. Remarkably, as he exited, no one in the class noticed, for another version of him coalesced from the void, maintaining the same demeanor he had when he left. The crisp sound of the class bell rang out, and this illusory Yu Shen sprang into action, retrieving the textbook for the lesson and focusing intently on the teacher, playing the role of a diligent student. Meanwhile, the real Yu Shen had transformed into Sodi and teleported away from the school. Liu Yao, Zhao Pao, and the detective stood armed, confronting the mechanical titans encircling them, as the atmosphere in the valley grew palpably tense. The mechanical gorilla's voice resonated with authority, exuding a palpable sense of oppression as it stepped forward and inquired, Who are you? What is your quest for the key? No sooner had the words left its lips than the mechanical beast observed a sudden flash of blue light on the shoulder of the robot positioned at the center of the lineup. And in the blink of an eye, a dark-haired man materialized before them. This man adorned his left ear with 4 gleaming studs and wore a sleeveless, metallic trench coat. radiating an air of mystery and formidable power. Yu Shen nonchalantly perched upon the shoulder of Lu Yao, a bemused smile gracing his face as he surveyed each mechanical beast, casually asking, "And who might you be?" "Master, Master, Mr. Soder." The arrival of Yu Shen acted as a potent elixir, instantly instilling a sense of purpose in Lu Yao. Jia Pao, and the detective, who had previously been on edge, now feeling a wave of relief wash over them, in the presence of the unexpectedly appearing Yu Shen. The mechanical beasts exhibited a surprising lack of tension, their hostility visibly diminished. They exchanged furtive glances, and the mechanical gorilla fixed its gaze on Yu Shen, coldly inquiring, "Mutant, are these three your knights? Why do you seek the key? Isn't it natural to retrieve what has been stolen?" Yu Shen raised an eyebrow, asserting his point. "The key has been taken? By whom? What transpired in New York?" The mechanical gorilla bombarded him with astonished questions. Yu Shen was not surprised by the gorilla's reaction. It was evident that these creatures had sensed the surge of energy emitted by the hyperspeed key, perhaps having witnessed the mechanical eagle's swift movements. Moreover, he had long suspected that the hyperspeed key had indeed been brought to Earth by these very mechanical beasts. As for why the key had appeared in New York, the explanation was straightforward. It had been seized by the Spanish colonizers, who viewed it as a valuable artifact. Did the Spanish colonizers not stand a chance against these mechanical beasts, nor against the local populace? The key was likely enshrined in the temple spoken of by the dark-skinned woman, only to be pilfered by Spanish thieves. What puzzled him was why these mechanical beasts had not attempted to reclaim the key at that time. "Have you been to New York?" "Indeed. I flew to New York and found only ruins," replied the mechanical eagle, its voice resonating with a mezzo-soprano cadence. Yu Shen cast a glance at the mechanical eagle and succinctly recounted the events that had transpired on Ellis Island to the mechanical beasts. His voice echoed through the vast valley, as if each word crystallized in the air, embedding itself in the hearts of every mechanical beast. When he concluded his narration, the only sound remaining was the gentle trickle of water, as if even the night breeze had stilled. In that moment, he could keenly sense the mechanical beast struggling to suppress their complex emotions, confusion, anger, and fear twisting together like a tangled ball of string. Turning to the mechanical gorilla, whose eyes sparkled with icy intensity, Yu Shen stated, "I have answered your questions. Now tell me, who are you, and why have you brought the hyperspeed key to Earth?" The mechanical gorilla did not hasten to respond to Yu Shen's inquiry, but instead addressed the diminutive gray robot behind it, saying, "Pixie Mouse, disarm the bomb." "Captain, are you certain that this individual is speaking the truth?" The elf mouse expressed skepticism, yet his actions to defuse the bomb were swift and unhesitant. "Mutants will never serve as the minions of a cosmic overlord. That much I can assure you," replied the mechanical gorilla. Yu Shen gestured to Lu Yao, suggesting that the cannon and the detective lower their weapons. Cautiously, the cannon raised his foot and confirmed that all was well beneath it. Still fuming, he petulantly unearthed the buried bomb and hurled it fiercely towards the elf mouse. The elf mouse effortlessly caught the bomb with one hand, a provocative smile adorning his face as he gleefully waved the explosive. No one was particularly interested in the antics of these two fools. They were eager to hear what the mechanical gorilla had to say. "We are the behemoths, and I am the leader, Optimus Prime," the mechanical gorilla proclaimed, revealing his name. "Optimus Prime?" The detective involuntarily uttered, momentarily taken aback by the familiar name. Optimus Prime fixed a fervent gaze upon the detective, affirming, "Indeed. My name is derived from the legendary warrior of Cybertron, Optimus Prime. The Autobots, is Optimus Prime on Earth?" He noticed the Autobot insignia on the detective's left shoulder, his tone imbued with anticipation. Inwardly, Yu Shen scoffed, realizing he was merely a fanboy. The detective shook his head with a somber expression. "Optimus has been missing for a long time. We have been searching for him. Is that so?" The idol's absence dampened Optimus Prime's spirits. He straightened his back and introduced his companions. "Those over there are the Sword Warrior, the Yellow Leopard Warrior, the Rhino Warrior, and the Elf Mouse." The behemoths mentioned greeted Yu Shen and his companions, who reciprocated with their own introductions. Optimus Prime continued, "Over 10,000 years ago, we were entrusted by Master Titanium." As Optimus Prime narrated his tale, Liao discreetly relayed the information sent by the illusionist to Yu Shen, who nodded in understanding. Upon hearing that the keys had been divided, Yu Shen and the others, like Alcee, felt an immense weight lifted from their shoulders. At this moment, Yu Shen voiced his concern. "After dividing the keys, did you entrust them to the local humans?" "Indeed," came the reply. "Why?" "It serves as a precautionary measure." Optimus Prime elucidated, his tone reflective. "The keys to superluminal travel are the source of calamity. It is safer for uninformed humans to safeguard them than for us to do so. After all, we fear that our longing for Cybertron might overwhelm our rationality, leading us to make regrettable decisions." "So, you allow the scum of Spain to pillage and plunder here while taking the keys?" Yu Shen questioned, visibly displeased. "I apologize. We have vowed never to interfere with the development of civilizations on any planet," Optimus Prime explained with resignation. The other behemoth members lowered their heads in shame, as it became evident that witnessing the descendants of those they once aided being ruthlessly exploited, while being bound by their oath to remain inactive, tormented them deeply. Even robots can be so stubborn, Yu Shen muttered under his breath. He set aside past grievances and continued, whether it be the Heavenly Calamity faction or the Decepticons. Once they discover that the keys are only half complete, they will stop at nothing to find the other half. Where have you hidden the remaining key? The expression on Optimus Prime's face began to take on an odd quality. He scratched his cheek with a finger, hesitating before speaking. The other half of the key is indeed still in our possession, but what? There has been a slight complication. Please follow me. You will understand when we arrive. Chapter 32. Science and Mysticism. Beneath the starry sky, the primeval forest was shrouded in profound darkness. Towering ancient trees loomed like black giants, their branches swaying gently in the breeze, whispering ancient secrets with a rustling sound. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, mingled with the faintly sour aroma of decaying leaves, evoking a sense of both strangeness and mystery. Occasional calls from unknown birds and beasts punctuated the stillness of the night, creating a stark contrast. A faint beam of moonlight filtered through the gaps in the canopy, barely illuminating the path ahead, while shadows predominated, as if darkness possessed a life of its own, ever ready to engulf everything. In the distance, flickering fireflies appeared like scattered stars fallen to the earthly realm, emitting a dim yet resolute light. The colossal members of the Decepticons had already returned to their secluded refuge, leaving Optimus Prime as the guide for Yu Shen and the others. Yu Shen perched on the shoulder of Six-Shot, observing Optimus Prime as he transformed into his robotic form. In this shape, Optimus Prime's physique resembled that of a Mexican wrestler, with sharply defined steel muscles that showcased unparalleled strength. Wow, this synthetic skin looks remarkably lifelike. I wonder if the Decepticons are similar to this gorilla. Yu Shen marveled at Optimus Prime's distinctive structure, internally expressing his astonishment. Curiosity piqued, he called out to Optimus Prime, "Hey, big gorilla." Optimus Prime halted, slightly turning his body to gaze back, a look of confusion adorning his face that resembled that of a cartoon character. Every time Yu Shen beheld this face, he couldn't help but chuckle. However, the beings around him seemed oblivious to the jest, compelling him to stifle his amusement. "Tell me about the Emperor of the Universe," he asked earnestly. In the past, while deciphering the unknown inscriptions and pictograms on the surface of the Allspark, he had gleaned snippets of Cybertronian history. Among those findings was mention of a powerful entity known as the Universe, likely the Emperor of the Universe referred to by Optimus Prime, prompting his inquiry. Optimus Prime slowly turned around, continuing forward only when Six-Shot caught up to walk alongside him. His deep, resonant voice echoed clearly through the shadowy forest. "We know nothing of its origins, but facing it feels akin to confronting the deity that created us. Yet, our history records no presence so malevolent and powerful." Yu Shen sensed something amiss and tentatively inquired, "Oh, who created you then?" "The Fallen," Optimus Prime replied. "The Fallen used the Allspark to create us Cybertronians." Optimus Prime's response astonished Yu Shen. "What on earth is the Fallen?" "There is no record of such a being on the Allspark. This is simply a reference to a century of blank history." He suppressed his astonishment and replied nonchalantly, "The Fallen? The name alone does not suggest benevolence." Optimus Prime turned his gaze towards Yu Shen, stating, "The Quintessence have treated us as mere slaves. Yet it was Master Titan who led us to overthrow their dominion. The Decepticons, in fact, were established by the Quintessence as a security force to maintain their rule over Cybertron." Yu Shen chuckled lightly, a hint of mockery in his tone. Is it not amusing that the creator was vanquished by its own creations? The history of Cybertron is indeed fascinating. He shifted his tone, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes as if a sudden thought had struck him. "Gorilla, do you not find it curious? The very being capable of creating you was defeated by you, while this enigmatic cosmic emperor instills fear in you as if it were a deity. Is that not contradictory?" Optimus fell into silence, for as the saying goes, the involved parties remain oblivious. He had never deeply contemplated this dilemma. Indeed, in the face of the Quintessence, he had never perceived the half-mechanical abominations as a threat, yet the cosmic emperor could induce a tremor in the spark within him. What was the essence of this dissonance? Observing Optimus lost in thought, Yu Shen mused aloud, "There must be a grand secret in the history of Cybertron. Could it be?" He had now surmised that the universe chronicled in the Matrix of Leadership was indeed the cosmic emperor Optimus spoke of, and thus continued to inquire logically. "You mentioned the cosmic emperor is pursuing the key. Why does it not act directly, instead sending its minions to seize it with its might? You should have had no chance of escape." "Indeed, we were equally perplexed at first. It was only later that we realized its true form must be imprisoned somewhere. What we are facing is merely a projection," Optimus explained. "A projection? Does technology, when advanced to a certain extent, delve into the realm of mysticism? Is that not far-fetched?" Yu Shen found it hard to fathom that a mechanical entity grounded in mathematics and physics could possess such an enigmatic ability as projection. It prompted him to recall a phrase: "This is neither scientific nor mystical. Rather, it is both scientific and mystical." So, the pursuit of the key is to facilitate its escape? That is our belief as well. Optimus paused, his tone heavy with sorrow. The Cataclysm has constructed hundreds of dark altars upon our planet, enabling the Cosmic Emperor to permeate its dark energy through them. Conversely, these altars can siphon our planet's energy and resources to it, rather than being consumed by the Cosmic Emperor. It would be more accurate to say we are being sacrificed by the Cataclysm. Are you implying that we must absolutely prevent the Cataclysm from establishing altars? No one can halt the Cataclysm from erecting altars, for they are manifestations of the Cosmic Emperor's dark energy, yet they can be destroyed. Regrettably, we did not recognize this in time. By the moment we realized this issue, it was already too late. A note of regret filled Optimus's voice. What are the conditions for establishing an altar? It requires a significant accumulation of energy and resources. Once an altar is erected, it will not be long before it devours the energy and resources of the vicinity. Fortunately, the dark energy of the altar is so dense that it is not difficult to detect. That does not sound too dreadful, Yu Shen murmured softly, as if to himself. 2 days have elapsed since the keys were seized. Although numerous events have transpired, neither natural disasters nor the presence of the Decepticons has been observed. He contemplated that even if the disaster faction were endowed with the dark energy of the Cosmic Emperor, the prospect of recovering from severe injuries within such a brief time frame was rather implausible. Moreover, while the Decepticons had acquired half of the key, the absence of any leads rendered the quest for the other half nothing short of a futile dream. The true predicament lies in the abundance of resources on Earth, with countless suitable locations, making it nearly impossible to predict where the disaster faction might establish their altar. The previously devised plan of benefiting from the fishermen now appears unfeasible. Should they resort to the bait-and-soldier tactic? Noting that Yu Shen had ceased his inquiries, Qing Tiansheng fell into silence, and the others, Lu Yao, Zappa, and Detective, lacked the inclination for conversation. The 5 of them traversed the dense forest in silence, accompanied only by the subtle sounds of gravel crunching beneath their feet and the gentle rustling of leaves. Following Qing Tiansheng through the thicket, Yu Shen and the others ascended a towering mountain, enduring a lengthy trek that led them to a hilly expanse. Raising their gaze, they beheld ancient stone walls shimmering faintly in the moonlight, whispering tales of grandeur from centuries past. The distant peaks were engulfed by the night, leaving only vague silhouettes, akin to silent giants safeguarding this ancient relic. This venerable site is none other than the fabled lost city of Machu Picchu. Celebrated as a paragon of architectural achievement and a unique testament to Incan civilization. Had Black Girl been present at that moment, she would undoubtedly have rushed forward with enthusiasm, eager to explore every inch of the ancient stone walls. Yet, Yu Shen, who held little interest in foreign historical monuments, merely cast a cursory glance, feeling little more than indifference. "We are almost there," Qing Tiansheng announced to Yu Shen and the others. They followed him along the periphery of the ruins, descending to a section of crumbled wall. "Please wait a moment," Qing Tiansheng said, adeptly leaping down from the broken wall. Curiosity piqued, Yu Shen craned his neck to see Qing Tiansheng clinging to the stone face, his eyes emanating beams of light that illuminated the wall. With a clang, a bright opening materialized in the stone. Qing Tiansheng vaulted back to the crumbled wall and informed Yu Shen and the others, "This is our base." How ingeniously concealed. Hidden beneath a tourist attraction. "I must commend your ingenuity," Yu Shen remarked, extending his thumb in admiration. "However, are you not concerned that we might divulge this location?" A glint of mischief flickered in his eyes. "Would you?" Qing Tiansheng replied with a hearty, affable smile reminiscent of a jovial tiger. "Of course not." Yu Shen shook his head, conceding with a hint of a smile, his respect for Qing Tiansheng's wisdom and courage deepening. "Let us proceed." The 4 of them closely followed Qing Tiansheng as they stepped into the mountain's interior. The spacious tunnel, illuminated by fluorescent lights, resembled a silver river meandering into the mountain's depths. Sturdy steel plates robustly supported the tunnel's structure, imparting an unparalleled sense of security. At the tunnel's end, a heavy metal door slowly swung open, revealing the grand expanse of the colossal base before them. The base's hall was breathtakingly vast, with a ceiling soaring high, seamlessly merging with the mountain itself. At its center stood a massive rock pillar, not only supporting the entire structure, but also bearing the weight of the central processing unit, which served as the command hub. The towering column was encircled by an array of high-tech apparatus, with flickering screens and intricate instruments dazzling the eye. Above the command center, a colossal holographic projector hung, displaying real-time external dynamics akin to an unseen eye, perpetually monitoring the slightest movements beyond its walls. Behind the command center, for tunnels led to the laboratory, training room, armory, and living quarters, resembling lifelines that connected the vital components of the base. Wow, you certainly have grand ambitions. Yu Shen marveled at the monumental scale of the base, unable to contain his admiration. You have arrived, Alxi greeted, approaching Yu Shen and his companions as they entered the base. Accompanying her was the ethereal Mirage, who respectfully bowed, stating, Master, you have come. Engrossed in the surroundings, Yu Shen failed to notice that Alxi, Mirage, and Elena had already arrived at the base, along with the colossal beings awaiting them. His gaze swept over the giants. They were no longer in their beastly forms. Apart from the familiar sprite mouse, there stood a yellow leopard warrior, adorned in yellow with a face reminiscent of a leopard. Tall and stately, exuding the inherent alertness and grace of a feline even in humanoid form. Beside it was a flying sword warrior, equipped with a pair of iron wings on its back, its dark gold and silver-gray armor forming a head akin to an eagle's beak, features delicate yet striking, making it the most slender among the mechanical beings present, radiating an air of aristocratic elegance. Not far from them was a rhinoceros warrior, clad in bronze armor reminiscent of medieval knights, its heavy plating paired with an imposing countenance that seemed to bear the warning, do not approach. Goodness. Even the robots have breasts. Yu Shen couldn't suppress a sarcastic thought upon seeing Elena. He swiftly averted his gaze from her, only to find Elena crouched in a corner, her back turned, trembling slightly. Curiously, he asked, what's wrong with the girl? Miss Elena is feeling a bit carsick, Alxi explained, casting a sympathetic glance at Elena. The poor girl had truly suffered. First, she had fainted from the fright caused by Elena. Then, upon regaining consciousness, she was jostled all the way here. Enduring both mental and physical distress without breaking down was already quite an achievement. Yu Shen chuckled softly, shaking his head at Elena's frail silhouette. He leaped down from the shoulder of his companion, Sixio, and approached the girl. A gentle blue light emanated from his right hand as he lightly tapped her shoulder. At his touch, she abruptly slumped. He caught her before she could fall and turned to the towering figure, saint of the sky, asking, do you have a place where she can rest? Leave her to me, Elena said, stepping towards Yu Shen. Yu Shen observed the steel spider queen, whose walk was imbued with regal grace, and felt a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth. He placed Elena into Elena's hands and said, thank you for your help. Elena nodded in acknowledgement, cradling Elena as she made her way toward the living quarters. After watching Elena and the black girl depart, Yu Shen turned to the mighty saint and remarked, Gorilla, now that we have arrived, shouldn't you present the key? The mighty saint, with a face reminiscent of a corpulent tiger, smiled enigmatically and replied, just a moment, the key shall be here shortly. No sooner had he spoken than a stream of orange light surged forth from the tunnel of the training room, swiftly arriving at the center of the hall. As the luminescence dissipated, an Indian girl stood gracefully before the assembly. This young maiden, barely standing at 1.70 meters, adorned her head with eagle feathers, and her long black braids cascaded casually over her shoulders. With a complexion of light brown and a physique that was both proportionate and elegant, her face was painted in azure hues, exuding a distinct allure. Her deep-set features bore the mystique characteristic of her indigenous heritage, clad in a simple yet culturally rich ensemble. She wore a white woolen short-sleeved long dress paired with trousers of the same fabric, embellished with exquisite totemic patterns at the collar and hem. And on her feet were handcrafted light gray leather boots. Her demeanor resembled a pure spring, untainted and natural, radiating the charm of ancient cultures. Clearly bemused by the crowd in the hall, the girl soon broke into a joyful smile and babbled something to the mighty saint. Aside from the giants present, none could comprehend her words, save for Yu Shen, who understood her inquiry. Gorilla, are these individuals your kin? Have they truly come to fetch you? The mighty saint did not respond to her question, but instead addressed the eager assembly. Allow me to introduce. This is Kaholi, the other half of the superluminal key. A chorus of incredulous exclamations erupted from Yu Shen and his 5 companions. What? Is the key sentient now? They gasped in disbelief. In that moment, Yu Shen silently lamented the absurdity of it all, finding it neither scientific nor mystical.